Having chosen the path of the witch, Harry returned to the year of her 11th birthday and encountered powers beyond her chosen path. Thus, it was time to deliver a modest shock to the magical realm. Chapter 1. Harry of the Witch's Path. Bang! A sudden noise shattered the tranquility of the storage room. A beautiful girl with raven hair and emerald eyes found herself sprawled across a small bed, and as she rubbed her head and attempted to rise, the back of her skull collided forcefully with the ceiling. Ouch! Harry exclaimed, inwardly chastising herself for her carelessness, lamenting her lack of attention to her surroundings during her escape. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, she was met not with desolate wilderness or an endless sea, but rather a dim, cramped storage space. The small bed, the personal items at its head, and several tattered garments were all strikingly familiar, yet oddly foreign. "Is this Aunt Petunia's house?" Harry murmured, stroking the bed gently. Then, burying her face in the pillow, she began to cheer softly, tears slipping from her eyes. "Haha, I've successfully returned. The portal has positioned me back in my former world, and it hasn't captured me. Damn the portal, Damamon. Indeed, I am the ultimate victor. You cannot seize me." It was no wonder that Harry was so exhilarated. Many years ago, for reasons unknown, she had inexplicably traversed into a strange world. In that world, there existed the legendary extraordinary powers, a total of 22 types. This thrilled young Harry immensely. Yet, with good news came bad news. The unfortunate tidings were that Harry had inadvertently landed near the stronghold of a faction known as the Witch Cult and was taken in as a prodigy for training. Thus, in her naivety, Harry embarked on the path of the witch and transformed into Harry. It was only upon becoming Harry that she learned there were indeed 22 paths to choose from. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, as she had fortuitously fallen into the lair of the witch cult. Harry did not enjoy favorable treatment within the witch cult. Being an orphan without any connections, she often fell victim to bullying. However, Harry was not one to be trifled with. In the past, when her cousin Dudley tormented her, she had no power but still dared to make limited retaliations. Now, armed with considerable strength, how could she allow herself to be preyed upon? Thus, Harry successfully eliminated a witch who frequently bullied her, one ranked slightly above her, and stole the potion formulas for the two subsequent professions, along with a means to escape the witch cult's stronghold. Ultimately, Miss Harry managed to flee from the witch church, evading her pursuers while occasionally striking back. In the end, Harry ascended to the rank of the Ageless Witch of Sequence 3, placing her among the pinnacle of individuals in the world. Just when Harry thought her good fortune had arrived, her promising life was abruptly interrupted as the god of war and the goddess of night commenced their divine conflict. During the tumultuous period marked by the divine clash between two formidable figures, numerous schemers and troublemakers became exceedingly active, particularly a certain individual. Sporting a monocle, Amon dispatched his avatars to roam the realm, and fortuitously, one of these manifestations stumbled upon the otherworldly aura emanating from Hallie. Thus, the unfortunate Hallie, having narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the witch cult, found herself ensnared under Amon's watchful gaze and relentless chase. This adversary proved far more formidable than the witch cult, transforming into a true nightmare for Hallie. In a state of desperation, Hallie sought assistance from the deranged entity known as Mr. Door, whose existence she had learned about through notes pilfered from a certain clandestine sorcerer. Though Mr. Door recognized Hallie's uniqueness and harbored ill intentions, aiming to seize this interdimensional visitor while opening the portal, Hallie outmaneuvered him and managed to escape. Once the thrill of her escape subsided, Hallie opened the door to the storeroom. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten, yet the house remained eerily silent. Her bothersome uncle and aunt had yet to rise, let alone her cousin Dolly, who resembled a swine in both demeanor and appearance. However, Hallie had no immediate plans for retribution. Although the abilities granted to her by the rank 9 assassin allowed her to ensure they would forever slumber silently without raising suspicion, she preferred to let them gradually experience the torment they had inflicted upon her over the years, relishing the opportunity to enjoy the powers of a witch and instigator. Of course, considering they had taken her in as an orphan, Hallie refrained from resorting to lethal measures. This restraint represented the final mercy of a somewhat tempered witch. Witches are indeed quite vengeful, Hallie thought indignantly, while assessing her physical condition. Indeed, Mr. Door possessed remarkable power, capable of pinpointing her original world through an object imbued with an otherworldly essence. Regrettably, he had succumbed to madness and seemed to harbor a grudge against that scoundrel Amon, or perhaps they were naturally adversarial. Thus, it was likely that the two would engage in a fierce conflict, leaving little concern for a mere insignificant creature like herself. However, the price Hallie paid was steep, as Mr. Door also exhibited a keen interest in the otherworld. Consequently, Hallie was compelled to relinquish nearly all of her sealing artifacts to thwart Mr. Door's intentions, simultaneously sealing her own power to enable her passage through the door. Indeed, Hallie lamented, I am now reduced to rank 7, reverting to the form of an 11-year-old girl, that I must explore whether this world harbors any special potions or magical materials. Otherwise, I shall remain a witch for eternity. I have finally ascended to the status of an ageless witch. How could my longevity and youthful appearance vanish so abruptly? Following this, Hallie rummaged through her pocket and produced a semi-ethereal box, rife with madness and curses. This box was the sole item she had brought back from the other world, aside from the dress she wore. Within the box lay a fragment of a soul, though its origin remained a mystery. Hallie felt compelled to express her gratitude to its owner. Initially, Hallie was ambiguous about the art of disguise, engaging in it only to a certain extent. It was only upon becoming the despair witch that she fully grasped this method. However, even as the despair witch, Hallie found herself unable to inflict harm upon innocents like other witches. She could merely impart despair to her foes, rendering her understanding somewhat incomplete. Thus, prior to Sequence 3, Harley's mastery of each potion in the sequence was far from thorough, leading her to directly consume the next sequence's potion. At times, in her eagerness to obtain formidable power swiftly, she would even ingest potions from the subsequent phase despite knowing the inherent dangers. This perilous gamble gradually accumulated numerous instabilities and a frenzied will, which would have proven fatal to any ordinary extraordinary being. Yet, fortune favored Hallie. The chaos and madness that could have overwhelmed her were drawn away by a fractured, frenzied shard of soul residing within her essence, enabling her to traverse safely to the ageless witch. It was also through the otherworldly aura emanating from the soul shard contained within the box that Mr. Door was able to locate Harley's realm and open a portal connecting both worlds. How intriguing! This world undoubtedly possesses extraordinary power. Otherwise, how could other soul fragments cling to my own? As Hallie pondered the extraordinary forces within her world, she heard a sound from the mailbox at her door. Recalling that someone must be delivering letters, she found it peculiar, as it seemed that the usual letter carriers never arrived this early. Of course, it was possible that her memory had faltered, given that many years had passed since she last heard such a sound. Approaching the door, she opened it, only to find the street empty in the morning light, save for an owl soaring through the sky. On the doormat lay a letter, an antique missive crafted from parchment. How delightful, Hallie mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gracefully bent to retrieve the letter. The moment she picked it up, she sensed an extraordinary force, not a curse, for witches excel in casting curses, and in that regard, Hallie felt quite confident. The address on the letter confirmed it was indeed meant for her, even specifying her storage space beneath the staircase. However, she distinctly noted that the final line of the address, initially reading Mr. Harry Potter, transformed into Miss Hallie Potter as she lifted the letter. A smile crept across Harley's face. This world was truly captivating. She gently closed the door, then swiftly drew out the letter, skimming its contents. It was an acceptance letter, informing her that she had been admitted to a magical institution known as Hogwarts, inviting her to attend and providing a list of required books and equipment. Magic? Miss Hallie mused inwardly, for she, too, was capable of wielding various dark spells. I am uncertain whether the magic in this world resembles that of the realm I traversed in the past. However, this appears to be an excellent opportunity, exclaimed Harry, her slender fingers caressing the parchment as she contemplated her future endeavors. At present, the majority of my powers lie sealed. While I need not ingest the corresponding potions anew and assume a different persona, I must concoct certain elixirs to break the seals. It seems that this world possesses extraordinary forces of which I am completely unaware. Thus, Hogwarts emerges as the most promising avenue, for it is a school of magic and should provide me with a systematic education. With this thought, Harry resolved to visit Hogwarts for an adventure. Chapter 2. This world is truly fascinating. Just as Harry resolved to take action, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed unexpectedly from the staircase behind her. Harry, what are you doing? Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? A slender, middle-aged woman with blonde hair stood at the top of the stairs. She instinctively assumed that the girl at the door was still her familiar Harry. Yet, something seemed amiss. Why was there a beautiful young woman standing there? This girl bore a striking resemblance to Lily, but was even more enchanting. Particularly captivating were her green eyes, which instantly reminded Petunia of her envy-inducing, detestable sister. Petunia, aunt? Harry's lips parted slightly, and glancing at the wall clock, she realized it was already past 6. At that moment, she recalled a pressing issue she could not ignore. Although she wished to playfully toy with the Dursleys and repay their kindness, the fact that she had transformed into a witch was undeniable. They would surely notice her change. After all, they were not blind. While Harry had fully embraced her identity as a witch and even adopted a new name, the ordinary Dursleys remained oblivious to this truth. It was highly unlikely that Petunia and her family would accept such a reality, and a strong reaction was imminent. With a snap of her fingers, a swirling mass of dark, profound flames materialized in midair. As Harry exhaled gently, the flames spiraled upwards, hovering above Petunia's head. Simultaneously, she raised a finger to her lips, signaling Petunia to remain silent. However, she underestimated the psychological capacity of an ordinary woman. Startled, Petunia let out a piercing scream and collapsed onto the stairs. What is happening? Petunia! Petunia! In the bedroom, Uncle Vernon heard his wife shriek and rushed out. Upon seeing the black flames swirling around Petunia, he too screamed, "Monster!" His gaze, filled with hatred, darted towards the bottom of the stairs. Without taking a moment to discern who stood there, he hastily grabbed his slipper and hurled it. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Monster, get out of my house!" Harry furrowed her brow slightly, and another plume of black flame appeared, shooting forth like a bullet, reducing the slipper to ashes midair. Seeing this, Uncle Vernon finally grasped that the figure below possessed the power to easily end his life, and a cold sweat broke out across his body. Nevertheless, with his wife beside him and his son in the room behind, he fought to maintain his composure, gripping the doorknob of Dudley's room tightly while loudly warning his son, who had been awakened by the commotion, "Sweetheart, stay inside." Outside lurked a monstrous creature, one that could bring about death. Yet, Dudley seemed disinclined to heed his father's warnings. Instead, he was fervently tugging at the doorknob, yearning to open the door and behold the creature's visage. With a slight furrow of her brow, Harry snapped her fingers, causing the black flames atop Aunt Petunia's head to descend upon Dudley's door, instantly reducing it to a pile of ash. Dudley staggered backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground, while Uncle Vernon collided with the railing, his face turning a deep shade reminiscent of liver. Harry gestured, manipulating the black flames to return to Aunt Petunia's head, marveling at the utility of this cursed fire. Once a target was marked, the flames would not spread but would solely consume the designated object to ash. At that moment, Dudley managed to regain his footing and burst from the room, eager to discover what foul creature dared to destroy his door. However, upon seeing the swirling black flames above Aunt Petunia, he emitted a terrified scream, only to have Uncle Vernon hastily cover his mouth. Uncle Vernon, too, now recognized the creature's appearance below, and in astonishment, he clamped his hand over his mouth. The creature downstairs possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, emerald eyes, and a delicate visage, exuding an aura of enchantment. Yet, why did she bear such a striking resemblance to his nephew, Harry? Who are you? Uncle Vernon stammered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Miss Harry Potter, she replied, lifting her skirt slightly and curtsying with grace. I apologize for the abruptness, but your dear nephew, Harry, has permanently transformed into a witch, and you must come to terms with this reality. As the Dursleys stood agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief, Miss Harry beckoned with a finger. I believe it is time for us to sit down and have a proper discussion. I am confident I possess the means to help you accept this truth. Encircled by the black flames, the Dursleys finally acquiesced to the idea of sitting at the dining table for a conversation. Observing their quail-like demeanor brought Harry a sense of delight. Indeed, people would inevitably bow to a more formidable power. How did you learn magic? Before Harry could pose her question, Aunt Petunia could no longer contain herself. You haven't even attended that school. How could you possibly have learned magic, let alone change gender? Harry raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Aunt Petunia's rapid forgetfulness regarding the earlier black flames, daring to direct a question at her. And what do you mean by that school? It was evident that Aunt Petunia's words carried deeper implications. As for the matter of her transformation into a witch, Harry had no intention of elaborating. After all, had she not undergone this change, her very life would have been at stake. During her flight from the witch cult, contemplating a return to the Red Priestess was the least of her concerns. Moreover, with the formidable life-preserving abilities of the ageless witch, she certainly had no inclination to consider aligning with the war bishop. Regardless, Harry had grown accustomed to being a girl, even though she still felt a deep aversion towards men who sought something from her. This, however, was inconsequential. The ensuing dialogue was directed by her inquiries, and the responses were forthcoming. A swirl of black flames ignited around Harry's slender, fair fingers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Aunt Petunia decisively chose silence. How dare you threaten your aunt? Uncle Vernon, emboldened, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, if it weren't for us adopting you, you would have perished from hunger long ago. Indeed, indeed. Harry exhaled gently towards the flames, sending them flickering forward. I appreciate your nurturing. Hence you may continue conversing with me, or rather, let us not dwell on that. I shall ask, and you shall respond. As she spoke, a cup on the table was reduced to mere ashes. Uncle Vernon recoiled, obediently sealing his lips. Harry retrieved the letter, initiating her inquiries about the school of Hogwarts, and posed further questions based on the Dursley family's responses, particularly Aunt Petunia's. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and as the clock neared 9, Harry had comprehensively clarified her queries. This world is indeed fascinating. Only those with the requisite qualifications are entitled to learn extraordinary powers. How unfair this realm is. Upon absorbing Aunt Petunia's recounting, Harry suddenly grasped why she harbored animosity towards her. After all, it is only natural for anyone to experience bitterness upon witnessing their own sister stepping into the magical realm while they remain distanced from it. From love springs hatred. It is understandable, considering the prevalence of such aberrations among the extraordinary. Nevertheless, comprehension does not equate to forgiveness. Chapter 3. This world also harbors demigods. After attentively listening to Aunt Petunia's narrative, Harry interlaced her fingers and nodded thoughtfully. I believe I have grasped the essence, she mused. Aunt Petunia, may I trouble you to prepare a meal? I find myself rather hungry. Aunt Petunia cast a wary glance at the black flames atop Harry's head and promptly rose to attend to the kitchen. At that moment, the flames clung to Harry's flowing black hair, quietly burning, yet causing no harm to her exquisite locks. Harry reclined lazily against the back of her chair, gazing at the ceiling, her hands raised high, admiring her delicate fingers. Yet, within the confines of her mind, a tempest was brewing as she reflected upon Aunt Petunia's words. Harry expressed sorrow regarding her parents' demise, yet she could comprehend the circumstances. After all, it was a matter of being outmatched while opposing others. Harry could only vow to the spirits of her deceased parents that, should the opportunity arise, she would present the head of their murderer as an offering. Moreover, what intrigued Harry most was the extraordinary powers of this world. The nature of these powers was indeed peculiar. It appears that only individuals of a certain caliber can attain such power, which is entirely reliant on diligent study for acquisition. Unlike the sequential path, which, although requiring substantial knowledge to be learned, offers a modicum of inherent ability upon consuming potions, this power, termed magic, seems reminiscent of the dark sorcery accessible to those on the witch's path, while also bearing similarities to the abilities possessed by the wizards of the hermit's path. Moreover, there are certain resemblances to the perfect ones, the wheel of fate, and even the path of the White Tower. Given that her aunt is merely an ordinary person and only her sister is a wizard, it is likely that Aunt Petunia possesses limited information. Thus, Harry harbored a premonition that the 22 paths of the world could indeed correspond to powers found within magic. How fascinating. Harry surreptitiously licked her crimson lips, brimming with anticipation. Breakfast was soon served. Harry's cousin Dudley, who had previously been cowering in his chair, attempting to curl his rotund form into a ball, now seemed invigorated. His eyes fixated on the bacon, ham, and bread laid out on the table. However, Aunt Petunia shot him a secretive glare, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Evidently fearful of inciting her nephew, or rather, her niece. Harry, aware of this, smiled subtly, embodying the demeanor of a true noblewoman. We are all family. Why should you fear me? Do enjoy your breakfast. Dudley, entirely oblivious to his mother's admonishing gaze, promptly reached for the bread upon hearing Harry's words. Witnessing Dudley's crude manner of eating, Harry couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. After all, even during her time of escape, Harry had mingled among the aristocracy of various empires, encountering only those with gracious smiles and refined manners. It was only during solitary excursions in the wilderness that she would exhibit such unrefined behavior, and even then, it was merely to swiftly regain her strength. Thus, witnessing Dudley's rudeness in the presence of a lady was decidedly disconcerting. Harry carefully selected a piece of bread untouched by Dudley, pairing it with bacon and lettuce. Savoring it delicately, each movement exuding an elegance seemingly ingrained in her very being. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. However, Dudley continued to devour his meal. As it was typically Harry who answered the door, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia glanced at Harry, hesitant to make a move. Would you kindly open the door? Dear Aunt Petunia? Harry swallowed the last morsel of her food, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and smiled at Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia, trembling, cast a wary glance at Harry, then silently rose and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, Aunt Petunia gasped, as a kind yet aged voice greeted her. Good morning. You must be Petunia. We corresponded through letters, but allow me to introduce myself. My name is Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Today, I wish to discuss the matter of Miss Harry Potter's admission to Hogwarts. Please, do come in. Aunt Petunia's stammering voice echoed, and soon an elderly gentleman strode into the Dursleys' living room. At that moment, Harry had already left the dining table, washed her hands, and stood upright in the parlor. Uncle Vernon, astonished, gaped in disbelief as he had not perceived how Harry had accomplished all of this. The old man entered the room, his gaze aligning perfectly with Harry's striking emerald eyes. Harry quickly assessed the newcomer, having heard the earlier self-introduction of this man named Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. The elderly gentleman was tall and slender, adorned with long silver hair and a beard that could easily be tucked into his belt. He wore a long robe, over which draped a floor-length purple cloak, and on his feet were silver boots fastened with buckles. Behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, a pair of bright blue eyes sparkled with vitality. The glasses seemed ill-fitted upon his nose, which appeared to have been broken at least twice. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the elderly man emanated an aura of profound danger. Harry's intuitive senses were ablaze with alarm. She dared to wager with her exquisite features that this venerable figure was at least a demigod, already straddling the threshold of mythical creatures. Upon seeing Harry's visage, the gentleman, Dumbledore, momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. It was originally intended for Hagrid to guide Harry, yet the admission book of Hogwarts had recorded Harry as Harry. Such a significant occurrence could not have escaped the notice of Headmaster Dumbledore, prompting him to carve out time from his busy schedule to make this personal visit. Although he had anticipated this meeting, witnessing the young Miss Harry Potter in person still left Dumbledore somewhat awestruck. Furthermore, he was taken aback by her beauty. Harry's features were already striking, but after consuming a witch's potion, she had become exceedingly refined, her allure and charm markedly enhanced. Most notably, Harry's appearance evoked memories of someone past, a departed soul. Dumbledore suddenly felt the inclination to converse with Professor Snape upon his return to avert any potential irrational actions. "Good day, Miss Potter," Dumbledore remarked, peering at Harry over the rims of his spectacles. "It is a pleasure to see you once more. The last time I beheld you, you were but an infant in swaddling clothes. Now, you have blossomed into a beautiful young lady." "Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry replied, gracefully curtsying as she lifted her skirt. The gesture was entirely natural. "No need to thank me, Miss Potter. I have come to extend an invitation for you to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "I am grateful to the principal for his attention and willingness to come personally. I am, of course, most eager to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." As she spoke, Harry gestured invitingly, asking him to take a seat and wait for a moment while she fetched some refreshments. "Would you prefer tea or something else?" Meanwhile, Aunt Petunia quickly slipped into the dining room, and the raucous sounds created by Dudley's rude eating habits soon faded away. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you very much, but that will not be necessary. We can resolve this matter quite swiftly." With that, Dumbledore settled onto the sofa. Harry smoothed her long skirt, brought her legs together, and gracefully took a seat. She occupied only a small portion of the sofa, her back naturally straight, her hands resting on her lap. Observing Harry's poised demeanor, Dumbledore's gaze sparkled with an enigmatic light as he began to speak. "The purpose of sending a teacher from Hogwarts to guide the new students is merely to reassure the Muggle guardians, who are unfamiliar with magic, about the existence of the extraordinary, thereby encouraging them to allow their children to attend Hogwarts. However, I believe Petunia must already be aware of magic. Thus, I have come today with two small matters. One is to accompany you in procuring the necessary supplies for your studies, and the other is to engage in a conversation with you, Miss Potter, as a gesture of concern from your headmaster." Chapter 4. The Game and Deception. The Psychological Duel of Masters and Witches. Harry's expression remained unchanged, yet she recalled the earlier letter. The moment she laid eyes on it, the salutation transformed from Mr. Harry Potter to Miss Harry Potter. This suggested that Hogwarts had indeed been monitoring her, or perhaps that letter bore a unique transcendent power, akin to what one might call magic. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I sincerely appreciate your concern," Harry replied in a tone that balanced youthful innocence with politeness, adding, "I must remind you, however, that it is rather impolite to gaze so intently at a lovely lady." Dumbledore, intrigued, responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Potter. May I inquire if I may address you as Harry?" "Of course," Harry smiled in reply, subtly adjusting her hands to rest against her abdomen. In truth, she did so to discreetly make contact with the box containing the fragment of a soul. The gentleman before her, clearly possessing demigod-like strength, could potentially have abilities akin to those of the Dreamweaver, capable of reading her memories, which would be disastrous. Harry was aware of her unique experiences traversing worlds, a phenomenon likely rare enough to attract the interest of formidable beings like Amon and Mr. Mon. Therefore, Harry was resolute in ensuring that her secrets remained hidden from this world. Amon and Mr. Mon were powerful figures, beyond her ability to confront or prevent them from uncovering everything. However, the elderly gentleman before her appeared to possess abilities that likely ranged only between the third and fourth tiers, which afforded Harry a certain confidence in concealing her memories from him. The secret lay within the box, which contained fragmented remnants of a soul, fragments that were ensnared in a state of chaos and madness. Although much of her power was temporarily sealed, Harry could still compel these soul fragments to substitute for her in receiving another's memory probe through specific curses and dark magic, coupled with direct contact between her body and the box. Should the old man attempt to forcibly delve into her soul, it would undoubtedly prove to be a rather intriguing endeavor. Nonetheless, there existed a minor flaw in her plan. Yet Harry was willing to wager that this vulnerability would remain undiscovered. The nature of a witch is inherently mad, and this seemingly trivial gamble, which could potentially dictate matters of life and death, was one in which Harry held firm belief in her victory. With a delighted thought, a polite smile graced her lips. However, Dumbledore seemed disinclined to probe into Harry's memories. Instead, he engaged her in what felt like casual conversation. Harry, your acceptance into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is due to your innate talent. Both of your parents were students at our institution. Thus, your name has been automatically recorded on our roster since birth. Dumbledore, appearing nonchalant, began to share the school's background before gradually steering the conversation in a direction of his choosing. How fascinating. I would love to see with my own eyes the list that records our names automatically, Harry remarked, having donned white gloves upon entering the sitting room. At this moment, she gently covered her mouth with her gloved hand and chuckled softly. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Is it not marvelous? Every child with the requisite qualifications for our school has their name appear on that list without fail. Even more intriguing, Harry, did you know that the name that first graced the list was Mr. Harry Potter, rather than Miss Harry Potter? However, just this morning, the name has reverted to that of Miss Harry Potter. Dumbledore's keen gaze, akin to that of an eagle, scrutinized Harry through his crescent-shaped spectacles. What an interesting error. Would you not agree? Harry nodded in agreement. It is indeed quite fascinating that such an important magical object could exhibit such a trivial mistake. It certainly warrants some repair. Harry had discerned that there were undoubtedly individuals at Hogwarts monitoring her, or perhaps magic was observing her. Thus, under the condition of not exposing the secret of her previous traversals, she would need to employ a minor fabrication. It is said that beautiful girls are the most adept at lying, and so Harry had instinctively acquired this skill. Coupled with the linguistic capabilities bestowed upon her by the 8th-tier instigator, Harry excelled in the art of disguise, skillfully leading others astray through her words and actions. From the moment she encountered Dumbledore, Harry drew upon the etiquette she had acquired amidst the upper echelons of society in realms such as the Kingdom of Rune and the Kingdom of Feniport. Her adeptness in employing these manners was striking. Every motion seemed to embody elegance, as though it were woven into the very fabric of her being. After all, even the most powerful demigods or angels would likely struggle to fathom the truth of a situation. Who would conjecture that a child, having traversed worlds and spent countless years in another realm, would return to find that time in their original world remained unchanged? Thus, Harry's display of polished manners and impeccable demeanor became exceedingly misleading, particularly for the white-haired elder before her, who bore the countenance of a sage. It was perhaps such thinkers who were more susceptible to misdirection due to their contemplative nature. Indeed, Dumbledore found himself mulling over this conundrum from the moment Harry greeted him. To her every movement as she settled in, and even her gentle laughter muffled behind her hand, the girl's actions seemed effortlessly natural, as if she were truly just a girl. Her conduct exuded a blend of propriety and the vivacity unique to youth, as though she had rehearsed it innumerable times. Coupled with her spontaneous reactions and innocent gaze upon hearing his words, Dumbledore found it difficult to harbor any doubts. After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore recalled the peculiar detail from the Book of Admission regarding Harry's name being altered that very morning and shifted his line of inquiry. Having learned today that you are to attend Hogwarts to study magic, do you not feel a sense of joy? Is there not a feeling that you are somehow different from your usual self? Harry nodded, her voice imbued with exuberance as she replied, Indeed. I awoke exceptionally early today, much earlier than usual. Upon waking, I heard the mailbox chime, and then I received this letter. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of lightness, as if a burden had been lifted from my soul. Oh, Dumbledore inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. May I presume to ask you, Harry, what you mean by feeling significantly lighter, as though your soul had shed some encumbrance? Harry keenly perceived the gravity concealed within Dumbledore's gaze, and promptly deduced that this was valuable information, ripe for misdirection, while also seeking to extract further insights. Thus, she pondered briefly before responding, Headmaster Dumbledore, this all dates back to last night. I had a most terrifying nightmare. As she spoke, Harry furrowed her brow, her expression a tumult of anguish and fear. Her visage grew increasingly fearful, as if she instinctively recoiled from recalling the horrors of her dream. Dumbledore maintained his smile, while discreetly casting a calming charm. Harry sensed a soothing force akin to that of the audience's ability enveloping her spirit, prompting her to adjust her expression accordingly. Headmaster Dumbledore, she said, you may find it hard to believe, but last night I dreamed of a noseless man who wailed incessantly within my mind. Harry feigned deep concentration, yet ultimately, the cries faded away, and the noseless figure vanished into thin air. In his wake, he left behind a tumult of incomprehensible words, chaotic and disordered, causing me considerable distress. Among them, only one word barely formed, a term, Avada Kedavra. At the mention of this, Harry shivered slightly. However, this morning I felt considerably lighter, as if a part of my soul had dissipated. Chapter 5. The Misled Dumbledore. Everything Harry spoke was undeniably true. Upon discovering an extra fragment of soul within herself, she felt compelled to explore the situation further. Yet, at that moment, the fragment was rife with uncontrollable and frenzied will, allowing her only to perceive a face devoid of a nose, and that singular term, Avada Kedavra. Given Dumbledore's keen interest in the loss of his own soul, it seemed prudent to share this revelation with him. Nevertheless, Harry knew she must obscure certain details regarding the witch's sequence. Simultaneously, I sensed an influx of memories this morning, reminiscent of my life as a boy. In addition, I discovered some peculiar abilities emerging within me. As she spoke, Harry raised a finger, from which black flames erupted. Behold, Headmaster Dumbledore, she exclaimed, her tone brimming with uncontainable joy. Upon waking, I realized I could conjure and manipulate these black flames at will. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Dumbledore's face faded, replaced by a grave expression. In just a few brief sentences, Harry had ignited over 10 conjectures in his mind, some even relating to the secrets of Voldemort's immortality. Indeed, when Harry described the distinct, noseless visage, Dumbledore had all but confirmed her subject. And when she unleashed the black, enchanted flames, Dumbledore nearly drew his wand. After all, in Dumbledore's understanding, the realm of dark magic seemed to possess only the fiendfire curse. However, he quickly composed himself, recognizing that this was merely a unique form of magical flame, devoid of the singular malevolence associated with fiendfire. Of course, this flame appeared rather sinister, belonging to the realm of dark magic and exhibiting greater potency than ordinary flames. A most intriguing phenomenon indeed. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, deciding to prioritize his concern for young Harry before delving into these queries later. Regarding your dream, I cannot provide clarity at this moment. Upon my return, I shall consult a master of dream interpretation to elucidate its meaning from a magical perspective. As for your sudden ability to conjure black flames, I can only express that it is exceedingly unusual, truly remarkable. Some wizards are endowed with extraordinary talents, naturally capable of wielding certain forms of magic. Thus, your situation, while rare, is not unprecedented. As he spoke, Dumbledore rose from his seat and glanced at the clock on the wall. Time is of the essence. Allow me to escort you to procure your school supplies, Harry, and provide you with a glimpse into the magical realm. However, Professor Dumbledore, I have no money. Harry replied softly, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. You know my parents tragically perished, leaving me with little. I doubt my aunt and uncle would be willing to finance my magical education. I will certainly not spend even a penny to hire a troupe of illusionists to teach a monster. Absolutely not. Though Uncle Vernon was silenced by his wife's interruption, having huddled in the dining room, eavesdropping, he could not resist voicing his discontent at the prospect of spending money. However, his words were quickly stifled as his wife covered his mouth, fearing her impulsive husband might provoke the witch and old wizard outside, risking a transformation into a fairy tale toad. Nonetheless, Professor Dumbledore remained unperturbed, raising his voice slightly. Harry, your parents did leave you a modest inheritance, though it is accessible solely within the magical world and is deposited in a specific location therein. I shall elucidate all the details during our journey. As he spoke, Dumbledore extended his hand towards Harry. Miss Potter, may I have the honor of inviting you to explore the magical realm with me? Harry smiled, stepping back slightly before rising steadily. She then offered her gloved hand to Dumbledore, saying, Of course, Mr. Dumbledore. Then do hold on tightly, for I am about to employ magic to transport us to our destination, Dumbledore said with a smile, as their magical journey was about to commence. With that, he twirled Harry in place, and in a brilliant explosion of sound, they vanished from the living room. After a considerable pause, the bewildered Dursley family finally registered that Harry and Dumbledore had departed. Uncle Vernon, still gazing at the door through which Dudley had vanished, felt his anger rekindling. Yet Aunt Petunia remained composed, soothing her husband's ire while instructing Dudley to sit in the living room and watch television. Simultaneously, she resolved to prepare the guest room for Harry, as they would soon need to procure her personal belongings. Harry found herself enveloped in an inky darkness, besieged by intense pressure from all directions, rendering her breathless. It felt as though her chest was tightly constricted by an iron band, her eyes seemingly forced back into her head, and her eardrums pressed deep within her skull. Suddenly, that sensation dissipated. Harry gasped for air and opened her eyes, only to find she was no longer in the Dursleys' living room, but rather in an expansive chamber. On the wall nearby hung a sign inscribed with Apparition Room. The cacophony outside the room suggested it was indeed a tavern. Dumbledore had released his hold on Harry's hand and looked at her with concern. How do you feel? Are you all right? Harry shook her head. I just felt a bit unwell for a moment. Everything else is fine. Is this how wizards travel? Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. This is a method of travel within the wizarding world known as apparition. However, only those who have obtained specific qualifications may utilize this form of travel. Using this magic without passing the requisite examination incurs penalties from the Ministry of Magic, the official governing body of the magical community. Harry nodded. absorbing the information about the ministry and the long-distance transportation spell. This enchantment was remarkably clever, akin to the abilities of apprentices. Harry resolved to master this skill. Recalling the considerable cost she had paid as a former third-tier witch to vanquish a fourth-tier sorcerer, employing several enchanted artifacts in the process. This underscored the formidable nature and life-preserving potential of the apprentice path, making it imperative for her to acquire this ability. "Oh, right," Dumbledore said, gently tapping his head, as if a thought had suddenly struck him. He then drew his wand and waved it lightly in the air, conjuring a veiled wizard hat into his hand. "Harry, for certain special reasons, you may need to temporarily conceal your lovely visage." Dumbledore spoke kindly. "Of course, if you prefer not to cover your face, that is entirely your choice." Without hesitation, Harry accepted the wizard hat and placed it upon her head, discreetly ensuring it bore no curses before doing so. "I certainly don't mind, and I have already demonstrated my willingness." After donning the hat, she looked up at Dumbledore. "I trust that your wise actions are indeed well planned." Dumbledore chuckled and exited the room, striding towards the tavern's main hall, with Harry closely following. Chapter 6. The Potter Family Vault. Upon leaving the room, they indeed found themselves in a tavern. Although it was still before 10 in the morning, patrons in wizard robes had already begun to appear. Upon seeing Dumbledore, many stood up excitedly to greet him, and the owner rushed from behind the bar to invite him for a drink. However, Dumbledore shook his head and gestured to Harry. "I'm sorry, Tom. I have other matters to attend to today. I need to escort this young lady to procure her school supplies." The owner, having run the tavern for many years, was a shrewd individual. Dumbledore, as headmaster, held a position of great esteem and had not personally accompanied a student on a shopping expedition in quite some time. However, today he deliberately brought a young maiden to procure supplies, her visage veiled, indicating her extraordinary lineage. Perhaps she was none other than the illegitimate daughter of Dumbledore. After all, there had never been whispers in the magical realm regarding Dumbledore's romantic entanglements. Thus, old Tom merely nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and bid farewell before retreating behind the bar. Nevertheless, his gaze lingered curiously upon Dumbledore and Harry. Harry, of course, noticed old Tom's scrutiny, yet in the absence of any sign from Dumbledore, she felt compelled to remain silent. Dumbledore led Harry into a small courtyard encircled by walls, introducing her to their surroundings. "The establishment we just visited is known as the Leaky Cauldron, located near Charing Cross in London, flanked by a bookstore and a record shop. The bar is enchanted, rendering it invisible to muggles, those incapable of magic." After a brief pause, Dumbledore gestured toward a specific spot within the courtyard. "The street for wizards here is called Diagon Alley. Do you see that trash can? Count 3 bricks upward and 2 sideways, then give it 3 gentle taps with your wand, and you shall gain entry to Diagon Alley." With that, Dumbledore delicately tapped the brick, which trembled and swiftly parted, revealing a broad archway leading to a cobblestone path. Harry watched this spectacle with keen interest, pondering the methods through which such an effect could be achieved. After much reflection, she concluded that the apprentice route seemed most plausible. The spectator route, at higher levels, might allow for the application of specific mental influences to create such visual phenomena. "Let us proceed," Dumbledore softly urged. "There is much to attend to today." "Where shall we go first, Professor Dumbledore?" Harry inquired, her voice tinged with excitement and a hint of trepidation, perfectly embodying a child's emotion when encountering the unfamiliar realms of imagination. "Oh, we shall first visit Gringotts." Dumbledore indicated towards a towering white edifice looming above the surrounding shops. "In terms you might comprehend, it serves as a bank for muggles. Your parents' inheritance, encompassing the entirety of the Potter family's wealth, is securely stored within Gringotts vaults." Harry nodded, keeping pace with Dumbledore. Along the path to Gringotts, they passed numerous shops, many of which captivated Harry immensely. Among these, 3 establishments particularly drew her attention: a potion shop, a bookstore, and an owl emporium. The owls within the shop radiated vitality, and Harry found herself irresistibly drawn to them. At the entrance stood a suitably sized snowy owl, and Harry felt that such a pure white creature would be perfect for the art of puppet making. Only a touch of dark magic combined with a curse is required, generally. Any diligent witch can achieve this through careful study and repeated practice. However, Harry ultimately dismissed this notion, as it sounded inherently malevolent and would likely be unwelcome in any realm. Much like how few adore the witch, a symbol of evil and disaster, aside from the great Roselle. Thus, she resolved to refrain from engaging in actions that would evoke fear and disdain in many, especially since she remained unfamiliar with the depths of this world, and the prospect of being hunted for such wickedness was a risk she could not afford. Dumbledore escorted Harry to a grand bronze door, beside which stood a diminutive creature. According to Dumbledore, it was a goblin. After Dumbledore produced a key, the goblin bowed and inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, shall we take the item from Vault 713? "No, it is unnecessary," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "Someone will come for it in a few days." The goblin's face clearly displayed disappointment. As if burdened with a hot potato it could not rid itself of. A goblin led the two of them in its mode of transport to the Potter family's underground vault. As Harry disembarked from the small cart, she silently vowed to take as much gold as she could, hoping it would be a long time before she returned. The vault was filled with piles of gold coins, silver bars, and bronze coins, along with countless boxes of jewels. At the very back of the vault stood several large cabinets, intricately engraved and radiating magical energy. "Everything here belongs to you," Dumbledore remarked softly. "All of it is the property of the Potter family. Originally, your family had a shampoo production chain, but it was sold long ago, and the proceeds are all contained within." Harry lifted her veil slightly and leaned down to pick up a gold coin from the top of the pile. "This is a galleon," Dumbledore explained, also detailing the names of 2 other types of currency and the exchange rates among the 3. The coins bore unique magical properties, presumably to prevent counterfeiting. Upon seeing the coins, Harry's eyes widened. She had become painfully aware of her poverty. The life of a wild extraordinary was exceedingly costly. From acquiring potion recipes to sourcing rare materials scattered across distant lands, not to mention obtaining life-saving magical items. These financial burdens had left Harry perpetually destitute, often resorting to dubious means or engaging in lower-tier extraordinary endeavors. Setting the coin down, she pointed to the large cabinets at the back. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask what is contained within those cabinets?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Those cabinets can only be opened by the bloodline of the Potter family. However, I have heard your father, James, mention that it contains a portion of your family's collection of books, along with some rather perilous magical artifacts." Harry nodded, choosing not to disturb those tomes and items. Despite her overwhelming curiosity, Dumbledore conjured a leather pouch and a large wooden spoon, handing them to Harry. For her attire, a dress, made it somewhat inconvenient for her to bend or squat. Harry filled the pouch with a substantial amount of money, prompting Dumbledore to raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Harry, you must be prudent with this money. If you spend it all before you graduate and secure a job, it will be quite distressing." Yet, Harry immediately feigned a look of pitiful longing. "Professor, as you know, I have never had pocket money at the Dursleys. Thus I have never had the opportunity to purchase the books I wish to read. Therefore, I would like to take a bit more money to buy a few more books." At that moment, it seemed tears were poised to spill from the corners of her eyes. Dumbledore's heart softened, and he nodded. "Since it is for the purpose of reading, it is certainly permissible. After all, reading is a commendable pursuit." Subsequently, Dumbledore refrained from intervening in Harry's expenditure and instead strolled outside the vault. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the fact that Harry had selected a few exquisite rubies, tucking them into a small pocket within the lining of her dress. Chapter 7. The Wealth of a Wild Extraordinary Being. What transpires when a wild extraordinary being acquires wealth? This question has seldom been pondered, for it is exceedingly challenging for a wild extraordinary being to earn substantial sums safely without transgressing the law. At most, they can improve their living conditions marginally. Yet today, Harry truly experienced the joy of wealth, particularly after confirming that these wizarding coins possessed commendable purchasing power. Harry's first purchase was Hogwarts school uniform, for according to Dumbledore, after Madame Malkin took her measurements, it would take some time to craft the garments. In addition to the required school uniform, Harry ordered several sets of sturdier clothing, suitable for her studies in the arcane, especially after hearing Madame Malkin mention dragonhide garments. Harry was eager to acquire a set and explore the possibility of crafting them into magical items. After all, in Harry's original world, particularly in the northern continent, dragons existed solely in legend, and most extraordinary beings had never laid eyes on one. It was said that the mythical form of extraordinary beings, as described by spectators, was some sort of colossal dragon. However, Harry had never received particularly detailed information. Nonetheless, upon inquiring about the prices of the garments, Harry temporarily dismissed the idea. While purchasing clothing, Dumbledore chose to wait outside the shop, thus failing to witness Harry's spending prowess. However, on the following leg of their journey, Dumbledore bore witness to the unfolding scene. While procuring ordinary teaching supplies, in addition to cauldrons and brass scales, Harry also purchased several items that exuded an unmistakable aura of magic. Harry's curiosity regarding Dumbledore's explanation was piqued by the magical essence embedded within the celestial charts. In truth, she sought to explore the intricate construction of the wondrous artifacts that populated her world, all while discreetly employing her spiritual sight to probe into the nature of these magical items. Given that she was accompanied by a demigod, Harry was hesitant to utilize her abilities indiscriminately. At the Leaky Cauldron, beyond the essential textbooks, Harry procured a substantial collection of miscellaneous volumes, covering topics from the cultural, historical, and political facets of the magical realm to the intricate methods of brewing rare potions and the unique properties of obscure materials. Dumbledore felt a sense of relief, reassured that Harry had not deceived him. A considerable portion of her funds had been devoted to the acquisition of literature. However, Harry experienced a tinge of disappointment. She had yet to discover any combat-ready magical items or literature pertaining to their creation. Nevertheless, she did not believe that such artifacts were non-existent in the magical world. Rather, she deduced that the Ministry of Magic, in an effort to maintain stability, had restricted access to these perilous items. This realization left her discontented, particularly given that ordinary citizens in England were unencumbered by such restrictions. Yet, reflecting on the attitudes of the churches in the northern continent towards magical artifacts, Harry found some understanding. She speculated that clandestine markets might exist where such intriguing items could be procured, even if England lacked them. The vastness of the world surely held places where these treasures could be found. However, that was a concern for another time. After purchasing a beautiful snowy owl from Elop's Owl Emporium, Dumbledore reviewed Harry's list. Only one crucial item remained, her wand. As he spoke, he led her toward another direction. For a wizard, a wand is the most vital instrument. Without it, casting spells becomes exceedingly difficult. Certainly, there are formidable wizards capable of performing magic without a wand. Yet for young witches and wizards, possessing one is far more advantageous, as it significantly aids their spellcasting. They arrived at the final shop, which appeared dilapidated and small. The gilded sign above the door had begun to peel, and the display window showcased merely a single wand. The shop's exterior exuded an air of impending closure, fostering little anticipation for the items within. Yet, Harry wore a serious expression, for the shop emanated an extraordinary spiritual aura. Considering Dumbledore's assertion that the majority of wizards in this world required wands to wield magic, this establishment could be likened to an armory, specializing in combat-related magical artifacts. Thus, it was understandable that Harry felt this particular ambience. Upon entering, they were greeted by an elderly gentleman polishing a wand, with an empty box placed beside him. "Good afternoon, dear Albus, and this young lady," he greeted. "Good afternoon, Garrick. This is Miss Harry Potter," replied Dumbledore. Dumbledore greeted and introduced Harry, then turned to the elderly gentleman beside him. "Harry, this is Mr. Garrick Ollivander, the finest wand maker in Britain." "Good day, Mr. Ollivander," Harry said, offering a slight curtsy. "Hello," Ollivander replied, clearly taken aback, glancing at Dumbledore with a questioning gaze. However, Dumbledore remained silent, merely gesturing as if to suggest a look at the newspapers in a few days. Understanding the hint, Ollivander nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry, and began to discuss wands, starting with those once used by Harry's parents. Yet, it was evident that Harry was rather discerning. After attempting dozens of wands, none seemed particularly inclined to accept her. Even those that did appear to accept her seemed to do so out of admiration for her formidable presence. What a discerning young witch, Ollivander mused thoughtfully. "Try this one. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches. The phoenix feather in this wand comes from the same phoenix as that in another wand, which was sold to the infamous Dark Lord, the one who left you with that lightning-shaped scar. However, now, it seemed that the scar had vanished." Ollivander cast a glance at Harry's forehead, where the distinctive lightning scar had indeed disappeared. After the fragment of that dark soul was uncontrollably expelled by Harry, the scar, once deemed incurable by any potion, had become removable. Regrettably, this wand too did not seem to suit her, responding just as the others had, usable, yet lacking in vigor. Dumbledore observed this exchange with a contemplative expression. "Well, Miss Potter, I had anticipated this wand would be a fitting match for you, but it appears otherwise," Ollivander sighed. "Let us try again." "Mr. Ollivander," Harry interjected suddenly, "I believe my wand's core should perhaps be related to snakes." This assertion was not made lightly. It stemmed from her recollections of her mythological creature form, reminiscent of a gorgon with serpentine hair. Thus, Harry instinctively felt that a wand with a serpent core would resonate more harmoniously with her essence. Ollivander's eyes widened in surprise. "Using materials from serpentine creatures as a wand core? I seldom engage in such practices, though wand makers across the Americas tend to favor it. Nonetheless, it is indeed worth a try, as it is your intuition, is it not? I recall having a few wands crafted with the nerves of serpentine creatures as cores." As he spoke, Ollivander began rummaging through his collection of wands, ultimately retrieving a dusty box. He gently brushed off the dust and opened it, revealing an elongated wand. "This was crafted by my grandfather," Ollivander explained, caressing the wand. At that time, he sought to replicate the wands of the four founders, always mimicking their materials in his creations. However, after completing a batch of wands, he ventured out for a drink to unwind, only to succumb to madness. "Madness?" Harry inquired with perplexity, as a look of intrigue graced Dumbledore's face, for he had never heard Ollivander speak of his grandfather's history. "Indeed, madness," Ollivander whispered, "but St. Mungo's hospital diagnosed him with mental distress following an intense period of work, compounded by excessive drinking. The wand I hold in my hand is one from his final batch. The last wand to feature a serpent's nerve as its core. However, I am uncertain of the specific type of serpent. as this box lacks any indication of the core's origin or variety. As he spoke, Ollivander handed the wand to Harry. Give it a try. A serpentwood wand, with a core made from some kind of serpent's nerve, measuring 12 inches. My grandfather's last batch of wands was exceptionally powerful. I dare say this one is no exception. Chapter 8. The wand aligned with the witch's path. Harry accepted the wand, which immediately emanated a radiant glow. Oh, splendid! Ollivander exclaimed. You are indeed suited to this wand. One with a serpent core chosen by your intuition. Truly remarkable. I must document this for future research. As he spoke, Ollivander waved his wand, summoning a hefty notebook and a quill from the depths of the room. He flipped to a later page and began to jot down notes with great urgency. After a considerable time, Ollivander recalled his guest and raised his gaze. Thank you immensely, Miss Potter. You have provided me with an entirely new perspective, allowing wizards to select cores that resonate with their instincts. I have always believed that wands choose wizards, but why shouldn't wizards choose their wands as well? Harry ultimately purchased the wand for 7 galleons, and in addition, received a set of wand care tools as a gift from Ollivander. On her way out, she gazed at her wand, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Dumbledore, who had remained quiet throughout their time in the shop, finally spoke. Harry, you must take great care of your wand. Wands and owls are a wizard's finest companions, so it is imperative to cherish them. Particularly, be cautious not to admire your new wand while walking, lest you collide with a tree and break it. Harry nodded sheepishly, carefully stowing the wand away. By midday, after Madame Malkin agreed to send the unfinished garments directly to Harry's home, she provided her address and politely declined Dumbledore's suggestion for them to share a meal. Dumbledore did not press further, escorting Harry back to the Dursleys' residence and handing her the train ticket to Hogwarts before taking his leave. As Dumbledore departed from the Dursleys' living room, and the Dursley family also ventured out, seemingly not intending to return until nightfall, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. She casually discarded her purchased belongings onto the empty space in the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. Fortunately, the final flaw in her meticulously crafted plan had been successfully navigated. Harry had initially intended to feign ignorance, employing her adept acting skills to conceal the secrets of her witchcraft. In essence, she resolved to deny everything to the bitter end. However, this posed a dilemma, as she was uncertain whether she was being surveilled or if the Dursleys would inadvertently divulge information. Nevertheless, the execution of her plan surpassed her expectations. Dumbledore displayed considerable interest in the nightmares Harry had described and seemed to possess some knowledge regarding the fragment of a soul. Thus, by shattering that fragment, she acquired a memory to serve as a guise, successfully misleading Dumbledore. All that remained was to seal the Dursleys' memories from the morning with a simple curse. Reflecting on her strategy, Harry retrieved her wand and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Upon grasping the wand, she felt an inexplicable connection, as though it were an extension of her very being. Not only did it resonate with her identity as a witch in this world, but if regarded as a magical artifact, it also harmonized splendidly with her witchly path. Consequently, Harry entertained various speculations regarding the wand's core, even hypothesizing that it might originate from the nerve of a demigod's colossal serpent. After all, the mythical form associated with the witching lineage is that of a woman with serpentine hair, reminiscent of the legendary Medusa. Of course, this remained merely a figment of Harry's imagination, as magical artifacts crafted from the materials of demigods are exceedingly rare. Regardless, this wand was undeniably compatible with her, proving sufficient for the time being. Rising from the sofa, Harry commenced her studies in the living room. The white snowy owl, whom she named Hedwig, perched quietly upon her shoulder. Owls possess remarkable intuition. Prior to naming Hedwig, when Harry merely wished to embrace it, the owl had exhibited aloofness, pecking at her and inciting a fleeting thought of transforming it into a puppet. However, the moment that notion crossed Harry's mind, the previously restless snowy owl sensed the impending danger, instantly settling down and allowing Harry to stroke it for an extended period. Subsequently, when Harry casually flipped open her History of Magic textbook and selected the first name she encountered for the owl, it displayed no signs of resistance. This endearing adaptability and understanding of boundaries endeared Harry to the bird, especially in contrast to certain nobles who, when faced with formidable extraordinary beings, remained arrogantly defiant. Some fools even hoarded provisions during the war, unwilling to sell food at fair prices to the common folk. Such imbeciles were hardly worthy of lamentation. Upon Dumbledore's return to Hogwarts, he did not enjoy the same leisurely demeanor as Harry. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were present in the headmaster's office. McGonagall appeared rather unwell, while Snape exhibited a peculiar excitement, pacing back and forth. Upon witnessing Dumbledore emerge from the fireplace, Snape eagerly approached, though he feigned indifference. "Headmaster, the child is unharmed, I trust?" he inquired. However, Dumbledore interrupted him, saying, "Severus, kindly step outside. I need to have a private conversation with Professor McGonagall." "Why must I leave?" Snape retorted. "You know that I..." Yet, before he could finish, Dumbledore cut him off. I apologize, Severus. Some matters are not meant for too many years. It was evident that Dumbledore was not in the best of spirits, leading him to speak bluntly. Snape, though reluctant, met Dumbledore's gaze for a moment before ultimately deciding to exit the office. Once Snape had departed, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. Minerva, I have encountered the child. What is the situation? Has Harry truly transformed into a girl? McGonagall asked anxiously. Dumbledore nodded and began recounting his experience upon meeting Harry. Continuing through to the moment he returned her home. He supplemented his narrative with various analyses, informing McGonagall that he had employed numerous spells for verification, confirming that it was indeed Harry. But that cannot be, McGonagall said, her expression fraught with concern. Even if it were Polyjuice Potion, she should at least be able to revert. Moreover, her name should not have changed. Yet now, even the name on the acceptance letter has been altered. Indeed, I have formulated some hypotheses regarding this matter, Dumbledore replied, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Harry disclosed something to me. He then detailed how Harry had encountered Voldemort's visage within her nightmares and the sensation of something shattering. They engaged in extensive analysis and discussion, ultimately conceding that the information at hand was far too scant to ascertain the precise nature of the situation. Nevertheless, they reached a consensus. Over the years, no wizard had seen Harry, with the sole exception being Mrs. Fig, who bore no records within the magical community. Therefore, should Dumbledore announce that the initial misrepresentation of Harry's gender was a deliberate measure to protect her from other dark wizards, everything would be explicable. After McGonagall had departed, Dumbledore specifically summoned Snape, cautioning him repeatedly to exercise restraint. 2 days following Dumbledore's journey to Diagon Alley with Harry, a sensational article in the Daily Prophet captured the attention of the entire wizarding world. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, was, in fact, a girl. Chapter 9, The Witch's Clairvoyance. In the remaining month, Harry experienced a profound sense of joy. Upon her arrival home one day, she found the Dursleys absent, as they had ventured out to procure essential supplies for her. That evening, she settled into the guest room of the Dursley residence, which Aunt Petunia had thoroughly cleaned and redecorated. Uncle Vernon begrudgingly handed Harry a sum of money, granting her permission to purchase new clothing and other desired items, on the condition that she remain confined to her room for the duration leading up to her school term and refrain from summoning the peculiar black flames. Harry was not averse to this arrangement. After all, even if she were to conjure the black flames, Uncle Vernon could do little to deter her. Moreover, she had no inclination to linger in the Dursleys' company. In truth, Harry devoted the majority of her time to reading. During her time in hiding, she frequently immersed herself in literature, particularly books accessible to ordinary individuals that introduced various kingdoms. Given her near-constant state of wandering, it was essential for her to grasp the political, cultural, and social nuances of these realms. Now, she adeptly delved into the intricacies of the magical world, beginning a meticulous study of a history of magic. While these texts may seem tedious, the knowledge they contained was of paramount importance. Notably, a work penned by the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, titled From Prefect to Minister, proved exceptionally beneficial for Harry. Despite being rife with the author's self-aggrandizement, the insights offered by the serving Minister of Magic were largely of considerable value, providing her with a wealth of useful information, particularly regarding the Ministry of Magic's structure and political framework. In addition to these miscellaneous tomes, the textbooks mandated by Hogwarts also greatly enriched Harry's understanding. Through these readings, she gained a general comprehension of the magical system, which diverged significantly from the sequential pathway. The sequential pathway necessitated the consumption of specific potions to acquire corresponding abilities or to gain safer access to esoteric knowledge. However, anyone could partake in sequential potions, presenting an opportunity to become extraordinary. Even those lacking extraordinary status could engage with and utilize certain esoteric knowledge, albeit with uncertain safety. It could be said that in that world, nearly everyone possessed the potential, yet the total quantity of extraordinary power was finite. Conversely, in this world, extraordinary power was boundless. Yet only those deemed qualified could wield its magic. Those without such qualifications, despite their exposure to magic, would be powerless to utilize it. Furthermore, based on existing knowledge, magic appeared to be safer than the sequential pathway. At least, barring reckless behavior, one would not face fatal consequences. Embarking on the sequential pathway, however, was invariably accompanied by the specter of chaos and madness. Certain pathways require utmost caution from their inception. A single misstep could lead one to the depths of despair. According to the information obtained by Hallie regarding the long-established secret sorcerer she vanquished, it is evident that the higher the sequence, the more susceptible one becomes to madness. Thus, embarking on an extraordinary path necessitates a lifelong battle against insanity. Conversely, magic appears to be devoid of such concerns, boasting structured academies and textbooks accessible to every wizard, with nary a mention of madness or loss of control. While it remains uncertain whether highly skilled wizards encounter such predicaments, it is at least safe to assert that ordinary wizards are unlikely to face them. What captivates Hallie the most is undoubtedly the study of potions. As a wild, extraordinary being, she has personally concocted nearly every potion of her sequence, particularly at the demigod level, exemplified by the Despair Witch and the Eternal Witch. Even the witch cult cannot possibly stock ready-made potions. Mastering the art of crafting suitable elixirs from available materials has always been a fundamental requirement for extraordinary beings, with the exception of those brutish practitioners of the physical arts. Furthermore, Hallie must find potions that align with her current circumstances to restore her strength, elevating the significance of potion making to an even greater extent. The Dursley family has been enduring a rather unpleasant period, as a witch resides above them. Although Hallie seldom leaves her room, only occasionally venturing to a nearby Chinese herbal shop for supplies or allowing her owl to stretch its wings. The peculiar sounds emanating from her room are undoubtedly disconcerting, particularly for a family as rigid as the Dursleys, who would prefer to avoid gossip. Thus, when Hallie finally announced her intention to depart the following day and requested Uncle Vernon's assistance in reaching King's Cross Station, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had initially intended to offer some sarcastic retort about why a wizard would use a mundane train such as his. However, upon witnessing the sudden eruption of black flames from Hallie's hair, Uncle Vernon swallowed his words. Hallie nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Uncle Vernon's sense of propriety. The following day, Hallie rose early. Her belongings were crammed into several large suitcases, encompassing everything from various magical tomes to the exquisite dresses and skincare products she had acquired. In terms of skincare, Hallie believed that wizards could never rival the expertise of ordinary individuals, as she had not encountered any beauty potions in magical publications. Uncle Vernon's driving was alarmingly swift, as he endeavored to escape the presence of the witch in the vehicle. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, he assisted Hallie in unloading her luggage and uttered a brief farewell before hastily departing. Judging by Uncle Vernon's demeanor, his intended words were likely not farewell, but rather never again. Hallie paid him no mind, placing her luggage onto the cart and making her way toward platforms 9 and 10. Since the ticket provided by Dumbledore indicated platform 9 3/4, it must undoubtedly be a station exclusively for wizards, akin to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore did not instruct Harry on how to reach platform 9 3/4, yet Harry possessed the means to seek it out. Gently pinching her left earlobe, she activated her magical sight. The witch's vision, unlike that of diviners or seers, was not potent enough for prophecy or to discern the forms of mythical creatures. When employed by a witch, this vision could only serve to discern the emotions of others and perceive the ethereal beings of the spirit realm. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to observe the world reflected in mirrors, even allowing her to glimpse into the realm beyond another reflective surface, proving to be an exceptional tool for gathering intelligence. However, with inanimate objects, a witch's sight could still faintly detect the remnants of their spirit. For instance, Harry once peered into the egg of an agate peacock with her magical sight, witnessing a brilliance akin to that of stars. According to the witch who had concocted potions for Harry, this radiance emanated from the lingering essence of extraordinary species materials, marking it as one of the crucial elements for successful potion making. Now, Harry was prepared to seek the entrance to the station through the strength of spirit, or rather, the intensity of magic. Chapter 10, Spirit and Magic. While en route to Diagon Alley, Harry refrained from using her vision, as she was accompanied by a semi-divine presence. However, that evening, after Dumbledore's departure, she employed her sight to examine all the items she had purchased, excluding the wand. To her astonishment, she discovered that her magical sight could also assess the strength of the magical essence embedded within enchanted items. Several high-priced objects, reputed to be exceedingly difficult to craft, radiated a strong luminescence when her sight was activated, indicating a substantial residual magical power. This magical glow bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal light she had previously encountered, almost indistinguishable. Conversely, the trinkets of lesser value emitted a much dimmer sheen, while the belongings of the Dursleys were virtually devoid of any luminosity. Now, as she activated her sight, Harry initially sought merely to locate the entrance. However, she clearly discerned several individuals in the crowd emanating a radiant essence. These individuals were pushing luggage carts toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which itself shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Watching them pass through the barrier, Harry inhaled deeply and, with determination, pushed her cart and stepped through the wall. As she crossed, she felt an inexplicable force enveloping her, seemingly verifying her identity. On the other side of the wall lay another platform, adorned with a sign indicating platform 9 3/4, beside which stood a deep crimson steam locomotive. The locomotive evoked in Harley a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the Kingdom of Ruin, for none of the other trains at King's Cross bore such antiquity. Meanwhile, a number of individuals who had traversed the wall before her were busily validating their tickets as they boarded. Harley gently pinched her earlobe, closed her spiritual sight, and proceeded to push her cart forward. Upon boarding the train, She made her way to the rear of the carriage, seeking an empty compartment devoid of company. It was not that Harley shunned social interaction. Rather, she found herself in need of solitude to unravel some perplexing information. This marked her inaugural use of spiritual sight to observe other sorcerers. Previously, she had employed this ability to scrutinize herself, yet observed no radiance of magical power or ethereal essence emanating from her being. Instead, she perceived her own aura, vibrant and harmonious in its colors, indicative of robust health. However, just moments ago, she discerned that the other sorcerers were enveloped in a luminous spiritual glow akin to that of enchanted artifacts, some a cerulean reminiscent of the sky, others a fiery crimson, as if ablaze. This revelation was indeed intriguing. Despite the prowess in spiritual sight, it was impossible to identify the extraordinary simply through this lens. Had it been feasible, the Order would have long captured every wild extraordinary being. Yet, Harley could perceive the resplendent brilliance within the bodies of other sorcerers, reminiscent of the lingering spiritual light found within extraordinary materials. This connection sparked a memory. She had once been hailed as a prodigy within the witch cult. While others rapidly depleted their spiritual energy upon first awakening their sight, often facing a deficit during battles, Harley seemed exempt from such woes. The multitude of abilities inherent to the witch's path demanded considerable spiritual resources, rendering a lack of energy a common plight. In contrast, Harley possessed an abundance of spiritual essence, seemingly inexhaustible. Take, for instance, the foundational ability of the 7th rank witch to summon black flames. She could sustain this manifestation ceaselessly, her endurance surpassing that of her peers by tenfold. While other witches gasped for breath after a skirmish, depleted of their spiritual reserves, Harley effortlessly alternated between black flames and frost, ultimately concealing herself through invisibility or employing mirror exchange. Contemplating these revelations, Harley absently twirled a lock of hair by her ear as she pondered the nature of magical power. Could it be that magic and spiritual essence were one and the same? Yet, why was her spiritual sight incapable of discerning the extraordinary? Yet adept at identifying the sorcerers of this realm? Could it be that magic is simply spiritual essence? She mused. But the scant information left her unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Nonetheless, she opted to document this insight in a small notebook she carried, inscribing it in the script of the Kingdom of Ruin to ensure that none could decipher her innermost secrets. Subsequently, Harley withdrew a book to immerse herself in its pages. Although consuming the witch's potion bestows a myriad of abilities, most rituals and spells still require personal study, with a distinct advantage when delving into certain specific aspects. Thus, Harry has cultivated a habit of comprehensively absorbing knowledge of the arcane, welcoming insights from all realms of wisdom. She has even acquired a few techniques in the art of divination, renowned for its impressive success rate among witches. Albeit her own proficiency during Sequence 7 pales in comparison to that of a Sequence 9 diviner. After all, she is but a solitary wanderer, lacking numerous allies, and the witch's path is often frowned upon by many factions. During the holiday, Harry nearly completed her reading of 1,000 marvelous herbs and fungi, committing their properties to memory. Notably, many herbal names differ from those on the northern continent, yet their effects remain strikingly similar, with some even bearing a close resemblance. For instance, a material called crystalline sunflower serves as the principal ingredient in the Sequence 9 potion of the Eternal Radiant Church's solar path. Harry discovered a herb named blazing sunflower in 1,000 marvelous herbs and fungi, which appears quite similar and seems to yield comparable effects. Numerous other materials exhibit the same phenomenon, different names, yet identical or nearly identical effects. This realization fills Harry with anticipation. Many potions she once learned to concoct may find their counterparts here, significantly enhancing her hopes of breaking the seals upon her. As the train commenced its journey, the sliding door to Harry's compartment opened with a sound of rolling wheels. Instinctively, she straightened her back, gently resting her book upon her lap. A smile graced her lips, yet a hint of displeasure lingered in her heart. Why must someone be so discourteous as to pull the door open without even a knock? They seem to be cut from the same cloth as the common folk of the northern continent. Is it only the nobles within the kingdom who understand the essence of decorum? At that moment, a red-haired boy entered the compartment, dragging his luggage behind him. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with the sight of a dark-haired lady in a flowing white dress, quietly gazing at him with a book spread across her lap. The boy abruptly forgot his intended words, recalling his earlier rudeness, and stood awkwardly in place. Is there something you need? Harry inquired, noting the boy's prolonged silence as he simply stared at her, which stirred her annoyance. Had she once appeared this foolish? The thought alone was dreadful. Why you? Hello, I am Ron Weasley, the boy stammered. I merely wish to ask if there is anyone else here. All other places are full, and I could not find a seat. Harry shook her head. Mr. Weasley, there is no one else here. You may remain, provided you do not create too much noise. With that, she returned her attention to her textbook. Ron's face flushed a deep crimson as he quietly stowed his luggage on the compartment shelf, appearing utterly at a loss as to what to do next. Chapter 11. Magical Foods. The compartment was enveloped in a profound silence, with Harry engrossed in her textbook on defense against the dark arts. Given the unavailability of books on dark magic, Harry resorted to reading about its defense, attempting to glean insights into the dark arts of this world. This serene atmosphere left Ron, seated opposite Harry, feeling quite uncomfortable. Harry's focused reading made it difficult for him to initiate a conversation. Yet, Ron was reluctant to emulate Harry by picking up a book himself. Influenced by several of his brothers, he harbored no interest in reading. And he didn't want his tattered second-hand books to tarnish the impression the girl across from him might have of him. Thus, he could only awkwardly gaze out at the fields and pastures, silently wishing for the train to reach the school swiftly. Fortunately, around 12:45, a series of crisp sounds echoed down the aisle, followed by someone pulling open the compartment door. "Dear, would you care to purchase some refreshments?" a smiling woman inquired. Harry found herself perplexed, wondering why many individuals seemed unable to grasp the simple etiquette of knocking before entering a room. Wasn't he that a fundamental courtesy? Nevertheless, she politely lifted her head, preparing to decline. Based on her experience, food sold on trains across any kingdom rarely offered good value. However, upon catching sight of the peculiar assortment of snacks available, her curiosity piqued, and she inquired, "Excuse me, what kind of food do you have?" "Oh dear, there is quite a variety. For instance, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs." The woman rattled off a list of names that Harry had never encountered before. "Child, are you a muggle? If so, I recommend trying Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs, as they are the quintessential magical snacks available on the train." Magical foods? Harry pondered this term, feeling a surge of curiosity. Could extraordinary powers be manifest in food? Did consuming such treats enhance one's magical abilities? Or was it something else entirely? "Madam, I'll take one of each, please," Harry said, reaching into her bag to retrieve her wallet. After exchanging 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts, Harry acquired a substantial collection of snacks. The saleswoman kindly provided a bag to facilitate her carrying them, as it would be rather unbecoming for such a lovely young lady to bear an armful of sweets. Subsequently, the saleswoman turned her gaze toward Ron, who was blushing profusely, shaking his head while muttering that he had his own food. Harry was the first to reach for a snack labeled as a chocolate frog, gently tucking her hair behind her ear while discreetly pinching her earlobe. Upon unwrapping the packaging, a frog suddenly leaped out. Fortunately, Harry's quick reflexes allowed her to grasp it firmly. Observing the struggling chocolate frog, she wore a contemplative expression and resolved to employ a mystical ritual. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she revealed a wand that had slipped from her sleeve. This wand, however, was not procured from a wand shop. Rather, Harry had sourced some herbs and wood through an owl from an apothecary. After executing a simple ritual, the wood transformed into a special wand, capable of augmenting a witch's powers for grander ceremonies or serving as a protective substitute to ensure her safety. She pointed the wand at the chocolate frog, simultaneously retrieving several vials from a small pocket and dripping a few drops of liquid onto the wand. Ron, watching Harry's fluid motions, couldn't help but gape in awe. As the ritual progressed, a look of delight illuminated Harry's eyes, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The vendor had referred to these treats as magical foods, piquing Harry's curiosity. Did these edibles harbor extraordinary power? Upon activating her clairvoyance, Harry indeed discerned a faint aura emanating from the chocolate frog. Though minimal, it undeniably possessed magical essence. Upon noticing the chocolate frog attempting to flee, Harry initiated a straightforward ritual. Although she could not ascertain precisely how this chocolate frog had been crafted or why it contained magic, she sensed its powers were linked to either the maternal or lunar pathways, and even more advanced than that. She had never heard of any extraordinary individuals from these two sequences offering special foods for sale. They typically cultivated rare herbs and concocted unique potions instead. This only heightened Harry's anticipation for magic. Initially, Harry had intended to find a means to restore her strength and then depart from Hogwarts to seek possibilities for ascending to the second sequence. After all, the ageless witch's lifespan was boundless, so Harry naturally sought to establish some goals for herself. Without any faith, she felt no obligation to devote her life to the primordial sorceress. However, now she began to plan to complete her 7 years of education before infiltrating other magical schools to explore. With such a rich magical system, was it not more promising than a mere sequence? Having mapped out her future, Harry began to savor her delectable treat. Beside her, Ron eyed her with envy, swallowing hard while clutching a bulging paper box. It seemed that this Mr. Weasley had limited pocket money, possibly due to a modest family background or strict upbringing that allowed for no allowances. Harry quickly formed this judgment in her mind. Yet, Ron soon ceased to gaze at her, instead quietly consuming his sandwich. This improved Harry's perception of him somewhat. At least he wasn't entirely lacking in manners. Despite her initial unfavorable impression of him, his subsequent actions somewhat redeemed his image in Harry's eyes. Simultaneously, Harry felt compelled to maintain a favorable demeanor, lest the demigod-like creature continue its covert observations of her. If that old man shares the same nefarious traits as deceitful mentors or parasites, such occurrences are likely to transpire. Thus, Harry resolved to share a portion of her food, hoping to exchange it for some intelligence. "Would you like a bit?" she inquired, lifting a slice of pumpkin pie after swallowing the last morsel of chocolate frog. "No, thank you," Ron stammered, raising the sandwich his mother had prepared for him. A corned beef sandwich, which he admitted he was not particularly fond of. "Don't be shy," Harry smiled gently, noticing his aversion. "I happen to purchase quite an abundance of snacks, and I certainly cannot consume them all. So do partake. In return, you could enlighten me about the customs of the magical realm, considering I am currently residing in a muggle household." As she spoke, Harry extended the pie towards Ron. Ron hesitated for a moment, gazing at the delicate hand holding the pumpkin pie, but ultimately accepted it. Grateful, Ron began to share tidbits about life in the magical world, such as the cards within chocolate frogs and the peculiar flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Regrettably, Ron's thoughts meandered without structure, necessitating Harry to continually prompt him with guiding questions. After an extensive discussion, Ron found himself parched. As he sipped on pumpkin juice, a sudden realization struck him. "In all this time, I haven't even asked for your name." Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having formed an unfavorable initial impression of this boy, she had forgotten to introduce herself. A look of apology crossed her face as she slightly inclined her head. "I am truly sorry for neglecting to mention my name. I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ron Weasley." Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Harry Potter, the girl who survived?" he blurted out. The papers were indeed correct. "You are a girl, and you are starting this year. My mother thought the Daily Prophet was fabricating stories again. But why do I not see the lightning-shaped scar on your forehead?" "Indeed, that is I," Harry nodded, her expression shifting to one of slight displeasure. "As for that scar, it has been removed by a certain potion, as it was rather unsightly." It was evident that Ron had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. However, faced with a girl, he found himself unable to voice them. Noticing Ron's silence, Harry resumed munching on the every flavor beans, which she relished for their diverse flavors. Hedwig returned from the window of the train, nudging Harry with her head, eagerly seeking food. Before departing from the Dursleys, Harry had decided to let Hedwig out, considering that bringing an owl into the station would attract undue attention. This perceptive bird had spent the morning playing outside, finally remembering to return to her owner for a meal. After all, the exquisite nuts that Harry fed to Hedwig were selflessly provided by Dobby, and such delightful delicacies are rarely found in the wild. Ron gazed enviously at Hedwig. The Weasley family could scarcely afford an additional owl, so Ron was left with an old rat discarded by one of his brothers. He contemplated removing the rat from his pocket, but remembering that girls generally detest rodents, he resigned to allowing his speckled companion to remain nestled within his pocket. Once they had relished their lunch, Harry intended to continue her reading, but a knock echoed at the compartment door. "Come in," Harry called out, her voice slightly elevated, mentally commending the visitor for their manners. After all, knocking before entering is surely one of the most fundamental aspects of good upbringing. A round-faced boy gently opened the door and stepped inside. His eyes were red and swollen, streaked with unwashed tears, clearly having just emerged from a bout of weeping. "I'm so sorry," the boy stammered upon seeing Harry, appearing somewhat nervous. "I wanted to ask if you've seen my toad. It's just an ordinary-looking toad." "I haven't seen it," Harry replied, shaking her head, while Ron emphatically did the same. The boy burst into tears again. "I'm so sorry for bothering you. I've lost it again." With that, he dashed out, but not before gently pulling the door shut behind him. The door met the frame without a sound, leaving Harry with a tinge of regret. Such a well-mannered individual made a favorable impression. Were it within her power, Harry would have gladly offered assistance. Unfortunately, the potions of a witch did not bestow upon her the gift of divination. Although Harry could attempt to learn, her chances of success were rather disheartening. As Harry lowered her gaze, the compartment door was abruptly flung open, the new arrival's entrance marked by a forceful movement. The sliding door slammed against the frame with a thud. Is this ever going to end? Such roughness. Anger bubbled within Harry. Yet she stifled her irritation and looked up at the doorway. A little girl clad in Hogwarts uniform was speaking to the earlier round-faced boy. "Neville, be a bit braver." Their quick response clearly indicates they are merely brushing you off, and Haven T genuinely searched. "Watch me, I'll help you seek justice." With that, the girl turned her gaze towards the compartment. Her prominent front teeth and unruly brown hair immediately caught Harry's attention. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville has lost a toad," the girl declared, hands on her hips. "Don't be dismissive. Please take your classmate's predicament to heart. We've already told him we haven't seen it," Ron retorted, his tone less than pleasant. However, the girl paid him no mind, continuing to scan the compartment, seemingly intent on not leaving until it had been thoroughly searched. Harry chose to ignore the girl, returning to her book after casting a brief glance in her direction. There was no need to offer cordiality to such an arrogant and rude individual. Then why don't you rise and confirm the matter? The young girl maintained an air of indifference as she gazed at Harry. Your apathy and casual demeanor make it exceedingly difficult for me to believe. Harry was momentarily taken aback by Hermione's tone. Was this girl truly an arbiter? No, the arbiters of Sequence 9 lack such confidence, at the very least. They must possess a valid argument to speak thus. This could only be the demeanor of an interrogator from Sequence 7, exhibiting such audacity in requesting assistance as though it were a matter of course. Helping is a matter of goodwill, whereas not assisting is simply one's duty. Can one truly coerce another into action? Just as Harry was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. Two tall, robust boys suddenly appeared, shoving the round-faced boy named Neville aside, forcing Hermione into the booth as well. In the ensuing chaos, a pale, blonde boy emerged between them. Red-haired Weasley. You must be Ron Weasley, the boy assessed Ron with a haughty tone. Your entire family exudes the same disgusting stench. Draco Malfoy, what brings you here? Ron immediately rose to his feet. He had intended to unleash a torrent of invective, but the presence of the renowned Harry in the booth tempered his words considerably. I am merely in search of Harry Potter, and fortuitously, I find you here befriending the fool from the Longbottom family, alongside a muggle-born individual. Malfoy cast a derisive glance at Harry's dress, letting out a mocking laugh. The Weasleys can only associate with such company, seeking a semblance of superiority. After all, your family is notoriously impoverished, yet still better off than muggles. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Ron's expression shifted from shock to a peculiar blend of anger and mockery. His anger stemmed from Malfoy's insult towards his family, while the mockery arose from the realization that the very Harry Malfoy sought was seated within the booth. So, Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire what business you have with me? Harry inquired, a practiced smile on her face, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. By the way, I am indeed the Harry Potter you seek. Oh, you are Harry Potter? The girl who miraculously survived? When my father recounted this tale, I thought he was jesting. Malfoy retained his condescending tone, yet his gaze shifted towards Harry. You ought not to be clad in such ridiculous muggle attire, nor associating with such unsavory individuals. He cast a disdainful glance at Ron, shaking his head. You should befriend aristocrats like myself, for even among families of wizards, there exists a hierarchy. Those of our noble lineage occupy the upper echelons of wizardry. Harry struggled to maintain her smile, while Ron and Neville could still be categorized as normal. What could account for Hermione and Malfoy's unshakable confidence? Chapter 13, Justifiable Defense. Had she still been in that former world, Harry would have long since transformed Malfoy into an ice sculpture. One wonders if the witches are so petty, continuing to provoke recklessly. However, considering her current circumstances, Harry resolved to initially resort to verbal persuasion. Should the adversary strike first, she would be justified in her self-defense. Yet, before Harry could utter a word, Hermione, who had been pushed aside, seized the opportunity to speak. You claim to be a noble? What era are we in, where equality reigns? Yet you still promote the superiority of nobility? Even the greatest queens have long relinquished their power. Most nobles have fallen into decline. Though Hermione's sentiments were not entirely comprehensible to Malfoy, he could still surmise that this girl hailed from a muggle background and expressed disdain toward the aristocracy. That merely signifies your limited perspective. Malfoy retorted scornfully. We are not the sort of nobles you envision among muggles. We belong to pureblood families of the esteemed magical realm, with a lineage steeped in history. Apart from fools like Longbottom and traitors such as the Weasleys, the rest of us are born noble. As he spoke, Malfoy disdainfully scrutinized Hermione. Of course, Miss Otter, I do not expect your dim-witted mind to grasp my meaning. After all, our levels differ vastly. It took a moment for Hermione to comprehend the implication behind Otter, and she trembled with indignation. I am Hermione Granger, not some otter. Whatever, Malfoy shrugged. What does your name matter to me? I have no desire to familiarize myself with it. Judging by your prominent front teeth and disheveled hair, the name Otter suits your appearance quite well. The two burly boys beside him erupted in laughter, appearing somewhat foolish. Harry could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. Hermione was utterly inept at arguing. She failed to seize the essence of the mockery. Mr. Malfoy, Harry interjected, reclaiming control of the conversation with a gentle tone. While I am not entirely certain of your noble status, your words and demeanor hardly convey such an impression. I do not believe that a true noble would resort to such coarse language, nor would they treat a lady so rudely. Even if you were a fallen noble, such behavior is inexcusable. However, Harry cast a disparaging glance at the two towering boys. You should at least learn to knock before entering a room. This is the most basic tenet of etiquette. Any child with parents ought to understand this principle. Suddenly, Harry feigned a look of realization, gently resting a finger on her chin. Oh, perhaps you are an orphan? If that is the case, I must apologize, for your lack of upbringing would be understandable. My condolences, yet I still hope you may learn some manners. Naturally, I cannot teach you, for I am not your parent. With Harry's words coupled with the extraordinary influence of the instigator, Draco's fury surged to its zenith. Draco held an intense disdain for anyone who dared to question the nobility of pure-blood aristocracy. Under the tutelage of his parents and the portraits of his ancestors adorning Malfoy Manor, Draco had deeply ingrained the virtue of pure-blood privilege within his heart. Now, not only had someone challenged his nobility, but they had also insulted him by implying he lacked parental support. How could the self-important Draco endure such an affront? A malevolent thought inexplicably flickered within him, urging his mind to scream. Teach her a lesson. Let that contemptuous girl receive a proper beating. Without further contemplation, he shouted to the two boys beside him. Crabbe, Goyle, show her what it means to question a Malfoy's grandeur. Crabbe and Goyle, ever obedient to Draco, approached him with menacing grins. Ron immediately stood up. What are you planning to do? Assault a girl? Hermione let out a sharp scream from the side. Draco, from the rear, bellowed. Do not hesitate. Take down that traitor Weasley and that filthy mudblood. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance before lunging forward, seemingly intent on neutralizing Ron first, who appeared to be the most formidable opponent. Harry felt a surge of delight. That little brat Draco was, indeed, utterly susceptible to her instigation. It was time for her to act in self-defense. With that thought, Harry raised her hand. The magic within her rapidly drained, enveloping the compartment in a chilling cold. Crabbe and Goyle found themselves immobilized, a layer of frost encasing their limbs. Panic set in as they began to scream, only to be silenced by a punch from Ron. Alongside their cries was Draco's. Neville, who had been shoved aside earlier, had somehow managed to rise and was now pinning Draco to the ground, furiously declaring, I will not allow you to insult my parents. Absolutely not. Draco, having been frozen in place by Harry, was taken entirely by surprise by the sudden assault from the seemingly bumbling Longbottom, leaving him helpless beneath Neville's weight. Hermione, witnessing the chaos unfold, screamed, Stop. Please stop. Don't continue the fight. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. Harry had already switched her makeshift wand for the Serpentwood one, gently waving it to direct the frost to further envelop Draco and his companions. Crabbe had been bloodied by Ron's punch, while Goyle's fingers were bleeding from a bite inflicted by a rat from Ron's pocket. The commotion had attracted the curiosity of young wizards from nearby compartments, peering in to witness the fray. Some bold souls even ventured closer to observe the tumultuous clash, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, a burst of fire illuminated the doorway, revealing Professor Dumbledore in the train's aisle, a magnificent golden-red bird perched upon his shoulder. Upon catching sight of Professor Dumbledore, many young wizards recoiled in fear, obediently returning to their seats. The onlookers stood frozen in place, apprehensive of the possibility of the headmaster imposing restrictions upon them. However, Professor Dumbledore paid them no heed, with a mere wave of his wand. He swiftly separated the 5 combatants in the box, causing the frost enveloping Draco Malfoy and his companions to vanish instantly. He then turned his gaze toward Harry. Harry, what transpired? Harry, without reservation, recounted the events with impartiality, beginning from the moment she boarded the train and continuing until the professor's arrival. Throughout her narration, her voice remained soft, conveying a palpable sense of vulnerability. The only detail she withheld was her use of a minor incantation to incite the situation. In any case, this ability typically left no lingering traces, and the frost that had just been dispelled effectively thwarted any divination spells Dumbledore might have employed, had he chosen to do so. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Having discreetly monitored the train, he was well aware that Harry's account was entirely accurate. Malfoy had initiated the provocation, and following Harry's retort, had resorted to insulting language, inciting his followers to attack. Ron, in defense of the girls, and Neville, likely motivated by the desire to protect his friends, engaged in a scuffle with Malfoy and his cohorts. Meanwhile, Harry had employed some peculiar spells to shield Ron and Neville from excessive harm. While the sequence of events appeared quite reasonable, Dumbledore, with the intuition of one who has lived for many years, sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 14, The Rules Stand With Me. Dumbledore quietly cast several spells, yet none revealed anything untoward. After a moment's contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, you have insulted your classmates and initiated violence, particularly against female students. According to school regulations, you are to face consequences. Considering that you have yet to be sorted into your houses, I shall refrain from deducting house points. However, once the sorting is complete, the 3 of you will serve a month of detention with the head of your house. Upon receiving your sorting results, I will convey the specifics of this incident to your head of house, who will make the final judgment. Upon hearing Dumbledore's disciplinary decision, Harry's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, as long as one adheres to the rules, they shall stand in my favor. Dumbledore is merely a prisoner of the very regulations he upholds. Dumbledore continued, I shall also write to the parents of all students involved in the altercation, documenting your actions in full. With that, he cast a glance at Harry and the others. Harry appeared shaken, yet in truth, she was unfazed. After all, the Dursleys would hardly care whether she was involved in a fight, nor had they ever chastised her for her courage. Ron held his head high, exuding an air of pride, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of parental reprimand. However, Neville harbored a different sentiment. He stood frozen in place, gradually trembling, uncertain of what fear gripped him. Malfoy was clearly dissatisfied but lacked the courage to speak in the presence of Dumbledore. He merely opened his mouth to say, "My father." Soon after, his voice diminished to an inaudible whisper, and he hastily fled the compartment with Crabbe and Goyle. Dumbledore cast one last glance at Harry before gently patting the bird on his shoulder. "The train is approaching its destination. You should change into your school robes promptly. Fawkes, we must depart." The golden-red bird was leisurely preening its feathers, but upon hearing Dumbledore's words, it emitted a soft chirp. In an instant, both man and bird transformed into flames and vanished from the spot. Ron rubbed his arm and plopped back into his seat, which had just received a heavy blow from Crabbe. Ignoring his injuries, he excitedly asked Harry, "Harry, what spell did you use just now?" "You froze Malfoy and the others in an instant." Harry was busy wiping her wand with a handkerchief. Without looking up, she replied, "Talent. I was born with it." Ron's eyes sparkled with evident envy. "That's amazing. I've heard tales of wizards with extraordinary gifts who can perform certain spells from birth. If only I could do that. I would be able to thrash Malfoy and his gang anytime." It was at this moment that the often overlooked Hermione interjected, "Amazing? How can you say that?" Her expression was one of palpable anger. "You're violating school rules. You're breaking the rules before even starting school." "Oh, Miss Granger, might I inquire what you would do in this situation? Talk them out of it with mere words?" Ron retorted sarcastically, clearly displeased that Hermione hadn't aligned herself with him and Harry previously. "Of course, I would wait for the professors to handle it. They were wrong to hit you. But retaliating constitutes a breach of school rules." Harry stifled a laugh, tucking her freshly cleaned wand back into her pocket. Hermione truly embodied the typical mindset of an ordinary person, seeking guidance from professors when faced with dilemmas. As a skilled manipulator of human emotions, Harry could foresee that Miss Granger's future days were destined to be challenging. "Miss Granger, might I request that you leave our compartment?" Harry had packed her belongings and spoke softly. "Why? I haven't finished speaking." Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, resembling an irate lion. "No. I mean, I need to change into my school robes," Harry replied, gesturing to her long dress. At a loss for words, Hermione eventually departed the compartment in silence. Neville had long since slipped away. Ron whistled. "Well done, Harry. You effortlessly drove that annoying girl away." Harry shot him an odd look. This red-haired boy was rather presumptuous. Did she grant him permission to call her by her first name? "So, aren't you leaving?" Harry pointed towards the door, adding with a hint of menace. "Or do you wish to watch me change?" Ron suddenly realized that there was a girl before him. "I will leave now," he said with a nervous chuckle as he clutched his school uniform and exited the compartment. Harry nodded in satisfaction. The train had arrived at its destination. Outside, it was pitch dark and exceedingly cold. However, thanks to the sequence of the assassins, Harry not only removed her glasses, but also solidified her eagle-like vision and dark sight, greatly enhancing her physical abilities. Thus, the harsh conditions outside posed no challenge to her. A booming voice rang out. "First-year students. First-year students, come this way. Harry, are you there? Please come over." Harry turned to the source of the voice and saw a giant standing there, towering at 3.5 meters, holding a lantern. Was this a human with giant blood, or perhaps a dwarf among giants? As Harry speculated, she approached him. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" She squeezed in beside the giant's feet, having just heard him call her name. The giant looked down at Harry, grinned broadly, and reached out to ruffle her hair. But she deftly dodged. The giant, unfazed, introduced himself. "I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Initially, I was supposed to take you to Diagon Alley. I implored Professor Dumbledore for a long time. Unfortunately, in the end, Professor Dumbledore took on that task instead." With a sigh, Hagrid then called out, "Are all first-year students gathered? Come along, follow me. Watch your step." With that, Hagrid began to walk in a certain direction. The group slowly followed along a narrow, steep path, while Hagrid chatted with Harry, inviting her to visit his little hut after the term commenced. Harry, eager to glean information about Hogwarts from this half-giant, readily agreed. Hagrid led the first years to the edge of the lake, where they were to board boats to cross. Each boat could accommodate 4 individuals. Harry vaguely recalled reading in Hogwarts, a history that the 4 founders first arrived at the land of Hogwarts by means of a boat. If her memory served her correctly, this belonged to a mysterious ritual of mimicking the actions of great beings from the past, harnessing their power or forming a covenant. Harry indeed felt an invisible pact beginning to form, though its specifics remained unclear. Moreover, were the 4 founders truly great beings? To invoke such a ritual, the subjects of imitation would need to be at least celestial beings of the earth, corresponding to the ranks of Sequence 1 and Sequence 2. As Harry sat in the boat, paddling through the lake, her thoughts wandered. Hogwarts was truly wondrous. It concealed a multitude of secrets. Chapter 15. The Sorting Ceremony. The small boat soon ferried the first years to the opposite shore of the lake. Under Hagrid's guidance, they proceeded towards the majestic Hogwarts castle. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, stood before the assembled students and led them into a modest, vacant room. After imparting a few brief words, she departed, leaving the newcomers to murmur amongst themselves about the forthcoming sorting ceremony. These first-year students had familiarized themselves with the four houses during their journeys, either at home or on the train, and each had formed their own aspirations regarding their placements. They were determined not to be assigned to a house contrary to their desires due to the school's policies. Regrettably, the methods of sorting discussed among them varied, as it seemed that those who had already been sorted were deliberately withholding the true process from the newcomers. Since disembarking the train, Ron had been trailing closely behind Harry, and now he turned to her, inquiring, "Harry, which house do you wish to join?" "Any will do," she replied nonchalantly, her eyes still closed in repose. "Ultimately, it is beyond our control. It all depends on the school's allocation." Harry was indifferent to her potential house assignment, believing that, according to Hogwarts, a history, the four houses merely differed in living arrangements, course sequences, and not in the content of their education. It was not as if, like in the North, the choice of church would dictate divergent paths. Thus, she maintained a composed demeanor. If one were to speculate on her likely house based on the school's representative animals, Harry considered it probable she would be sorted into Slytherin, given that the mythical creature of the witch is often depicted as a gorgon. Moreover, she believed she embodied Slytherin's cunning and ambition, not lacking in craftiness, and Slytherin would certainly not shy away from the dark arts. In every regard, Slytherin appeared to suit her well. However, she also resonated with the values esteemed by Gryffindor, particularly courage. After all, Harry had once bravely escaped from the witch cult that served the malevolent goddess of primal magic. The audacity it took to flee such a sect was nothing short of remarkable. It was indeed commendable bravery. Of course, Ravenclaw was not out of the question either, for Harry held an immense passion for the arcane arts, surpassing even many who pried into such mysteries. Yet, Hufflepuff, grounded in suffering and despair, seemed entirely misaligned with her character. Putting aside her musings, she resumed her tranquil state, regardless of her eventual house placement. It could hardly be worse than the initial circumstances of the witch cult and her encounter with Amon. Naturally, there existed even graver possibilities, but Harry refrained from dwelling on those thoughts. After a considerable interval, Professor McGonagall rejoined the group, her expression one of urgency. "I apologize, students," she announced. "An unforeseen incident occurred. The school staircase unexpectedly changed direction, which delayed my acquisition of the sorting hat. Please form a single file line and follow me promptly." With that, Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students into the Great Hall, where thousands of candles floated above them, and the ceiling sparkled with countless stars. First-year students queued before a four-legged stool, upon which rested a pointed wizard's hat. Suddenly, the hat sprang to life, belting out a tune that was undeniably discordant. In Harry's memory, the last voice she had encountered that was so grating belonged to a tyrant who traversed the oceans, presumably a member of the Storm Church. That irascible fellow had been Harry's first trophy after her promotion to the 4th rank and had fetched a handsome price from a ghostly captain with blue hair. Once the hat concluded its woeful serenade, the new students finally grasped that donning the hat would determine their house assignments. Many clenched their teeth, vowing to return home and show their older siblings a thing or two for having deceived them. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll of parchment. "I will call out names, and the student whose name I call will wear the hat and take a seat on the stool to await their house assignment." Soon, she announced the first name, Hannah Abbott. The sorting continued, and the number of new students dwindled. Few among them captured Harry's attention. Perhaps only Malfoy could be considered. The Malfoy who had fallen under Harry's influence, along with his two cronies, were sorted into Slytherin, which struck Harry as amusing. Did Slytherin not consider intellect when recruiting? Those three appeared somewhat lacking in mental acuity, hardly embodying the cunning that Slytherin purported to value. However, it was possible that the platinum-haired Malfoy was merely reflecting the misguided education he had received, leading to his foolish choices, a scenario Harry had witnessed numerous times. At last, Professor McGonagall called out Harry's name, "Harry Potter." Instantly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers, all eyes fixated upon her. Yet, Harry only noted 3 pairs of eyes, those alone stirring a reaction within her instinctive senses. Ignoring the surrounding scrutiny and dismissing the noise, she scrutinized the grimy hat. "How filthy," she murmured before gritting her teeth and placing the hat atop her head. The contact with her raven-black hair felt torturous. "I am not dirty," a faint voice protested. "I am the cleanest hat in the world." A vessel of the audience's thoughts? The notion flickered through Harry's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Confronted with a potentially telepathic magical object, the best strategy was to maintain a blank slate. "If I think of nothing, your mind reading will be ineffective." Mind reading? The voice continued. No, I possess no such ability. Gryffindor has not bestowed me with the power of legitimacy. I can merely sense some superficial thoughts. Well then, Miss Harry, we have lingered on irrelevant matters long enough. Let us see which house you are suited for. Harry immediately began to empty her mind, focusing her spirit to conceal the thoughts of violence and destruction swirling in her consciousness. Cunning, deceitful, perfectly suited for Slytherin. The Sorting Hat murmured. Yet it exhibited both bravery and intelligence, with a penchant for reading. Both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would suit you well. So where should I go? Harry interjected at an opportune moment. This approach would allow the other party to feel they were not merely talking to themselves, thus fostering a greater interest in continuing the conversation. I would indeed prefer for you to make your own choice, but alas, that is not permissible, as it is my duty. Precisely so. The Sorting Hat mused within Harry's mind. Gryffindor. The final word was proclaimed loudly by the Sorting Hat, and a thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Two boys leapt up in exuberance, tossing something into the air, though Harry paid them no heed. She gracefully rose, returning the hat to Professor McGonagall, as wisps of black flames ignited from her hair, incinerating the remnants of dust left by the hat. As she approached the Gryffindor table, her thoughts were elsewhere. Several gazes around her were quite disconcerting. Harry settled at the forefront of the Gryffindor table, engaging in a few perfunctory exchanges with those around her before her gaze drifted to the staff table. A white-haired elder was applauding for her, casting a benevolent gaze in her direction. His gaze was one of the three she had sensed earlier. After all, it emanated from a demigod's scrutiny. The spiritual presence of a witch was substantial, thus Harry could hardly miss it. Chapter 16. Are the two demigods still unsafe? Earlier, Harry had perceived three gazes from the direction of the staff table, each capable of eliciting a reaction from her spirit. One belonged to Dumbledore, which was to be expected, for that old man had attained the formidable level of a demigod. The gaze of a demigod, even for Harry, who had restored her youth as the eternal witch, would not go unnoticed. Moreover, Harry was presently just a frail witch. The other gaze originated from a man with a hawk-like nose. His skin was sallow, and his hair greasy, suggesting a lack of self-care and hygiene. This left Harry with a decidedly poor first impression. A person who neglects their own well-being is unlikely to cherish anything else. Furthermore, he was staring at Harry with an unsettling intensity, his expression seemingly filled with excitement. When he noticed Harry looking back at him, he even smiled. The man's gaze conveyed a complex array of emotions. However, Harry was not onlooker's path and could decipher little information, merely sensing a distorted affection. This led her to mistakenly believe she was still the enchantress, awakening her captivating abilities. How utterly bizarre, Harry muttered under her breath. A senior beside her leaned in and inquired, Miss Potter, what did you just say? Nothing, she replied. May I ask your name? The senior smiled. I'm Angelina Johnson. You can just call me Angelina. Hallie nodded and said, Hello, senior. You can just call me Hallie. Thank you very much, Hallie, Angelina replied with a smile, admiring Hallie. I never expected you to be such a beautiful girl. We thought you would be a handsome young lad. It seems the Daily Prophet occasionally speaks the truth. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to answer them. Thank you, Sister Angelina. Hallie replied sweetly, nodding obediently. Angelina was instantly charmed, feeling as if she were facing an adorable kitten. She longed to embrace Hallie and gently tousle her hair as one does with a cat. So delightful. Yet, she restrained her impulse to ruffle Hallie's hair. If anyone dares to provoke you, just let me know, and I will call upon the older students from Gryffindor to deal with them. Now, let us eat quickly before the food gets cold, she said, gesturing towards the steak in front of Hallie. You must try this steak. It is delicious with black pepper sauce. Only then did Hallie realize that the sorting ceremony had concluded, and a feast lay before her. Her classmates were relishing their meal. Hallie served herself 2 pieces of steak, drenching them in sauce, and while taking small bites, she discreetly observed the staff table from the corner of her eye. Earlier, if the first 2 gazes had been relatively friendly, the last one was extraordinarily chilling, triggering her innate warning sense. Although that gaze had vanished, Hallie managed to remember its direction and identified its source at the staff table. It was a pale young man, his head wrapped in a thick scarf. From Hallie's vantage point, it was difficult to observe him clearly, but she could discern that he had completely enshrouded the back of his head. At that moment, he was bowing and speaking to the dark-haired teacher who had previously looked at Hallie, his demeanor slightly hunched, seemingly intimidated by the instructor. Hallie could deduce from his lip movements that the scarf-clad professor appeared to stutter. However, Hallie dared not underestimate him, for no one could afford to disregard a demigod. Indeed, the professor wrapped in the scarf seemed to be a formidable demigod. Yet, Hallie found it peculiar. When that professor had gazed at her, it had instigated a warning signal within her, but now, as she scrutinized him, she felt no such alert. After all, witches are also known for their heightened magical intuition, and Hallie had spent considerable time at the demigod level herself. Logically speaking, even without activating her spiritual sight, Hallie should have received some form of warning while observing the demigod professor. Sister, Hallie inquired with a soft voice, noticing that Angelina had finished her food. Who is that professor with the scarf? And what about the one with the hooked nose who doesn't wash his hair? Angelina withdrew her hand, which was reaching for a kidney pie, glanced at the staff table, and whispered to Hallie. The professor, adorned with a scarf upon his head, is none other than Professor Quirinus Quirrell, our defense against the dark arts instructor. Initially, he was tasked with teaching Muggle studies, a position he assumed shortly after graduating 5 years ago. However, after 3 years of teaching, he resigned and embarked on an extensive journey, only to return to Hogwarts and apply for the position of defense against the dark arts. Coincidentally, the previous professor, Professor Kiald, had vanished without a trace, allowing Professor Quirrell to secure the role. Angelina paused, casting a glance at the professor with the hawk-like nose before whispering to Harry in a softer tone, that professor, with the beak-like nose and an aversion to washing his hair, is the head of Slytherin House and our potions master, Professor Severus Snape. At this point, Angelina furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. This professor harbors a dislike for Gryffindor and often concocts peculiar reasons to deduct points from them. He probably dislikes me as well. Harry nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Snape had fixated his gaze upon her, his stare rather unsettling. Angelina chuckled softly. It's nothing to worry about. Though Professor Snape may be rather extreme, he merely deducts a few points and would never endanger a student. In fact, no one in this school would harm a student. Attending Hogwarts is undoubtedly safe. It is the most secure school in the world. Harry mused internally, considering that with a demigod-level protector and another potential demigod among the faculty, the school must be secure. Coupled with this castle, imbued with spirit or magical essence, even an assault by celestial beings would likely be withstood for a time. As Harry ceased her inquiries, she swiftly resumed her meal, delicately slicing her steak, taking only small bites, and chewing quietly. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, her mind was anything but tranquil, for she sensed the presence of a rather sinister demigod lurking nearby, harboring ill intentions towards her. She resolved to swiftly regain her strength, realizing that this world was not as safe as it seemed. With newfound determination, she prepared to devote more time to her studies and potions. Chapter 17, Ghosts and Ethereal Beings. The banquet continued, with the ghosts of Hogwarts joining the festivities. They emerged unexpectedly before the first years, attempting to startle them. A ghost with a ruffled collar floated before Harry, watching intently as she sliced her steak, lamenting, "That looks rather delightful. Are you ethereal beings?" Harry instinctively inquired, gazing at the translucent, pearl-white apparition before her. "Ethereal beings? Is that what Muggles call us?" The ghost furrowed its brow before introducing itself. "I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. You may simply call me Sir Nicholas." With that, the ghost adjusted its collar. At this moment, Harry recalled that prior to the sorting ceremony, while waiting in that small chamber, she had indeed heard a first-year mention the term ghost. However, she had been in a meditative state, oblivious to the sounds around her. Suddenly intrigued by the notion of ghosts, she set aside her knife and fork, wiped her hands with a napkin, and initiated a conversation with Sir Nicholas. "Esteemed Sir Nicholas, may I pose a few inquiries to you?" "Of course." Sir Nicholas replied with delight. "Ask away, my dear child. I shall share everything within my knowledge. You are truly a charming little wizard. Other witches and wizards merely call me Nick or use my nickname, and they seldom engage in conversation with me. That is indeed unfortunate," Harry said with a casual sigh as she retrieved her notebook and a Muggle pen, subsequently beginning her questions. "Sir Nicholas, how did you become a ghost?" "Oh, that is quite an extensive tale." Nick appeared poised to embark on a lengthy discourse, starting from his birth. However, Harry swiftly curtailed the conversation. "Sir Nicholas, I fear the dinner time is rather limited. If the topic extends too long, we shall have to save it for another occasion." Nick seemed somewhat disappointed but opted for brevity. "Very well, I shall get to the crux of the matter. Wizards can leave an imprint upon this world. Upon their demise, if they fear death, they may choose to become a ghost, wandering the places where they once lived and left their mark. Should one choose this path to become a ghost, they are bound to exist eternally in that form, unable to embark on the afterlife's journey. Of course, those who meet an untimely end, filled with potent emotions, particularly resentment, may also become ghosts. They, however, retain the opportunity to continue onward, contingent upon certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" Harry inquired, diligently jotting down notes while posing another question. Uncertain, Nick shook his head. "Few have delved into this matter, as the number of such ghosts is exceedingly scarce." Harry nodded thoughtfully, having gleaned a considerable amount of information, before concluding the conversation and expressing her gratitude to Nick. At this juncture, the dinner was drawing to a close, and the main courses and desserts had vanished from the table. Professor Dumbledore rose, outlining several points of note, and requested that everyone join in singing the school song before retiring for the night. However, the quality of the singing was truly lamentable, falling short by 2 Cs of song compared to the Sorting Hat. The fifth-year prefects began guiding the first years back to their respective house dormitories. The entrance to the Gryffindor dormitory lay along a corridor on the 8th floor, adorned with a portrait of an exceedingly plump woman in pink attire. According to Prefect Percy, the entrance to Gryffindor Tower was concealed behind this portrait, and the fat lady depicted in the painting served as the guardian of Gryffindor. Only by correctly uttering the password to the fat lady may one gain entry to Gryffindor Tower. Upon entering, one is greeted by the Gryffindor Common Room, a favored locale for students to study. After a brief introduction, Percy guided the girls through a door that led to the girls' dormitory, though he did not follow, remaining outside. The task of showing the new students to their beds was left to a rather inconspicuous female prefect, who, clutching a roll of parchment, indicated their assigned spaces. Harry found herself sharing a room with the remarkably haughty Hermione, as well as Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. Her luggage awaited her at the bedside. Following a brief round of introductions, Harry swiftly arranged her bedding and set up her curtains. After freshening up, she chose to ignore Hermione's incessant chatter and quickly lay down, casting a simple tranquility charm to muffle the noise. As the hour grew late, Harry reclined in bed, reflecting on the day's experiences, particularly the ghosts. After all, these apparitions existed in a form akin to spirits, unable to interfere with reality, though not entirely dissimilar. Could this be evidence that a spirit realm, or something akin to it, existed in this world? Harry found herself immensely curious, yearning to perform a minor ritual to allow her spirit to traverse into that realm. Yet, she was not reckless. Given her current abilities, she dared not venture forth. Should the spirit realm of this world prove as perilous as the one encountered in the sequential pathways, she could easily be obliterated by some colossal entity. Suppressing her curiosity, Harry chose to sleep, wary of succumbing to her inquisitiveness and embarking on an ill-advised ritual. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the Sorting Hat was engaging in an awkward conversation with Albus. "That girl, Harry, is truly fascinating," the Hat remarked with enthusiasm. "It has been ages since I encountered someone suitable for 3 different houses. The last such individual was over a decade ago." Indeed, Dumbledore, engrossed in his copy of Transfiguration today, acknowledged, "She is a remarkably gifted child, is she not? And she harbors many secrets within her, though I suspect she is unaware of them. Indeed, she is a good child. If only she did not seem so disdainful of me," the Hat lamented, mimicking a sob. "I had intended to place her in Slytherin, as she is far more suited to that house. Yet, you insisted on Gryffindor." A hint of resentment tinged the Hat's voice. "That is not my fault, old friend," Dumbledore replied, turning a page in Transfiguration today. "When I went to fetch her, what she said to me struck a chord. If I am not mistaken, the attributes described by the child refer to certain traits of Tom that have somehow attached themselves to her. Now, for reasons unknown, those traits have either been destroyed or merged with Hallie. Consequently, she has acquired a considerable amount of unique magic, which, at its core, leans towards the malevolent, bordering on dark magic. It is imperative that I ensure Hallie is surrounded by an environment replete with courage and love, safeguarding the child's healthy development. This is my duty as the headmaster and my penance as an elder for the mistakes I have made. It was my error in judgment that led to the wrongful selection of individuals, ultimately resulting in the demise of Hallie's parents." Chapter 18, The Professors of Hogwarts. With a sudden jolt, Hallie sat up in bed, vigorously wiping the sweat from her brow. The dawn had yet to fully break, and glancing at the mechanical watch Aunt Petunia had gifted her, she noted it was barely past 5 o'clock. Her face still bore the remnants of a startled expression, for the dream she had just experienced felt unervingly real. Blast it, she had dreamt once more of those harrowing days when she was relentlessly pursued by Amon. Although those tribulations were now behind her, Hallie occasionally still found herself haunted by such nightmares. She rubbed her face vigorously, the frost on her hands jolting her back to reality. Then, she realized it was merely a dream, though the dreams of the extraordinary often carry symbolic significance. This is due to the existence of the spirit realm in the world of the sequential pathways. In that realm, ethereal beings traverse the spirit domain, transforming certain details, usually unnoticed in waking life, into insight through external stimuli, presenting themselves in the form of dreams. However, this world lacks a spirit realm, at least. With a high probability it does not exist, so perhaps. Yet, Hallie found it difficult to calm her mind and ultimately decided to undertake a divination. The potions of the witch's pathway would not grant her the ability to divine or the innate talent for learning divination. Only upon reaching the 7th sequence as a witch would she possess a modicum of counter-divination ability. Nevertheless, this does not preclude Hallie from actively learning the rituals of divination, though the likelihood of success is rather disheartening. Hallie swiftly gathered various materials and performed several divinations in succession, attempting to ascertain whether Amon had followed her. As expected, all attempts at divination were unsuccessful, but this was due to a lack of information. At this moment, Hallie regained her composure. Closing her eyes to ponder her current situation, Amon could not have followed her, Given his level, he would likely be plotting against true gods beyond the first sequence. If he truly had come after her, he would not seek me out again, as his interest would lie in the otherworldly aura that surrounds me. Even if we were to entertain the notion that he had indeed followed and was intrigued enough to capture me for research, he would have acted by now. Hallie continued to reflect and ultimately concluded that Amon had not followed her. Even if he had, he would not pose a threat. Relax, and let those matters fade from memory. I am safe now. With this thought, Harry opened her eyes with a sense of relief. After dressing, she proceeded to freshen up. Since she was already awake, she decided to visit the Great Hall to read. Relying on the formidable memory and sense of direction bestowed upon her by the assassin, Harry effortlessly located the Great Hall. It was still early, and the hall was devoid of any presence. Unperturbed, Harry quietly opened her backpack and began to leisurely peruse her potions textbook. As time elapsed, more individuals entered the hall. Among them was the impudent professor who had scrutinized Harry the previous day. Professor Snape entered through the main door, and as he passed by Harry, he discreetly glanced at the textbook she was studying, observing her circling and highlighting the critical steps for potion brewing. Professor Snape nodded in satisfaction before striding back to the teacher's table. Harry cast a curious glance at Professor Snape, her mind racing with the thought, why did he choose to navigate past the Gryffindor table when his position at the teacher's table was in closer proximity to Slytherin? However, she dismissed the thought as breakfast appeared before her, consisting of milk, bread, and sandwiches. The meal had commenced. As more people filled the hall, many cast furtive glances at Harry, whispering amongst themselves. Disliking this attention, she hastily concluded her breakfast and made her way to the classroom. The first day of school conveniently fell on a Monday. Typically, professors from each house would distribute the class schedules. However, Professor McGonagall was exceedingly thoughtful. She seemed to anticipate that many new students would struggle to find their way to the Great Hall on the first day, thus missing out on their schedules. Therefore, she had magically placed the schedules on the newcomers' bedside tables a day in advance. The first class of the morning was herbology, taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. Frankly, Harry felt that this professor resembled a cultivator or a druid. Professor Sprout was short and plump, donned in a wizarding robe smeared with dirt, which had been modified to better suit muddy pathways. Her hands were calloused, and her shoes were caked in filth, without even a shoe cover in sight. Harry found this class particularly intriguing, as the primary ingredients for potion making were various herbs. Moreover, Professor Sprout possessed extensive knowledge of many rare materials. When Harry approached her with questions she had encountered during her holiday reading, the professor effortlessly addressed all her inquiries and hinted that Harry might have the opportunity to join her herbology club. In the afternoon, there was only one class, History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, a ghost. During lessons, he monotonously droned on, seemingly indifferent to whether students could keep pace with his thoughts, his voice possessing a hypnotic quality akin to that of a professional hypnotist. Under his spell, many students succumbed to slumber. If Professor Binns were to take the audience route, there would be no need for the Seer Six to perform at all. Only Harry and Hermione, seated in the front row, remained awake, attentively listening to the professor's lecture. Harry had never underestimated the importance of history classes. In the world of the Seer route, history was rife with numerous secrets and paths to power. Harry had perused the hefty tome titled A History of Magic. Although the book appeared to recount merely ordinary historical events, it concealed a wealth of vital information. Unfortunately, Professor Binns merely recited the text without offering any personal insights, leaving Harry rather disheartened. Furthermore, the professor's peculiar habit of vanishing through walls immediately after class only exacerbated Harry's frustration. He yearned to employ his eloquence to extract more hidden historical knowledge from the professor's lips. Tuesday mornings consisted of herbology and charms, with the latter being taught by Professor Phileas Flitwick. This diminutive professor required a platform of books to address the class. According to the students of Ravenclaw, he possessed fairy ancestry. He seemed particularly sensitive, as he stumbled off his stack of books upon hearing Harry's name. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick was exceptionally skilled, effortlessly conjuring a variety of spells. Many of these incantations appeared mundane, applicable only in everyday life, yet Harry conceived numerous ingenious applications for them. For instance, he speculated about the potential consequences of employing the unlocking charm, wielded by a sufficiently powerful individual, against the gatekeeper of the death route, thereby creating a door that overlapped the realms of the living and the dead. He imagined this might forcibly open that grand portal, unleashing spirits far more formidable than the gatekeeper himself. Regrettably, this conjecture remained unfeasible. Wednesday mornings brought the defense against the dark arts class, which Harry eagerly anticipated, given that Professor Quirrell was a demigod-level practitioner. Alas, this professor seemed to cherish his position, offering nothing beyond a stammering recitation of the textbook, devoid of any additional knowledge. Coupled with the malevolent glances he cast at Harry, it triggered an instinctual alertness within him, compelling Harry to avoid any interaction. Chapter 19, The Approaching Potions Class. However, Harry grappled with one perplexity, although he dared not employ his spiritual sight to scrutinize Professor Quirrell. Even lower-tier practitioners felt an involuntary sense of oppression in the presence of a demigod. Yet, when Harry regarded this professor, he never sensed such a weight. Only when Professor Quirrell's gaze swept over him did Harry's intuition sound the alarm. Despite the disparity in power, Harry's perception remained acute. He pondered various scenarios in which this phenomenon could arise within the seer routes, such as the possibility that the professor was not a demigod but rather under the control of a being of that caliber. Perhaps he was possessed or manipulated by a puppet from the prisoner route, turned into a secret effigy by a sorcerer from the diviner route, or infested by a parasite from the thief route, although these circumstances may not be immediately apparent. When that demigod-level being gazed at others through the eyes of a person they controlled, imbued with profound malevolence, those with heightened spiritual awareness could acutely perceive this malice and trigger their own spiritual alarms. Consequently, Harry resolved to maintain a significant distance from Professor Quirrell. Although uncertain whether magic could genuinely facilitate this, she believed that keeping her distance was the prudent course of action. Thus, Harry had no intention of consulting Professor Quirrell with questions. As soon as class ended, she swiftly vacated the classroom and decided to always sit in the last row, avoiding solitary interactions with the professor. Among all her courses, the one that puzzled Harry the most was Transfiguration. Upon first encountering the textbook, she momentarily assumed that a significant portion of the populace possessed powers surpassing that of demigods. What is Transfiguration? It is the art of transforming one object into another. Within the realm of sequences, few possess the ability to accomplish this, each endowed with formidable strength. Those capable of executing spells with the effortless grace of Professor McGonagall are predominantly individuals who have attained the fourth sequence. While non-demigods can achieve this, it requires considerable spiritual energy and the arrangement of curse rituals, making it a laborious endeavor, unlike the ease of Transfiguration. However, as Harry continued her reading, she discovered that this form of transformation is, in fact, a highly idealistic spell, often lacking any real threat. This revelation brought her some relief. If everyone in this world were as powerful as the Dreamer Atom, Harry would not need to unlock her own powers and could focus solely on the magical system. During the first Transfiguration class on Tuesday, Professor McGonagall showcased her remarkable skill, a spell known as Animagus. Before the lesson commenced, she transformed into a cat, quietly perching on the desk at the front of the classroom. Many students mistakenly believed the professor had not arrived, engaging in playful antics, with some even attempting to pet the feline. Naturally, they were unsuccessful. However, Harry sensed something amiss about the cat before her. After all, that human-like serious gaze was an uncommon sight in a cat. Moreover, when she employed her spiritual sight on the cat, the rich emotions emanating from it were not typical of animals. As Harry had anticipated, as soon as class began, Professor McGonagall reverted to her original form, startling many students. Several recalled their earlier intentions to pet the cat, breaking into a cold sweat. What a perilous flirtation with danger. Professor McGonagall repeatedly emphasized the complexity of transfiguration during the lesson, demonstrating the transformation of the lectern into a pig and then back again. Harry was utterly astonished at this spectacle, particularly upon noticing that the pig grunted and attempted to escape the classroom. Had a lifeless object been transformed into a living being? Did the conjured pig possess self-awareness? Harry pondered this, jotting down her thoughts, preparing to explore this intriguing matter further when the opportunity arose. In the first lesson, the material delved not into profound knowledge, but rather into the foundational theories of transfiguration. After imparting a wealth of basic magical principles, Professor McGonagall handed each student a matchstick. Now, you are to transform this humble matchstick into a needle, employing the simple magical theories and incantations from your textbooks, she instructed, gesturing toward the intricate notes on the blackboard that appeared daunting to most. However, the task proved to be more challenging than Professor McGonagall had suggested. By the end of the lesson, the majority of students had seen no alteration in their matchsticks. Only Harry and Hermione had managed to achieve some degree of transformation. Hermione had successfully turned one end of her matchstick into a needle point, while the other end remained wood. Harry, on the other hand, triumphantly transformed his matchstick into a silvery needle on his third attempt. How did you accomplish that, Harry? Hermione inquired curiously from her seat nearby. Through their interactions, Harry had come to realize that Hermione's nature was not inherently bad. She simply lacked social acumen. Thus, Harry was more than willing to engage with such a high intellect, especially since the other Gryffindors were rather reckless, like Ron, who had arrived late to their very first class and spent his free time playing wizard chess in the common room, a rather lackadaisical attitude that Harry found hard to tolerate. As for Neville, who had made a good impression on Harry with his politeness, she had yet to discover any remarkable academic talent in him. Among the girls, her two other roommates, Parvati and Lavender, were most enamored with discussions surrounding fashion and beauty, a topic Harry was somewhat familiar with, but only as a means to navigate the upper echelons of society and disguise her true self. Given the choice, Harry would have preferred to learn more about esoteric rituals. Therefore, Hermione seemed the most suitable companion, provided one could endure her incessant chatter. Just like Professor McGonagall said, Harry remarked innocently, gazing at Hermione. It's quite simple. I felt an overwhelming desire in my heart to transform this matchstick into a silver needle. And then it just happened. Excellent, Miss Potter. Professor McGonagall had approached unnoticed at some point. She regarded Harry with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This child had inherited her father's talent for transfiguration and surpassed him in this regard. It was worth noting that James had not succeeded in completely transforming a matchstick into a silver needle during his first lesson. You have discovered the secret. Look, everyone. Miss Potter has achieved success. Declaring this, Professor McGonagall held Harry's newly conjured silver needle aloft for all to see. Well done, Miss Potter. You have earned 15 points for Gryffindor, and you are exempt from the homework for this lesson. By the way, the homework consists of repeatedly practicing this magical art and composing a reflective report detailing the potential reasons for one's failures. After class, Harry intended to remain behind to inquire about some knowledge pertaining to idealism, subtly introducing the esoteric wisdom she had illicitly obtained from the Psychological Alchemy Society, hoping to discern whether Professor McGonagall possessed differing insights. However, considering that she might still be under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Harry decided to proceed cautiously, opting to read more books in the library before seeking counsel. Time swiftly passed, and Friday dawned with the first lesson being potions. In the words of every Gryffindor, Professor Snape, who taught this subject, was the most detested professor among them. Nevertheless, Harry harbored a premonition that this particular Friday would not be especially dreadful. This intuition manifested during breakfast when Harry received a letter from Hagrid, the half-giant. The keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts extended an invitation for Harry to visit his cozy hut over the weekend, expressing his regret that he had not been the one to collect Harry initially. Naturally, Harry accepted with enthusiasm, for according to her classmates, Hagrid oversaw the entirety of the Forbidden Forest. Establishing a good rapport with him could potentially grant her access to many rare herbs, which was exhilarating to contemplate. Chapter 20. Absolutely correct. Gryffindor gains 30 points. Harry and Hermione walked into the chilly classroom located in the basement, taking their seats in the front row. In truth, Harry preferred to be seated at the back, as the professor appeared rather disheveled, likely reeking of unpleasant odors. Furthermore, his peculiar gaze, which seemed to resonate with Harry's spirit, was deeply unsettling. However, Hermione insisted on sitting in the front row, closest to the professor, claiming it would facilitate better listening during the lecture. As the bell rang, Professor Snape strode into the classroom, his black robes billowing behind him. To Harry's astonishment, she noticed that he had actually washed his hair. Professor Snape quickly spotted Miss Potter in the front row and noted her expression of shock. He was immensely pleased. Giving a slight nod, he had observed during the opening feast that Harry's gaze toward his hair had been somewhat disdainful, prompting him to wash it before class. The outcome appeared to be quite effective. Clearing his throat, Professor Snape retrieved the attendance roster and began to call names. When he reached Harry's name, he paused momentarily, but soon continued with the roll call. After closing the roster, Professor Snape delivered his opening remarks. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making. He commenced his lengthy discourse, and Harry listened intently, unwilling to miss a single word. Although she doubted the professor would delve into particularly profound topics right away, she maintained a posture of utmost seriousness, determined not to relinquish her hope of regaining her strength. After Professor Snape concluded his opening remarks, he surveyed the classroom before finally resting his gaze on Harry. He hesitated for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering across his expression, before gently inquiring, Miss Harry, what would be the result if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort? Harry promptly rose to her feet, responding, Professor, when combined, daffodil root and mugwort can yield a potent sedative known scientifically as the elixir of life. A faint smile appeared on Professor Snape's face. If I were to ask you to procure a piece of Dunkstone, where would you seek it? Professor, I would search within the stomach of a goat, came Harry's reply. Now, Miss Harry, can you elucidate the difference between aconitum and wolfsbane? This time, Harry paused momentarily, recalling the significant distinctions between these two plants from the northern continent. Although she sensed subtle variations here, after a brief reflection, she answered, Professor, they are essentially the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Professor Snape nodded, a distinct smile emerging on his countenance, seemingly attempting to convey a sense of warmth, though the smile leaned more towards the unsettling. Miss Harry, there is no need for such formalities. You may speak to me as you would to a father or a friend. I admire all students proficient in potion making, especially those like you who diligently prepare before the term begins. It is evident that you possess a remarkable talent for potions, Harry. If I were in your position, I would devote all my energies to the study of potion making, for you are destined to become a master in the field. You truly resemble one. In conclusion, Miss Harry, you are entirely correct. Gryffindor earns 30 points. Please be seated. This lesson was attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor, and the classroom was filled with Slytherin students who were now gaping in astonishment. Were they hallucinating? Professor Snape had never treated Gryffindor this way before. According to the upperclassmen, even if a Gryffindor student answered all of Professor Snape's questions correctly, they would still lose points for not addressing him properly or for adding Professor inappropriately. Why was this Harry an exception? Did Professor Snape no longer favor Slytherin? However, Professor Snape paid no mind to the others and began the lesson on his own accord. Of course, rather than teaching in the traditional sense, Professor Snape merely recited the potion recipe before instructing the students to engage in practical application. Potion making is a discipline that demands hands-on experience. Professor Snape declared loudly in the classroom, "I must witness your practices firsthand to identify your errors. There is no alternative." With that, he tapped the blackboard with his wand, revealing a detailed potion formula. The students were paired into groups of 2 and commenced the mixing of a simple remedy for boils. Professor Snape paced the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him, as he pointed out the errors made by the students. However, he seemed particularly drawn to the group consisting of Harry and Hermione, often pausing to observe their work. "Miss Harry, when boiling the snails with antennae, ensure the flame is set higher," he instructed. "Miss Harry, the fangs of the serpent must be ground to a fine powder. The granules you produced are excessively large. Miss Harry, you ought to add more dried nettles here." The Slytherin students in the back stifled their laughter, clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. Indeed, this was the expected script. How could Professor Snape refrain from troubling Gryffindor? Draco Malfoy openly laughed, addressing his companion. "Crab, look. Potter clearly can't brew potions." Silence. Professor Snape abruptly turned, casting a fierce glare at Malfoy. "Mr. Malfoy, do you believe your work is flawless? Have you completed your potion?" With that, he strode over, scooping a generous spoonful of potion with a transparent ladle, raising it high. "Observe. The finished potion at this stage should be a clear purple. Why then is yours a murky blue?" Professor," Malfoy stammered. "I haven't finished yet." "I haven't," added the powdered serpent fangs. Indeed." Professor Snape replied in a chilling tone, taking his time. "Mr. Malfoy, you have yet to complete the potion and have not added the serpent fangs. Yet you find time to mock a girl, to ridicule Miss Harry. Her attitude is 1,000 times more commendable than yours. How do you dare to mock her? Hurry and complete your work, or you shall not pass this assignment." Malfoy looked on the verge of tears, realizing the script was amiss. He shot a resentful glance at Harry's back, thinking, "It's all because of you that the professor is scolding me." Nearby, Ron and Dean were collaborating on their potion, and upon hearing Professor Snape's words, they stifled their laughter. "Who said the professor despised Gryffindor? Look how just he is, reprimanding Slytherin's Malfoy." But their amusement quickly faded as Professor Snape turned his gaze towards them. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Thomas, do you find it amusing when I chastise others? Do you believe your work is impeccable?" Whispering in class, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Chapter 21, Snape's Little Classroom. Harry genuinely believed that Professor Snape was remarkably suited to the role of a provocateur in the Hunter pathway. His slow, sardonic voice felt akin to a serpent coiling around one, hissing as it flicked its tongue. In summary, one thought resounded in her mind: how she longed to strike him. After delivering a scathing rebuke to Malfoy and deducting points from Gryffindor, Professor Snape returned to the front row, appearing nonchalant as he continued to critique Harry's work. "Miss Harry, at this stage, you might consider doubling the amount of powdered snake fangs," Professor Snape interjected suddenly as Harry continued her task. "But Professor Snape, that's not what the book states," Hermione challenged. "Indeed, Professor Snape. What you are suggesting differs from both the formula you wrote on the board and the one in our textbook," Harry remarked, lifting her book and pointing at the instructions. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Professor Snape's expression instinctively darkened. "Disrespecting a professor, points deducted from Gryffindor." At that moment, Harry's voice rang out, 1 point deducted. However, for your willingness to question and seek clarification, 5 points awarded to Gryffindor. Professor Snape's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and he patiently explained to Harry, "This is an improved potion formula I developed independently, and the enhanced effects are significant. I believe you should master this revised recipe." "But Professor," Harry pressed on, "what accounts for this discrepancy? Does the additional powdered snake fangs better activate the properties of a certain herb, or is there another reason?" Professor Snape hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "Miss Harry, that delves into advanced material, and I cannot elaborate at this moment." "But Professor Snape, I am truly curious," Harry implored, fixing her gaze upon him with a blend of pleading and dismay. To amplify her influence over Professor Snape, she fluttered her eyelashes, employing her witchly charm. Professor Snape, captivated by Harry's shimmering emerald eyes, almost immediately capitulated. Though his lips remained still, Harry distinctly heard his voice whisper in her ear, "Harry, being inquisitive is an admirable trait. Your initiative to pose questions is something I am more than willing to address. How about this? Stay after class, and I will provide you with a private explanation. However, There is a considerable amount to cover, so I fear I must assign you some preliminary tasks. You will need to read more before I can elucidate the matter. Otherwise, you shall find it incomprehensible." Harry nodded obediently. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor." This elicited a puzzled look from Hermione. What guidance did the professor provide? Professor Snape nodded in satisfaction, just as a sudden cacophony erupted from the back of the classroom. Hiss-boom. A loud hissing sound was followed by a violent explosion, sending a cloud of thick green acidic smoke and scattered potions filling the air. Both Harry and Professor Snape turned to face the commotion, greeted by a billowing haze. Snape's eyes narrowed, instinctively positioning himself in front of Harry before reaching for his wand. However, Harry was a step ahead of Professor Snape. As soon as Harry raised her left hand and gently clenched it, the temperature in the classroom plummeted, and the swirling potions transformed into an eerie frost. When the frost settled on the ground, Harry clapped her hands, causing the frost to dissipate and the temperature in the classroom to rise swiftly, albeit not by much. Despite Harry's quick reflexes, several students, particularly those closer to Neville and Seamus, were affected. Numerous classmates bore red, swollen boils on their arms and legs, crying out in pain. Professor Snape, realizing the situation, pointed his wand at the potion in Harry's cauldron, swiftly cooling it down. Subsequently, the potion soared into the air and showered the affected students. "Well done, Miss Harry. 10 points to Gryffindor for protecting your classmates," Professor Snape declared loudly, before turning his gaze toward Neville and Seamus, his previously kind expression turning stern. "If I am not mistaken, you likely failed to remove your cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you not?" A fire seemed to burn in the professor's eyes. "But I cannot fathom what sort of blunder could lead to such a violent explosion of the cauldron. Are you fools? I meticulously outlined each step on the blackboard, yet you still managed to concoct an unforeseen disaster and commit entirely new errors? I could not even conceive of an explosion occurring in this potion-making process with my eyes closed." 20 points from Gryffindor. Injured students, make your way to the hospital wing. After Professor Snape collected everyone's results, the class finally concluded, and many students hurriedly fled the potions classroom. The class had come to fully appreciate Professor Snape's talent for deducting points from Gryffindor. Although Harry had earned a total of 55 points for Gryffindor, the house's final score had still decreased by 5 points. Moreover, Harry sensed that Professor Snape was seeking opportunities to reprimand other members of Gryffindor. However, adhering to the witch's principle of self-preservation, she had no interest in intervening. Harry slowly tidied her cauldron and materials, occasionally pushing stray strands of hair behind her ear. Professor Snape appeared to be meticulously evaluating the potions submitted by the students, yet his peripheral vision seemed to wander incessantly. Eventually, the classroom emptied. Hermione was also dismissed under the pretext that Harry had questions she did not understand during the lesson. "Professor," Harry called out brightly, glancing around the now empty classroom, "could you inform me which books I should review in advance?" At that moment, Professor Snape had already set down the students' assignments, and the classroom door was inexplicably closed. He shook his hair and forcefully tapped the blackboard, revealing a lengthy list of titles: A Comprehensive Guide to Herbology, The Marvelous Art of Potion Making, and The Essentials of Alchemy. Professor Snape referred to these books, which belonged to a more fundamental category, elucidating the medicinal properties of various herbs. Notably, the tome Essentials of the Golden Chamber is composed in an ancient Eastern script and entirely authored by Muggles, yet it offers significant insights for wizards as well. I must complete my reading of these texts promptly to provide you with a concise overview. With a lengthy reading list cradled in her arms, Harry exited the classroom. Not particularly intrigued by the potion for treating boils, but rather captivated by the principles of herbology. Mastering this knowledge would enhance her prospects of unraveling the potion-making pathways of the wizarding world. Harry resolved to visit the library to borrow some books before meeting Hagrid later in the afternoon. Since Professor Snape had signed a permission slip for her, she could borrow multiple volumes at once. Chapter 22, The True Affluent. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry returned the borrowed books to her dormitory. She politely declined Hermione's invitation to stay in the library for further reading and also turned down Lavender and Parvati's request to observe the boys playing wizard's chess. Subsequently, Harry made her way alone to Hagrid's abode, a modest cabin situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Although referred to as a cabin, it could hardly be considered small given Hagrid's towering height of 3.5 meters. As Harry knocked on the wooden door, a cacophony of barking erupted from within. Hagrid's booming voice followed suit. "Back off, Fong." Soon after, the door swung open to reveal Hagrid's rugged visage. "Welcome, Harry," he exclaimed. "The last time I saw you, you were just a wee child. Now you've grown into quite the young lady. You resemble your mother so much. Except for your hair color, which is more like your father's." Harry nodded quietly. "Hello, Hagrid. Did you need something today?" "Not particularly. I just wanted to chat," Hagrid said, scratching the back of his head with a grin. "Your parents and I were good friends, so I thought I'd check in on their child." Realizing something, Hagrid stepped back. "Come in and have a word, Harry. Try my freshly baked rock cakes." They entered the cabin and took a seat. It is worth noting that Hagrid's chair was quite high, specially crafted for his considerable height. Harry, standing at just 1 meter 40, barely reached his waist. Fortunately, her agile movements prevented her from struggling to sit in the chair. Hagrid turned to prepare drinks and snacks, casually asking, "Harry, would you like some tea? Or perhaps some milk?" "A glass of sweet iced tea will suffice," Harry instinctively replied, only to correct herself. "No, I meant a cup of sweetened black tea, please." While Hagrid busied himself, Harry utilized her magical sight to survey the interior of the cabin. Upon entering, she sensed an overwhelming presence of magic surrounding her. Thus, Harry instinctively activated her spiritual vision, and she was taken aback by the scene before her. Hagrid truly indulged in extravagance. Wherever Harry's gaze fell, an abundance of materials shimmered with ethereal brilliance. A few strands of filthy hair hung from the ceiling, their spiritual essence particularly potent, making them ideal for crafting binding magical artifacts. The jars on Hagrid's windowsill, filled with herbs, and the various feathers in the baskets were evidently not ordinary items. By now, Harry had already identified a plethora of valuable materials, including the face rose, hornbeam, and ballgrass. What does it mean to be wealthy? This is what true wealth looks like. Hagrid is indeed a genuine magnate. Moreover, she was astonished to discover that, if she was not mistaken, several red feathers belonged to the Firestone bird, while the nearby jars contained crystallized sunflowers and singing sunflowers. If she could find midsummer grass and elven darkleaf, and concoct the July potion herself, Harry might even be able to brew the potion of the 9th sequence of the Path of the Sun here. However, she shook her head quietly, countering her thoughts. In the realm of the sequence path, those particular plants possessed extraordinary properties, enabling the preparation of corresponding sequence potions. Yet, the plants in this world might merely resemble them, likely devoid of the requisite extraordinary traits, or their properties could differ entirely. Thus, direct concoction might result only in failure. But what if it truly could be brewed? If the Firestone bird genuinely existed in this world, did that imply the Disaster bird also existed? Was her path truly not severed? And was there still a chance to ascend as the Disaster sorceress? A mysterious glimmer passed through Harry's eyes, but ultimately, all returned to calm. Regardless, there was no opportunity to ponder such matters now. She could only take one step at a time. She needed to hasten to finish the books assigned by Professor Snape. Originally, it was merely a casual encounter, yet unexpectedly, Harry truly glimpsed hope. Hagrid soon brought out rock cakes and red tea sweetened with copious amounts of sugar. However, after tasting a piece of rock cake, Harry wisely set down the item that could serve as a makeshift brick. Hagrid began to enthusiastically converse with Harry about her parents, repeatedly emphasizing how similar she was to her mother. Harry smiled, continuously engaging in the dialogue, subtly steering the conversation toward the various professors at school, prompting Hagrid to introduce her to their abilities. As Harry responded enthusiastically, Hagrid's eagerness to chat grew ever more vibrant. Harry increasingly enjoyed conversing with the towering Hagrid, as he inadvertently revealed significant information amidst his chatter. At last, as dusk approached, Hagrid realized he had been talking for too long. "It's getting late, Harry. I should escort you back." Hagrid looked somewhat reluctant. "You are always welcome to come and chat with me." "Of course, I would be delighted." Harry stood up and casually glanced towards the windowsill. "Hagrid, what are those trinkets you have displayed there?" "Oh, just some insignificant knickknacks." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "All of which I found in the Forbidden Forest. They're utterly worthless." Harry blinked, momentarily unsure whether Hagrid was boasting or genuinely oblivious to the value of the items. "Well, Hagrid, could you spare me some? I have a great fondness for potions, and Professor Snape has promised to teach me a bit more. However, I fear that the money my parents left me may be insufficient for my practice," Harry lamented. Hagrid nodded vigorously. "Of course, Harry. You remind me so much of your mother. She too had a passion for potions. If you find yourself in need of any herbs, just come to me. The Forbidden Forest contains nearly every herb you might require." After a moment's reflection, Hagrid continued, "I had intended to collect you on July 31st, your birthday, but alas, that task was ultimately taken over by Professor Dumbledore. Therefore, I have yet to present you with your birthday gift. How about this? Feel free to select some potion ingredients from my collection as your birthday present." Harry suppressed her delight and gratefully thanked Hagrid, then proceeded to choose the herbs most beneficial for her: the bark of the yew tree and the euphoric grass. The essential oil of euphoric grass for ritual use is secured. Wow, there's even poisonous hemlock. This will allow me to craft at least 2 more mirror potions. However, relying solely on my wand feels too limiting for self-defense. After gathering a satisfactory array of materials, Harry left Hagrid's hut contentedly. Hagrid, for his part, was unconcerned. After all, these materials were abundant in the Forbidden Forest, and they served no purpose sitting with him. If he could assist Harry, it would bring him immense joy. Chapter 23: The Rising Prestige of Harry. Life at Hogwarts was a delight for Harry. All the professors cherished such an eager learner, always questioning and engaged, particularly Professor Snape. He had publicly praised Harry on numerous occasions, unreservedly displaying his favoritism. On one occasion, after Harry approached him with a query, Professor Snape informed her that once her academic progress improved further, she would be eligible to join his private potions club. Naturally, Harry was immensely excited about this prospect. Over the course of her studies, she had come to realize the remarkable expertise of Professor Snape. Many potions from the textbook had alternative preparation methods suggested by him, resulting in far superior effects. Additionally, numerous journals on potions in the library featured papers authored by Professor Snape, further attesting to his exceptional prowess. He was indeed one of the foremost potion masters of the age, while teaching was merely a secondary pursuit for him. One might say that Professor Snape's willingness to teach students stems, perhaps, from a mere desire to witness the clear foolishness reflected in their eyes. Harry sincerely hoped that such a master of potion-making as Professor Snape would take her on as his apprentice, especially considering her previous struggles with potion brewing, where her understanding of its mystical intricacies was in dire need of enhancement. However, to avoid appearing too presumptuous, Harry refrained from broaching this subject with Professor Snape. The professors held a certain fondness for her, and among her peers, she was not particularly disliked. While both Harry and Hermione excelled academically, this was their only commonality. Hermione preferred to immerse herself in the library, while Harry found joy in conversing with other girls about makeup, fashion, and various other topics. Hermione would often lecture those noisy boys, yet Harry was able to find common ground with them, eagerly learning how to play wizard's chess and how to engage in exploding snap. Furthermore, Harry was generous in sharing her completed assignments and notes with her classmates, fostering amicable relationships with nearly all of the over 100 students in her year. Only one individual harbored animosity towards her, and that was Mr. Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. From the very moment they met on the train at the beginning of the school year, Malfoy had taken an instant dislike to Harry. After all, his dear godfather, Professor Snape, had reprimanded him on several occasions in class, solely for the trouble he had stirred up regarding Harry. This infuriated Malfoy. Was it such a grave offense to merely comment that Harry's eyes resembled those of a pickled toad? Why, then, had Professor Snape confined him to detention until Halloween? Malfoy attributed all his misfortunes to Harry and vowed to seize the opportunity for revenge. He intended to do so during flying lessons, convinced that no one could be flawless in every aspect. If Harry excelled in so many areas, surely she could not possess a natural aptitude for flying. The flying lessons were finally approaching, but Gryffindor would be sharing the class with Slytherin on Thursday. Thus, most students found it difficult to ascertain whether this was a boon or a bane. Nevertheless, the inherent joy of the flying lesson seemed likely to dispel any discomfort associated with sharing a class with those one disliked, as many students wore expressions of delight. Harry was particularly enthusiastic about the upcoming flying lessons, for witches lacked the innate ability to fly. For a powerful witch, the only means to achieve flight, in the absence of magical artifacts, was to ascend to the rank of a disaster witch, relying on the creation of wind-related calamities to facilitate a form of flight. However, this method was limited in duration and distance, as it essentially involved conjuring a disaster of wind, serving as a forceful attack rather than a means of transportation. Moreover, Harry had never experienced flight, as such magical artifacts were exceedingly rare. The time she had vanquished the Ocean Singer might have been the closest she had ever come to acquiring a flying-related magical item. However, that extraordinary ability was sold by Harry to the captain of a ghost ship, as she lacked the funds to hire a craftsman. The farthest Harry had ventured from the ground was when she utilized her web-slinging ability, acquired through Sequence 6, to dangle in midair while kiting a warrior's weapon master. Thus, Harry ardently hoped to master the art of flight and acquire her own means of soaring through the skies. The significance of flying was paramount. As time swiftly passed, Thursday afternoon arrived, marking the commencement of the long-anticipated flying lesson. The instructor for this class was Ms. Rolanda Hooch. With her short gray hair and yellow eyes that glinted like an eagle's, she exuded a sharp vigilance. Ms. Hooch was exceedingly cautious, repeating her instructions numerous times before allowing her students to take to the skies. Having taught many cohorts, she had undoubtedly encountered multiple incidents arising from simultaneous classes of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Thus, her meticulousness was warranted, as she demonstrated repeatedly and inspected each student's actions for correctness. Yet, despite her precautions, Ms. Hooch, while anticipating mischief from her students, did not foresee their operational blunders. As she instructed the students to mount their brooms, Neville, overwhelmed by anxiety, shot upwards towards the sun. "Child, come back!" Ms. Hooch shouted in vain, but Harry sensed her efforts were futile. From Neville's trembling legs and his tight grip on the broom, it was evident he preferred to remain grounded. Alas, the broom exhibited a mind of its own. Ultimately, Neville, unable to control the unruly broom, was violently ejected from the sky, crashing to the ground. Ms. Hooch rushed over, her complexion as pale as Neville's. After a brief examination of his injuries, she decided to escort Neville to the hospital wing. Before departing, she reiterated her warnings against reckless broom handling. Regrettably, The students appeared disinclined to heed her counsel. No sooner had the professor left than Malfoy erupted into laughter. Did you see that expression on his face? That clumsy oaf. Truly the foolish Gryffindors. As he spoke, he cast derisive glances at Harry, seemingly attempting to provoke her. The other Slytherin students joined in, several of them roaring with laughter. Upon hearing the Slytherin's mockery of Gryffindor, the young wizards of Gryffindor were not inclined to be bullied. Ron retorted sharply, "You should thank Neville, for he has given you the chance to remain on the ground. Otherwise, the truth of your inability to ride a broom would have been exposed." Weasley, what do you mean by that? Malfoy, failing to provoke others, found himself incensed instead. I suspect you are the one who cannot ride a broom. It's true. The Weasley family is so poor they can't even afford broom bristles, hence you never had the chance to ride one. Unlike my family, we collect a broom of every new model produced. Ron seemed to be struck at a sensitive point, falling silent before lunging at Malfoy. For a novice wizard, throwing a punch is invariably more effective than resorting to those clumsy curses. Malfoy had long harbored a desire for vengeance against the insolence of the train incident. Although he had not directed the ire at Harry, dealing with a certain Weasley redhead seemed a most agreeable alternative. Crabbe, Goyle, to arms. Malfoy commanded, eager to impart a lesson to those foolish Gryffindors. How could the Gryffindor students remain passive in the face of such provocation? Slytherin students had dared to tread upon their pride. Thus, a brawl ensued, for it was politically correct for Gryffindor to engage Slytherin, and any injuries sustained would be boastworthy for years to come. Chapter 24, The Anchor of Preparedness. Consequently, an inexplicable melee erupted between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Students from both houses clashed, while many onlookers cheered them on from the sidelines. Only Hermione endeavored to mediate, repeatedly reminding everyone that they were violating school rules and would face consequences if they continued. Yet her efforts proved futile. The Slytherin students clearly disregarded the pleas of a muggle-born witch. Not involving her in the fray was already a display of gentlemanly restraint. The Gryffindor students, on the other hand, deemed Hermione's refusal to join their fight against Slytherin as politically incorrect, labeling her a traitor to Gryffindor, and thus ignored her. Harry, watching from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered, even questioning whether she had unwittingly incited the conflict. How else could one explain the sudden eruption of hostilities between Gryffindor and Slytherin? The skirmish had barely commenced when its effects became evident. Many boys had confirmed that a fist was indeed more effective than a curse, at least in terms of immediate impact. Each participant bore the marks of their confrontation, bruises and scuffs, with some even nursing bleeding noses. As the instigator, Malfoy chose not to partake in the brawl. After all, he was the heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage. Engaging in such base conduct was beneath him. His battles were to be fought with wand in hand, elegantly dispatching foes amidst thunderous applause. Malfoy resolved to directly provoke Harry, forcing her to respond, and then, in the eyes of all, to vanquish her. He mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, shouting with all his might, "Potter, dare you challenge me in the skies? If you can seize this ball, I shall return it to you. Should you fail, I will toss it into the trees. After all, you are one of them. A Gryffindor, you wouldn't want that, would you?" As he bellowed, Malfoy tossed a gleaming ball into the air. His voice drew the attention of the majority, and several students quickly recognized the object in Malfoy's possession, a memory ball recently gifted to Neville by his grandmother. With a resigned sigh, Harry withdrew her hand from her pocket. She had initially intended to subdue the Slytherin student, but now, she opted to grasp the broom that lay beside her. Although Malfoy's actions disrupted Harry's plans, it appeared that this unforeseen event could also progress favorably. Harry prepared to swiftly suppress Malfoy, as he was merely provoking like a child. To describe the act as defeating him would be an overstatement. After that, Harry would turn his attention to controlling the other Slytherins, furthering her objective of promoting her own image and creating an anchor. Utilizing various materials obtained from Hagrid, Harry effortlessly concocted a vial of the celebrant potion that very evening. The following day was Saturday. That night, Harry captured a rabbit at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and administered the precious celebrant potion. The rabbit immediately succumbed to chaos and was swiftly dispatched by Harry, revealing extraordinary properties that confirmed the potion's authenticity. This experiment solidified Harry's realization. There existed materials in this world suitable for potion making, indicating a high probability of her continued advancement. Thus, for her future, Harry needed to contemplate the creation of anchors. Before ascending to become a terrestrial angel, the pollution inherent in the extraordinary properties could not interfere with demigods, as their will was sufficiently robust, and their divinity was not excessively pronounced. Nevertheless, Harry sensed occasional signs of losing control after reaching Sequence 3. After all, the witch path is one of the most tumultuous routes and is prone to instability. Fortunately, following her portrayal of the Eternal Witch, she was soon compelled to seal her powers and return to the magical world, temporarily dispelling the risk of losing control. However, with the hope of further ascension, Harry naturally needed to begin crafting her anchors. During this period, She cultivated an image of being a high achiever who did not strictly adhere to rules and was willing to mingle with her classmates. This demeanor endeared her to teachers and ensured that her peers held no ill will toward her. Coupled with her own renown, she unwittingly became the leader of the first-year Gryffindors, as most were inclined to heed her guidance. Consequently, Harry needed to take action to further solidify her positive image. Upon seeing Harry mount her broom, Malfoy sneered, "Potter, you don't actually believe that this muggle-raised witch could surpass me in a broom race, do you?" As he spoke, Malfoy circled in the air, rudely gesturing to provoke Harry further, hoping to incite her into losing her composure. Harry smiled faintly, disregarding Hermione's warning against acting impulsively lest she face expulsion, and took flight, waving to her classmates below. Those who had previously cheered now turned their gazes skyward, including many engaged in the ongoing scuffle, pausing to watch the spectacle. In the hearts of the first-year students, this was a battle between their respective leaders. Malfoy was showcasing his exceptional flying skills, skillfully maneuvering his broomstick as he circled around Harry with reckless abandon, laughter echoing through the air. Initially, Harry was inclined to quell his arrogance directly, contemplating the use of the witch's frost to swiftly end the farce. However, in the end, she opted for a different approach, choosing to chase him instead on her broomstick. Defeating him in the same arena would undoubtedly earn her greater prestige. Moreover, Harry suddenly realized that she seemed to possess an innate talent for flying, which significantly bolstered her confidence in her plan. She had initially intended to employ her extraordinary charm to distract Malfoy if the battle proved prolonged. Yet, it appeared that such measures were unnecessary for the time being. After a series of aerial skirmishes, Harry had completely deciphered Malfoy's patterns of movement. No matter where Malfoy flew, she could effortlessly intercept him. In a fit of frustration, Malfoy tossed the ball high into the air, tauntingly calling out, "Potter, if you have the skill, catch that ball." Harry shot him a disdainful glance, pondering the absurdity of his behavior. Was it the mark of a true leader to overturn the chessboard when the game became too challenging? Oh, but she had momentarily forgotten that Malfoy was merely an 11-year-old child, not consciously trying to create anchors. As her thoughts wandered, she deftly caught the ball while still piloting her broom. A cheer erupted from below, with her fellow Gryffindors clapping vigorously, while the expressions of the Slytherins turned somewhat sour. Through her innate sense, Harry felt a twinge of spiritual fulfillment, realizing that her decision had indeed been wise. This act had garnered her a substantial number of anchors, which might even transform into followers in the future. Chapter 25. Hello, is this 999? We have a pervert here. After retrieving Neville's memory ball, Harry casually drew her wand and pointed it at the ground. Crabbe and Goyle, still grappling with Ron, Dean, and others, found their feet frozen in place and were swiftly brought down to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the other Slytherins contemplated retaliating to regain their lost dignity. But a voice suddenly rang out, "Stop. Everyone, cease this at once." Professor McGonagall strode over, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. She stood firmly, then inquired loudly, "What on earth are you doing? If I recall correctly, this class is supposed to be taught by Ms. Hooch. I saw you all fighting from my office." Her gaze then fixed upon Harry. "And you, Miss Potter, how dare you act so brazenly? If I'm not mistaken, this is your first time riding a broomstick. You could break your neck." Without hesitation, Harry recited the argument she had prepared, but Professor Malfoy insulted Gryffindor. He tarnished Gryffindor's honor and bullied our fellow students. As she spoke, Harry recounted the events with little attempt at concealment. Of course, her true intentions were shrouded in secrecy, known only to her. The Gryffindor classmates nodded in agreement as they listened to Harry's account. The Slytherin students wished to refute her claims, yet the truth of her words was undeniable. Additionally, Professor McGonagall had witnessed part of the incident, leaving the Slytherins with no choice but to acquiesce. After hearing Harry's words, Professor McGonagall's anger subsided slightly. Although she was known for her impartiality, she harbored a preference for Gryffindor in her heart. Learning that one of her most admired students had violated school rules to protect the honor of Gryffindor and her classmates brought her a sense of satisfaction. However, admiration aside, appropriate consequences must be enforced. With a flick of her wand, a silver light shot forth towards the castle. She then addressed the assembly. "I lack the authority to impose punishment on the Slytherin students, so I have notified Professor Snape. Gryffindor loses 50 points. All participants in the altercation will serve a month of detention. I shall instruct Filch to assign you tasks. Miss Potter, you are exempt." Turning to Harry, Professor McGonagall added, "You need not seek out Filch. I will personally arrange your detention." Harry silently exhaled a sigh of relief. It is not the scarcity of punishment that troubles one, but the disparity of it. Had she escaped unscathed, it would have inevitably cast a shadow of negativity. Such repercussions were unwelcome, as they could undermine her standing in the future. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall remained steadfast in her principles, administering punishment even to her favorite student. "Miss Potter," she continued, surveying the now silent crowd, "please accompany me." Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards the castle, with Harry following closely behind, waving a comforting smile at her Gryffindor peers. Harry felt a surge of joy. The more severe her punishment from Professor McGonagall, the greater the respect and support she would garner from her fellow Gryffindors. However, Harry seemed to have misinterpreted the situation. Professor McGonagall was not there to punish her, but to summon the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Thus, Harry found herself inexplicably invited to join the Quidditch team, a fortuitous opportunity, as Quidditch was the most esteemed and popular sport in the Wizarding World. Naturally, Harry accepted with enthusiasm. "Your father would be proud of you," Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile, recalling that he had once been an exceptional Quidditch player. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Harry noticed that night had fallen, prompting her to head directly to the Great Hall instead of returning to the dormitory. Upon entering the Great Hall, she immediately sensed a discordant atmosphere. The emotions within were markedly different. The atmosphere surrounding the Slytherin table was somber, with many remaining silent and wearing grim expressions. Upon learning that the incident was instigated by Malfoy's deliberate provocation of Harry, Professor Snape unflinchingly deducted 50 points from Malfoy alone, and an additional 10 from the rest of Slytherin. This was a source of great embarrassment for the older Slytherin students. Not only had they lost points, but they had also been bested by Gryffindor, bringing shame upon Slytherin. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the Gryffindor table was one of unbridled joy, with every face glowing with delight. Even though Gryffindor, like Slytherin, had several students facing detention and had lost a significant 50 points under Professor McGonagall's decree, this loss was overshadowed by their monumental victory over Slytherin. "Well done, Potter. Harry, you were incredible." Many classmates gathered around, including some older students with whom Harry was not particularly acquainted. Angelina, who had introduced Harry to the professors at the start of term feast, enthusiastically patted Harry on the shoulder and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "What a splendid victory, Harry." Even Percy, who was usually preoccupied with points and school rules, strode over to Harry to offer his congratulations. "Well done, Harry. Although we lost quite a few points, do not fret. We will earn them back. As long as we manage to put those insufferable Slytherins in their place, the lost points are worthwhile." Harry nodded appreciatively, grateful for the support, and humbly remarked that she fought solely for Gryffindor's honor. Thus, the exuberance around the Gryffindor table reached new heights. Many older students began to internally acknowledge that Harry was the true queen of Gryffindor. Perhaps the only one not sharing in the merriment was Hermione, sitting beside Harry. She incessantly chided her friend for breaking school rules and costing Gryffindor points, all the while calculating how long it would take to recover those losses. Harry did not take offense, fully aware of her friend's steadfast nature. However, the other Gryffindors were less than pleased. Out of respect for Harry's presence, they refrained from voicing their discontent, but their expressions were far from cheerful. Harry noticed this, but could only sigh quietly. Hermione's obstinate and principled demeanor was something that only she could endure. Later that evening, an additional celebration was held in the Gryffindor common room. The Weasley twins, after pooling their resources, returned with a bounty of sweets and drinks, along with 2 large, mysterious bags. Harry was curious about how they had managed this and resolved to uncover the secret at her earliest convenience. After the festivities had been underway for some time, Fred opened one of the bags, revealing a plethora of colorful streamers and firecrackers. Suddenly, the ceiling of the Gryffindor common room was adorned with a cascade of colorful ribbons. In the midst of this festive atmosphere, George produced a magnificent bouquet of roses from another bag, knelt before Harry, and dramatically proclaimed, "O magnificent Lioness Queen, I implore you to accept this bouquet, emblematic of England, and lead Gryffindor to eternal triumph over Slytherin." Harry was engaged in conversation with her senior, Elias Spinnet, regarding the Gryffindor Quidditch team when she suddenly became the center of attention. A twitch at the corner of her mouth indicated her discomfort. Something about the scene felt amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. "Hello? Is this 999? We have a pervert here." Chapter 26, The Pedagogue Harry. Harry found herself in an awkward predicament. Should she accept the flowers or decline? Fortunately, Professor McGonagall arrived just in time to extricate her from the situation. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Professor McGonagall emerged from the wall, emitting a roar akin to that of a lion. The crowd fell silent immediately, and George, kneeling with the flowers, caught her eye. "Mr. Weasley, what on earth are you doing?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, astonished at the antics of her students. Fred and George shuddered, realizing the inappropriateness of their actions. However, Harry seized the opportunity to redirect Professor McGonagall's attention, clarifying the situation. Ultimately, George faced no real punishment, but under McGonagall's stern gaze. The celebratory crowd dispersed, retreating to their dormitories. Yet, Harry noted that her dorm mates, Lavender and Parvati, neglected to bid Hermione good night before retiring. Regrettably, the highly intelligent but emotionally clueless Hermione failed to notice this detail, preoccupied with her thoughts on grades until she drifted off to sleep. The following day, another piece of news ignited excitement throughout Hogwarts. Harry became the youngest player in a century to join the house team, and she was appointed as the Seeker. Wood had intended to keep this information under wraps, but was thwarted by Harry's insistence. Such news could not possibly remain concealed, particularly since Gryffindor Quidditch practices could not occur in secrecy. A mere glance from anyone in the castle towards the pitch would reveal the truth. Thus, it was wiser to announce the news in advance, instilling psychological pressure on rival teams. What prowess must a player possess to be accepted into the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first year? After much contemplation and analysis, Wood begrudgingly acquiesced to Harry's plan. Many gathered around to extend their congratulations to Harry. Even the still morose Hermione offered her best wishes for her dear friend, although the surrounding onlookers discreetly rolled their eyes. A fact unnoticed by Hermione. Harry, however, had little energy left to fret over her close friend's feelings. She was quite busy. Harry's detention with Professor McGonagall had been transferred to Professor Snape, whose method of persuading McGonagall remained a mystery. Consequently, from Monday to Friday, Harry endured nightly potions tutoring. Professor Snape appears genuinely intent on transforming Harry into a master of potion making, initiating her education with the most intricate details. Even during the first lesson, which focused on a simple remedy for boils, Professor Snape meticulously explained the properties of each ingredient to Harry. He provided numerous materials for her to repeatedly concoct incorrectly, thereby deepening her understanding of the variations in potion effects. Harry embraced this rigorous approach with delight, dedicating nearly all her energy to it. Following her first flying lesson that weekend, Harry gathered the potion ingredients for the apothecary series at Hagrid's hut, but unfortunately, she was unable to achieve the desired result this time. The potion she brewed disintegrated into a chaotic state, contaminating the vial and rendering it into a remarkably dangerous object. This failure made Harry realize that her initial success had merely been a stroke of luck. After securing the enchanted object with multiple seals, she resolved to delve even deeper into the study of potions. Recently, Harry had received a broomstick funded by the Gryffindor Quidditch team, with additional sponsorship from Professor McGonagall. Thus, she was set to commence team training. Moreover, she tirelessly sought ways to harness the extraordinary qualities of the bard and transform them into magical artifacts. While striving to excel in her other subjects, Harry felt as though she was perpetually in motion, even contemplating brewing a potion for insomnia to convert it into extraordinary traits. After all, these remarkable attributes could be utilized without the need for crafting them into magical objects, allowing her to forego sleep altogether. Amidst this bustling existence, time swiftly passed. Before she knew it, it was the eve of Halloween. The penultimate class before the holiday was Charms, where Professor Flitwick announced the commencement of instruction on the levitation charm. The Gryffindor students were brimming with enthusiasm. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad soar around the classroom during the first lesson, they had eagerly anticipated mastering this skill themselves to send Slytherin students floating about. However, this charm proved to be quite challenging. Despite Professor Flitwick's repeated emphasis on the details, including the precise flick of the wrist, most students struggled to succeed. Harry partnered with a Hufflepuff girl named Susan Bones, who effortlessly ignited the feather designated for practice. "Harry, how did you do that?" Susan inquired, watching Harry extinguish the flame on the feather and then make it rise effortlessly. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's quite simple. Just pay attention to my wrist," Harry replied, demonstrating once more how to make the feather soar. Professor Flitwick happened to witness this moment and awarded Harry a point. After all, she had accrued a considerable number of points from him, and the professor wished to prevent Ravenclaw from suffering an excessively large gap in the House Cup standings. Susan attempted to mimic Harry's actions, but ultimately failed. As Susan struggled to grasp the concept, Harry let out a sigh. "Come, let me take your hand and guide you through the motion of this trembling action." With that, Harry positioned herself behind Susan, delicately enveloping her small hand with her own slender fingers. Resting her head gently on Susan's shoulder, she instructed, "Feel my movements closely. First, your hand must sweep upward, then shake downward." A warm breeze brushed against Susan's ears, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably. She endeavored to redirect her focus, striving to concentrate on her magical studies. After several repetitions, Susan finally succeeded in making the feather levitate on her own. "Harry, I did it," she exclaimed with exhilaration. Turning to embrace Harry. "I adore you, Harry." A few nearby girls' eyes lit up, and they quickly approached, eager for Harry to teach them as well. Several boys also seemed interested in learning, yet hesitated to step forward, feeling somewhat awkward observing Harry demonstrating the movements while holding the girls' wrists. A few, however, unwittingly pushed their way forward, only to be deterred by the fierce glares from the girls. Soon, Harry found herself surrounded by a throng of girls. With such an excellent teacher, how could one not seek her guidance? Chapter 27. The sheep enters the snake's mouth. However, not everyone possessed Harry's teaching prowess, as evidenced by Ron and Hermione at another table. The two were on the verge of an argument. Just minutes earlier, Ron had been loudly proclaiming Wingardium Leviosa, flailing his long arms like a windmill. Hermione, without hesitation, pointed out Ron's numerous mistakes, from incorrect gestures to mispronunciations. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The Gar must be enunciated clearly. She insisted, gesturing at the textbook that laid out the instructions plainly. Surely, you must have read it before. And how many times has Professor Flitwick taught this? It's a sweep and a flick of the wrist, not a gorilla spinning its arms. Ron retorted sharply, challenging Hermione to demonstrate her prowess. To his chagrin, she effortlessly made the feather float 4 feet above their heads. This spectacle did not escape Professor Flitwick's notice, who rewarded Hermione with a point. With her head held high, Hermione looked down at Ron, declaring, "Did you see that? I succeeded on my first try." Success in magic is not merely a matter of volume. You must pay attention to the professor's teachings and master the techniques. Additionally, you should learn to acknowledge your mistakes and shortcomings. Unaware of Ron's sullen expression, Hermione continued her lecture, reiterating Ron's errors. Just look at how many people are seeking Harry's advice. At long last, Ron could no longer endure Hermione's demeanor, and with an almost thunderous voice, he exclaimed, "Do you know why everyone has successfully mastered this spell, yet they all turn to Harry for guidance instead of you? It is because nobody can stand you. You are akin to a nightmare. You only seek to please the professors, disregarding your fellow classmates." Hermione stood frozen, her mouth opening as if to respond, yet no words emerged. Defeated, she sank back into her seat. For the remainder of the class, Hermione sat in silence, completely motionless, her gaze fixed intently upon the tabletop. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, she uttered not a single word, hastily grabbed her bag, and fled the classroom. Following this, she did not return for the entirety of the history of magic lesson. However, few in Gryffindor seemed to notice her absence. Even when some did, they were not particularly concerned. Ever since that flying lesson, Hermione's reputation had morphed into that of a student adept at currying favor with professors while remaining aloof towards her peers. As Ron had aptly remarked, she was indeed a nightmare. Only Hermione's close friend, Harry, expressed concern over her disappearance and resolved to seek her out after class. Once the history of magic lesson concluded, Harry began inquiring among others if they had seen Hermione. Yet, the Gryffindor students appeared indifferent to the girl who seemed more focused on pleasing professors than upholding the honor of their house. Harry contemplated utilizing the castle's mirror to access her location through clairvoyance. However, the castle was fortified with powerful magical protections, limiting her search to a small vicinity. Eventually, Harry learned from Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones that Hermione was sobbing in the girls' lavatory on the first floor. "I wanted to go in and comfort her," Hannah said, "but she locked herself in the stall and refused to open the door or tell us what was wrong. I had no choice but to leave. By the way, Harry, thank you for teaching me the levitation charm. Otherwise, I would have spent the entire Halloween holiday practicing it desperately. There's no need for thanks. Assisting classmates is what I ought to do," Harry replied gently. "In fact, I should thank you for providing me with such valuable information. Farewell, I must go find Hermione." With that, Harry swiftly made her way to Hermione's location, reflecting on how kind the Hufflepuff Badgers were. Harry easily located Hermione in the girls' lavatory on the first floor. At that moment, Hermione was still weeping, her cries audible even through the door. Harry glanced at her watch. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the Halloween feast had commenced. This meant that Hermione had been crying for nearly 2 hours, and her tears showed no sign of abating. Harry couldn't help but muse that it was the first time she had seen a girl shed such an abundance of tears. Despite her extensive practice of the joyous witch's abilities, Harry had never encountered such a situation. As she pondered, she reached for the door, only to halt her hand midway. Something felt amiss. Harry silently questioned why her thoughts had abruptly leapt to such distant realms. Was she losing control of her mind? Surely not. Her lips parted slightly, and a troubled expression crossed her face. A singular, terrifying word emerged in her mind, a word that struck fear into the hearts of all extraordinary beings. Loss of control. No. Upon returning home tonight, I must introspect. I refuse to become one of those lunatics. Harry stood there, her expression darkening, hesitating for quite some time before deciding to first console her dear friend, Hermione. Having previously consulted a psychologist through the audience pathway, and having navigated numerous self-regulations during her solitary escapades, she felt confident that she could handle the situation with a 12-year-old girl. She pushed open the restroom door and approached the stall from which soft sobs emanated, gently knocking on the closed door. "Hermione, are you in there?" "Harry?" After a brief pause, a slightly hoarse voice replied, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I came because I'm worried about you." "Dear Miss Granger," Harry said softly, "please, open the door. I've been looking for you all afternoon. You don't need to worry about me. Just let me be here alone." Hermione's voice cracked. "I'm just a nightmare." As she spoke, the sobbing from within the restroom resumed. Harry was taken aback. With Hermione's emotional intelligence and self-awareness, she surely could not fathom that classmates would speak ill of her behind her back. Therefore, someone must have said such things in her presence. How could this be? Harry pondered, deciding to first comfort Hermione. "Hermione, you are so exceptional. How could you possibly be a nightmare?" As she spoke, Harry effortlessly used a strand of her own hair to unlock the stall door. Though this skill was a prerequisite for thieves, assassins occasionally employed it as well. At that moment, Hermione was curled up on the toilet, resting her chin on her knees. Upon seeing Harry enter so suddenly, the girl appeared both surprised and flustered, hastily lowering her head to hide her face. However, in that fleeting moment, Harry had already discerned Hermione's swollen eyes and the tear streaks on her cheeks. With a gentle smile, Harry embraced her role as a part-time psychologist and former joyous witch. Chapter 28, Grateful for the Troll's Assistance. Silently, Harry circled around behind Hermione, her delicate, fair hand gently resting on Hermione's head. Dear Miss Granger, if you have any burdens weighing on your heart, I wonder if I might have the privilege of listening? As she spoke, Harry's hand tenderly caressed Hermione's hair. Unfortunately, Hermione's unruly brown locks, much like their owner, refused to be tamed. However, Harry found delight in the tousled hair, as its texture felt particularly pleasing to the touch. Furthermore, if Harry could, through sheer determination, manage to tame it into a straightened form, the sense of accomplishment would be unparalleled. In fact, she had successfully straightened her unruly locks on numerous occasions before. Hermione, seemingly oblivious to her own hands, remained tightly curled around her legs, reluctant to lift her gaze. A muffled voice emerged from the girl. It's nothing. I'm just a nightmare, and everyone despises me. Who said that? Harry responded, her tone tinged with mild astonishment. How could my beloved Hermione possibly be a nightmare? But Ron said so. Hermione's voice remained heavy with gloom. He also mentioned that you are always surrounded by people, while I am perpetually alone. Simply because I am insufferable. How could that be true? One of Harry's hands gently circled Hermione's neck, imparting warmth. Her cherry lips softly breathed into Hermione's ear, while her other hand tenderly kneaded Hermione's earlobe. How could my dear Hermione ever be alone? Your most cherished confidant, Miss Harry Potter, will always be by your side, will she not? Yet, Hermione instinctively lifted her head, but before she could finish her thought, Harry stopped her. There are no buts, Miss Granger. Harry, unbeknownst to herself, had shifted to face her directly, cradling Hermione's face with both hands, her thumbs coaxing a smile from the corners of Hermione's mouth. You must remember, I will never allow you to be alone. I shall always be your best friend and confidant, forever at your side. Really? After a lengthy pause, Hermione timidly inquired. Indeed, Harry replied with a warm smile. Hermione fell silent, then suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Harry. Harry stumbled back against the door, which had been slightly ajar, slamming shut with a resounding crash. Tears seemed to well up in Hermione's eyes. Thank you for comforting me. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous crash erupted from the girl's lavatory door, as the wooden barrier flew open, crashing violently against the partition. Danger! Harry instinctively tightened her embrace around Hermione, raising her left hand to hurl something. Simultaneously, a layer of solid ice enveloped both of them, shielding them from the descending partition. A cloud of dust swirled around them, but Harry, utilizing the eagle-eyed vision bestowed upon her by the assassin, discerned the nature of the threat. Before her stood a colossal creature, towering 12 feet high, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling gray granite. Upon its enormous and clumsy form, reminiscent of a mound of rubble, perched a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Harry immediately recognized it as a troll. The troll swung its massive arms, striving to disperse the dust within the room. It was evident that this inexplicable giant had been drawn by the thunderous noise from the partition door. At that moment, Hermione clearly discerned the giant creature outside the door and let out a piercing, terror-stricken scream. The giant immediately pinpointed the positions of Hermione, and Harry threw her cry and excitedly charged towards them. Hermione instantly realized that her scream had betrayed their location. Her delicate form softened, collapsing into Harry's embrace. As Harry held Hermione, he gazed at the foolish giant before them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such a dim-witted brute. Harry mused. He could have easily dispatched it countless times back when he was in Sequence 9. Yet now, he found himself grateful for the unexpected assistance the giant provided. As a token of appreciation, I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering. The smile on Harry's lips grew increasingly sweet, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Hermione regained her composure, her face etched with bitterness as she said, Harry, I'm sorry. My recklessness has jeopardized us. You should escape. I will scream and draw the giant's attention. I am truly grateful to have you as my friend. Before she could finish, Harry pressed a finger to her lips. How could I abandon my dearest friend? He declared. I promised I would not leave you alone. His playful yet gentle voice resonated. Do not fear, Hermione. Watch me. I will deal with it myself. With that, Harry snapped his fingers, and a frosty seat materialized. He placed Hermione upon it before turning to face the giant. The creature was struggling to free its feet. Just as it locked onto the two small figures, thick frost suddenly encased its stout legs. The giant's limited intellect prevented it from contemplating the situation, nor did it notice the shimmering mirror nearby. Thus, it continued to roar, wrestling with its own feet. A black, cursed flame began to rise around Harry, flowing through his hair and affectionately coiling around his shoulders, caressing his face as if it possessed life and consciousness. For some inexplicable reason, Hermione felt a twinge of discomfort, not due to the icy seat beneath her. Harry discreetly snapped his fingers, causing the mirror at the giant's feet to suddenly dim, and the frost vanished. The giant, oblivious to why it could suddenly move again, roared once more and charged towards Harry. The washroom was not large, and the giant quickly closed the distance between them. However, it could advance no further. As it was enveloped by an inexplicable dark energy, the cursed flames beginning to sear its flesh. The giant possessed considerable magical resistance. Yet Harry deftly infused the curse into the previous frost. As the creature struggled, it unwittingly consumed several shards of frost, allowing the curse to infiltrate its body and create a small breach in its defenses. Moreover, the giant seemed to be in a rather poor state, enabling Harry to breach its defenses with ease. Thus, before the colossal creature had the opportunity to fully exhibit its prowess with a club, it was swiftly consumed by a curse of black flames that incinerated its heart. With a resounding crash, the giant collapsed to the ground. Harry discreetly extended her hand, and the small mirror that had previously occupied the giant's position abruptly vanished, soaring back into Harry's grasp. Subsequently, Harry whirled around, tilting her head slightly, a smile adorning her face as she gazed at Hermione. "You see, it's over. That was quite effortless." Hermione, utterly astonished by the rapid exchange of combat that lasted no more than a minute, let out an exclamation of surprise. Her legs inexplicably regained their strength, allowing her to rise and embrace Harry. Harry comforted Hermione as one would a child, gently stroking her back while wearing a tender smile. Chapter 29, The Professor's Sightseeing Tour. Before Harry could exchange further words with Hermione, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the girls' lavatory. Moments later, Professor Snape stormed into the lavatory, wand firmly in hand, closely followed by Ron. "Harry," Professor Snape called out urgently before he had even stabilized himself, his voice laced with undeniable anxiety. "Professor, I'm here." Harry responded loudly, dispersing the frost and black flames at her feet. Hermione quickly struggled to her feet from Harry's embrace, brushing off the dust from her clothing. As Professor Snape finally surveyed the lavatory, his gaze swept over Harry twice. Noticing that Harry was merely dusty and disheveled but unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His attention soon shifted to the giant's lifeless form on the floor, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Meanwhile, Ron attempted to conceal himself, seemingly trying to shrink into the shadows. "What has transpired? Harry, how did you come to be here? Do you have any notion of the peril involved?" Professor Snape bombarded her with questions. "Professor," Harry pondered momentarily before responding, "I came to find Hermione. She was crying in the lavatory due to certain matters. So I came to comfort her. As fate would have it, we encountered the giant, but fortunately, I managed to defeat it." After hearing her explanation, Professor Snape appeared to wish to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he chose to crouch down and examine the giant's corpse. Just as Harry prepared to offer further comfort to the shaken Hermione, new sounds erupted from the corridor outside. Moments later, Professor McGonagall rushed into the lavatory, followed closely by Professors Quirrell and Flitwick. Upon seeing the fallen giant, Professor McGonagall's complexion drained of color. Professor Quirrell cast but a fleeting glance at the giant before emitting a weak whimper, his body swaying slightly before collapsing against a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Harry shot him a puzzled glance. When Hermione encountered the troll, her reaction was hardly as pronounced, which suggests that Professor Quirrell is not a commendable actor. As for Professor Flitwick, he too joined Professor Snape in brandishing his wand at the troll, murmuring incantations. What transpired here? Professor McGonagall's voice, icy with unrestrained fury, demanded an explanation. "Miss Potter, Miss Granger, I require an account. Why were you not dutifully confined to your dormitories, and instead found in the company of a troll?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall also noticed Ron lurking in the shadows and added, "And Mr. Weasley, I believe you owe me an explanation for your presence here as well." Ron's complexion turned as pale as McGonagall's, though the reasons for their blanching were likely divergent. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Just as Harry was about to interject, Hermione preempted her. "Professor McGonagall, it is my fault." "Miss Granger?" McGonagall inquired. "You see, Professor, I have been disheartened by my progress in magic, which always seems to lag behind Harry's, and my grades are not as commendable. In my despair, I ran here to weep, consequently missing the Halloween feast. Harry learned of my plight from other classmates and came to console me." Hermione spoke softly. "However, when we attempted to leave the restroom, we unexpectedly encountered the troll. Fortunately, Harry was able to vanquish it." Soon after, Professor Snape burst in with Ron. Seemingly alerted by the commotion, Harry immediately grasped that Hermione was covering for Ron. Ron appeared to sense this as well, gratitude flickering across his face as he hastily added, Professor McGonagall, I did not see Harry and Hermione at the Halloween feast, so I presumed they were unaware of the troll in the castle. Thus, I strayed from the main Gryffindor group to find them, and encountered Professor Snape along the way. As he spoke, Ron mentally rejoiced that he had refrained from disclosing the truth to Professor Snape, while Hermione had deftly concealed it on his behalf. After listening, McGonagall's expression softened somewhat. Oh, if that is the case. She regarded them, musing softly, Miss Granger, you silly girl. How could you allow such a trivial matter to drive you to tears? You must possess more confidence. Your academic performance is commendable and hardly inferior to Miss Potter's. As she spoke, McGonagall produced a handkerchief and approached Hermione, gently wiping the dust and tears from her face. Hermione, McGonagall said tenderly as she wiped, you must remember that you are not lesser than anyone. Among all the students I have taught, you are among the finest. Do not place undue pressure upon yourself, all right? Should you feel any psychological burden, I welcome you to come and confide in me. The door to my office shall always remain open for you. Hermione's face involuntarily flushed. After completing her tasks, Professor McGonagall stood up to regard Harry. Well done, Harry. Few first-year students could contend with an adult troll. You should hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. The feast is underway in your respective houses. You as well, Ron. After a moment's reflection, Professor McGonagall added, Harry single-handedly vanquished the troll, protecting his classmates. Gryffindor earns an additional 15 points. Ron, considering the peril of his peers and coming forth to notify us, earns an additional 5 points for Gryffindor. Ron's face transformed from pale to a vivid crimson, matching the hue of his hair, and he quickly exited the restroom. Harry and Hermione also offered their apologies to Professor McGonagall, and then, with Harry supporting Hermione, whose legs were somewhat unsteady, they departed the lavatory. Observing their exit, Professor McGonagall turned to Professors Snape and Flitwick. Severus, Filius, have you discerned anything? Upon leaving the restroom, Ron awaited the two at the corridor's end. Upon seeing Hermione and Harry, he blushed and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for not revealing the truth to Professor McGonagall. It's nothing, Hermione replied softly. Didn't you realize we might be in danger, which is why you came looking for us? That's different, Ron retorted, his face aflame. I made a mistake this afternoon that caused you so much distress. If I hadn't uttered those excessive words, you wouldn't have faced tonight's peril. Therefore, I wish to apologize. I am truly sorry. Ron seemingly summoned all his strength to exclaim this, and then, without a backward glance, dashed up the staircase. Chapter 30. This was a splendid evening. Harry and Hermione made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, hand in hand. The common room was abuzz with the festivities of the Halloween feast. However, Harry and Hermione merely nibbled on a few morsels before retreating to their dormitory. Although they bore no scent themselves, the foul stench of the troll was enough to turn their stomachs at the mere thought of it. In the earlier crisis, they had been too preoccupied to notice or care. But now, completely relaxed, the recollection made the young ladies feel quite nauseous. After washing up, Harry, clad in her pajamas, lay on her bed, admiring and toying with a magical mirror. This very mirror had played a significant role in the earlier confrontation, transmitting considerable strength to Harry from a distance, lending an air of grace to the entire ordeal. Just then, Hermione abruptly pulled back the curtain of Harry's bed, clutching her pillow and burrowing under the covers. What is the matter? Harry inquired, slightly taken aback, as she tucked the mirror away. Nothing, Hermione murmured, her voice scarcely audible. I just can't seem to fall asleep. Harry shifted slightly to create a space for Hermione. Fortunately, the beds provided by Hogwarts were ample enough to accommodate two individuals comfortably. However, Hermione merely tossed her pillow aside and promptly leaped onto Harry. Her tousled hair, freshly washed and dried by magical flames, now rested on Harry's smooth abdomen, eliciting a delightful tickling sensation that brought immense comfort. Thank you, Harry, Hermione murmured in a voice barely audible, seemingly overwhelmed with embarrassment. Thank you for not abandoning me, but for saving me. Had it not been for you, I would have perished there. It's nothing, Harry replied, carefully extricating herself from beneath Hermione's head and gently repositioning it onto her thigh. As they chatted, she instinctively began to play with Hermione's hair. The wild, chestnut locks were among the most resilient Harry had ever encountered, captivating her endlessly. I told you I would never leave you alone. I will always be your best friend and confidant, forever by your side. That will never change. As she spoke, Harry tenderly caressed Hermione's cheek with the back of her hand. Hermione's face flushed deeply, radiating warmth. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly inquired, but why does everyone else dislike me? This afternoon, I succeeded as well, yet my classmates chose to consult you. And no one approached me to ask how to cast that spell. I feel that what Ron said holds some truth. This is how others perceive me. Moreover, Hermione seemed at a loss for words. Harry's hand gradually glided down to her collarbone, utilizing her past experiences to gently prompt, what troubles you? If you have anything weighing on your mind, you can confide in me. After pondering for an afternoon, Hermione soon felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her. Her cheeks burned with heat as she drowsily revealed her innermost thoughts. Harry, I truly feel inferior to you. Your grades surpass mine, you excel in sports. And you wield magic with such proficiency. And you are so well liked. What about me? Aside from my academic achievements, I seem to possess little else of value. My athletic abilities are lacking. I can barely manage to ride a broomstick. In terms of studies, I rely solely on rote memorization and struggle to apply magic effectively. More importantly, I feel as though the entire Gryffindor house detests me. Why? Why do they treat me this way? I am diligently striving to earn points for the house and working hard for Gryffindor's honor. Yet, they squander the points I've painstakingly earned while subjecting me to a form of silent bullying. My emotional intelligence may not be high, but I am not oblivious. How could I possibly overlook these subtleties? I merely prefer not to dwell on them. In the midst of a hazy twilight, Hermione poured out her heart, confiding in Harry about her tumultuous emotions. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well up in her eyes, and it seemed she was on the verge of sobbing. Harry, with a gentle smile, patiently listened until she finished before responding. Hermione, you are merely imposing too stringent expectations on them. The others are only 11 years old, a tender age that is particularly intolerant of lectures. Trust me, if you ease your demands on others, you will find yourself much more at ease as well. Hermione, do not fret. Time is still on our side, is it not? We have ample opportunity to effect change. Rest assured, I am here by your side. Sleep now. And when you awaken, these worries shall have faded away. As the spirit within the tent stirred, Hermione succumbed to a deep slumber. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. Addressing the psychological dilemmas of young girls was certainly not his forte. Moreover, he could not reveal the harsh truth. Should he tell Hermione that the world is not merely black and white, but rather filled with shades of gray? Indeed, her actions appeared justified, adhering to the rules. However, Gryffindor was not an institution overly concerned with regulations, and thus Hermione naturally felt out of place and faced ostracism. There were other reasons for her unpopularity, but they were not easily articulated. Fortunately, Hermione was now asleep, sparing Harry the headache of navigating her emotional turmoil. Finally, she has drifted off, Harry mused quietly. But at least my efforts have yielded some reward. Such a pure and untarnished soul, whether as an anchor or a future ally, is indeed a remarkable presence. With that thought, he decided to let it go. I must hurry to sleep as well. Ah, what a splendid night this shall be. With that, he carefully adjusted Hermione's position on the pillow and extinguished the light in the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Professor Dumbledore's office, the headmaster was enduring a sleepless night. I understand, Minerva, he said softly, perusing a detailed report before him. I shall handle the subsequent matters. Please take your rest. Professor McGonagall, seated before Dumbledore, nodded and swiftly departed the office. Professor Snape, however, lingered within the chamber. Severus, have you noticed any unusual occurrences this evening? Dumbledore inquired, still engrossed in the report concerning the giant's autopsy. Without lifting his gaze. None, Snape replied with unwavering certainty. However, I did observe that Harry did not attend the Halloween feast. This led me to surmise that she was unaware of the giant's intrusion into the castle, prompting me to seek her out. On my way, I encountered Weasley, which further corroborated my hypothesis. Consequently, when my magic was triggered on the 4th floor, I was unable to respond in time. Hearing Snape's bold assertions, Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly as he raised his gaze to meet Snape's. Severus, I must remind you that Harry is not Lily. Before he could finish his sentence, Professor Snape interrupted him. I know, Professor Snape said coldly, but she is one of the few remnants of Lily left in this world. So whoever dares to harm her, I shall eliminate them. Not even Voldemort is exempt from my wrath. Mark my words. Dumbledore sighed, falling into silence. Chapter 31, the upcoming first match. The silence in the headmaster's office lingered for quite some time before Professor Snape finally spoke. By the way, Albus, what are the black flames and frost that Harry unleashed? Those formidable black flames and frost enabled her to vanquish that giant. I do not know, Professor Dumbledore replied calmly, fingers interlaced. Those spells manifested abruptly when Harry was nearing her 11th birthday. I have some conjectures regarding this, but I cannot divulge them to you. However, I can assure you that it is likely not a malevolent development. Professor Snape nodded silently, swiftly turning to leave the headmaster's office without looking back. Dumbledore sighed once more and rose to retrieve a large, black tome from the bookshelf behind him. The title read, in indistinct lettering, revealing dark magic. Dumbledore perused the book and paused on a particular page. His finger lightly brushed over the heading, Horcrux, and he suddenly spoke softly. What do you think would happen to a living person if they were used as a Horcrux, and that Horcrux inexplicably shattered? In the headmaster's office, all the portraits remained silent. They had not uttered a word since Professor McGonagall entered, and the atmosphere thickened into a deathly hush upon hearing Dumbledore's final remark. Even Fawkes, the phoenix grazing nearby, sensed the oppressive air and cautiously lifted his head to gaze at Professor Dumbledore's silhouette. Dumbledore did not anticipate an answer. He merely stared out the window, lost in thought. The following day, Harry awoke early. She felt a weight upon her, as if something was pressing down on her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Hermione's head resting on her chest. Harry couldn't help but smile in bemusement. Hermione's sleeping posture was indeed quite poor. She reached out to pinch Hermione's nose and playfully scratched her chin. Finally stirred by Harry's antics, Hermione roused. "Good morning, Harry," she mumbled, rolling over to rest on Harry. With sleepy eyes barely open, she spoke in a dazed manner. After a moment, she fully awakened and realized her awkward position. The young girl's face flushed crimson, and with a swift motion, she deftly escaped the tent, leaving her pillow behind. Harry stifled a laugh, recalling that her two other roommates might still be slumbering, and restrained her amusement. By the time she had changed her attire and completed her morning routine, Hermione finally peeked out from her tent. However, upon seeing Harry, Hermione could not help but instinctively retreat into her shelter. Harry, finding her adorable demeanor irresistible, felt compelled to tease her. "Your pillow remains in my tent. Do not forget to collect it." Approaching Hermione's tent, she added, "I am off to the Great Hall now. You should hurry and get up." With that, Harry playfully lifted Hermione's chin before swiftly departing with her bag. Hermione's cheeks flushed once more as she dove back into her tent, rolling about on her bed. Internally, she expressed relief that Lavender and Parvati had yet to awaken and witness the scene. The events of the Halloween feast had profoundly impacted Hermione. At least from that moment on, she no longer seemed as concerned about the misdeeds of others, which rendered her more endearing. Harry suspected that this transformation was not due to a change in Hermione's character, but rather because she had become so attached to her that she no longer noticed others' transgressions. Indeed, Hermione was now nearly inseparable from Harry. They attended classes together and frequented the library side by side. While Harry engaged in Quidditch practice, Hermione would sit in the stands, resting her chin on her hands, watching intently. Initially, Harry had harbored concerns regarding Hermione's mental state. However, upon reflection, she came to understand the situation. An 11-year-old girl, having endured prolonged emotional neglect, had been directly labeled a nightmare. During moments of solitude and tears, she had faced existential crises. At such times, a steadfast friend who remained by her side, offering solace and even saving her life, was invaluable. Subsequently, this dear friend engaged her in lengthy conversations, guiding her out of the shadows. In such circumstances, it was only natural for anyone to develop an intense attachment to such a companion. With the realization that Hermione was not grappling with any mental issues, Harry felt reassured and focused on managing the increasingly fervent fanbase surrounding her. The tale of Harry effortlessly vanquishing a troll had spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts, leaving many upperclassmen in awe. Thanks to the tradition of having a new defense against the dark arts professor each year, many adult wizards lacked such prowess. Consequently, Harry's reputation soared once more in the eyes of many young witches and wizards, garnering even greater attention. As November approached, the weather turned bitterly cold. With the Quidditch season on the horizon, the Gryffindor Quidditch team intensified their training regimen. Harry placed great significance on her inaugural Quidditch match. After conversing with numerous children from wizarding families and perusing various magical journals, Harry gained a profound understanding of Quidditch's importance within the magical realm. Although the Wizarding World boasted a plethora of entertainment options, such as wizard chess, exploding snap, and gobstones, however, Quidditch eternally reigns supreme atop the popularity rankings of entertainment within the magical realm. Thus, once Harry resolved to showcase her abilities to the fullest during the Quidditch match and garner ample attention, she dedicated herself with unwavering energy. Thanks to the powers bestowed upon her by the assassin, Harry possessed the keen eyesight of an eagle and formidable night vision, enabling her to swiftly capture the elusive golden snitch. Consequently, Harry felt exceedingly confident, provided the snitch did not persistently hide in obscure corners. As time swiftly passed, the day of the match arrived, heralding the first confrontation between the long-standing rivals, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Rising early as usual, Harry sensed that she was in splendid form. Despite the pervasive chill outside, the weather was remarkably clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Harry made her way to the changing room, parting ways with Hermione, who went to prepare cheering banners for her. Within the changing room, Wood addressed the team with a pre-match rallying speech, proclaiming that this was the finest team he had ever coached. Fred raised a point of contention, noting that Wood had only recently been appointed captain, making this his inaugural team. However, he was promptly silenced by his twin brother George, as the other teammates glared at them in annoyance. Wood concluded with a resolute statement. "We are the best team Gryffindor has seen in many years, and thus, we shall emerge victorious." As the moment of truth approached, he wished them all good luck. Chapter 32. The Witch's Dark Magic. Harry followed Fred and George out of the changing room, heading toward the raucous stadium. The stands were packed to capacity, with students from Gryffindor and Slytherin forming a vibrant sea of red and green. Both houses had crafted numerous support items representing their respective houses, such as red lions and green snakes. Hermione ascended to the highest row of the stands, where, alongside several upperclassmen, she created a massive banner emblazoned with the words, "The Lion Queen of Gryffindor, Harry Potter, shall prevail." Beneath the text was a large depiction of a Gryffindor lion. With the aid of magic from the upperclassmen, the lion on the banner moved continuously, occasionally roaring, while the golden red lettering shimmered with life. Uncharacteristically, Slytherin refrained from employing psychological tactics to unsettle Harry from the sidelines. Typically, Slytherin relished in jeering at new players from other houses during their inaugural matches to instill psychological pressure. However, this time, the newcomer from Gryffindor was none other than Harry Potter, the cherished student of Slytherin's headmaster, Professor Snape, who had expressly forbidden such behavior. Furthermore, he mandated that the Slytherin Quidditch team refrain from employing illegal tactics against Harry, such as elbowing, aggressive collisions, or excessive embraces on their brooms. Nonetheless, the same restrictions did not apply to the other Gryffindor players. Under the pressure exerted by their own head of house, particularly the intimidating gaze of the dean, the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team had no choice but to acquiesce. In contrast, Harry felt no pressure whatsoever, nor did she experience any stage fright. She smiled and waved to the audience, offering a confident gesture that incited a chorus of cheers. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, was appointed as the referee for the match. Prior to the commencement, she emphasized the importance of discipline and cast several pointed glances at the Slytherin team. Following the handshake between the two captains, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and 15 broomsticks swiftly ascended into the air. The sound of commentary filled the arena as a boy with strikingly long hair, holding a magically amplified microphone, began announcing the progress of the match. He was Lee Jordan, a classmate of the Weasley twins and one of Harry's closest friends. To ensure that Lee did not cause any mischief, Professor McGonagall stood at the commentary booth. As the seeker, Harry was initially not required to engage in the team's overall strategy or operations, in accordance with Wood's original plan. Seekers typically employ one of two tactics. One is to remain entirely detached from the team, focusing solely on locating the golden snitch. The other is to integrate into the team's framework, disrupting the opposing formations while simultaneously searching for the snitch. Wood's initial strategy was to have Harry concentrate on finding the snitch. Considering she was a novice seeker and he feared that excessive demands would impose undue mental strain on her, potentially hampering her performance. However, after witnessing Harry's rapid successes in capturing the snitch, Wood altered his perspective. "You are a natural Quidditch player," Wood exclaimed excitedly. "I believe you may even surpass Lynch from the Irish team." Thus, in this match, Harry was also tasked with disrupting Slytherin's offensive maneuvers. Utilizing the speed advantage of her Firebolt 2000, she deftly maneuvered into Slytherin's formation, only to swiftly withdraw, effectively hindering their flight. This guerrilla tactic was particularly well suited for a player of Harry's agility against Slytherin's more robust players. Despite the Slytherin members' attempts to physically confront Harry, they could not keep pace with her. Not to mention, Professor Snape's pre-match warnings loomed large in their minds, dissuading them from resorting to aggressive, foul tactics against her. In this context, Gryffindor's Angelina quickly scored, followed by numerous successful breakthroughs against Slytherin's keeper, Blatch. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands, and even the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students joined in the celebration. After all, Slytherin's underhanded tactics had generated much animosity, and Harry maintained excellent relationships with her peers from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Once again, Harry effortlessly evaded an approaching bludger, deftly maneuvering between Slytherin captain Marcus Flint and teammate Adrian Pusey, causing both to miss the quaffle that was tantalizingly within reach. "Well done, Harry." Fred soared past Harry while shouting, and once again, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Harry instinctively scanned the surroundings, searching for the elusive golden snitch. Preparing to launch her next attack, suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spotted the snitch hovering at the center of the pitch. However, the Slytherin seeker was much closer to it than she was. Fortunately, he was facing away from the snitch, seemingly preoccupied with guarding against Harry, thus failing to notice its presence. After a moment's contemplation, Harry opted not to accelerate immediately. Instead, she leisurely glided towards the Slytherin half, appearing to engage in a standard team offensive. The Slytherin players seemed to share this assumption, as their seeker, Terrence Higgs, darted towards Harry. This played perfectly into Harry's hands, as he was now farther from the snitch. She deftly evaded Higgs' interception and reclined on her broom, narrowly avoiding a bludger. With a subtle shift of her lithe waist, she effortlessly straightened up. "Wow," Lee exclaimed, "what agility Harry has. She's truly remarkable. I could almost fall for her." Immediately, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands, especially since Lee had expressed his desire to pursue Angelina just 20 minutes prior. Professor McGonagall once again intervened loudly, issuing a threat of point deductions. Professor Snape cast a deathly glare towards the commentary box. As Harry continued to advance, the golden snitch veered from its original path, heading directly towards her. "It's getting closer," Harry thought silently, reaching out to grasp the snitch. Just as she was about to raise her hand to declare her victory, she suddenly felt an inexplicable force manifest on her broom. The Nimbus 2000 beneath her seemed to transform into a wild stallion, bucking and attempting to throw her off. It was not the broom malfunctioning. Rather, it was an external attack. Harry swiftly deduced the situation. She had no time to locate the source of the attack. She clung tightly to her broom while probing the enchantments affixed to it. Within a mere 30 seconds, she discerned that the broom was imbued with a form of magic she had never encountered before. This dark magic was steeped in negativity, continuously enticing its victim towards despair and chaos. This is accursed dark magic, Harry concluded, identifying the nature of the spell. Although she had not studied dark magic in the wizarding world, any magic imbued with resentment and negativity could hardly be seen as benign. Coupled with her knowledge from the rise and fall of dark magic and her defense against the dark arts textbook, Harry easily pieced together the truth. To toy with dark magic in front of a witch? That would be your demise. A smile flickered across Harry's lips, tinged with lethal intent. She relinquished her attempts to control the broom, choosing instead to leap off. As Harry's raven-black hair swiftly grew, it enveloped her like a silken cocoon, ensuring her gentle descent to the ground. Within the opaque confines of this cocoon, a flicker of malevolence danced in Harry's eyes. Did they truly believe that a witch could be trifled with? Once she landed, Harry did not retract her hair. Instead, she swiftly produced a self-crafted wand and bit into the tip of her tongue. A crimson stream of blood erupted onto the wand, causing its dark green surface to emanate an eerie red glow. Simultaneously, she silently uttered the language of giants. For reasons unknown, this enchanting tongue, capable of bridging worlds, remained accessible, albeit with significantly diminished power, akin to the potency of her former use of Hermes language. As for Hermes tongue and ancient Hermes language, they had nearly lost their ability to manipulate the forces of nature during the ritual. With the incantation intoned, the red light from the wand surged upward before abruptly vanishing. In that moment, a figure, tightly wrapped in its own cocoon, emitted a muffled groan and swayed before regaining its balance, blood trickling down its scarf. Upon witnessing Harry's fall from her broomstick, gasps erupted from the audience, with many rising to their feet. Professors Snape and McGonagall simultaneously drew their wands, casting deceleration spells without hesitation. However, their incantations were thwarted by the dark cocoon that Harry had conjured, rendering them ineffective. Fortunately, the cocoon itself possessed properties that mitigated impact, allowing her to land safely. Soon after, the cocoon dissipated, revealing that it was composed of Harry's own hair. At that moment, Harry raised her hand high, where a golden snitch writhed in resistance. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, as nearly everyone believed that Harry had leapt from her broom to seize the elusive snitch, a decision made to ensure Gryffindor's inevitable victory. After all, the Slytherin Seeker was nearby, and had Harry accelerated directly, it would have drawn his attention. Given the proximity, her petite frame could not compete with the Slytherin's heavy-set form, making it likely that she would miss the golden snitch. Thus, the spectators conjured the narrative that Harry, prioritizing Gryffindor's triumph over her own safety, bravely jumped down to catch the snitch. Consequently, the Gryffindors erupted into a frenzy. The three chasers from the Gryffindor Quidditch team rushed forward, enveloping Harry in a vigorous embrace. Other teammates and spectators soon gathered, celebrating Harry's inaugural victory. Only Professors Snape and McGonagall wore expressions that betrayed their unease. As the sole two headmasters and publicly acknowledged masters of magic present, they discerned that, in that fleeting moment, Harry's broom had been ensnared by dark magic, prompting her to leap down. Professor Snape waved his wand, and an invisible cord manifested, pulling Harry's broom down from the air. He exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who refrained from demanding the broom back. After all, due to certain past experiences, Professor Snape's expertise in the dark arts far exceeded that of Professor McGonagall, making him far more suitable for the examination of dark magic. Moreover, Professor Snape had always treated Harry well, making it unlikely that he would tamper with the broom or exhibit negligence. After the match, Harry returned to the common room with the victorious Gryffindor team to celebrate their first win, but she soon excused herself, claiming fatigue, and retreated to her dormitory. Hermione, concerned, attempted to follow her, but Harry declined, citing her desire for solitude and quiet. Upon returning to her dormitory, however, Harry did not immediately lie down. Instead, she locked the door and retrieved numerous small vials and other implements from her trunk. The vials contained dark-colored ointments and potions, brimming with vitality and magic. Harry swiftly bit her fingertip, letting forth a considerable amount of her vibrant blood into a pure black bowl. After adding wolfsbane juice and other essential oils to sever the mystical connection between her and her blood, she incorporated various floral waters, swiftly sketching symbols with the mixed liquid. Once this task was completed, a glint of malevolence flickered in Harry's eyes. The endeavor was far from over. She murmured to herself and then produced a small box. After dispelling the intricate ritualistic magic upon the box, a frenzied will emerged. Harry cautiously regarded the box before submerging it entirely in the remaining liquid within the bowl. Connect. She uttered a word in the giant's tongue. Instantly, a surge of maddening energy emanated from the box, vibrant crimson light flickering around it. Harry felt her vitality being voraciously drained, and when the depletion exceeded 13, she decisively halted the ritual, resealing the small box. He must be suffering greatly. Bearing such a tumultuous will, a fragile soul would undoubtedly sustain severe damage. A cold smile crept across Harry's lips. Upon realizing that someone had cursed her broom through dark magic, indirectly endangering her, Harry promptly marked that individual in reverse with her blood and initiated a soul-targeted curse attack. Initially, she intended merely to issue a warning, believing that, in a public setting, the assailant would be deterred from excessive provocation. As long as he could not retaliate in the short term, Harry could calmly sever their connection, preventing the unknown assailant from counterattacking through her own strike. However, to her astonishment, the assailant's soul proved remarkably fragile, offering no substantial resistance to her counterattack. Thus, upon her return, Harry chose to directly unleash a soul attack against him, striving to inflict a more significant blow. However, considering the elapsed time since the last assault, the assailant may have fortified their defenses. Thus, Harley refrained from a direct confrontation, opting instead to utilize a fragment of her soul imbued with the frenzied will she had harnessed during her ascension to demigod status. Previously, during her counterattack, she had employed a drop of blood, which still lingered in the realm of mysticism. Consequently, Harley once again released blood and severed its mystical connection to her essence, allowing it to channel the madness contained within the soul fragment, thereby launching an attack against the assailant. I bestow upon you the frenzied murmurs of my demigod phase. Although the connection is fleeting, its potency remains formidable. I hope that fragile soul does not succumb to insanity, she mused, delighting in the meticulous cleansing of the ritual's remnants. In the office of the Dark Arts Defense Professor, Professor Quirrell was frantically consuming bottle after bottle of potions. His signature scarf, which enveloped nearly his entire head, had been discarded carelessly upon the bed. On the back of Quirrell's head, where one would expect a mane of thick hair, there resided a visage, a serpent's face. This grotesque countenance, pallid and devoid of color, starkly contrasted with its blood-red serpentine pupils. The most striking feature of this visage was its lack of a nose, possessing only two elongated nostrils akin to those of a snake. At that moment, the face was fervently shrieking, "You are a fool, a worthless wretch, a muggle, a dimwit. Not a single task you were assigned has been executed properly. Your incursion into Gringotts was a futile endeavor. Not even a glimpse of the Philosopher's Stone was obtained. And you squandered so much of my power. You still haven't grasped all the obstacles, and you can't even best a mere dog. And now, you fail even in attacking a first-year witch, suffering a backlash from magic. I have never encountered such an inept Death Eater." As Professor Quirrell hastily imbibed the potions, he trembled under the weight of Voldemort's tirade, daring not to retort or entertain any irreverent thoughts. After all, Voldemort was currently monitoring Quirrell's mind, where any sign of disrespect could easily be detected. Following his fervent verbal onslaught, Voldemort felt a twinge of fatigue. After all, the previous magical backlash had inflicted harm upon his soul, exacerbating the torment of his already fragile soul fragment. Although he occasionally pondered why such a mundane gaze could harm his essence during the backlash, he dismissed it, attributing it solely to Quirrell's incompetence in wielding even the simplest of spells. Chapter 34, Growing Madness? Hurry and drink the potions. The thought of Quirrell's ineptitude only fueled Voldemort's rage, intensifying his nostalgia for his loyal followers. Quirrell remained silent, rapidly consuming those taboo potions that could aid his soul, albeit at a tremendous cost to his corporeal form. Certainly, Voldemort was indifferent to the prohibition of these potions, for it was Quirrell's body that suffered, while Voldemort's fractured soul reaped the benefits. However, Quirrell had no other choice. Once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. At that moment, Professor Quirrell's body suddenly froze, and Voldemort's visage also became rigid, accompanied by a wondrous fluctuation invisible to ordinary eyes. An intangible voice resonated in the ears of both the man and the soul. Praise the chosen, praise the original. Although the language was incomprehensible, both entities grasped the essence of its meaning intuitively. Suddenly, Voldemort's face emitted a chilling scream, after which his eyes snapped shut, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Professor Quirrell collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His body was riddled with fissures, from which blood oozed forth. Ultimately, the ethereal voice dissipated, but Professor Quirrell had transformed into a ghastly figure, resembling a victim of a gruesome ordeal. Struggling, he crawled to the edge of his bed, barely managing to retrieve a small vial of emerald potion from a box beneath it. His hands trembled as he uncorked the vial, nearly dropping the potion several times. After consuming the elixir, Professor Quirrell continued to shudder, his complexion turning even paler than that of Voldemort. He clenched his teeth to stifle any cries of agony, yet his face contorted in anguish, as if his features were wrinkled into one another. However, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the skin smoothing out as if they had never existed. Once this was accomplished, Professor Quirrell, disregarding the need for rest, struggled to rise and called out reverently, "Master? Master?" After receiving no response for an extended period, he realized that his master, Voldemort, had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the earlier affliction. Professor Quirrell sighed silently. When he first encountered Voldemort, he believed he had encountered a formidable Dark Lord, and the demands proffered were but trivial trials. Thus, he willingly offered his body for the Dark Lord to inhabit, hoping to exchange his sacrifice for eternal life and enhanced power. Little did he know, the Dark Lord had dwindled to such frailty, relying solely on parasitism to survive. Furthermore, since inhabiting Professor Quirrell, Voldemort had been siphoning his life force, rendering Quirrell's body increasingly feeble. Alas, Quirrell was already parasitized. Even if Dumbledore possessed the capability to extricate Voldemort from him, Quirrell would undoubtedly perish. Thus, he had no choice but to walk this dark path and place his faith in Voldemort's promises. After a long while, Voldemort finally awoke from his stupor. Instead of his usual tirade, he spoke in a chilling tone. "Quirinus, the Dark Lord is merciful. I shall grant you another opportunity. Go and drink the blood of a unicorn to gain vitality and restore my power. If you can accomplish this task, I shall hold no grudges. Do not disappoint me again." Professor Quirrell hastily acquiesced, yet received no response from Voldemort. He assumed it was due to Voldemort's frailty that he had succumbed to slumber, and thus paid it little mind. However, Voldemort was not asleep. Rather, he was deep in contemplation. In his earlier ramblings, perhaps fueled by their shared madness, he had gleaned a wealth of information. Yet, the tainted knowledge he acquired would yield unknown consequences. The recent attack had not altered Harry's life significantly. Professor McGonagall promptly returned Harry's broom and commended her outstanding performance in the Quidditch match. She reassured Harry that there was no need to worry about further attacks, as Professor Snape had volunteered to officiate the next match, thus ensuring Harry's safety. Harry outwardly expressed her gratitude to the professors, but inwardly she felt a sense of unease. In this world, there exists no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. If Professor Snape were solely focused on his potion-making prowess and admired his own talents, he would not involve himself in matters that clearly fell under the purview of the headmaster. Was Snape perhaps a pervert with ulterior motives? The thought sent a shiver down Harry's spine, prompting her to resolve to exercise caution when alone with Professor Snape, ensuring she was equipped with her wand and mirror. As time swiftly passed, December arrived in full bloom. A thick blanket of snow enveloped the grounds of Hogwarts, igniting the students' anticipation for the holidays. Eager to engage in spirited snowball fights before returning to their warm, long-missed homes, the Weasley twins could hardly contain their excitement. Yearning to revel in the snow before the break, they enchanted a few snowballs to pursue Professor Quirrell, targeting the back of his head. For reasons unknown, Harry, guided by her instinct, believed this to be the pinnacle of the Weasley twins' lives. Despite their subsequent detention, the twins found no lack of amusement, for Draco Malfoy accompanied them during their confinement. Dear Mr. Malfoy had been punished for his outburst in potions class. He protested his innocence, claiming he had merely stated a fact. Harry had no mother. Yet, Professor Snape offered him no opportunity for explanation and sent him directly to Filch. At last, Christmas arrived. Harry awoke early to find the dormitory empty, only then recalling that she had bid farewell to her roommates the previous day. Lavender and Hermione have returned to their respective homes in the Muggle world, while Parvati, accompanied by her sister, is set to visit their parents in India. Hermione is quite eager to stay back and keep Harry company. However, she hasn't been home in a long while, and the Grangers are longing for her presence. Nonetheless, Harry is rather pleased at the prospect of spending a tranquil Christmas. Typically, considering the presence of the highly sensitive and often clingy Miss Granger in the dormitory, Harry refrains from venturing out at night, fearing unforeseen mishaps. Now that he is alone in the dormitory, it is the perfect opportunity for him to employ the invisibility charm, a skill in which witches excel. Harry has long coveted the books in the restricted section, but alas, they have remained out of reach. Madame Pants consistently prevents him from entering, and the professors are unlikely to casually grant Harry permission. Even Professor Snape, who is most attentive to Harry, would not allow him to borrow a book on dark magic. Thus, Harry must rely on his own resourcefulness. This is quite reasonable, even if not penned by 008. It is indeed very plausible. Chapter 35, Crimson Hair and Emerald Eyes. After the holiday commenced, Harry found himself in a most comfortable situation. Most of the students had departed, leaving behind those who preferred to avoid parental nagging. In other words, they were not particularly fond of studying. Consequently, the library was nearly deserted, devoid of the chatter of the young witches and wizards who typically surrounded him. What delighted Harry even more was that Professor Snape and Hagrid had remained on campus during the break. Thus, Harry could continue to procure materials from Hagrid while also receiving private tutoring from Professor Snape. The only regret Harry harbored was that, due to the sparsity of visitors in the library, Madame Pants had taken to sitting beside him, both engrossed in their reading. While this was a positive development, given Madame Pants's deep passion for books and her extensive knowledge of obscure magical lore, it unfortunately hindered Harry's ability to scout around the restricted section in preparation for his planned intrusion. This routine persisted until the eve of Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Harry conducted a simple divination for himself and resolved to infiltrate the restricted section of the library the following night, reasoning that after indulging in a lavish Christmas feast, few would possess the energy to maintain vigilance. The next day, Harry was roused by the cacophony of owls. Sleepily, he pulled back the curtains, only to discover an overwhelming number of owls crowded outside his window. Though uncertain of the cause, Harry instinctively opened the window. The owls promptly flitted inside, dropping off parcels and angrily attempting to peck at Harry. However, Harry's quick reflexes spared him from any harm. Ultimately, he offered a large bag of nuts as a peace offering to appease the irate owls. In the process, he also uncovered the reason for the commotion. Wizards traditionally use owls to deliver Christmas gifts, and he had forgotten to leave a gap in the window the previous night to allow their entrance. One cannot entirely fault Harry, for she was unaware of the wizarding custom, mistakenly believing that those gifts would arrive with the breakfast letters as usual. After a brief morning ablution, she began to unwrap her Christmas presents. Although she anticipated receiving a considerable number of gifts, the sheer abundance took her by surprise. Lavender gifted her a pair of exquisite hairpins accompanied by matching earrings, while Parvati presented a vial of potion, claiming it was concocted from the waters of the Ganges and could cure all ailments. However, gazing at the murky, ochre liquid within the glass, Harry felt it best to forego its use. Hagrid bestowed upon her an array of potion ingredients, including unicorn hair, which deeply moved Harry. This inspired her resolve to impart some rudimentary herbal knowledge to Hagrid, as much of the essence of the materials had diminished. Hermione gifted her a beautifully wrapped box containing a bottle of perfume. Although Harry could not identify the brand, her intuition suggested it was of considerable value. The scent was subtle, a gentle fragrance reminiscent of Hermione's own aroma. Numerous classmates, including Hannah and Susan from Hufflepuff, also presented gifts, leaving Harry feeling somewhat embarrassed as she had not prepared anything for several of them, prompting her to resolve to rectify this oversight immediately. At the bottom of the pile lay a paper bag and a large box. Harry first opened the larger box, revealing a bottle and a note. As she read the note, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Professor Snape had sent her a specially crafted cosmetic potion, enabling the drinker to alter their hair color at will for a week. He advised her to consider transforming her hair to a burgundy hue, as it would be more fitting for the festive season, as noted in his message. Musing over Snape's unexpected attentiveness, she proceeded to open the final paper bag. It was lightweight, containing a silvery gray fabric that resembled liquid. Holding it in her hands, Harry found it felt strange, as if woven from water. After a period of contemplation, she discerned the nature of the object, an invisibility cloak, a highly precious magical artifact that rendered the wearer invisible. Yet, Harry sensed something was amiss about this cloak, though she could not articulate precisely what it was. Her intuition persistently urged her to remain vigilant regarding this extraordinary garment. Accompanying the cloak was a note in a slender, looping script. Your father left this with me before his passing. It now belongs to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. An heirloom from her father? Harry spoke softly, carefully placing the invisibility cloak back into the depths of the box. She resolved to use the cloak sparingly, as it was a cherished relic of her father, deserving of preservation. Additionally, Harry harbored a lingering apprehension that overusing the cloak might invite misfortune. After all, witches of the 7th tier possessed the ability to become invisible, a skill that overlapped with that of the cloak. Moreover, Harry's innate invisibility was far more reliable, readily accessible at any moment, thus offering greater convenience. Once she had organized all the gifts she received, Harry lifted the vial of potion, scrutinizing it closely. Through a simple divination, she ascertained that the potion posed no threat to her well-being. With that assurance, she removed the stopper and drank it in one swift motion. The potion was cool, yet upon swallowing, it ignited within her like a blaze, warming her stomach pleasantly. In a short while, Harry suddenly sensed that she could alter the color of her hair. Standing before the full-length mirror she had purchased, she experimented with various hues until she settled on a deep burgundy. Satisfied, she began to prepare herself. After spritzing on some perfume and donning her Gryffindor robes, Harry stepped out with a buoyant stride, eager to indulge in the Christmas feast in the Great Hall. Upon entering, she was greeted by a bountiful spread of delectable dishes, especially striking given the scant number of students remaining at school. Professor Snape occupied a seat at the staff table. Though he neither dined nor engaged in the conversation between Professor Flitwick and Professor Dumbledore regarding the ramifications of the fragmentation of Suvi magic on the Wizarding World. His gaze was fixated on the side door of the hall, behind which lay the staircase closest to the Gryffindor dormitory. At long last, he spotted the person he had been waiting for. Harry entered, her burgundy hair swaying with her cheerful steps. Clad in her Gryffindor robes, with verdant eyes and a delicate visage, she elicited a tear from the corner of Professor Snape's eye. Professor Dumbledore, noticing this poignant moment, instinctively placed a reassuring hand on Snape's shoulder. Severus, Dumbledore intoned gravely, I trust you have not forgotten the promise you made to me before the term commenced. No, I have not, Snape replied softly, though his voice lacked conviction. Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In a sense, he understood the torment that plagued Professor Snape. Chapter 36, A Battle of Wits with the Air. After relishing the Christmas feast, Harry engaged in a snowball fight with the remaining students at the Quidditch pitch. Although most students had returned home, enough gathered to form several teams. Professor Snape appeared intrigued by the snowball fight, silently observing from the stands. However, when Harry called out, Professor, come join us, Snape merely smiled and shook his head in refusal. After an exhilarating snowball fight, Harry bid farewell to two newly acquainted Ravenclaw upperclasswomen, preparing to return to the washroom to cleanse her hair. George and Fred had been targeting Harry's striking auburn locks, leaving them drenched in snow. Later that evening, after relishing a turkey sandwich, boozy jam pudding, and Christmas cake, Harry retired early to rest, for a long-awaited adventure awaited her in the early hours. At the stroke of midnight, Harry awoke promptly. She donned a light pink tracksuit, complemented by a pair of agile running shoes. Her auburn hair was transformed back to black, neatly tied into a ponytail. After gathering all the nocturnal tools she might need, Harry snapped her fingers and vanished into thin air. The Gryffindor common room was deserted. A few remaining students, having had their fill, had retreated to their dormitories for the night. With utmost stealth, Harry gently pushed aside the portrait of the fat lady, who, in a drunken stupor, croaked, "Who is there?" Harry remained silent, swiftly departing the spot. Her destination was clear, the library. The library loomed in darkness, its entrance secured by a rusty padlock. However, the iron lock bore no protective charms, allowing Harry to effortlessly unlock it with the spell Alohomora. This left her with a sense of unease, contemplating the possibility of unseen traps lurking within. After all, a repository of knowledge held by a powerful entity should naturally be one of its most safeguarded locations. How could such an important place lack even a semblance of protective magic on its entrance? Instinctively, Harry considered activating her inner sight to detect traps, but restrained herself. Aware of the divine presence within the school, the complexity of the traps would undoubtedly be formidable. Should she glimpse anything forbidden, even her elevated status would not shield her from significant harm. Harry extracted 2 wands, one of which she had crafted herself. She casually tossed her wand at the library's entrance, prepared to swap wands if necessary. With caution, she made her way towards the restricted section, daring not to illuminate her path, relying solely on her night vision. The restricted section lay deep within the library, cordoned off by a rope to separate these books from the rest of the collection. Harry meticulously conducted a few simplified rituals to probe the area, concluding it to be completely secure. Yet, she dared not trust that the restricted section was entirely safe. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a square mirror and levitated it forward. Subsequently, she placed another mirror on the ground, infusing it with a substantial amount of her essence. With the infusion of spirituality, an invisible passage opened between the 2 mirrors. On her toes, Harry lightly tapped the ground and leaped towards the mirror. Although the mirror was relatively small in size, it astonishingly swallowed Harry whole. Her figure subsequently materialized above the other mirror. However, as she steadied herself, a look of confusion crossed Harry's face. She felt no obstruction whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, Harry's long hair swiftly grew, surpassing the rope. It was then that Harry realized she had been exerting herself in vain. I was grappling with mere air. Harry furrowed her brow, gently pinched her delicate nose, and couldn't help but exclaim, in the illustrious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a place of demigod stature, the most vital repository of knowledge is utterly unprotected. I cannot be blamed for my naivety. Who would have anticipated such a thing? Harry silently lamented, as she tidied her gear and began examining the tomes categorized as forbidden. On the hefty volumes, the peeling and faded golden letters spelled out obscure and difficult words. Many books bore no titles at all, yet were affixed with dark crimson seals, resembling long-congealed bloodstains. Harry closed her eyes, sensing the intangible malice emanating from many of the books. Some of these tomes must correspond to the 5th level of sealing. Harry murmured to herself. Undaunted, she wandered among the shelves, swiftly noting the names of the books and their locations. However, she did not compel herself to decipher some of the titles that exuded an especially perilous aura, for knowledge itself can be tainted. lacking sufficient strength. The pursuit of certain knowledge could very well lead to her demise. After recording for half the night, Harry stood before one particular book, her hair rapidly growing as she gently touched its cover. The title read Potent Potions. Normally, Harry could procure books from the restricted section, and even those detailing the properties of rare potions would receive approval from Professor Snape. However, this tome, likely containing recipes for dangerous concoctions, would not be granted permission for her to read in the near future. Harry pressed her lips together, but ultimately decided to swiftly extract the book. A cursory glance at the table of contents brought a glimmer of joy to her face. It appeared to contain numerous fascinating potions. Harry's fingertips glided over the book's index before she resolved to stealthily borrow it. Clutching the hefty volume, she quickly departed from the library, ensuring to lock the door gently behind her. Harry stashed the heavy book into the mirrored world and retrieved her self-crafted wand, then hurriedly descended the staircase, intent on returning directly to the Gryffindor dormitory. However, her luck seemed to falter. The Lady of Ravenclaw had enchanted the staircases of Hogwarts Castle, causing them to perpetually shift and transform. Harriet encountered an unfortunate twist of fate as she navigated the ever-changing staircases, witnessing them veer in an entirely different direction midair. Yet, she remained unfazed. After all, the Christmas holiday was still lengthy, and tomorrow she could indulge in a leisurely slumber without anyone taking notice. Harriet pressed onward along the path, diligently striving to reach the Gryffindor dormitory, only to find herself in an unfamiliar location. Gently tapping her fair chin with her delicate fingers, a contemplative expression graced her features. Were these staircases perhaps intoxicated? Such madness on Christmas night. With this thought, Harriet resolved to pause momentarily, allowing the chaotic staircases to settle before returning to her dormitory. Consequently, she casually pushed open the door to an unoccupied classroom, seeking a brief respite. Chapter 37. Reflections in the Mirror. The classroom lay abandoned, its desks and chairs haphazardly piled against the walls, casting large, shadowy figures. A wastebasket lay overturned on the floor, further emphasizing the room's desolate state, long devoid of use. Opposite her stood an imposing mirror, its height reaching the ceiling. Underneath the opulent golden frame, two claw-like feet supported the mirror. Etched at the top of the mirror was a line of small text, Irresistible Woes. Harriet struggled several times to decipher the words. After all, witches were masters of the enchanted mirror. She was well aware that many magical mirrors revealed extraordinary effects by compelling victims to read specific phrases. Upon completing the line, Harriet furrowed her brow. She sensed no immediate danger emanating from the mirror, prompting her to investigate further. Standing before it, she remained poised to switch places with her wand, should any threat arise from beyond the mirror's reflection. As she gazed into the mirror, she was momentarily taken aback. Harriet beheld her own reflection standing upon a statue of an ancient goddess, the original witch. What could this mean? She rapidly interpreted the message conveyed by the mirror. Did it reflect the future? Was she standing upon the original witch, having usurped her authority and seized dominion over the realm of calamity? Had she ascended to divinity in the future? In the midst of her astonishment, a profound surge of energy coursed through Harriet, abruptly withdrawing her from her invisible state. Yet, she paid it no mind. Her brow furrowed as she pondered the implications of the mirror's message. This cannot be right, she mused internally. The original, which is not of this world. How could I possibly have the opportunity to slay her? Moreover, if this mirror truly foretells the future, how would it possess knowledge of the original witch's existence? Yet, this was undeniably what she yearned for, to attain godhood and obliterate the witch cult that relentlessly pursued her, vanquishing the malevolent deity they served. Wait, this is indeed what I desire. Harriet involuntarily uttered the last sentence aloud. Indeed, this mirror reflects the desires that dwell within my heart. As she uttered these words, Harry swiftly summoned her spiritual essence, cloaking her consciousness to shield it from external forces. As anticipated, upon closing off her awareness, the images within the mirror vanished. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the room. What a surprise, Harry, came an aged voice. In an instant, Harry's spirit surged with vitality, poised to switch places with her wand, yet she refrained from taking immediate action, instead gazing into the mirror. After she had sealed off her consciousness, the mirror transformed into an ordinary looking glass. Thus, Harry distinctly observed an elderly figure gradually materializing upon the smooth surface. The figure was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Harry promptly turned on her heel and inclined slightly in a bow. Good evening, Harry. Dumbledore replied softly, though he noted that this was hardly an appropriate hour for greetings. If I am not mistaken, you should be nestled in the warmth of your bed in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, rather than accompanying this old man in a deserted classroom, braving the cold. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. Harry's mind raced as she speculated that an unknown defense system had alerted the headmaster during her incursion into the library. Given this scenario, It was likely that he had discovered her transgression in the restricted section and was now monitoring her every move. However, this remained uncertain. Consequently, Harry simply offered her apology without divulging the reasons behind it. After all, if the headmaster did not possess full evidence of her infractions, admitting too much would be to her detriment. There is no need for apologies. Can a Gryffindor truly be called such if they do not roam at night? Dumbledore chuckled as he approached the mirror. I, too, was once a member of Gryffindor and have ventured out many a night. Fortunately, I was never caught by my head of house. After all, I possess a modicum of talent and managed to learn the disillusionment charm that allows one to become invisible. Harry remained silent, her gaze cast downward, fixed upon the ground. Dumbledore, too, refrained from elaborating further, instead shifting the topic. Harry, I am quite curious as to how you discern that this mirror reflects your innermost desires. What, pray tell, did you see? Might you share it with this old man? Harry could not possibly reveal that she had seen herself standing atop the primordial witch, brandishing the emblem of the divine kingdom. After a brief hesitation, she spoke in a soft voice. I saw my deceased parents. Professor Dumbledore fell silent, his hand resting on the mirror's surface coming to a halt. After several seconds of silence, he nodded. To see one's departed parents. How profoundly sorrowful that is. Thus, you deduce that this mirror reflects your innermost desires? Professor Dumbledore inquired. Indeed, Professor, Harry replied softly, her voice tinged with an undeniable sorrow. A most rational inference, Dumbledore nodded. This mirror is known as the Mirror of Erised. I trust you have noticed the inscription upon it. If read in reverse, it reveals that what it shows is not merely your reflection, but rather the longings of your heart. As the inscription suggests, one can behold within this mirror the most fervent and intense desires that dwell deep within us. Dumbledore gently elucidated the nature of the mirror, concluding with, I am pleased, Harry. You possess a formidable will, having resisted its allure upon your first encounter. Harry silently nodded, then suddenly lifted her head, her curiosity prompting her to ask, Professor Dumbledore, what do you see when you gaze into the mirror? Me? Dumbledore chuckled softly. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Woolen socks? Harry's expression turned skeptical. Yet, Dumbledore chose not to elaborate, instead rising from his seat. Harry, I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitory. I, too, must rest, as I need to relocate this mirror tomorrow. Very well, Professor, Harry replied obediently, quickly exiting the classroom. Dumbledore, however, did not leave immediately. He surveyed the surroundings with a grave demeanor, tapping his wand thoughtfully, ensuring the classroom was enveloped in magic. Preventing any intrusions that might jeopardize the mirror, Dumbledore finally departed. Chapter 38, The Restoration of Joyful Sorcery. During the remainder of the Christmas holiday, Harry refrained from nocturnal escapades, instead immersing herself in the study of books procured from the restricted section. That evening, Professor Dumbledore did not inquire about the whereabouts of the book Powerful Potions, nor did Madame Pants mention any news regarding the missing volumes in the restricted section. A vague suspicion lingered in Harry's mind that Dumbledore was concealing the matter. The Christmas break swiftly drew to a close, and Harry quietly returned to the restricted section to replace the book. She had meticulously recorded the most crucial and intriguing formulas contained within. The remaining potions were considerably more complex and perilous. Harry could easily achieve the same effects through more straightforward rituals. The day after Harry returned the book, departing students boarded the train back to school. Upon entering their dormitory, Hermione enveloped Harry in a warm embrace, expressing her delight for the potions notes Harry had gifted her. The only disappointment is that much of the knowledge within is beyond my comprehension, Hermione lamented. Professor Snape's supplementary material is far too advanced for me. I can confidently assert that your prowess in potions far surpasses my own. No worries, I'll compile a reading list for you. Once you finish those books, you will be able to grasp the concepts within the notes. Your capacity for learning is no less than mine. It is merely a matter of exposure to the relevant knowledge, Harry reassured Hermione. She was genuinely eager to elevate Hermione to her own level of understanding. If the opportunity arose, Harry would not hesitate to include Lavender and Parvati as well. After all, if everyone's abilities were enhanced, the ensuing discussions would foster even swifter progress. Although Harry had already mastered potions to a considerable degree, there remained notions that might be overlooked due to the limitations of singular thought. Collective wisdom and shared learning are invariably the most effective pathways to advancement. As long as she could revert to her youthful state, she would willingly impart her knowledge. Unfortunately, expecting the Gryffindor students to engage earnestly in their studies seemed a tad daunting, particularly in the realm of potion making, a subject most Gryffindors detest. Among the girls familiar to Harry, only Hermione was willing to delve into the tedious and intricate study of potion properties. Even among the Ravenclaw girls, such as her roommate Parvati's sister Padma, there was scant interest in the study of potions. Nevertheless, for the time being, having Hermione was more than sufficient. As the term commenced, Harry found herself increasingly occupied. Professor Snape had assigned her additional practical lessons, instructing her on how to handle rare potion ingredients. During this time, she encountered the roots of a mistletoe tree, uncertain whether they were akin to the mistletoe required by diviners. One thing was clear: the methods for processing these two materials differed significantly. If she were to apply the technique used for the genuine roots of the mistletoe tree on these roots, the material would be rendered unusable. This realization prompted Harry to approach the craft with heightened caution, determined to personally handle even the most unpleasant and arduous tasks. Her diligence left the Weasley twins, who assisted her in material preparation, utterly astonished. They had inexplicably received a reprimand on their first assignment of the term and were confined for a month, tasked with handling a variety of repulsive potion ingredients. The mere act of cleaning the intestines of a black-striped rat had caused them to retch. Yet Harry, without a moment's hesitation, engaged in the task herself, unfazed, even while clad in gloves and a mask, a display that commanded respect. In addition to her potion studies, Harry also had to carve out time for Quidditch practice. In the second match, she once again showcased her exceptional skills, completely dismantling Hufflepuff's formation while seizing the golden snitch right under their seeker, Diggory's, nose. It was evident that the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team was infuriated, likely prompting a change in seekers. Despite another resounding victory, the training regimen for the Gryffindor Quidditch team intensified. "We haven't won a championship in 5 years," Wood declared with a grave expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, I yearn for victory. Gryffindor deserves a championship." Thus, the training regimen for Gryffindor was directly doubled. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's inability to tolerate Wood's reckless scheme, he might have even tripled it. During such tumultuous times, Harry finally discovered a method to partially restore her powers. She identified a significant number of potion ingredients and their corresponding relationships within the realm of various materials. This revelation indicated that there were numerous potions Harry could begin to brew, thus allowing her restoration plan to be placed on the agenda. During her flight, Harry had destructively utilized several magical artifacts, shattering them and merging their essence with her mythical beast form. Through rituals and spiritual guidance, the extraordinary attributes of these magical items formed a unique existence intertwined with Harry's mythical beast shape, layer upon layer sealing her status and strength. Therefore, in order to reclaim her power at Sequence 3, Harry needed to systematically dismantle these seals. With each layer of the seal that she unraveled, Harry's strength would ascend by one sequence, simultaneously lifting certain restrictions on her mythical beast form. The extraordinary attributes that were separated, though unable to revert to magical artifacts and tainted by her mythical essence, could still serve as auxiliary materials for potions. If properly combined with corresponding supportive ingredients and absorbed by specific items, they could yield magical artifacts of sealed quality. As the pollution stemmed from Harry's mythical form, she could utilize these sealed attributes within limited constraints, provided she paid the necessary price. The method to break the seals involved employing specific potions to taint the extraordinary attributes used in the sealing process, thereby separating them from Harry's mythical beast form. When Harry sealed her power at Sequence 6, she had utilized a magical item born from the demise of the corrupted Baron. She forcefully harnessed the distorted concepts within to enact a final sealing of her strength. After identifying feasible potions and their substitute materials, that evening, Harry lay in bed, gazing at the parchment in her hands that recorded the potion recipes. The properties of the heart of the earth rhinoceros appeared similar to those of the heart of the soil rhinoceros, while the blood of the unicorn Pegasus could likely substitute for that of the unicorn. Alas, the blood of the unicorn was cursed. She wondered if it would align with her expectations. If it did, she might still have a solution. As Harry contemplated the potion-making process, she could no longer suppress her drowsiness. After folding the parchment, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet even in her dreams, a smile graced Harry's lips, for she glimpsed the hope of restoring herself as the joyous witch. Chapter 39. Guess what contribution Dumbledore made? The following day happened to be the weekend, and Harry planned to visit Hagrid once more to see if there were any usable materials available for purchase. While scheming was indeed a pleasurable endeavor, Hagrid was such a kind-hearted individual who cared deeply for Harry. She could not bring herself to be perpetually audacious. Moreover, Hagrid's materials for Harry were exceptionally affordable, which brought her immense joy. Hermione accompanied Harry, seizing the opportunity to apply her knowledge of potion-making. Everything seemed as usual. Yet there was an unsettling peculiarity about Hagrid's hut that Harry sensed from a distance. February had arrived, ushering in warmer weather, but Hagrid's cottage was tightly shut, with heavy curtains drawn across the windows. Was Hagrid truly susceptible to the cold? His robust physique, likely a result of his half-giant lineage, allowed him to swim in the Black Lake even during the harshest winters. Instinctively, Harry drew her wand and pinched her earlobe, activating her magical sight to peer into the wooden abode. This time, her unease stemmed from subtle details rather than any mystical forewarning, so she was not apprehensive about encountering anything untoward. "What's wrong?" Hermione inquired, having noticed Harry's reaction. "The cottage seems different from usual," Harry replied succinctly. Hermione scrutinized Hagrid's hut, frowning in agreement. Indeed, the weather isn't severe enough to warrant locking the doors and drawing the curtains. Exactly, Harry nodded. The chimney is still emitting smoke, suggesting a fire is lit. I wonder if he is unwell or perhaps not in good health. What? Hermione barely caught Harry's last few words. However, Harry offered no explanation, merely gesturing toward the hut. Let us go inside and find out. From her earlier observation with magical sight, Hagrid's spiritual essence appeared vibrant, and the surrounding materials retained their usual active energy, albeit gradually depleting. It seemed Hagrid was not in dire straits. Harry only regretted that despite having taught him various preservation techniques, Hagrid's methods seemed lacking. She gently knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, are you home? Who is it? Came Hagrid's deep, somewhat anxious voice. It's me, Harry, she called out. Hermione and I have come to visit you. Just a moment, please. After a short while, Hagrid opened the door just a crack. Upon confirming the identities of his visitors, he swiftly opened the door wide, ushering Harry and Hermione inside before securely shutting it behind them. The hut was stiflingly warm, the flames in the fireplace reaching high. What brings you here? Hagrid asked, bringing forth tea and a sandwich made of stoat. However, both Harry and Hermione politely declined the latter. Since we have no classes this weekend, we thought we'd come to see you. I also wish to purchase some materials from you. Harry produced a piece of parchment. Hagrid, do you have these items? Absolutely. Hagrid glanced at the parchment. I've seen these materials in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. There are plenty that resemble them in the Forbidden Forest as well. When the time comes, I will gather everything and write to you, so you can discern whether the materials are correct. Having said that, Hagrid wiped the sweat from his brow and took a large gulp of tea, then chuckled. Harry, you truly resemble your mother. Lily was equally fond of potions. As Harry listened to Hagrid, she discreetly observed the room. Hermione, however, was fully engaged, keenly interested in matters concerning Harry's parents. After 10 minutes, Hagrid's throat became parched from talking. Seizing the opportunity while he sipped his tea, Harry began to steer the conversation. Hagrid, it's so warm outside. Why do you keep the doors and windows closed and the fireplace going? I noticed how much you've been sweating. You must be quite hot. Should I open a window for some fresh air? As she spoke, Harry pretended to rise from her seat to open a window. Don't. Hagrid immediately exclaimed, you can't open the window. The dragon egg requires a warm environment. Dragon egg? Hermione astutely seized upon Hagrid's words. Oh, Hagrid covered his face. After a considerable pause, he dejectedly admitted, all right, I confess. I recently acquired a dragon egg, and I am currently incubating it. But Hagrid, Hermione said, her face a mask of shock. Professor Binns just informed us in class this week that the law prohibiting the breeding of dragons was officially passed at the Wizarding Conference in 1709, and violators will face punishment from the Ministry of Magic. Oh, that's no concern. Hagrid dismissed her concerns. I'm certain that once the Ministry officials see such a charming little creature, they would be reluctant to impose any penalties. Trust me. Now, let's discuss the dragon egg itself. I borrowed a book from the library that says the egg should be incubated in flames. Hagrid, unknowingly, grew excited and began to boast about various aspects of his dragon egg. However, Harry was more intrigued by how he procured the egg, considering that she might also obtain some restricted materials through similar means. Thus, she began to guide Hagrid's conversation in this direction. Hagrid, can you really afford such a high-quality brandy? I imagine you spent a considerable sum to acquire the dragon egg. Harry interjected as the topic of raising the dragon came up. Oh, in fact, I hardly spent anything, Hagrid chuckled, scratching the back of his head. A few days ago, while drinking in Hogsmeade, I happened upon a masked individual. I played a few rounds of cards with him, and the dragon egg was the wager, which I won. But he probably wanted to rid himself of the egg anyway. My only expense was treating him to 2 bottles of butterbeer. I was quite fortunate he didn't drink fire whiskey. Harry felt a tinge of disappointment. She had no particular need for the dragon egg, as it could only be used to create some sealing items at best. What truly piqued her interest was the possibility of an existing black market channel, but evidently, this was merely a serendipitous encounter. Certainly, Harry had heard a name from Hagrid's lips, Nocturne Alley. This place was not one she had encountered in school. Harry silently noted it, preparing to explore it discreetly when the opportunity arose. While Harry pondered, Hagrid engaged in a heated debate with Hermione, who fervently urged him to part with the dragon egg. Hagrid, consider this. You reside in a wooden house, and dragons breathe fire. Once it hatches, it could easily set your home ablaze, exposing your illegal dragon keeping. Hermione insisted. Even if it doesn't burn your house down, a fire dragon can grow to the length of your house within 2 weeks. You must get rid of it. Oh, no. Hagrid bit his lip. I can't. This creature hasn't even been born yet. Where could it possibly go? I must at least see it hatch and nurture it until it can fend for itself, or it will be in danger the moment it enters the wild. Hogwarts is the safest place. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Harry felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. In a soft voice, she interjected, safest? Hagrid, have you forgotten what Dumbledore is renowned for? Hagrid looked at her, puzzled. What accomplishment? Hermione chimed in before Hagrid could respond. One of Professor Dumbledore's most famous academic achievements is discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Hagrid's face turned ashen, his mouth opening, yet no words emerged. Chapter 40. A Night in the Forbidden Forest. Harry's words had evidently struck a nerve with Hagrid. He was almost fearless when it came to the adorable creatures he spoke of, seemingly indifferent to legalities. The Ministry of Magic's regulations? They were of no concern to Hagrid. But he was deeply troubled by the thought of his beloved creatures coming to harm. Indeed, if Professor Dumbledore had discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood, might he be inclined to uncover a 13th? Hagrid stammered, "No, I believe Professor Dumbledore is not that kind of person." Yet Harry ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. "Hagrid, do not forget that fire dragons are considered traditional economic animals in Britain. Dragon liver and dragon skin are sold in Diagon Alley, clearly priced in apothecaries. If a dragon were to appear where it shouldn't be, it could pose a threat to young wizards' safety. I am convinced that both Professor Dumbledore and any other professor would agree to eliminate the dragon." Hagrid's complexion grew increasingly pale as he slumped into a chair. Hermione seized the moment, continuing to persuade Hagrid. Although she was unaware of the consequences faced by illegal dragon keepers, she adeptly drew parallels with cases of lions escaping from zoos in the Muggle world. Finally, Hagrid began to contemplate whether he should relinquish the dragon egg. You might ask Ron or the third-year twins, Fred and George. Harry devised a plan with Hagrid, as their brother Charlie Weasley had ventured to the Romanian dragon reserve to work as a dragon tamer. They contemplated enlisting Fred and George's assistance to compose a letter inquiring whether the dragon egg could be safely relocated. Hagrid, though visibly reluctant, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall ponder it further. If all else fails, I may have to part with Norbert." Oh, poor Norbert, who had yet to be born and was destined to lose his mother. Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, choosing to remain silent and grant Hagrid a moment of solitude. Upon leaving the small wooden hut, Harry could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "Did so many lions truly escape from the zoo?" "Of course not," replied Hermione, her hands clasped behind her back, a radiant smile on her face. However, Hagrid could not verify this, could he? She raised her chin, seemingly awaiting Harry's praise. "My Hermione is truly clever," Harry responded with a smile, gently flicking her nose. In the ensuing days, Harry received a steady stream of materials from Hagrid. With Harry's support, Hagrid managed to get in touch with the Weasley twins regarding the dragon egg. Fred and George, upon learning of the situation, were more than willing to assist, even displaying more enthusiasm than Harry herself. They corresponded with their brother and ultimately summoned Charlie's friend. The two slipped out of the school through the secret passage and made their way to Hogsmeade, delivering the dragon egg to Charlie's acquaintance for safekeeping. Though Hagrid felt profound sorrow, he bore the pain silently to prevent Norbert from becoming a mere tool for the sake of materials upon his birth. To alleviate his melancholy, Hagrid began to spend increasingly longer hours patrolling the Forbidden Forest, providing Harry with even more resources. Through Harry's investigations, these materials revealed extraordinary properties, akin to those found in the sequence-related materials of her own world. Only unicorn blood remained, requiring a precise 100 milliliters. One evening, as Harry lay in bed perusing the list of materials, she gently bit her fingertip. She refrained from asking Hagrid for unicorn blood, as her galleons were dwindling. Although she had managed to procure a sum from the goblins via Owl Post, practicing potion-making was indeed an expensive endeavor. Thus, Harry resolved to be frugal, opting to gather materials herself whenever possible. The auxiliary materials and primary ingredients, stripped of their extraordinary characteristics, were already complete. She planned to commence her venture the following evening. Unicorns only favor pure-hearted girls. How fortuitous that I fit the bill. After all, I am but 11 years old. She hoped that unicorns lacked the ability to probe thoughts. Otherwise, no joyful witch could succeed. Harry turned in bed, laying on her stomach, her small white feet patting the quilt. Unicorns, their habits seem rather peculiar. I hope they will cooperate. Yet, the curse loomed in her mind. She glanced at the sealed box on her bedside. The box contained a dim and unremarkable vessel, resembling an ordinary vase. However, unbeknownst to most, this vessel had once housed a failed potion crafted by an enchanter, ultimately becoming a cursed artifact. Harry named this artifact the Bottle of Decomposition. Such artifacts are those that must be sealed away due to their significant side effects. This particular bottle possessed a peculiar trait that compelled it to secretly draw the blood of its user. Moreover, any potion or material contained within would gradually decompose, albeit in a specific order. For instance, if a potion from a witch's path were placed inside, the liquid would first transform into distinct layers of abyssal fish blood and the essence of agate peacock eggs. Subsequently, pure water, golden mandrake juice, and daffodil essence would slowly separate from those two liquids. Harry intended to exploit this adverse effect. According to her deductions, unicorn blood harbored a curse, potentially arising from two scenarios. One where the unicorn unwillingly offered its blood, inadvertently generating emotions akin to resentment, thereby imbuing the blood with a curse. The other, wherein the blood inherently possessed toxicity or a curse. Harry planned first to encourage the unicorn to willingly relinquish its blood for research purposes. However, should they be reluctant, she was prepared to employ more coercive measures. If persuasion proved ineffective, she would resort to the methods of an assassin, extracting a small amount of blood without significant harm. In Harry's eyes, unicorns were merely walking resources. Should the extracted blood contain curses, she believed a witch skilled in curses might have the means to dispel them, especially with her profound knowledge at hand. In the case of toxicity, she would see if the artifact side effects could forcibly separate the toxins. The following night, Harry cast a spell upon her 3 roommates. This enchantment bore no malice. It merely induced a deep slumber, dissipating after 6 hours. Casting a glance at the 3 slumbering maidens, Harry gathered her materials and vanished into the air, swiftly navigating along the corners of the walls. The castle doors were locked. Yet Harry deftly leaped from a second-floor window. Nothing could impede a seasoned assassin. Hagrid's small hut by the Forbidden Forest had extinguished its lights. It was uncertain whether he was on patrol or had already succumbed to sleep. Harry did not linger to probe with her sight, but glided past Hagrid's hut. The night was clear, the moonlight spilling softly onto the ground, a perfect moment for her endeavor. Chapter 41, Hunter and Prey. The Forbidden Forest at night was eerily silent. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, accentuating the profound stillness that enveloped the woods. The entire forest lay silent, devoid of the melodious chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects, starkly contrasting the students' tales of a perilous woodland, rife with dangerous creatures and the howls of werewolves in the dead of night. At the edge of this forbidden forest, a narrow, winding path gradually disappeared into the dark thicket. However, Harry chose not to tread upon it. She shed her cloak of invisibility, donned in a lightweight, form-fitting attire, and deftly seized a jutting branch of a grand tree, swiftly ascending its trunk. Thereafter, utilizing the skills bestowed upon her by her assassin training, she navigated the forest with agility and silence, weaving through the intertwined vines and branches. Harry's objective was to locate a unicorn, yet she was acutely aware that her chances of success were slim. As an assassin, embarking on a mission without gathering preliminary information was folly. Nevertheless, Harry possessed an abundance of patience. If this attempt were to falter, she would await her next opportunity, for time was on her side. Continuously leaping deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Forest, she aimed to first locate a lake. The Black Lake had never borne signs of the magical creatures of the forest quenching their thirst. Only mundane animals ventured there. Thus, it was certain that the unicorns, in need of water, gathered around a lake hidden within the forest's depths. With the lake as a reference point, her search for the unicorns would prove more efficient. Fortunately, during a visit to Hagrid, Harry had gleaned the approximate location of the lake, saving her considerable time. Halfway through her journey, Harry abruptly halted, gliding down against the trunk of a tree, landing soundly on the forest floor. She gazed down to find a patch of silver-blue blood shimmering on the ground. The essence of the blood had nearly dissipated, yet it was evident that it emanated from a formidable magical creature. Could it be a unicorn? Harry murmured to herself. She had once inquired with Professor Snape during a lesson and learned that unicorn blood was characterized by its radiant silver-blue hue. Adjusting her strategy, she retrieved a small shovel and a hollow crystal sphere from her bag, scooping a bit of the congealed blood and placing it inside the sphere. Following this, she added several other ingredients to serve as a medium for casting a curse. This curse would direct her to the unicorn from which the blood had flowed, albeit solely to indicate its location. The liquid within the crystal sphere rapidly coalesced into a small orb, adhering firmly to the inner wall of the sphere. Harry glanced in the indicated direction, and without hesitation, she sped off in pursuit. Inside the crystal, the liquid orb's direction continuously shifted, suggesting that the unicorn was on the move. This realization heightened Harry's alertness. According to the textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, unicorns lived in herds, and except for those designated as sentinels, the rest of the unicorns rested at night. Yet now, it seemed that it, or rather, they, were in a frenzied state of motion. Considering that unicorns were unlikely to hunt for a midnight snack, given their herbivorous diet, it could only mean that someone or something else was hunting them. The unicorn embodies profound magical power, undeniably formidable in strength. Thus, any entity capable of hunting such a creature cannot be insignificant. This realization cast a shadow of alarm over Harry, who adjusted the bag slung across her back to her side, ensuring she could swiftly access essential items. A few small knives and her wand slipped from her sleeves into her hands. Although limited by circumstances, Harry had managed to procure several table knives during mealtime, rather than high-quality daggers. Yet, after meticulous sharpening and the application of various essential oils and potions, combined with ritualistic enchantments, these knives proved to be as effective as any blade, imbued with curses. Simultaneously, Harry vanished into the air, forsaking her rapid movement among tree branches for a more stealthy approach through the shadows. At last, the liquid orb within the crystal sphere ceased its erratic movements, steadfastly pointing in one direction. A sudden thought flickered through Harry's mind. The hunter had succeeded. However, despite this revelation, she remained composed. The Forbidden Forest harbors more than one unicorn, and Harry was not convinced that this unknown hunter could decimate the entire unicorn population. More importantly, as a former assassin, Harry possessed ample patience. Yet, her stealth was short-lived. After a mere 5 minutes of traversing the forest, she stumbled upon an open glade, revealing the pristine corpse of a unicorn. Its elegant legs remained unnaturally extended in the position it had fallen, while its pure white mane lay strewn across the fallen leaves, illuminated by the moonlight, reflecting a silvery sheen. However, the unicorn's body was missing its head, in the place where the head should have been. A figure cloaked in black was hunched over, voraciously consuming the creature's blood. Upon sighting this figure, Harry's instincts surged with alarm. This was a demigod-level being. Her eyes widened in an instant, and she took greater care to conceal her presence. Wait, Harry's mind raced. This was not a complete demigod. He was undoubtedly gravely injured. If he were at his peak, her instincts would have been in a frenzy, not merely issuing a mild warning. Indeed, the blood of a unicorn carries potent curses, yet consuming it can extend one's life. He had been severely wounded and required the unicorn's blood to restore his vitality. Harry scanned her surroundings, soon spotting the unicorn's severed head on the grass nearby. The wound bore smooth scars, suggesting it had been slain by an unknown magic. Recalling her studies, she determined that it was not a cutting spell. Such spells struggled to harm a magical creature of the unicorn's caliber, as noted in her texts. It must be some form of unknown dark magic. If he were to discover her presence, she needed to be cautious. Yet, it was also possible that a demigod could indeed harm a unicorn, even in a weakened state, as his former status still lingered. As Harley diligently gathered intelligence on her adversaries, a chilling and raspy voice, laced with madness, pierced the air. "Fool, you are being watched. There is someone to your left." The figure immediately ceased its sanguinary feast, rising to gaze in Harley's direction. Instantly, every muscle in Harley's body tensed, yet she refrained from fleeing. Judging by the tone and inflection of the voice, it was evident that two individuals confronted her, one of whom was a gravely injured demigod. Realizing that they were now focused on her, Harley recognized the peril she faced. Though she could escape at that moment, it would come at a considerable cost. Instead, she resolved to utilize the intellectual enhancement bestowed upon her by the instigator, devising a strategy to divert her enemy's attention and exit with minimal repercussions. With this thought in mind, Harley deftly retrieved a mask from her crossbody bag, a remnant from a Christmas wizard's firecracker. She donned the mask, which obscured only the upper half of her face, and then emerged from the shadows, executing an elegant bow. "Good evening, esteemed hunter." Chapter 42. A brief exchange of fire. The shadowy figure appeared momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, leading to an awkward silence that enveloped the scene. At last, a deliberately concealed, deep voice broke the stillness. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Harley's lips twitched involuntarily at the absurdity of the question. Shouldn't it be she who inquired of this enigmatic stranger? Here stood a petite girl clad in a snug pink outfit opposite a cloaked figure shrouded in darkness, with dried blood still marking the corners of his mouth. It was clear who appeared more suspicious. Even the owner of the earlier raspy voice could no longer contain himself. "Fool!" The voice thundered once more, and Harley discerned its origin emanating from the back of the mysterious cloaked man's head. "You are utterly useless. Why waste words? Just kill her." "Yes, my master. Your will is my guiding light," the man replied with a bow, before raising his wand towards Harley. However, he found nothing but empty space, for Harley had already vanished from sight. While the man continued conversing with the inexplicable voice, Harley took decisive action. She would not linger like this imbecile, prattling on. In the theater of war, valuing one's enemies is always paramount. With a flick of her wrist, Harley flung a magical mirror onto the distant grass, where it landed with a splatter of blood. Suddenly, her hair lengthened, slicing through the air as it grazed her pale arms, causing a trickle of crimson to spill forth. Simultaneously, harnessing the extraordinary abilities granted by her assassin heritage, Harley leaped gracefully, soaring like a feather through the air, descending upon the man. Two dining knives clung to her palms, striking towards his neck like venomous serpents. Through her observations, she had noted that most wizards excelled in mid to long-range combat, characterized by high offensive capabilities but low defenses. Thus, Harry made the most astute decision to attempt a close-range assault. However, the man exhibited remarkable reflexes. From within his cloak, an inexplicable woven fabric suddenly expanded, thwarting Harry's attack and striking back with ferocity. Harry deftly tapped the woven material with her dagger, utilizing the force transmitted from it to gracefully return to her original position. Yet, this defensive maneuver caused the man's hat to slip from his head. In the fleeting moments illuminated by the moonlight, Harry discerned the man's visage, Professor Chilo. The fabric that had previously intercepted her assault was none other than the large scarf that Professor Chilo habitually wore and refused to remove. In an instant, Harry recalled the malevolence and spiritual warning she had sensed during the initial days of the semester while attending her dark arts defense class. Professor Chilo harbored ill intentions towards her, and she perceived him to be a demigod. Her mind raced, piecing together prior information. A demigod had suffered severe injury, and thus had taken refuge within Professor Chilo to regain strength. The blood of the unicorn was what Professor Chilo had consumed for that demigod. How tragic. The curse was to be borne by Professor Chilo, while the benefits accrued to the enigmatic demigod. While Harry's mind raced, her physical actions did not lag. She hurled her dinner knife like a throwing dagger, while the wand she had procured slipped into her palm. A swirling mist enveloped the area. This incantation was not particularly complex, nor did it possess offensive power. It merely released a copious amount of smoke. Nevertheless, after observing this spell in a senior's textbook, Harry had dedicated significant time to mastering it. In the face of formidable adversaries, creating enough chaos in the environment was her only avenue for gaining more opportunities. As the smoke spell was unleashed, the clearing in the Forbidden Forest became shrouded in white mist. Within the haze, Harry heard Professor Chilo's anguished voice. "I cannot find her, Master. I cannot find her. Useless. What purpose do you serve, wretch? Now you have been seen. Surrender your body to me. Let us end this tonight. As for you, worthless creature, you hold no value in existence." A piercing scream erupted from the smoke, and thereafter, Professor Chilo's voice faded into silence. Concurrently, a powerful aura surged from the direction where Professor Chilo had stood. Harry's heart raced as she realized the mysterious demigod was seizing control of Professor Chilo's body. She quickened her movements, swiftly increasing the distance between them, opting against any attacks to avoid revealing her position. However, Harry snapped her fingers, igniting black flames upon a large tree at the edge of the clearing. She swiftly approached the head of the unicorn. Previously, under Harry's deft maneuvering, the enchanted mirror had fortuitously fallen beside the unicorn's head. Grasping the unicorn's head, Harry fervently infused it with her essence, leaping directly into the mirror. Mirror leap. As Harry leaped into the mirror, her blood ignited instantaneously, morphing into black flames that consumed the enchanted mirror into nothingness. A trace of her blood also marred the dagger she had cast aside, leading it to meet a similar fate as the mirror. Though pained by the loss of her equipment, Harry refused to leave any traceable items for an unknown demigod in that unfamiliar realm. Meanwhile, in the mist, Professor Quirrell's body trembled momentarily before returning to normal, though his visage had transformed into that of a serpent on the back of his head. He waved his wand nonchalantly, seemingly acclimating to his new form. After a brief adjustment, torrents of black flames erupted from the wand, devouring the surrounding fog. This was not the frail black fire Harry had previously unleashed, but instead a harrowing inferno filled with curses of destruction and death. When Professor Quirrell retracted the flames, he found himself utterly alone. "Fool, wasting my time." Voldemort spat, casting a glance at the unicorn carcass he had deliberately avoided, and without hesitation, he pounced upon it, indulging in its blood. However, he had scarcely sated his thirst when the sounds of galloping hooves and barking dogs echoed through the Forbidden Forest. At the edge of a clearing, a massive figure emerged, holding a crossbow in one hand and leading a black dog with the other. On the opposite side, countless centaurs armed with bows and arrows aimed at the center of the clearing, drawn to the towering black flames ignited by Harry on the ancient trees. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Hagrid let out a thunderous roar. "Despicable flies, shameless pests, cockroaches from the gutter. How dare you slay a noble unicorn?" Fong, in accord, barked a few times, though his body obediently hid behind Hagrid, revealing only his head. The Centaur clan, however, did not respond with such vitriol as Hagrid. They were more decisive. A rain of arrows had already been unleashed upon the nefarious fiend who dared to butcher unicorns. Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. Against such a rabble, had he been at his peak, he could have annihilated them single-handedly. Yet now, someone had seen his true face. To avoid unnecessary complications and to swiftly seize the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort did not linger. He unleashed the Inferno once more, repelling all attacks. When the flames dissipated, Voldemort had vanished without a trace. He was prepared to exhaust the entirety of this body's life force to claim the Philosopher's Stone in one fell swoop. Chapter 43, Elation. In another clearing of the Forbidden Forest, Harry's form suddenly materialized. Anticipating the possibility of confronting formidable foes, Harry had preemptively set up several enchanted mirrors and wands within the woods, ready to switch positions or traverse through the mirror at a moment's notice. This had been a last resort for survival, but it was clear now that her preparations had not been in vain. Once she stabilized her form, Harry wasted no time in donning her gloves and retrieving the decomposition vial from her bag. At the feet of Harley lay the head of a unicorn. from which silver-blue blood continued to flow slowly. With great care, Harley aligned the bottle's mouth with the blood, swiftly filling it to the brim. Concurrently, she dipped her gloved fingers into the blood, bringing it close to her eyes for meticulous examination. Although her powers had waned, Harley's knowledge remained profoundly extensive. The essence of the curse emanated from the unicorn's lingering resentment at the moment of its demise. There is also a toxin, she murmured to herself. A toxin aimed at the flesh. Any being that imbibes this blood shall exist in a state of perpetual half-life. Upon discerning the truth behind the curse-laden unicorn blood, Harley infused the decomposition vial with her own essence, hastening the breakdown of the unicorn's blood. Soon, the silver-blue liquid transformed into two distinct portions, one silver and the other blue, the silver portion still steeped in a potent curse. However, Harley harbored no trepidation regarding the curse. As a sorceress, she was a master of curses, armed with knowledge far surpassing that of an ordinary witch. Although her current abilities did not allow her to eradicate the curse directly, she conceived a more ingenious plan. After establishing a wall of essence around her, Harley deftly arranged 3 candles upon the ground, surrounding them with various pure essences and essential oils. She ignited the 3 candles and then, piercing her wrist with her hair, drew forth her blood into a glass vial, simultaneously severing her connection to the blood. Once all preparations were complete, Harley poured the untainted blood of the unicorn into her own, initiating the ritual. Instantly, a surge of essence enveloped her as her blood amalgamated with that of the unicorn. Following a tumultuous and vigorous upheaval, the bright silver blood of the unicorn separated from the liquid, autonomously soaring from the bottle and hovering in midair. Harley caught this ethereal substance in a small black bowl. Though the blood brimmed with essence, the curse had vanished. Harley nodded with satisfaction, concluding the ritual. She simulated the consumption of the unicorn's blood with her own, which had lost its connection yet remained vibrant. In this manner, the uncontrolled curses were expertly deceived by Harley's ritual, merging into the abandoned blood, with the unicorn's blood poised for re-extraction under the aid of another ritual. She recalled the adage of Emperor Roselle, as long as one's mind does not falter, solutions abound beyond difficulties. Humming the Emperor's wisdom, Harley skillfully retrieved various ingredients. The essence within the unicorn blood was dissipating, thus she resolved to concoct the potion that very night. Harley added an array of materials into an empty vial, solemnly incorporating the unicorn's blood at the end. The liquid within the vial shimmered with a resplendent silver hue, flecked with glimmers of starlight, reinforcing the wall of essence. She hesitated not, consuming the potion in one swift gulp. It was cool to the taste, yet within her, it felt akin to molten lava, rapidly filling the expanse of her stomach. Harley could distinctly perceive the viscous, starry silver liquid finally breaking down in her stomach, diffusing into every corner of her being. This was followed by a pain so profound it felt as though it could rend her very soul. She collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of rising, curling into a ball, writhing in agony. Her vision blurred, and she sensed something slowly peeling away from her mythical form. Simultaneously, she felt her spiritual essence becoming increasingly vibrant, her strength gradually returning. This state lasted a mere 5 minutes before it dissipated, and Harley slowly unfurled her body, managing to rise from the ground. A violent cough erupted from her, expelling a gelatinous substance. This was the extraordinary characteristic of the corrupted Baron from the 6th sequence of the legal pathway, mingled with various other materials and tainted by the pollution of Harley's mythical form. Should one attempt to brew a potion from it, the consumer would either descend into madness or perish immediately. However, Harley had no intention of concocting any potion. Instead, she aimed to transform it into a sealing object. The creation of such an object was remarkably straightforward, by combining it with some auxiliary materials. She could reforge the extraordinary characteristic into a potion and then pour it onto any ordinary object. What followed was a period of waiting, with the nature of the sealing object entirely left to fate. Yet, Harley's luck had always been exceptional. It seemed the world itself favored her. Had she not been unfamiliar with the angel of the monster pathway, she might have believed herself blessed by some deity of fate. Harley assessed her strength. With a gentle wave of her hand, strange threads instantly adorned the surrounding trees. The threads appeared to come alive in her grasp, morphing into various shapes. Agile as though they were extensions of her fingers, capable of executing intricate maneuvers, even assisting her core abilities. Satisfied, Harley nodded and retracted the threads. As for the core ability of the joyful witch, she had no intention of experimenting with it, nor did she possess a suitable location for such trials. After all, Harley was merely a young girl. Concluding her self-assessment, she turned her attention to the extraordinary characteristic. Although she could not immediately transform it into a sealing object, her mythical form's influence allowed her to utilize it to a certain extent while enduring its negative effects. After confirming her current power, Harley smiled silently, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. The demigod she had encountered was already gravely injured, yet had forcibly usurped another's body. Given the sudden surge in his strength, Harley deduced that he had resorted to a method of enhancement fraught with severe side effects. Now, after such a prolonged interval, any enhancement method should be nearing its conclusion. It was time for me to take action. I shall relish this delightful hunting experience. With a cheerful hum, Harley performed a simple act of localization, employing the previously ignited throwing knife as her tool. As the flying dagger ignited, it did not dissipate into nothingness like the Mirror of Erised, but was instead consumed entirely by the flames. Thus, a few minuscule, ethereal particles of ash, imbued with a semblance of spirit, settled upon the injured demigod, allowing Harry to pinpoint his location. It was unlikely that the gravely wounded demigod had the opportunity to assess his own condition. Thus, Harry felt reasonably confident in his tracking abilities. However, the outcome of her location spell took her by surprise, directing her towards Hogwarts Castle. Could it be that the injured demigod intended to return and continue masquerading as Professor Quirrell? Or was he seeking to pilfer something of value? Regardless, these matters were of little concern to Harry, for in her eyes, he was already a dead man. A deceased individual requires no lengthy discourse. Communication via necromancy suffices. Harry had mastered the arcane ritual of summoning spirits. She swiftly concluded her tasks at the scene, retrieving all materials and meticulously reassembling the head of the unfortunate unicorn. Subsequently, she hastened towards Hogwarts Castle, pursuing the direction indicated by her locating spell. Come now, let the life of a gravely wounded demigod be the toast for the re-emergence of a jubilant sorceress. Chapter 44, The Demigod Trap. Harry quickly returned to the spot from which she had unearthed the castle, using a thread of spider silk to gain entrance. The curse she had previously unleashed continued to guide her, directing her towards the unknown demigod's whereabouts. She moved stealthily, as it was now past 2 in the morning, and even the night watchman, Filch, had retreated to his office. The further she advanced, the more she sensed something amiss. The demigod's location appeared to be on the 4th floor. If her memory served her correctly, that direction led to a forbidden zone, a place explicitly prohibited by Professor Dumbledore during the opening feast. Naturally, this prohibition seemed to ignite a rebellious spirit among the students. Many Gryffindor students had previously urged Harry to embark on an adventure there, particularly the Weasley twins, who repeatedly brought up the subject, as if to prove their courage. One must defy school regulations. Even students from other houses expressed curiosity about what lay hidden within the forbidden area. Hannah had once discussed with Harry whether it concealed precious spells, speculating that it might contain records of mysterious magic capable of conjuring a sumptuous feast. To this, Harry could only scoff, remarking that it was typical of Hufflepuff, whose dormitory resided adjacent to the kitchen. However, Harry was not particularly intrigued by the forbidden zone. She did not relish the notion of rule-breaking, only daring to do so when assured of substantial rewards. Now, it was evident that the potential gains could be significant. Thus, Harry was willing to embrace the risks of transgression. Yet, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. The gravely injured demigod was likely lurking in Hogwarts to steal something of great value, something that had even drawn the attention of a demigod. Harry felt a stir of excitement at the prospect of such a treasure. However, it was merely a fleeting moment of excitement. For Harry had to remain at Hogwarts for an extended period until she regained her strength. Under such circumstances, it was evidently imprudent to seize the treasures concealed by the headmaster. Harry swiftly made her way to the corridor on the 4th floor, encountering Peeves along the way. It is worth noting that this notorious poltergeist, who had tormented generations of young wizards, had seemingly never troubled Harry. In fact, on occasions when he caught sight of her, he would display remarkable fear and hastily flee. This was clearly peculiar, as Peeves appeared to harbor a specific dread of the Slytherin house ghost, the Bloody Baron. Given that Harry was not well acquainted with the Baron, it was unlikely that he had warned Peeves. Nonetheless, Harry felt no inclination to investigate further, as Peeves was unlikely to seek her out for trouble. Upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, she found the door ajar. Inside lay a 3-headed dog, sprawled against the wall in a peculiar manner, seemingly asleep. Yet, its position was quite strange, pressed tightly against one side. Beneath its massive body, a trapdoor was partially exposed. With a sense of caution, Harry drew her wand, her hair billowing behind her, ever vigilant against a potential attack from the beast. However, as she approached for a closer inspection, she discovered that the 3-headed dog was, in fact, deceased, swiftly dispatched without a trace of struggle. The creature's fur remained intact, devoid of the smooth cuts one might expect from a unicorn. Was it a soul attack or some other form of assault? Harry refrained from hastily opening the trapdoor, instead meticulously examining the dog's lifeless form, collecting valuable information. That demigod possessed a lethal technique, which was no trivial matter. The dog's thick hide likely provided substantial magical resistance. Harry quietly noted this detail, reminding herself to be wary of the demigod's instant kill capability, as she did not consider her own defenses to be on par with that of the 3-headed dog. If struck by such a fatal attack, all she could rely on would be her Mirror of Erised or her wand. Casting a final glance at the three-headed dog, she resisted the urge to dissect it. Such a formidable creature, still retaining traces of its spirit, could undoubtedly be transformed into remarkable seals or magical artifacts. However, this was the forbidden zone spoken of by Professor Dumbledore, and the three-headed dog was likely his pet. Thus, it would be wise for Harry to avoid unnecessary complications. With a flick of her wand, she unleashed a curse upon the trapdoor, black flames consuming it with precision, turning it into nothingness. Subsequently, Harry gazed into the dark abyss, casually waving her hand. The main door of the room closed deftly, ensnared by threads of magic. A mirror was affixed to the threads, serving as Harry's final line of defense. She then descended slowly along the threads, utilizing her dark vision to survey her surroundings. On the ground lay a patch of black dust, unmistakably the remnants of something that had been incinerated. In the corner, Harry discovered a couple of coiling and trembling vines, seemingly the devil's vines mentioned by Professor Sprout during class. It appeared that the enigmatic demigod had unleashed a frenzied wrath, reducing the devil's vines to ashes, leaving the remaining tendrils in a state of terror, likely imprinted with an eternal psychological scar. Without pausing, Harry swiftly advanced along the solitary stone corridor. The corridor was eerily quiet. The sounds of water gently dripping down the walls and the rustling of wings at the far end could be distinctly heard. At the end of the corridor was a brightly lit room, adorned with a lofty vaulted ceiling. In the air, numerous birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about with their wings. Along the walls stood several brooms, suggesting that this chamber was designed for intrepid challengers to capture a bird and employ its magic to unlock the door opposite. However, Harry found no need for such elaborate measures. The door was in shambles, its edges smooth and pristine. Thus, she relished the advantages left by previous pathfinders, effortlessly traversing one obstacle after another, ruined wizard chess pieces and lifeless giants. It was not until the final hurdle that Harry was momentarily halted. The origin of this challenge was unclear. Within the room stood a table laden with various bottles and a riddle. The two doors at either end of the chamber blazed with flames of differing hues. According to the riddle, it seemed that the intruder was required to deduce the potion that would allow passage through these flames to proceed further. Yet, Harry deemed it unnecessary to waste time on conjecture. After all, the black flames ahead and the purple flames behind were merely ordinary flames transmuted in color. Essentially, they were just fire. Thus, with the favor of the black flames, Harry needed only to envelop herself in their essence to pass through. The reason Harry lingered was to reflect on the challenges she had just faced. Apart from the first trial, where a three-headed dog appeared somewhat intimidating, the second challenge involved the devil's net, something learned by first-year students. The third was likely to capture birds in flight, and the fourth involved chess. Why were these trials either solvable by first-year students or laden with conspicuous clues for intruders? It seemed utterly absurd. Was this truly a forbidden area? A hypothesis began to form in Harry's mind. Professor Dumbledore must have acquired some treasure and was aware of an impending theft. Thus, he crafted traps that even first-year students could navigate, intending to ensnare the unknown demigod. Hence, this forbidden zone was merely a trap for demigods. Contemplating this, Harry gazed at the black flames, feeling a twinge of trepidation and hesitating to proceed further. Despite her many exceptional qualities, they could all be attributed to sheer genius. However, if one were to display an excessively formidable prowess, it would indeed be challenging to justify. Yet, upon further contemplation, it became apparent that, having arrived at this juncture, Professor Dumbledore might very well be observing her. Thus, Harry resolved to press on, at the very least to seize any potential advantages that lay before her. Chapter 45. Good evening, Mr. Noseless. Having made her final decision, Harry was engulfed in black flames, swiftly traversing through the burning darkness that enveloped the door ahead. The chamber that unfolded before her appeared to be the last one. Its furnishings were remarkably sparse, the vacant room devoid of any embellishments. At the very center stood an ornate full-length mirror, the very mirror that Harry had previously encountered, the Mirror of Erised. Before the mirror stood a figure cloaked in black, brandishing a wand and murmuring incantations. This scene seemed utterly ordinary, provided one overlooked the visage protruding from the back of the figure's head, a face that unmistakably belonged to Professor Quirrell. Instinctively, Harry leaned against the wall, attempting to meld into the shadows, though it was somewhat too late. The figure turned to face the entrance, and its front was now visible to Harry. As she beheld that face, a wave of revulsion washed over her. Accustomed to the beauty of nobility from various realms and possessing her own charm as a witch, Harry had always been somewhat of a beauty connoisseur. Yet this face was grotesque and terrifying, pallid and marred by the glistening silver blood of a unicorn at the corners of its mouth. Its crimson pupils were elongated, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze, with snake-like nostrils beneath, devoid of a nose. This face was a grotesque aberration, and upon closer inspection, it bore a cruel essence. However, Harry found the face oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Naturally, with the imminent threat of conflict, she refrained from dwelling on it further. "Ah, a little mouse has arrived." The face hissed in a cold, raspy voice that slithered through the air. "Good evening, Mr. Noseless," Harry retorted defiantly, deliberately adopting a tone of feigned respect. She raised her hands as if to adjust a non-existent skirt, then clasped them behind her back. "Huh, a sharp-tongued little brat. How dare you address the great Dark Lord in such a manner?" Harry quickly deduced that if this individual were truthful, he must be Lord Voldemort, the dark figure who had cast a long shadow over the British magical community and had slain her parents. Yet, had Voldemort not perished? No. The text seemed to refrain from using the term death, instead opting for loss of power. Harry's mind raced, her alertness heightening once more. If the being before her was indeed the Dark Lord, she had to exercise utmost caution. Voldemort, consumed by arrogance, had no interest in Harry's thoughts. He deemed them beneath his notice. "You should be grateful for the Dark Lord's mercy. He has not taken your life at the first opportunity." Voldemort menaced in a chilling whisper, "Yet for the sake of survival, I believe you, little mouse, ought to perform a task for the illustrious Dark Lord. Perhaps extract something from this mirror. Upon reflection, that cunning old thief Dumbledore truly outsmarted us." Voldemort rambled on to himself. While Harry relished the time, he unwittingly granted her to prepare. Earlier, when she ventured to the 4th floor, many unnecessary materials had been left behind in an abandoned washroom on the 3rd floor. Harry carried only a small waist pouch containing a few vials of essential oils. 2 pieces of extraordinary traits, along with all her magic mirrors and wands. Now, her hands were busily rubbing against each other behind her back as she meticulously applied the essential oils. This was a technique Harry had devised as a means of executing a rapid ritual, capable of eliciting certain effects even amidst combat. Though the results were not particularly remarkable, any advantage was better than none. Voldemort finally concluded his lengthy monologue, fixing his gaze intently upon Harry. "Come now, it is your honor to serve the Dark Lord." However, the noseless Dark Lord, Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, her rosy lips parting and closing, exuding an appearance akin to one slightly inebriated. With a voice laced with feigned innocence, she lamented, "I am quite frightened. Might you not compel me to undertake such perilous tasks?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with impending tears, brimming with fear, threatening to spill forth. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the air. Voldemort's emotions were stirred in that moment. He felt a pang of guilt for even contemplating inflicting harm upon such a pitiable girl. Nevertheless, being a seasoned combatant, Voldemort quickly recognized this as a form of emotional manipulation and employed a mental barrier to resist Harry's abilities. Yet, that fleeting moment of distraction was sufficient for Harry to launch her assault. Voldemort sensed his limbs tighten, as if ensnared by countless invisible threads. Simultaneously, Harry executed a throwing motion, for icy spears materializing behind her, piercing towards Voldemort with ferocity. In tandem, she hurled a berry at him, her face contorted in pain. Bribe weakened, distortion amplified. Enduring the agony coursing through her mind, Harry forcefully utilized the tainted extraordinary trait of the corrupted Baron. Harnessing the bribing abilities of the briber and the distorting powers of the corrupted Baron. Thanks to the physical prowess and keen eyesight bestowed upon her by the assassin, Harry accurately struck Voldemort's mouth with the berry, cementing the bribery. Instantly, Voldemort felt a peculiar magic envelop him. Although his strength remained intact, an unsettling sensation pervaded him. Simultaneously, the 4 icy spears underwent comprehensive enhancement, their chilling aura causing the moisture in the air to condense. It seemed as though Voldemort would be pierced by the spears. Yet in that instant, he prepared his defenses. A silver shield materialized out of thin air, deflecting the 4 icy spears. A low, grating sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard echoed as the spears were thwarted by the shield, which bore deep imprints from the impact. Voldemort's expression darkened. "Damn that quarrel, truly useless. I've expended my life force, and yet it is still so arduous to engage in battle." Clearly, he attributed his weaknesses to the inadequacies of Quirrell's body. Despite the failed strike, Harry felt no disappointment. She had not anticipated vanquishing Voldemort in a single round. At the very least, the effects of her bribery had taken hold. For a time, Voldemort would find his attacks weakened, as would his defenses against her own. Yet, this was insufficient. To slay a severely wounded demigod required far more than mere weakening. Harry activated her invisibility, striving to conceal herself within the dimly lit chamber. An icy spear, not overly long, was hurled towards the magical flames on the ceiling, attempting to shroud the room in darkness and amplify her advantage of dark vision. The smoke spell was also employed once more, not for escape, but to obscure the vision of both combatants. After all, Harry had regained the ability to release webs. Unbeknownst to her, the room was now interwoven with both tangible and intangible threads, some sharp as steel, while others snapped at the slightest touch. In such a scenario, it was exceedingly difficult for Voldemort to detect Harry's whereabouts, leaving him susceptible to inadvertent harm, while she could easily ascertain his position. Simultaneously, Harry treaded silently upon the delicate strands, inching closer to Voldemort, intent on delivering a lethal strike to his neck. The tide of the battle appeared to be shifting in Harry's favor, suggesting that Voldemort was utterly defenseless. If only this were indeed the case. Chapter 46. Within 7 steps. The witch's blade is swifter. Voldemort's response was remarkably swift, his experience vast. Faced with the smoke and unseen peril, he refrained from haphazard movements. Instead, wielding his wand with casual precision. Harry did not hear the incantation he uttered, yet sensed a tempest arise within the room, dispersing the smoke. Simultaneously, a fierce black flame, imbued with destruction and curses, erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand. The flames mercilessly ignited all the threads Harry had conjured, coalescing into a fiery serpent that coiled around Voldemort. These petty tricks are of no consequence to me. Voldemort's voice rang out, but Harry remained unfazed. Her objective was to drain Voldemort's time and strength. Engaging in battle immediately after forcibly occupying another's body surely bore numerous limitations. Not to mention the earlier surge in his aura within the Forbidden Forest, suggesting he had employed some desperate forbidden technique. Thus, Harry was confident that Voldemort could not endure a protracted conflict. His various malicious displays thus far seemed aimed at provoking himself, inciting his own rage. Thus, Harry chose to retreat rather than advance, engaging in guerrilla tactics. Observing her intention to prolong the confrontation, Voldemort felt a twinge of impatience. He may have been slightly unhinged, but he was certainly not foolish. It can be asserted that his journey to this point is a testament to his exceptional intellect. To speak of his dark magic, many of his spells are beyond even Dumbledore's comprehension. While it is true that each discipline has its own specialists, this nonetheless underscores Voldemort's profound wisdom. He remained acutely aware of the battlefield, clearly perceiving the intentions of the masked girl before him. Yet, what utility does this insight serve? Earlier, in the Forbidden Forest, he could penetrate the illusions she cast. However, now, as he struggled to control Quirrell's body, the burden on his fragmented soul had intensified significantly. Moreover, the girl's mastery of her illusions appeared to have advanced, rendering it impossible for Voldemort to discern her location in a short span of time. Gritting his teeth, he once more drew upon the vitality of his own being. The fiery serpent erupted violently, expanding in all directions, seeking to engulf every corner of the room. The flames at the doorway surged with fierce intensity, forcing Harry to relinquish her invisibility and flee from the chamber. Voldemort's expression darkened as he pursued her without hesitation. He recognized that he currently lacked the capacity to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erised. This unknown girl before him could very well be the key to his acquisition of the stone. Thus, he must seize her. "You cannot escape, little mouse." Voldemort's voice echoed once more in Harry's ears. "Do not delude yourself into waiting for Dumbledore's assistance. I dared to hunt unicorns tonight precisely because that old thief is absent. Thus, you are utterly alone this evening. Now heed my command, and I may yet spare your life, offering you a place among the esteemed Death Eaters. Given your proficiency in magic, you must surely be a member of a noble pureblood family, worthy of joining our ranks." However, Harry remained unfazed, continuously weaving a trail of burning black flames behind her. Simultaneously, 7 black flames encircled her, swirling and hurling toward Voldemort. With effortless strokes of his wand, Voldemort incinerated the obstacles before him. Such trifles posed no threat to him, yet they significantly impeded his advance. Quirrell's body was already frail and riddled with wounds, lacking the agility that Harry had acquired through her enhancements. Additionally, Voldemort had not engaged in physical training. He typically traversed the air when pursuing others. Now, the remaining magic within this body could scarcely withstand his lavish expenditure. Voldemort's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he had reached his limit. Suddenly, he halted, his wand aimed at Harry's retreating figure, appearing to reach a decisive conclusion. If he could not possess it, he would destroy it. Killing her was preferable to allowing her to report to the professors. Avada Kedavra! A dazzling green light streaked across the sky, swiftly traversing the short distance to strike at Harry's back. Instinctively, Harry's senses blared a warning, signaling the imminent approach of death. Reacting in the nick of time, her hair erupted wildly, forming a barrier behind her in a desperate attempt to ward off the incantation. However, Harry had underestimated the spell. It activated upon contact with her hair. The moment she encountered the enchantment, a chilling sensation enveloped her, reminiscent of a time long past when she had ventured into the tomb of a powerful being associated with death. In that moment, she felt as if she were plummeting into an icy abyss. Harry collapsed forward, and simultaneously, her magical mirror double activated, vanishing from the spot and leaving behind a shattered mirror in its wake. Seeing the spell strike the back of the girl's head, Voldemort turned away. No longer glancing back, he sensed that life had ebbed away not far from him and was confident that the killing curse could annihilate anything, except that inexplicably resilient Harry Potter. Voldemort returned to the Mirror of Erised, frowning at its surface. He dared not employ the same brute force he had used against previous obstacles. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was likely hidden within the mirror, and shattering it would render his efforts futile. After casting several spells to no avail, his patience began to wane. Previously cautious, he had only dared to send Quirrell to scout the unicorn's location and injure it to obtain a limited supply of unicorn blood. Tonight, with Dumbledore's sudden departure from the school unexplained, he had commanded Quirrell to directly kill the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, seeking to indulge himself. However, with Dumbledore absent, Quirrell had been spotted by others, and the inept fool had even been recognized. Thus, Voldemort had to take the plunge, possessing Quirrell's body and forcefully attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone without being adequately prepared. Now, with much information still eluding him and uncertainty surrounding Dumbledore's return, every fleeting moment was invaluable. Ultimately, Voldemort resolved to flee with the mirror. After all, he was using Quirrell's body. Who would know that the Dark Lord had resorted to such measures? Approaching the mirror, Voldemort was certain he would not need to dirty his hands. Magic was the finest tool. Yet, he felt compelled to inspect the mirror once more to avert any unforeseen mishaps. As he placed his hands upon the frame, he glimpsed within the glass a girl he had never seen reflected before. She seemed familiar. He had only encountered her in the defense against the dark arts class. It was Harry Potter, the one who was said to have vanquished him. Why was she here? A flurry of thoughts raced through Voldemort's mind, but before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he beheld a delicate, alabaster hand gripping a knife wreathed in black flames, plunged into his heart. Blood trickled slowly, though not in abundance, as much of it had been siphoned by Voldemort in exchange for power. Just before losing consciousness, a playful voice echoed, "Lord Voldemort, within 7 steps. The witch's dagger strikes swifter. Announcement, Amon has been removed. I have excised Amon from the narrative. While I do not perceive any detrimental impact from including this character, many have labeled it as such. Frankly, I felt quite confident about it. I intended for this character to forge a connection with the mysterious world, thereby expanding the overarching universe. Simultaneously, Amon was meant to assist the protagonist in acquiring the uniqueness of the witch's path, leading to the downfall of Chick and the confrontation with Medici, all while accommodating the singularity of dual paths, ultimately aligning with the City of Calamity to become a remnant of the past. Regarding the gender of Amon, as an angel, Amon is inherently devoid of gender. It has even manifested in various animal forms. Thus, I saw no issue in portraying it as female. As for the rationale behind designing a female Amon and how I intended to rationalize this, I initially had thoughts on the matter. I envisioned Amon creating a special avatar through a manifestation convention. After all, there exists precedent, as Amon has previously deceived its own avatars and conducted such conventions. To return to the main point, Amon's creation of a special avatar was aimed at ensnaring Harley. During that period, Amon's primary focus was directed towards Klein, with much of its power dispersed. Hence, Amon required a unique avatar, equipped with records of Harley's 6th sequence, to attract her with a female guise. Furthermore, to effectively deceive Harley, this avatar was designed to be utterly enamored with her, possessing just the strength of a demigod. Ultimately, this avatar, alongside Harley, passed through Mr. Door's portal, only to betray Amon after distancing itself from the original form. In the end, Harley assisted this avatar in devouring Amon at the 2nd sequence level. There are numerous other facets to this narrative. I have penned thousands of words regarding this outline. However, since many readers perceive it as detrimental, it shall be excised. After all, it has only appeared twice, encompassing just over 100 words. Moreover, it is indeed true that having 2 time travelers in a return story seems to pose a narrative flaw, rendering certain aspects overly contrived. Additionally, the original portrayal of Amon leans distinctly masculine, despite my finding an exquisite image of a female Amon. Transforming it into a female character may not be particularly welcoming to many readers drawn in by the enigmatic elements. Thus, let it vanish. Truthfully, I had originally intended to write some intriguing side stories featuring her and Harley. As for the preceding chapters, I have made revisions. After all, there are merely 2 chapters. I have altered Amon's influence on the Sorting Hat to that of Professor Dumbledore. Today's chapter will be delayed, but I assure you it will consist of 2 updates. The subsequent 2 chapters were initially centered around Amon. I had them meticulously crafted, with the dark, sultry mistress teasing the delicate, pink-clad sorceress. Regrettable. Now I must rewrite. Chapter 47, The Honorable Name of Harley. Time rewinds to mere moments ago. After utilizing the mirror substitute, Harry found herself transported to the entrance of the forbidden area on the 4th floor, where the mirror had originally stood, having gallantly sacrificed itself. After soothing her tumultuous emotions with a gentle rub of her chest, Harry resolved to avenge this betrayal. Unless she was overpowered, the witch held no grudges overnight. After a brief moment of contemplation, a clever plan began to take shape in her mind. The heiress mirror, being a mirror itself, was capable of connecting to the world within. Professor Dumbledore's casual placement of the mirror, without fear of younger students encountering it, suggested that it was not particularly perilous. With the location of the Erised mirror firmly established, Harry could endeavor to infiltrate the mirrored realm directly. Voldemort would likely return to the mirror, meticulously examining it in search of something, just as she had witnessed upon her entrance. Thus, an opportunity presented itself. Voldemort would probably not pay heed to the mirrored world, allowing Harry to strike him when he least expected it. She was confident that the dagger, imbued with flames capable of scorching the soul, would inflict significant harm on Voldemort, especially in his current weakened state. Naturally, Harry would exercise utmost caution throughout this endeavor. Infiltrating a mirror's realm or ambushing a grievously injured demigod was no simple task. One misstep could lead her to contemplate becoming a wraith, should the opportunity arise. However, when the moment of action arrived, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for Harry. The Erised mirror offered no resistance or reaction to her intrusion, scarcely deserving of the title mirror. Compared to other mirrors, which were typically perilously dangerous, many lesser mirrors could connect to treacherous realms within the spirit world, creating a terrifying mirrored universe. Yet, for Harry, this was fortuitous, as it allowed her to seamlessly conceal herself behind the surface of the Erised mirror. Soon after, Harry observed Voldemort's performance from her hidden vantage point, and as he approached the Erised mirror, she effortlessly plunged her black flame-imbued knife into his chest. Struck with such a grievous wound, Voldemort let out a piercing scream as consciousness swiftly slipped away. He realized that this time, he might face defeat. Yet, just before losing consciousness, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. "So it is you, little mouse, who dares to hinder me, Harry Potter. But alas, the great Voldemort is immortal, while you, my dear, are not." With that, Professor Quirrell's body suddenly ignited, dark smoke billowing forth and expanding ominously. Harry's pupils dilated as she resolutely prayed in the language of giants. "Oh, favored one of calamity and source of misfortune, sovereign of pain and despair, returner of this epic, the ageless and undying witch, the great Harry Potter, I beseech you to grant me strength to overcome the trials before me." In an instant, Harry's stature elevated momentarily. Her hair grew rapidly, enveloping her in a cocoon. The outer layer of the cocoon was adorned with frost and dark flames, tightly encasing her. Voldemort had wholly sacrificed the explosive power gained from his current form, which erupted within the confined quarters, causing Harry to feel her defenses continually assaulted. Fortunately, thanks to her prior supplication, Harry had drawn upon the power of her mythical beast form. Though the strength was but a mere thread, it sufficed for her to withstand this furious onslaught. The magical energy within the room eventually calmed, and the walls, evidently reinforced by magic, had become pockmarked. The Mirror of Erised lay toppled against the wall, showing signs of damage. Only after sensing that no danger lurked outside did Harry cautiously retract her defenses and survey the room. Professor Quirrell's body had been entirely consumed by Voldemort in exchange for power, leaving not even ashes behind. A gray light materialized, barely coalescing into Voldemort's apparition. Upon seeing Harry alive, he appeared utterly astonished. "How can you still be alive?" Voldemort shouted in fury. "How unfortunate, Mr. Voldemort." Harry replied with a smile, slightly bending her knee. "After all, your strength is so feeble that you cannot even breach my defenses, let alone harm me." A shadow flickered across Voldemort's spectral visage, and a chilling voice resounded once more. "Ha, little brat, do not presume that winning against the Dark Lord once proves your might. It is merely that I am not at my peak. And remember, the Dark Lord cannot be killed." After delivering his parting threat, Voldemort transformed back into gray light and vanished through the wall. He was evidently aware of his failure this time. Remaining any longer would only present Dumbledore with the opportunity to thwart him. Although Voldemort was confident that Dumbledore could not harm him, nor capture him, he chose to exercise a modicum of caution, fearing that Dumbledore might discern his true state and the nature of the magic that rendered him unkillable. Harry exhaled in relief at Voldemort's departure. Continuing the battle posed a real risk of her losing control. After all, she had temporarily borrowed the power of her mythical beast form. Initially, to traverse the door created by the enigmatic Mr. Door, Harry had forcibly sealed her own strength. Her mythical beast form had been ensconced in layers of seals, until her power diminished to sequence 7, at which point the mythical form had fully slumbered. As a demigod, Harry could not maintain control over her mythical beast form for extended periods. She could at most prevent it from resisting external forces seals, but could not seal herself. Thus, although Harry had attained her mythical beast form at sequence 4, sealing it required her to revert her strength back to sequence 7. On this night, after unshackling a certain degree of power, although Harley could not yet engage in direct combat through her mythical beast form, she had begun to channel a measure of strength by praying to herself through her revered name. After all, praying to oneself surely falls within the realm of acceptance and would undoubtedly elicit a response. Theoretically, as long as Harley's spirituality was sufficiently potent, this ability could be sustained for an extended duration. However, in reality, excessive reliance on her mythical beast form would only lead to losing control. For the sake of her mental well-being, Harley had to regard this as a desperate measure, one she would only resort to in dire circumstances. As for the incantation she recited in the tongue of giants, it represented her revered name at sequence 3. Of course, during her time traversing the world of sequences, the third tenet of her revered name was a visitor from another era. Upon her return, Harley naturally made the necessary adjustments to ensure the directional intent of her revered name remained accurate. Chapter 48. Thankfully, Euphoria did not trigger. Observing the aftermath of the battle, Harley furrowed her brow slightly. She had initially hoped to gain some advantage. After all, even fragments of a demigod's corpse could be fashioned into rudimentary seals. However, she had not anticipated the adversary's fierce resolve, resorting to a desperate ability that left no trace of their body. This left Harley with a sense of regret, as the ashes of a powerful foe carried certain unique properties. As for the threat posed by the gray light, Harley was not particularly intimidated. Voldemort had claimed he was not at full strength. Was Harley any different? Who among them did not enter the fray battered and bruised? As for Voldemort's assertion of being indestructible, to Harley, it seemed little more than a jest. The members of the Mystic Order, those soothsayers who also claimed to be immortal, had their own share of secrets, with a few, whether of sequence 3 or 4, able to endlessly utilize their secret puppets to swap positions and evade death. Yet, the Mystic Order still scurried like rats in the gutter, too fearful to show their faces. Any random divine church could easily subdue them. Occasionally, a particularly arrogant few would emerge, but they rarely lasted long before being mercilessly turned into seals by the scarlet gloves of the Goddess of Night. The saints of the Aurora Society, who boasted mastery over the magic of flesh and blood, claimed they could recover from even the gravest of wounds. Yet, throughout Harley's long existence, those saints had undergone numerous iterations, with many being brutally slain by the demon hunters of the God of War Church. Even during her own prime, when she was heralded as the Undying Witch, Harley knew best how to extinguish her own life. Thus, she held no belief in the existence of truly immortal beings. The so-called immortality was merely the absence of a discovered means of obliteration. Hence, the only source of discontent for Harley in this battle was her failure to acquire any spoils. No, one could not say she had completely failed in that regard. After a brief tidying of the aftermath, Harley glanced at a red stone in her hand. So, Voldemort had come for a life stone? Did he seek to reconstruct his body? Harley murmured to herself as she contemplated the stone in her grasp. Throughout the long span of Hallie's life, there were moments spent upon the sea. It was during this time that she encountered individuals from the Mother Earth Church. Thus, she was naturally aware of the ancient alchemists and their ability to forge a miraculous stone, renowned for its purported power to heal all wounds and even to reconstruct the body, the Stone of Life. At that time, Hallie was still a despairing witch, harboring an intense yearning for the Stone of Life. After all, possessing such an artifact could extend her lifespan, mend her injuries, and, in dire circumstances, afford her an additional chance at life. However, this Stone of Life was of no relevance to Hallie, since Professor Dumbledore had personally drawn forth this stone to bait Voldemort. It was certain that he had taken measures to secure its location. More importantly, the stone had long since depleted its vitality and magical essence, rendering it nearly useless. It was likely for this reason that Professor Dumbledore was willing to utilize it as bait. Consequently, Hallie had no intention of claiming the stone for herself. One could only wonder how Voldemort would react upon discovering that the object of his desire was nothing more than a mere trinket. Hallie casually tossed the stone before the Mirror of Erised and departed the room without a backward glance. With the hour approaching 4 a.m, she needed to seize a moment of rest and devise a suitable rationale to present to Professor Dumbledore upon awakening. Given Professor Dumbledore's formidable abilities, he would undoubtedly have ways to monitor everything discovered in this place. Thus, concealment was not a prudent choice. It would be wiser to mislead him or to divulge only partial truths while safeguarding her deepest secrets. Upon returning to her dormitory, despite her overwhelming fatigue, Hallie opted for a thorough shower to cleanse herself of the day's grime. Subsequently, she collapsed onto her bed, not forgetting to lift the sleeping curse from her 3 roommates. Should others in the dormitory discover that the 4 inhabitants of Hallie's chamber could not be roused, it would surely provoke a delightful uproar. The following morning, Hallie felt a tickle in her nose, accompanied by a warm breath brushing against her ear. In her drowsiness, she rolled over, inadvertently pressing against something soft, eliciting a gasp nearby. Yet, Hallie, too fatigued to register the occurrence, paid it no mind. After a while, she finally awoke, rubbing the corners of her eyes. She became aware that her sleeping posture was somewhat ungraceful, seemingly sprawled across her pillow. After all, such softness could only be attributed to Hallie's silk pillow. She sat up, her eyes still closed, instinctively rubbing her eyes, before stretching languidly. Only after fully awakening did Hallie open her eyes to find Hermione staring at her, utterly bewildered. Hermione? Hallie widened her mouth, striving to recollect the events of the previous evening. It appeared that after bathing and changing into her sleepwear, her exhaustion had overwhelmed her, causing her to lie down without even determining which bed was hers. Upon contemplating this, Harry felt a surge of anxiety as she endeavored to sift through her memories, hoping that the instincts of the joyous which had not been triggered. Once she assured herself that her core abilities had not been activated, she finally exhaled, and her racing heartbeat began to steady. However, Hermione's thoughts were anything but tranquil. "Harry, why did you end up in my bed last night?" the girl inquired. Her cheeks flushed, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Had it not been for the auditory enhancements bestowed upon Harry by the assassin, she would have scarcely comprehended the question. "Get up quickly. I'm starving. I need to have breakfast." Hermione murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, but made no move to rise. Harry paid her little heed, swiftly darting back to her tent to change her attire. The filthy nightclothes from the previous evening were discarded into the basket, and now they had vanished without a trace. By the following night, they would reappear, clean and neatly arranged upon Harry's bed. At such moments, Harry marveled at the convenience and comprehensiveness of magic. While its combat prowess might not rival that of the sequential paths, in terms of everyday assistance, magic unquestionably surpassed them in every aspect. Once Harry had changed, Hermione finally emerged from her tent, her face still flushed and her demeanor shy. Harry chuckled softly and made her way to the washroom. Upon reverting to her joyous witch form, Harry felt her spirits lift considerably. After enjoying breakfast with Hermione, Hedwig brought Harry a letter. The letter bore the same whimsical, looping script as the card that had accompanied the invisibility cloak during Christmas. The signature was that of Dumbledore, who requested Harry's presence in his office. "Why does Professor Dumbledore want you in the headmaster's office?" Hermione, having regained her composure, asked curiously as she examined the letter. "I have no idea," Harry replied, feigning innocence and confusion. "I've never been caught breaking school rules, nor do I bully my classmates, and my grades are fine. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore merely wishes to check on me, considering my parents are no longer around." Simultaneously, Harry quickly recalled everything that had transpired the previous night, searching for a plausible explanation. That face of Voldemort was eerily familiar, Harry pondered. Where have I seen that face before? Such an ugly visage. One I surely should not forget. Ah yes, the fragment of my shattered soul. The likeness of that soul fragment mirrored Voldemort's. Harry promptly devised a plan. Any issues could simply be attributed to that soul fragment. After all, Professor Dumbledore would not seek Voldemort for verification. Furthermore, it was indeed Voldemort who had intruded the previous night, and she had once harbored a fragment of his soul. According to the law of extraordinary properties aggregation, perhaps better termed the law of soul aggregation, her prior possession of Voldemort's soul fragment endowed her with certain traits. During Voldemort's invasion, it was the dream that drew Harry to that place, which seems quite reasonable. Naturally, Harry could not articulate this directly. She merely guided Professor Dumbledore to contemplate this notion. At 10 in the morning, Harry sat alone in the chair of the headmaster's office, feeling somewhat bewildered as the unfolding events diverged from her expectations. She had anticipated that Professor Dumbledore would adopt a serious demeanor, perhaps even berating her, summarizing the various school rules she had contravened, and subjecting her to a thorough interrogation. Ultimately, Harry presumed she would face a fate of point deduction and confinement, likely to be assigned to Professor Snape for potion handling. However, the reality was quite the opposite. A perpetual smile adorned Professor Dumbledore's face. "Harry, how do you find life at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore's first words, upon Harry's seating, took her by surprise, rendering her prepared apologies and explanations utterly useless. Nevertheless, Harry's response was swift. "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I am enjoying my time at Hogwarts immensely. The living conditions here surpass those at the Dursleys, and my classmates have been quite kind to me." "That's splendid," Dumbledore replied with a nod, still smiling. "I recently inquired about your circumstances at the Dursleys. Indeed, I was unprepared for the hardships you endured. I've spoken with Petunia, and I believe that after this holiday, their attitude towards you will improve significantly." Harry inwardly scoffed. Would they dare bully her again now? Even without magic or extraordinary abilities, her impeccable skills as an assassin would deter them from any mischief. However, she could not dismiss the headmaster's goodwill. Rising gracefully, she adjusted her robes and said, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. There's no need for such formality." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "I owe it to your parents." After discussing Harry's life, Dumbledore deftly shifted the conversation. "Harry, may we discuss what you were doing last night?" Harry silently acknowledged this turn of events. Indeed, although Professor Dumbledore's demeanor differed from her expectations, the inevitable had come. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to respond honestly. "Last night, I ventured into the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor. May we discuss why you felt compelled to go there?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone still amiable. Undeterred by the breach of the Forbidden Zone, "I felt it was necessary to go there," Harry replied with determination. Last night, I had a dream. In that dream, I encountered the man with no nose. He claimed to be Voldemort, the one who killed my parents. In the dream, he instructed Professor Quirrell to steal a treasure. I felt I needed to stop him, so I went. Well done, Harry. Professor Dumbledore paid little heed to Harry's flawed response. Nor did he inquire how she managed to thwart Voldemort. Instead, he nodded in praise, acknowledging her courage in the face of such a dark wizard, affirming that she was worthy of her Gryffindor identity. Harry inclined her head slightly in gratitude, choosing not to utter another word. In moments like these, the more one speaks, the more one risks error. Do you know what this is? Professor Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic, producing a deep crimson stone from his hand. Is this the Philosopher's Stone? Harry ventured tentatively. She recalled reading about a stone of that name in a book borrowed by Hermione for leisure. Uncertain whether this Philosopher's Stone was related to the Stone of Life she had heard of, she deemed it prudent to recognize a term that existed within the magical realm. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore replied with a nod of approval. I am delighted that you recognized it, and even more so that you retrieved the Philosopher's Stone without taking it away, leaving it in its rightful place. You know, Harry, only those who seek the Philosopher's Stone with hope, but without desire for its power may obtain it from the Mirror of Erised. Thus, witnessing your adherence to your true self, refraining from taking it, brings me great solace. Now it is getting late. You should go and enjoy your pleasant weekend. With exams approaching, do not forget to review. Professor Dumbledore subtly indicated it was time for her to leave. Harry nodded, rose, and offered a slight bow before departing the headmaster's office. As the door to the office closed, the portraits of former headmasters, who had been feigning sleep, opened their eyes and began to converse. That girl is lying, exclaimed Phineas, the headmaster. At the very least, she has not disclosed the entire truth. She harbors many secrets. Thank you for your reminder, Phineas, Professor Dumbledore responded softly, leaning back as his chair transformed into a recliner. Albus, I cannot comprehend, began Headmaster Armando, yesterday. You watched the battle unfold with us in the headmaster's office, fully aware of that child's powers. You must see that it was no ordinary magic. It bore the essence of dark magic. You know better how she acquired the Philosopher's Stone. It was not as you suggested. She emerged directly from the mirror. You understand what I am trying to convey. That is of little consequence, Professor Dumbledore replied, raising his hand slightly. A hefty tome flew from the bookshelf. The cover bore the nearly faded title, Revelations of Dark Magic. Flipping through the pages, Professor Dumbledore mused aloud. I believe my judgment is sound. That child once bore the soul of Tom. Although I am uncertain whether Tom's soul has vanished, I suspect that this fragment has imparted certain qualities and bestowed upon her some innate gifts. The origin of all this lies in the mistakes I made in my past. That child is merely an innocent victim. She should not have to bear such burdens, and how could I ever blame her? Professor Dumbledore's gaze lingered on a page of the book as he continued. The only thing I can do now is to guide her, ensuring she remains on the right path, enveloped in love and courage, steering clear of Tom's dark legacy. There is no multitude of reasons to explain this. If one must insist, it is because I am a professor. Chapter 50. The Troubled Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Harry felt a sense of confusion, for her words contained numerous flaws. She was prepared to mend them with further lies, yet Professor Dumbledore chose not to pursue the matter. However, since Dumbledore opted for discretion, Harry naturally refrained from further inquiry. After all, her extensive life experience taught her that some questions, the more they are asked, lead to swifter demise. It seemed that no one at the school was aware of Harry's life and death battle with Voldemort. This left Harry somewhat regretful, for such a confrontation would have made excellent promotional material, aiding in the formation of a strong anchor. As the weekend came to a close, everyone returned to their studies. With the final exams drawing near, professors elevated the difficulty and pace of their teachings. Even Professor Binns unconsciously assigned students to read 2 additional books. The position of defense against the dark arts professor was taken over by Professor Snape, who was more than willing to assume this role. As for Professor Quirrell's whereabouts, Snape offered no explanation, leading many to suspect that Quirrell had met with foul play at Snape's hands. It was well known that Snape had long coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor, making the theory of his involvement seem plausible. Quirrell appeared to be in poor health, and the likelihood of Snape seizing the opportunity to poison him under the guise of treatment was quite high. This rumor circulated particularly among Gryffindor, as, apart from Harry and Hermione, few in the house held any affection for Professor Snape. Nearly a week passed before the Daily Prophet published information regarding Professor Quirrell. He had become a wanted man, charged with attempting to steal the magical stone crafted by Master Nicholas Flamel, stored at Hogwarts. Consequently, the conspiracy theories surrounding Professor Snape dissipated, and all attention shifted to Quirrell. The notion that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed resurfaced. Through an upperclassman, I learned that this year's professor had sought to steal something and subsequently fled. Last year's professor was a poacher who met his end gored by a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. and the professor from the year before had abandoned his post before the holidays, only to recently suffer a snakebite at home and remain bedridden. During a herbalism class, Hannah was fidgeting with the devil's snare on her hands while whispering to Harry, "What a calamity it is." Hearing the illustrious record of the former defense against the dark arts professor, Harry couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Nowadays, Harry was increasingly in demand across various subjects. Many girls relished the chance to partner with her, as it meant access to her exceptional notes and guidance from a top student. Harry could swear, however, that this was merely a passive effect of her witchy prowess, a pre-established ability. She had not actively invoked any of those peculiar extraordinary powers. Hermione, on the other hand, was somewhat displeased. She believed these girls were merely taking advantage of Harry, copying her notes without engaging in their own critical thinking, thereby hindering Harry's progress. As for Hermione's true thoughts, Harry remained oblivious. The end-of-year examinations for their first year arrived as scheduled. The questions were not difficult, even quite simple. So Harry puzzled over why so many faced the paper with furrowed brows and morose expressions, leaving numerous answers blank and encountering unexpected mishaps during practicals. Particularly, Crabbe and Goyle, positioned directly behind Harry while brewing potions, experienced a violent explosion of their forgetfulness potion, nearly splattering Harry in the process. Professor Snape, witnessing this debacle, unleashed a fury and sharp tongue that no one had ever witnessed before. Harry felt a twinge of fear. After all, according to Professor Snape, the potion they concocted could cause a person to lose an entire year's worth of memories. In a sense, they had achieved a remarkable feat. Many esteemed wizards struggled to brew such a potion. However, Crabbe and Goyle were certainly not rejoicing, for Professor Snape had sentenced them to a detention of cleaning the hospital wing's toilets. With the holidays approaching, their punishment would carry over to the following year, and they would also have to retake their potions exam. Harry sensed a hint of vindictiveness in Professor Snape's actions, yet she could not pinpoint the source of this feeling. She breezed through all her examinations and relished the delightful moments that followed. Aside from one remaining Quidditch match, Harry had an entire week of holiday to enjoy, awaiting the completion of exams by the older students before returning to the Muggle world together. Hermione wished to review the exam material with Harry, but with a gentle maneuver. Harry rendered Hermione blushing, weak, and sprawled upon her, basking in the gentle breeze and sunlight by the Black Lake. "Shall we discuss the exam content again?" Harry playfully pinched Hermione's cheek and toyed with her hair, asking softly. "Of course we must discuss it," Hermione replied with dreamy eyes. "But this is too comfortable." "No, wait. I was mistaken. Let us not discuss it." Harry felt a twinge of regret. Opportunities to tease Hermione like this were rare, and she had nearly coaxed a heartfelt confession from her. Aside from savoring life, Harley also took the opportunity to concoct a rudimentary potion from the tainted extraordinary traits of the corrupted Baron, immersing a spare white silk glove within it. Whether utilizing the abilities of the corrupted Baron or the briber, both fundamentally required gestures such as throwing or grasping. Thus, transforming the glove into a sealing artifact was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The glove swiftly absorbed the potion, culminating in the formation of a sealing object. To Harley's surprise, the negative effects of this artifact were not particularly significant for her, since the extraordinary trait had been tainted by Harley's mythological beast form. The adverse effect of the artifact was that the user would randomly witness visions of Harley's mythological beast form. This was merely the negative effect during regular wear. Should the glove be directly used, the user would further engage in communication with Harley's mythological beast form. For lower-tier extraordinary beings who required this glove, such an effect was undeniably terrifying. Even a mere vision, being of a demigod of the third sequence, could easily drive them to madness. Not to mention direct communication with the mythological beast form, which would be tantamount to the swiftest route to self-destruction. Conversely, 4 high-sequence powerhouses capable of viewing Harley's mythological beast form, a mere sealing artifact corresponding to the 6th sequence, barely approaching the 5th sequence, would not fall within their sphere of utility. Of course, Harley herself was unconcerned. Witnessing her mythological beast form was hardly a dreadful affair. As for communicating with the mythological beast form, what was that? Merely talking to oneself? Even though Harley was currently of the 6th sequence, with a significant disparity in rank, exerting full force through the glove would result in little more than a headache. Regarding its attributes, it primarily inherited the bribing abilities of the briber and the distorting powers of the corrupted Baron. This could perhaps be seen as a form of balance. The greater the negative effects of a sealing artifact, the more potent its positive effects. Harley named this artifact the Fallen Gloves and carried it with her. Chapter 51. 5 years without a crown comes to an end. Time swiftly passed, leading to the final Quidditch match. Wood was filled with confidence, especially since Gryffindor had a substantial lead in points. Though Slytherin had decisively triumphed over Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, accruing a significant score, Gryffindor still maintained a notable advantage over Slytherin in the overall standings. As long as they performed reasonably well in this match, Gryffindor was almost guaranteed to reclaim the long-awaited Quidditch Cup. Professor McGonagall attached great importance to this matter, given that it had been 6 years since Gryffindor last secured victory, following the championship win by Charlie Weasley in his second year. Although no one, aside from Professor Snape, would express overt enthusiasm, it was still a disheartening situation. On the day of the match, the members of the Gryffindor team arrived at the locker room early. After refreshing the team on strategy, Wood delivered a passionate pre-match motivational speech. This year, our Gryffindor Quidditch team has assembled the strongest squad in many years, marking our closest approach to the Quidditch Cup in 6 long years. I still vividly remember my first year, 4 years ago, when the final match pitted Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. The final score was 300-100, with Ravenclaw securing that 300 points. We regrettably lost the championship that year. I recall seeing Charlie slumped in his chair, inconsolable, a sight forever etched in my memory. In that moment, I pondered how, if I were to become a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I would strive to win every match. Now, with the Quidditch trophy within our grasp, I must contemplate whether this might be my singular opportunity in life. To restore the glory of Gryffindor is a duty we cannot forsake. Now let us embark. Together, we shall reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to Gryffindor. With these words, Wood strode out of the locker room, broom in hand, followed closely by the other team members. The stands outside were filled to capacity, a vibrant display of red and blue. Should Gryffindor fail to score at least 100 points in this match, Slytherin would be crowned champions. Thus, in this moment, the Slytherin Serpents were fervent supporters of Ravenclaw. Conversely, Ravenclaw found themselves in a quandary, for their score languished at the bottom. Unless they could achieve 450 points or more, their hopes of victory were slim. This was contingent upon Gryffindor scoring no more than 100 points, while Slytherin remained tied with them. After all, their seeker had not performed admirably this year, failing to capture the Golden Snitch in the first 2 matches, which had resulted in a significant point deficit. Some Ravenclaw Eagles were even conflicted about whether to support Gryffindor, for the prospect of enduring further mockery from Slytherin was less appealing than seeing Gryffindor triumph. As for the Hufflepuffs, they remained indifferent. Although they donned red attire to support Gryffindor, they were, at heart, mere spectators, rather good-natured ones at that. Among the Hufflepuff crowd, a variety of treats and snacks procured from the kitchens were circulating wildly among the students. The Gryffindor section was the most exuberant, with homemade banners and flags waving incessantly. The last time Gryffindor claimed victory was during Charlie Weasley's second year, and thereafter, 5 years passed without a championship. 5 years. Can you imagine how those years were spent? Daily, we were subjected to taunts from other houses, particularly from Slytherin, whom Gryffindor despised the most, while we lacked the means to retort. The fact of our losses was undeniable, an irrefutable reality. Yet this year, Gryffindor has a chance to emerge from 5 years of darkness into the light of new hope, igniting a frenzy among the young lions. As the match officially commenced, Lee's voice rang out particularly loud. Ollia is charging towards the Ravenclaw goal with the quaffle. Brad is on defense, and as a seasoned 7th year, he effortlessly intercepts the ball. However, here comes Harry. Oh, praise be to the lioness Queen Harry, who did not even touch the ball, merely employing her swift speed to sever Roger's support. Katie and Angelina surrounded, regaining possession of the elusive quaffle. Angelina, with the ball in hand, pressed forward toward Ravenclaw's goal. Would Jack, the Ravenclaw goalkeeper, be able to thwart this attempt? He has guarded the goal for 5 years, brimming with experience. Yet, the ball found its way in. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, many Gryffindor students leaping to their feet in exhilaration. Harry executed Wood's strategy, continually utilizing her speed to disrupt the connections between Ravenclaw's chasers while searching for the Golden Snitch. For Harry, locating the snitch was no daunting task, as the Assassin series had endowed her with the vision of an eagle. It is well known that an eagle can spot a rabbit from high in the sky. Although the Golden Snitch is significantly smaller than a rabbit, Harry's altitude was not as lofty as that of an eagle. Unfortunately, today, the snitch seemed to flit close to the audience's seats, obstructing Harry's line of sight with various objects, and she had yet to catch a glimpse of it. With the elusive snitch temporarily out of reach, she continued to collaborate with her team in their offensive. After all, if Gryffindor scored 10 more goals, they would tie with Slytherin in total points. Moreover, Gryffindor had already triumphed over Slytherin in their direct encounter, thus securing their claim to the championship. Fred executed a dazzling maneuver, or perhaps it was George, yet who truly cares? Jack narrowly evaded this shot, but this allowed Katie to score. The score now stood at 90-30. Lee's voice suddenly soared, brimming with excitement. If Gryffindor could score just 1 more goal, the Quidditch Cup would belong to them this year. Harry soared high above the pitch, with Ravenclaw's seeker trailing closely behind, though his hopes were dimming. He rode the Comet 260, the finest broom in Ravenclaw's arsenal. Yet how could it possibly compare to Harry's Nimbus 2000? Ultimately, Harry spotted the Golden Snitch hovering near the Gryffindor goal. Although both players raced towards it, Harry's speed was unmistakably superior. She effortlessly grasped the snitch, while Jack, fixated on the snitch, neglected to guard the goal, allowing Katie's final shot to slip in. The crowd erupted in fervor. Harry soared high above the throng, brandishing the golden snitch in triumph. The players joyfully embraced Harry, for a consecutive third victory and championship was undoubtedly the most exhilarating achievement. Upon descending from the field, Harry was met with a rapturous welcome from her Gryffindor peers. Even Professor McGonagall waved a Gryffindor banner with fervor, tears glistening in her eyes. Ravenclaw students, though not entirely disheartened, saw their Captain Roger approach to extend his congratulations. Simultaneously, he expressed that next year, a group of senior students from Ravenclaw would be departing, necessitating a reconstruction of the team to compete against Wood once more. Perhaps the only discontented individuals were the Slytherin students, as they could have secured a triple championship this year, establishing their own dynasty, yet they ultimately faltered. In the evening, Gryffindor held a grand celebration to commemorate their long-awaited victory. Fred and George, armed with the funds they had gathered, returned with an array of beverages and sweets. The festivities continued late into the night before everyone returned to their dormitory. Once back, Harry made a special trip to find Wood. What? You don't want to seek a seeker next year? Wood exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I aspire to become a seeker. I believe, given my skills, scoring 20 goals in a single match would not pose a challenge, Harry calmly proclaimed, uttering such audacious words. Well, if you truly can achieve that, then averaging 200 points per match is expected. We shall see the results during training, and I will make my decision then. Wood hesitated but did not dismiss the idea outright. Thank you, Captain. Harry expressed his gratitude before turning towards the girls' dormitory. Hermione awaited her at the staircase. Chapter 52. 2 Contracts. On the final day of the academic year, the entire Great Hall was adorned in the crimson and gold that represented Gryffindor. A massive banner depicting the Gryffindor lion hung on the wall behind the teacher's dais. The outcome was no surprise to anyone, considering Gryffindor's overwhelming advantage. After winning the Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor accrued a substantial number of points. Furthermore, throughout the year, Gryffindor had not committed any significant violations of school rules, or rather, those who did were not caught. Despite Professor Snape's relentless efforts to deduct points from Gryffindor, his attempts were thwarted by the substantial points Harry had earned. It could be said that to some extent, Harry's contributions in potions class alone counterbalanced all the deductions made by other first-year students. Additionally, Harry and Hermione were like point-gathering machines in other subjects, much adored by their professors, who were not as stringent as Professor Snape. Thus, Gryffindor naturally claimed the top position, surpassing the second-place Slytherin by 55 points. During the end-of-year feast, Professor Dumbledore delivered a brief address, congratulating Gryffindor on their triumph in the House Cup. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, Professor McGonagall beamed with joy. After all, Slytherin had dominated the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and Professor Snape had reveled in ridiculing the other heads of house for just as long. The heads of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were also quite pleased with this outcome. Although they did not secure the House Cup themselves, preventing Slytherin from obtaining it was a satisfactory consolation. They were not being antagonistic, rather. Professor Snape's sardonic demeanor had proven overwhelmingly powerful. To this point, aside from Harry, none had been spared from such sarcasm, with even Professor Dumbledore occasionally subjected to Professor Snape's biting remarks. This year, Slytherin has regrettably missed the opportunity for a double championship, failing to establish a Slytherin dynasty in Quidditch and interrupting their reign in the House Cup, at least for this summer. The heads of the houses can enjoy a moment of levity. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, a series of notices and guarantees were placed before the young wizards. Professor Dumbledore rose to address them, stating that only wizards who have reached the age of 17 are permitted to use magic outside the school. This measure is intended to prevent the potential chaos that could arise from the reckless use of certain spells, thus preserving the confidentiality of the magical world. After all, adult wizards can take responsibility for their actions, whereas their underage counterparts cannot be held accountable for their deeds. I hope that after reading the notices and guarantees, each of you will sign your name at the bottom and submit them. As Harry examined the guarantee in her hands, she keenly sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from it, a minor contract. She contemplated whether the guarantee monitored the presence of magic within a certain radius of the young wizards who signed it. Instinctively, Harry was reluctant to sign the contract or transfer it to someone else. However, as she glanced up at the staff table, she noticed, perhaps by coincidence, that Professor Dumbledore was smiling directly at her. With a silent grimace, she borrowed a feather quill from Hermione and inscribed her name on the guarantee. After all, as a witch, Harry possessed numerous ways to transfer the contract to others after signing it, albeit with greater difficulty than if she had transferred it immediately upon signing. The academic year had come to a definitive close, and the young wizard's belongings were magically packed and transported to the station. The first-year students, as they had on the day of their arrival, boarded small boats to cross the Black Lake and, upon retrieving their luggage, boarded the Hogwarts Express. The moment Harry disembarked from the boat, she felt the contract that had been gestating within her since the beginning of the school year finally take shape. She recalled the accounts in her books. When the four founders first arrived at Hogwarts, they traveled by boat together, and now, the first-year students, emulating the founders, arrived and departed by boat, forming a complete contract with Hogwarts. Some students returned home during the Christmas break, yet even the first years departed by boat, with Headmaster Dumbledore personally shattering the ice on the Black Lake for their passage. In hindsight, this too must have been in service of the contract's integrity. This contract undoubtedly holds significant meaning, though its purpose requires further exploration on Harry's part. After boarding the train with their luggage, Harry and Hermione found an empty compartment, soon joined by Hufflepuffs Susan and Hannah. The train swiftly departed, and Susan retrieved a large box of chocolate cake from her bag, presenting it to Harry with a flourish. "Harry, do sample this delectable chocolate cake." Hannah, not to be outdone, produced a sheepskin bag and a small bottle from seemingly nowhere. "Harry, would you care for some freshly fried fish, just out of the fryer, along with some exquisite vinegar?" Hermione's face lit up with curiosity. "Where on earth did you procure these delights?" "Why, from the kitchen, of course." Susan elaborated. "It's located directly beneath the Great Hall, adjacent to our common room. If you scratch the pear in the painting along that corridor, it transforms into a green doorknob. Pulling the handle reveals the kitchen, where our meals are typically prepared. As for the vinegar," Hannah, munching on the fried fish, replied indistinctly, "I acquired it from the wooden barrel at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. By tapping the barrel in a specific sequence, one can gain entry. If you tap incorrectly, the lid opens, showering you with vinegar. The vinegar I'm using now is from that very source." Upon hearing Hannah's account, Harry shuddered slightly and resolved to keep a safe distance from the bottle of vinegar. It certainly did not sound very sanitary. "So, what brings you here with such eagerness today?" Harry squinted, inquiring. "Hee." Susan and Hannah chuckled bashfully. "We are primarily representing all the girls of Hufflepuff to ask if we could perhaps exchange knowledge over the holiday. For instance, we could help you review your completed assignments." Hermione rolled her eyes at the side, though after a year of experience, she had become less forthright than before. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, as long as you don't copy every word verbatim. Please don't be like that boy last week. I made a spelling mistake, and he copied it word for word. After the assignments were distributed, he even came over to ask me why it was wrong." Hannah and Susan immediately assured him, promising to encourage their fellow Hufflepuffs to translate their work properly before submission. The train sped along, and fatigue began to set in. Hermione leaned to the side and rested her head on Harry's lap. Harry didn't mind, gently massaging her face, causing her cheeks to flush. Susan and Hannah looked on with envy, as Harry's massage skills were well-renowned among the girls at Hogwarts. Before long, the train reached its destination. After bidding farewell to their friends, Harry pulled his suitcase out, with Hermione, who also needed to return to the Muggle world, closely following behind. "Harry, don't forget to write to me over the holidays," Hermione said as they walked. "Of course," Harry replied, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear. "Haven't your parents arrived yet?" "Not yet, I suppose." Hermione frowned. "The dentist is quite busy. They should still be at work today. Then I must take my leave. My Uncle Vernon has arrived. I cannot keep him waiting. Goodbye, and I wish you safe travels. If they bully you again, you are always welcome to stay at my house," Harry said softly, smiling as she embraced Hermione. With her head lowered, Hermione replied, "I will remember that." Harry, momentarily taken aback, then laughed softly. "Don't you dare refuse me then." With that, she pushed her luggage cart towards Uncle Vernon. Chapter 1. I wish for her to know that love exists in this world. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore watched as the first-year students boarded the boats by the Black Lake, gradually disappearing from view. He then returned to his desk, where he produced a mirror. Gently tapping the mirror, it emitted a glow, revealing a face, a thin, aged visage, lined with wrinkles, exuding a sense of profound experience. The elderly man was the renowned alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. "Albus, how delightful to hear from you. Let me guess before you speak. Have you caught a fish with that nearly abandoned philosopher's stone?" Nicholas chuckled. "Indeed. A rather large one," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "My misguided student, Tom, has resurfaced. He has taken over another impressionable student of mine, Quirinus, fully possessing his body, attempting to steal the philosopher's stone. However, he failed." Harry intervened. "Oh, how did she manage that? Does it align with your expectations?" Nicholas raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore sighed with a wry smile. "Alas, age has dulled my faculties. I had believed that Harry would vanquish Tom using the magic left to her by her mother, who sacrificed her life for her. Yet, I was mistaken. I witnessed Harry force Tom to burn Quirinus's body in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. It became evident to me how profoundly Tom's influence had affected Harry. This influence may even have combined with her innate gifts, producing powers and attributes that Tom himself lacked. It was through these strengths that Harry triumphed over him." Nicholas's curiosity deepened. "Albus, your words pique my interest further. Allow me to share the scene with you." With a gentle sigh, Dumbledore did not draw his wand, but merely waved his hand. A tightly locked cabinet opened, releasing a basin filled with an enigmatic liquid. A silvery substance rose from the basin, flowing into the mirror, which instantly began to display images. The first sequence depicted Voldemort as the protagonist, starting with the slaying of the three-headed dog. Following that, scenes featuring Harry as the central figure unfolded. However, a segment of Harry's narrative mysteriously vanished. Specifically the moment she entered the mirror until her emergence from the Mirror of Erised, until Harry casually tossed the Philosopher's Stone onto the ground and exited the room. The scene vanished, and Nicholas's face reappeared. What an intriguing talent, Nicholas remarked softly. However, Dumbledore wore a grave expression. Nicholas, you comprehend my meaning. There is something profoundly amiss with this child. Much of the magic she employs leans towards the dark arts. I am certain she has had no opportunity to learn such dark magic, for I have records of every book she has taken from the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. I acknowledge my error that has led to this child's current state. I am culpable, thus I cannot cast blame upon her. Yet, this does not imply that I shall remain passive in the face of these circumstances. I believe you are overly anxious, Albus, Nicholas gently countered, shaking his head. You were far more reckless than this child. I recall your correspondence with that boy, Gellert. Nicholas. Please cease, Dumbledore interjected, his aged face flushing with embarrassment. Let us not dwell on that topic. I was young and impetuous. Can we not set this conversation aside? Nicholas chuckled lightly and shifted the subject. So, you seek me merely to request that I view a film? I wish to bring Harry to visit you. The awkwardness on Dumbledore's face had not entirely dissipated, yet he quickly regained his composure. She is far too susceptible to following the paths of Tom or Gellert. This is a consequence of her gifts, and I cannot alter it. However, I cannot stand idly by as this unfolds. After all, I have made grave mistakes in the past, watching Tom veer onto a disastrous path. As a professor, and more importantly, as a human being, I cannot allow this child to replicate Tom's tale. Thus, I wish to expose her to a broader array of people and experiences to help her comprehend the world. I do not seek anything specific. I merely pray that if one day she faces the temptation of power, she will understand that love exists in this world, that there are those who cherish her, and that she, too, is capable of love. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Nicholas fell silent. Dumbledore maintained his silence as well, choosing not to elaborate further. After a considerable pause, Nicholas nodded. If you bring young Harry along, both Perpetua and I would be most welcoming. The two conversed for a while longer on various subjects before concluding their discussion. Harry's summer vacation was not arduous. In fact, it was quite comfortable. Uncle Vernon initially intended to lock Harry's magical books and other wizarding items in the cupboard under the stairs where Harry had previously stayed, and he continued to demand that Harry perform chores. However, Harry frightened Uncle Vernon half to death with 2 dinner knives. In truth, Harry believed he had done little, merely taking a strand of Uncle Vernon's hair within seconds while he was in the throes of a tirade. Nevertheless, Uncle Vernon clearly connected the dots between his sizable head and his neck. Convinced that wizards were all mad, he promptly fell silent, swallowing his foul language. Now, the Dursleys completely disregard her, treating her as though she does not exist, providing only 3 meals a day and some pocket money. Whenever they see Harry clad in her pink pajamas, sprawled on the sofa engrossed in her spellbook, with Hedwig perched on her shoulder, the Dursleys choose to ignore the scene. Uncle Vernon occasionally casts a furious glance at Harry when she practices magic at home, but upon witnessing her wand and the dark flames surrounding her, he obediently shuts his eyes. Harry is quite content with this arrangement. The Dursleys embody a saying attributed to the illustrious Emperor Russell, which suggests that those who understand the nuances of a person's demeanor are truly competent. Although it is uncertain whether the peculiarities arise from the translation of Indites into Farsac and then into Rune, the context in which this phrase is used has been passed down, allowing Harry to comprehend its application and find it remarkably fitting in this situation. In essence, the Dursleys refrain from interfering with Harry, and she likewise does not seek them out. Her focus has entirely shifted towards the realm of magic. After her confrontation with Voldemort last semester, Harry began to regard magic with newfound seriousness. Initially, her interest lay solely in potions, with only a slight inclination towards herbology, as her attention was still centered on regaining her status and sequence. For other subjects such as charms and transfiguration, Harry merely followed the professor's lead, never taking the initiative to study independently. However, following her battle with Voldemort, she recognized that magic could compensate for her shortcomings. It is widely acknowledged that lower-tier witches possess commendable self-preservation skills, with swift mobility through mirrored transits. Defensively, they wield hair and frost, while offensively, they command dark flames and frost, with restorative capabilities rooted in the primordial cocoon. Thus, it can be said that lower-tier witches possess a modicum of proficiency in various areas, even in mental-level attacks. Yet, upon reaching higher tiers, a witch's primary abilities are largely contingent upon natural disasters for clearing foes, rendering them less advantageous in battles of equal standing. Magic, however, presents a substantial remedy for the high-tier witch's inherent deficiencies, a possibility that Harry discerned from her encounter with Voldemort. Consequently, she resolved to obscure the contract binding her, redirecting its detection to Hermione through her hair. This maneuver allowed Harry to practice magic outside of school. Should anyone arrive to inspect, destroying the hair used as a medium would revert the contract's focus back to Harry. With this assurance in place, she embarked on her summer study regimen. Chapter 2. Lifelike Beings. The first week of summer vacation has elapsed. During this week, Harry diligently immersed herself in numerous textbooks. Previously, she would merely skim through them, ensuring she had grasped the spells within, and then set them aside. However, upon revisiting the text with a meticulous approach, Harry uncovered many details she had previously overlooked. For instance, in Transfiguration, the textbook delineates several foundational theories. Initially, after swiftly mastering the spell, Harry had cast aside the theoretical underpinnings. Upon revisiting and delving deeper into her studies, Harry discovered that these theories were incomplete. Rather, they served as foundational stones. Several seemingly unrelated theories bizarrely aligned in certain esoteric aspects. If Transfiguration were a pyramid, then this would constitute its most crucial cornerstone. After assimilating this information, Harry perused her other textbooks and unearthed numerous fundamental theories. Upon completion, she reminded herself never to underestimate any system, for even the most basic knowledge harbors invaluable insights. While engaging with her textbooks, Harry also diligently completed all her assignments, which were not particularly challenging. The only regret was that she had not received any letters, leading her to sense something amiss. After all, Hermione would certainly write to her, and Hannah and Susan would engage in discussions regarding studies and help review her assignments. The absence of correspondence was evidently an anomalous occurrence. Determined to investigate, Harry resolved to subscribe to a month's worth of the Daily Prophet. Under these circumstances, Hedwig would undoubtedly return with a response. This was a bait, and it remained to be seen if anyone would take the hook. As expected, someone did indeed respond. When Hedwig returned, however, she bore no letters, which was unusual. According to what she had learned from Hagrid, sending a letter expressing one's intent to subscribe to the Daily Prophet would elicit a reply. As Harry stroked Hedwig while feeding her, a dangerous glint flickered in her narrowed eyes. The following evening, she sent out another letter. But this time it contained nothing but a mirror larger than a human face. Fly low, close to the ground, and avoid populated areas, understood? Harry caressed Hedwig's back, casting a location curse on her feathers. With a human-like nod, Hedwig affectionately pecked Harry's cheek before soaring into the night sky. Harry did not sleep. Instead, she gazed silently in the direction where Hedwig had vanished. A waist pouch encircled her waist, containing some portable materials and several decoy mirrors, along with her wand. The fallen gloves were already donned, while the extraordinary properties of the Song Weaver had been stowed away, as they offered no utility for Harry. After all, an assassin lurking in the shadows required no song to enhance their prowess. As for praising the sun, Harry relished sunlight, yet she preferred traversing the darkness. Gently caressing the fallen gloves, her expression remained inscrutable. Beside her lay a full-length mirror. The mirror that Hedwig had taken was Harry's enchanted mirror, upon which a curse had been cast. As soon as the enchanted mirror is touched, Harley is instantly alerted and can traverse through the nearby, full-length mirror. In less than 10 minutes, she senses the disturbance of her magical mirror. Ah, there truly are those unafraid of death, Harley muses to herself, recalling times when she was also dubbed Despair. Her body leans toward the full-length mirror, which ripples like the surface of water, engulfing her entire form. The world within the mirror appears exceedingly hazy, resembling a deep, ethereal passage that feels far from tangible. This passage connects to similar corridors in the surrounding area, weaving an intricate and abstract web. It is these interlaced webs that give rise to a profound and bizarre realm. Ordinary, extraordinary beings or sorcerers who enter this world would soon find themselves lost. Even many demigods might struggle to find their bearings and would have to pay a significant price to escape. However, in Harley's eyes, this realm is marked by discernible traces. She swiftly advances in a particular direction. Before her lies an intangible glow, signifying her own essence. In less than half a minute, Harley reaches her enchanted mirror. Yet, she refrains from exiting immediately. Instead, she activates her spiritual sight to peer beyond the mirror's world. The witch's spiritual vision can bridge the mirror realm, allowing her to glimpse things beyond another mirror. When in close proximity to the mirror, Harley can detect a broader range, revealing what is invisible when looking directly out. At that moment, her magical mirror is held by a peculiar humanoid creature. The little monster boasts bat-like ears, a pair of bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, a flat and elongated nose, and a wrinkled body clad only in a pillowcase. This sight instantly raises Harley's wariness, based on her extensive experience over the years. Humanoid beings generally harbor no affection for humans. Harley has endured attacks from vampires and other aberrations on more than one occasion. Here, aberrations do not refer to the ascetic or libertine factions of Rose Academy, but to those born aberrations. Upon returning to this world, historical records of magic indicate that humanoid creatures also exhibit a distinct aversion to humanity. Numerous wars have erupted between fairies and wizards, and after being subdued by sorcerers, they have diligently sought to seize power in the crucial realm of finance. Meanwhile, centaurs and merfolk remain openly hostile towards wizards and refuse to consider themselves human. Werewolves continue to dwell in the shadows, shunning the light. Vampires have long since vanished, and giants have been nearly exterminated by sorcerers. When first encountering Hagrid, the large oaf, Harley remained vigilant against any sudden assault. It was only after prolonged interaction that she discovered Hagrid's inherently benevolent nature and subsequently relaxed her guard. Although the Ministry of Magic has consistently promoted the idea of treating all sentient beings equally, Harry scoffed at such declarations. After all, according to Ron, places like the Centaur Office and the Werewolf Registration Office have remained neglected sanctuaries. The demeanor of these beings towards wizards, coupled with the tone wizards employed when discussing them, hardly resembled a state of peaceful coexistence. Thus, when faced with unknown sentient creatures, Harry instinctively adopted a stance of vigilance, tinged with an unspoken intent to eliminate. This was the demeanor befitting a normal, extraordinary individual, a stance that a competent witch ought to possess. Chapter 3. Interrogating the little monster. Harry was poised to strike. With one gloved hand, she retrieved a small piece of bread from her pouch as a means of bribery, while her other hand firmly grasped her wand. Recently, Harry had devised several highly effective tactics specifically tailored for intelligent beings, drawing upon her magical studies and innate abilities. Though the direct damage inflicted was minimal, the humiliation it caused was substantial, delivering profound psychological torment to her foes. The only drawback was that this strategy could potentially incite a furious retaliation from her adversaries. The little creature gazed at the magic mirror, a look of confusion crossing its face. It rummaged through the large envelope containing the mirror, yet found it devoid of any writing, not even the recipient's name. It examined the slumbering Hedwig nearby, but no second letter was found upon her. The little monster continued to scrutinize the mirror, mouth agape, seemingly baffled as to why there were no words in the letter. At that moment, when the mirror aligned perfectly with the creature's mouth, Harry deftly tossed the piece of bread, landing it squarely inside. Bribery successful. Upon sensing the feedback from her enchanted gloves indicating a successful bribe, Harry unleashed two spells. The first, a transfiguration spell, transformed the pre-marked piece of bread into a struggling mouse within the creature's mouth. The little monster, startled, immediately stood still, repeatedly banging its head against the ground in an attempt to dislodge the mouse. This left it unprepared, and it was swiftly struck by the second incantation, Petrificus Totalis. This spell had proven to be exceptionally useful during her recent studies. However, it was only yesterday that Harry had encountered and mastered it, ensuring that her bribe would guarantee its effectiveness. In an instant, the creature's entire body stiffened, crashing heavily before the magic mirror. The mouse escaped from the creature's mouth, but after a few steps, it reverted back to bread. At the opportune moment, Harry emerged from behind the mirror and delivered a precise kick, sending the mirror soaring far away, landing safely upon the grass. Though Harry felt a pang of sorrow for her mirror, she acknowledged that, should battle erupt again, this enchanted mirror, albeit distanced from her, might very well save her life. Gazing at the diminutive creature before her, a dining knife slid from the sleeve of her empty hand, while her other hand retrieved a vial. Swiftly, Harry sliced open the creature's skin, collecting a few drops of its blood in the bottle, and deftly plucked several strands of its hair. With these, should a confrontation ensue later, Harry would be equipped to unleash various attacks. Even if the creature managed to escape, the blood and hair could assist her in tracking it down, cursing it, or even delivering a fatal blow. After accomplishing this, Harry gave the creature a gentle kick, turning it onto its back. The creature's face bore an expression of sheer terror, its eyes darting wildly. Observing it, Harry furrowed her brow. Although she possessed the ability to commune with spirits, her efficiency in doing so was subpar. Moreover, in her unfamiliarity with this realm, she hesitated to summon spirits at random. What if an angel loomed behind this aberration, leaving some insidious mark upon its essence? That would be quite unfortunate. Even in the absence of such a threat, the rapid dissipating of spirits due to the ethereal realm could impede her communication. Typically, Harry was not so cautious, but this was no ordinary creature. It was a humanoid anomaly, and prudence was warranted. After a moment's contemplation, she cast a levitation spell, compelling the creature to float obediently behind her. In this desolate wilderness, Harry easily located several branches. Although Professor McGonagall had yet to instruct her, the principles of magic were inherently interconnected. Logically, if one could transmute a wooden match into an iron needle, one ought to be able to transform wood into an iron lock. This reasoning seemed sound. With a flick of her wrist, she transmuted the branches into chains and ropes. Skillfully, Harry bound the creature with the rope and secured it with the chains. However, from the disdain etched on her face, it was evident that this binding was unlike her previous endeavors. Unbeknownst to others, she discreetly released layers of transparent threads. The rope and chains served merely as a faade, obscuring the presence of the threads, which constituted her true line of defense. These threads were sharp and cold. With a mere flick of her fingers, they could slice through the creature's skin. Once all was accomplished, Harry dispelled the petrification spell on the creature. Upon regaining its mobility, the creature, disregarding its tight bindings, struggled to rise. After 2 futile attempts, it collapsed, emitting a voice tinged with both excitement and fear, exclaiming, "Harry Potter, Dobby has always wished to meet you. It is an honor, or rather, bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby has been discovered by Miss Potter." In saying this, the creature, named Dobby, began to pound its head against the ground, even drawing forth blood. Harry was compelled to manipulate the threads carefully, lest the diminutive creature suffer a grievous injury. Simultaneously, she lamented the unfortunate situation. If such a creature were to leave traces of its blood in various locations, it would either signify an overwhelming strength that rendered it impervious to pursuit and curses, or it would imply a complete ignorance of such matters. Clearly, the creature, which Harry had effortlessly subdued, possessed little power. Thus, the latter reason prevailed. It was most likely uninformed and merely following orders. She doubted she could extract any valuable information from it. Despite her low expectations, Harry disdainfully nudged Dobby's head with her foot, her tone fierce as she commanded, "Cease your bowing. I am not your ancestor. Stand up and answer my questions." Dobby immediately fell silent, his large eyes fixed upon Harry. "Now speak. Why did you intercept my letters?" Harry inquired without any pretense, her gaze fixed on the small knife in her hand, though her attention remained firmly on Dobby. The harshness in her voice was merely a tactic to instill psychological pressure, compelling it to respond. After all, it was a sentient being, exhibiting signs of rational thought. Thus this method of interrogation was worth a try. As for employing her extraordinary charm, Harry had no intention of utilizing it on such an unattractive creature. She refused to diminish her own worth unless absolutely necessary, for she was, without a doubt, a staunch admirer of beauty. "By the way, what exactly are you?" Dobby's expression turned frantic as he exclaimed, Dobby is a house elf." Dobby intercepted the letters of Harry Potter because Dobby wishes to protect Harry Potter. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 4. I can help you, huh? What did you say? Harry momentarily failed to comprehend the words of this self-proclaimed house elf, Dobby. Dobby insists that Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Dobby nearly shouted with all his might. Dobby is acting for the good of Harry Potter. Dobby intercepted all of Harry Potter's letters solely to prevent her return to Hogwarts. A wave of anger mixed with confusion surged within Harry. However, she concealed these emotions, instead opting to respond to Dobby's statements with a smile. "Dobby," she said softly. "You claim your name is Dobby, correct?" "Indeed," Dobby exclaimed. Witnessing the softening of Harry's expression, his attitude shifted, and he was filled with immense joy. The great Harry Potter remembers Dobby's name. Dobby is truly honored. "Very well, Dobby." Harry's smile grew even more tender. "Since you wish to protect me, may I ask you a few questions?" Dobby's delight was nearly overwhelming. The great Harry Potter wishes to inquire of Dobby. It is an honor. Dobby can answer. As long as it does not contravene Dobby's principles, Dobby will gladly respond. Because Dobby wishes to protect Harry Potter. "Very well. Let us commence with the first inquiry. What is a house elf?" A house elf is a servant who attends to wizards. For Dobby, he must serve his master for all eternity. Dobby exclaimed, "Only when his master grants him clothing can he be freed from that wizard." Harry nodded thoughtfully, noting this information, and prepared to investigate further. She did not inquire about the identity of Dobby's master, for typically, the servants of wizarding families are bound by magical constraints. Dobby also mentioned that he could answer questions not involving principles. Presumably, this principle includes the magic that binds him. She had never heard Ron or Neville mention such creatures, nor had she encountered any discussions about them in the wizarding world, leaving her unable to ascertain the accuracy of Dobby's claims. Nonetheless, she chose to accept Dobby's words as truth, as she was merely stalling for time and gathering more information. After a moment of contemplation, Harry spoke again. "Why do you prevent me from going to Hogwarts? And why do you claim it is for my own good?" "Because Hogwarts is exceedingly perilous," Dobby replied without hesitation, suddenly trembling all over. "Someone has devised a scheme. Thus, terrifying events will transpire at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dobby has known about this for several months, and he cannot allow Harry Potter to take such risks." Harry nodded, her smile unwavering as she inquired, "Then why did you intercept my letters? Why stop me from communicating with my dear friends?" "Harry Potter, do not be angry," Dobby pleaded pitifully. Dobby had hoped that if Harry Potter believed her friends had forgotten her, she would not wish to return to school, Mississippi. Dobby only wishes what is best for Harry Potter. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry replied, her face lighting up with surprise. I appreciate everything you have done for me. It is nothing, Dobby exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, though he was tightly bound and unable to jump. No one had ever expressed gratitude to Dobby, never. Oh, Harry Potter. She is so magnificent. She has taken Dobby's words to heart. Very well, Dobby, Harry said, her face aglow with joy, yet a chill lingered deep within her eyes. Let me summarize our conversation. You believe that extremely dangerous events will occur at Hogwarts next term. You wish to protect me, hence you prevent me from going to Hogwarts. To achieve this, you have intercepted all my letters, attempting to imprison me and sever my connections to the outside world. Am I correct? And all of this is for my benefit? Yes, Dobby exclaimed joyfully, flapping his large ears. Harry Potter understands Dobby's intentions. Dobby is so very happy. So, might Harry Potter release Dobby from his bindings and assure him that she will not return to Hogwarts? Of course. With a snap of her fingers, Harry severed the ropes binding Dobby, causing them to shatter into countless fragments, while the iron chains fell away. Although it appeared to be magic, in truth, the threads exerted a gentle force, swiftly slicing through the ropes and cleaving the locks. Dobby, elated, rose to his feet. Is there anything else you require, Harry Potter? If not, I shall take my leave. Oh, I apologize, Dobby, Harry replied, shaking her head. You cannot depart just yet. I wish to request something of you. Please speak. Harry Potter, I am more than willing to serve. Dobby exclaimed eagerly. Come closer, Harry beckoned, subtly retracting a few threads. Dobby, filled with excitement, approached her. Harry leaned in and whispered into his ear, Dobby, since you wish to do good for me, might I do something for you in return? What? Dobby, momentarily taken aback, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had, in her gloved hand, produced a test tube that had been crushed. Its contents, a blend of various pure bloods, glimmering ominously in dark red hues upon the glove, instead of spilling profusely. Dobby writhed in agony on the ground, wailing. What is Harry Potter doing? Yet, Harry remained unfazed, calmly continuing the ritual she had initiated. Their earlier conversation had served to gradually set in motion a third-tier curse, planting a seed of malevolence within the mind of the house elf. Despite the curse's formidable nature, Harry, through her connection with the mythological essence, could afford to take her time to complete the ritual. During their prior discourse, she had already performed a preliminary ceremony, temporarily subduing the house elf before her. As the ritual progressed, Harry's brow furrowed with concern. Within the mind of this house elf resided a potent curse, reminiscent of the mental control instilled by angels along the audience's path. Even with the strength bestowed by her mythological form, Harry found herself unable to bypass this obstacle. However, she was resolute in her determination, opting to alter her approach, and spoke in a voice of exquisite gentleness. Under the guise of goodwill, you seek to confine my freedom, severing my connections with those delightful girls. Most crucially, you prevent my return to Hogwarts, thwarting my potential for advancement. Why should I grant you mercy, Dobby? Harry's voice, soft yet audible enough for Dobby to hear, resonated with intent. Chapter 5. The strategy for Dobby's handling. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dobby's focus indeed wavered, and his resistance diminished significantly. Despite the torment he endured, he cried out, But Dobby only wishes well for Harry Potter. Even if Dobby has severed Harry Potter's communication with her friends, even if Dobby does not want Harry Potter to return to her beloved Hogwarts, despite Dobby's contemplation of framing Harry Potter, intending to confine her within the walls of her home, his actions were ultimately for her benefit. Harry nearly found herself laughing at Dobby's words. Her hands remained in motion, her voice increasingly gentle. Indeed, Dobby. Thus, my intentions are also for your welfare. Although I am uncertain how my actions will serve you, I assure you they are for your own good. Despite Harry's verbal persuasion weakening Dobby's resistance, she remained unable to circumvent the formidable curse that already enveloped him. After several fruitless attempts, Harry promptly altered her approach. Initially, she had intended to directly plant the seeds of a curse to dominate the house elf. However, she was now compelled to employ an alternative ritual, one that would gradually infiltrate Dobby's essence, transforming him into a semi-puppet while retaining his consciousness. This ritual was far from practical, as it demanded an extensive amount of time, replete with uncertainties and more complex operations. Throughout this process, any opportunity for the target to seek external aid could potentially disrupt the ritual. Numerous curses capable of directly animating a living target as a puppet proved to be swifter and more effective. Yet, this ritual's singular advantage lay in its gentleness. It could bypass the strong curses or high-status markers inherent in certain beings, directly converting them into semi-puppets. This method preserved their original memories and consciousness while establishing unwavering loyalty to the ritual's caster. It transcended mere servitude, as the master could command every action of the living puppet. Presently, this ritual was undoubtedly the most effective, and Harry adeptly utilized the curse that Dobby bore to refine her own incantation. In a brief span, Harry discerned that a portion of the curse mandated absolute allegiance to a master of the esoteric realm from the cursed being. Consequently, she resolved to leverage this curse to redirect Dobby's loyalty towards herself, subsequently rendering him a semi-puppet. Of course, Harry also devised a commendable strategy to prevent Dobby from calling for help. After infusing a significant amount of spiritual energy, the corrupted gloves on her hands activated, distorting and amplifying the two principles within Dobby's heart. His desire to protect Harry was magnified to an almost pathological extent, morphing into an unwavering will to obey her commands. The implication of wanting to safeguard her meant that Harry's words were infallible. He must heed her directives. The second principle, which dictated strict adherence to the master's commands, was similarly distorted and amplified by Harry. Thus, for a predetermined duration, Dobby would rigorously obey orders, executing only the tasks assigned by his master and responding to her inquiries, devoid of any inclination to voluntarily report information to her. When these distortive effects eventually dissipated, Harry was confident that the efficacy of her curse ritual would be realized. After several hours of diligent effort, she finally completed her task. At this moment, the light in Dobby's eyes had vanished, leaving behind 2 blood-red marks deep within his pupils. On the back of his hand, a serpentine emblem formed from Dobby's blood mixed with various ritualistic materials was slowly fading away. This mark was placed by Harry through her mythical creature form. With this emblem, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Harry could make amends. Satisfied with the success of her ritual, Harry nodded approvingly, signaling Dobby to depart. Dobby comically bowed to Harry, and with a soft pop, vanished from sight. A peculiar expression flickered in Harry's eyes. She had not anticipated that Dobby could also project illusions, revealing himself to be quite a useful asset. After Dobby's departure, Harry deftly manipulated her spider silk to retrieve the letters scattered on the ground. These letters had fallen during Dobby's earlier tumbling, many of them coated in dust. The correspondence was filled with elegant, hurried, or flamboyant handwriting, evidently from classmates eager to exchange insights and learning experiences with Harry. After shaking off the dust, Harry turned to gaze at Hedwig, who was blissfully asleep, unable to suppress a weary shake of her head. She had already surmised the situation. It was likely that Dobby had knocked Hedwig unconscious and used magic to make the owl believe it had completed its task. What a foolish bird. Harry chuckled softly, approached, and gently stimulated Hedwig with her magic to awaken her. Upon waking, Hedwig, bewildered by her position on the ground, seemed confused about the events that had transpired. After a moment, she appeared to recollect everything, letting out a startled hoot and diving into Harry's embrace. "Oh, you silly thing," Harry cooed, affectionately ruffling Hedwig's feathers and brushing off the dust from her. "I'll bathe you in the morning." Hedwig squinted her eyes, emitting a contented coo as she nuzzled against Harry's chest. Retrieving her magical mirror, Harry tapped Hedwig on the head. "Once I disappear, hold on to this mirror and return, understand?" Hedwig nodded vigorously. Yawning, Harry remarked, "I must take my leave. I'm utterly exhausted. Staying up late is a grave sin for a young lady." With that, she touched the mirror's surface, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Upon retracing her steps back to her bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry felt utterly drained. Dealing with a feeble house elf was not particularly challenging, but the subsequent ritual had been exceedingly taxing. Moreover, the interference from her mythical creature form and the cursed gloves had left her with a splitting headache. Dragging her weary body, Harry quickly took a shower and then collapsed onto her bed. Hedwig had returned, placing the magical mirror on the table before succumbing to a deep slumber. Although owls are nocturnal creatures, those in the magical realm are further endowed with a touch of enchantment, or rather, are entirely transformed beings. However, after being subjected to the sleeping charm, Hedwig clearly experienced a significant impact. The following day, Harry slumbered until past 11 in the morning. By then, Hedwig had already awakened and was pecking at the nuts and owl feed within her cage. After yawning and groggily completing her morning routine, Harry discovered a slice of cake and a glass of milk in the kitchen. Once she had satiated her hunger, she sat at the table, rubbing her forehead. Today was to be a busy one. She needed to remotely reinforce a ritual and give Hedwig a bath. The most troublesome task, however, was to respond to a week's worth of letters and explain her previous silence. Chapter 6, A Letter from Dumbledore. Oh, how utterly vexing. After a hectic afternoon, Harry collapsed onto her bed, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, emitting a mournful cry. Having just bathed and thoroughly dried her feathers, Hedwig happened to hear Harry's lament. She landed on Harry's chest, nuzzling her small head against Harry's cheek, letting out a couple of proud hoots. "Do not revel in my misfortune. You are the one who must deliver these letters." Harry flicked Hedwig's pert little behind and pointed to the thick stack of letters on the table, her tone laced with mischief. Startled, Hedwig took flight momentarily, glancing between the letters and Harry, seemingly at a loss for a moment. Finally regaining her composure, Hedwig rushed towards Harry, looking as if she intended to peck her. However, Harry's serene gaze, devoid of any emotion, caused the little owl to retract her head in fear and obediently settle on Harry's abdomen, affectionately nudging her chest with her beak. Harry, in a state of distress, rubbed her temples. Just moments ago, she had managed to respond to most of the less significant letters, such as those from Ron regarding their transfiguration assignment and Dean's concerning their charms homework. Goodness, it was evident they merely sought to borrow from her work. Why go about it in such a roundabout manner? At least these individuals were somewhat understanding. When Harry had not replied, they likely assumed she was still completing her assignments, thus refraining from pressing her further. Yet, there were others, like Hannah, Susan, and Lavender, who had sent Harry more than one letter. These dear friends expressed increasing urgency in their correspondence, continuously inquiring why Harry had not responded and whether something unfortunate had transpired. It was truly perplexing. If Harry had indeed encountered a mishap, how could she possibly have replied to them? For the boys who had only sent a single letter, Harry casually concocted a plausible excuse to placate them, often including the answers to their assignments or the whereabouts of her own. After all, Harry could confidently assert that their primary concern was merely that. As for those dear friends and close confidants who had sent her several letters, Harry felt it necessary to provide some explanation. After contemplating various excuses, she ultimately resolved that honesty would serve her best, albeit not in its entirety. She merely informed them that she had not received any correspondence from the outside world for an entire week. However, this morning, a deluge of letters had appeared at her bedside. This explanation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, at the very least. Susan would surely relay this to her aunt, Amelia Bones. Ms. Amelia Bones held the esteemed position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a senior official within the ministry. The Aurors, the ministry's armed force, reported directly to Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, making this matter ripe for investigation. Nevertheless, Harry felt no trepidation, for she believed the ministry would find themselves at a loss. Almost all evidence had been obliterated, and the letters bore no magical residue. How could the ministry conduct an investigation under such circumstances? Even the eventual outcome was something Harry could vaguely surmise. Based on tidbits gleaned from conversations with classmates, the wizarding world was rife with peculiar occurrences, such as hearing unusual sounds, witnessing extraordinary sights, or encountering mysteriously conjured tomes. Thus, it was likely that this situation would be attributed to such unusual phenomena and ultimately fade into obscurity. While she may not fully grasp the operational intricacies of the ministry, Harry possessed insight into the aristocracy and civil servants of the Kingdom of Rune. She was convinced that a curly-haired baboon would remain a curly-haired baboon, regardless of its surroundings. After a brief respite, Harry sat up. She still had several significant letters to attend to, notably from Hagrid, her vital potions supplier, her dear Professor Snape, and Hermione. With regard to Hagrid, she knew she could not divulge the truth. After all, during their lengthy conversations, he often inadvertently revealed many secrets concerning the professors. Harry was certain that the professors had entrusted him with their confidences, urging him to keep them under wraps. For instance, she had inadvertently overheard Hagrid mention the name Nicholas Flamel. At the time, he had been boasting to her and Hermione about how his beloved creature had garnered the attention of both the magical master and Professor Dumbledore, being borrowed to protect something of great importance. In retrospect, Hagrid had likely been referring to the Philosopher's Stone, and that beloved creature was indeed the three-headed dog guarding the forbidden area. Harry hoped that when Hagrid learned of the creature's demise, he would not be too heartbroken. For this reason, Harry considered Hagrid a dear friend, yet she would never confide in him about matters requiring utmost secrecy. Thus, she filled her letter with superfluous chatter, casually mentioning that her owl had sustained a minor injury and was unable to deliver messages, employing this as a cover for the circumstances. As for Hermione and Professor Snape, Harry believed that honesty would serve her well in addressing them. Although unable to articulate the reason for her premonition, Harry resolved to trust her spiritual intuition. She meticulously chronicled the incident of a house elf intercepting her letters, though she refrained from disclosing the elf's name. As for further details, Harry decided to postpone sharing until the commencement of the school term. In the ensuing days, events unfolded in a manner that took Harry by surprise. The Ministry of Magic did not send anyone to investigate. At least, there were no visits to her home, nor any inquiries regarding the mysteriously appeared letters. Her classmates expressed their concern for her, with Susan suggesting she inform her aunt, but the matter was left unresolved. Professor Snape seemed to have received some instruction, merely requesting that Harry recount the entire incident to him upon her return to school. Subsequently, he assigned her additional holiday homework, which included a list of books to read. However, in his letter, Professor Snape only mentioned 2 titles, refraining from assigning further tasks. This was rather uncharacteristic of him. Nevertheless, Harry thought little of it, assuming the professor simply desired to correspond more frequently. Hermione, on the other hand, was quite anxious and repeatedly inquired about what had transpired. Yet after Harry emphasized several times that they would discuss it upon their return to school, the young witch ceased her probing and shifted her focus to their assignments. This was genuine discourse, rather than mere imitation. This routine continued for over a week until Harry received another letter that shattered the tranquility of her life. The letter, delivered by the school's owl, was inscribed in a looping script signed by Albus Dumbledore. Dear Harry, this summer, I wish to introduce you to a few of my old friends and familiarize you with the Wizarding World. This should have been the responsibility of your parents. However, considering the unique circumstances, I shall take on this task. If you are willing, please be sure to reply. I shall visit your home in 3 days for a detailed discussion. Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 7. My heart aches for gallants. Harry lay in bed, reading this letter, her bare feet rhythmically tapping against the covers. After perusing it several times, she turned over and beckoned. Hedwig, ever perceptive, flew over and settled in Harry's lap. As she stroked the small snowy owl, Harry pondered the implications of Professor Dumbledore's invitation. Was his sudden desire to take her out a consequence of the events from the last term? Engaging in fanciful conjecture, Harry recalled the records of Professor Dumbledore, a paragon of virtue who had vanquished the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, imprisoning him for eternity. Could it be that the methods she employed last term were deemed too dark? Utilizing powers he would classify as dark magic? Was he now preparing to settle scores, not in the autumn, but rather in the summer, intending to take her away and quietly eliminate her? In a fit of frustration, Harry flung the owl into the sky. Hedwig soared high, casting a sorrowful glance back at her before returning to her cage. What a dreadful woman. Feeling quite comfortable, she suddenly ceased her actions halfway. Harry ignored what Hedwig might be contemplating and conjured a swirling mass of black flames, playfully toying with it as the dark fire flowed gently along her alabaster arm. No, that cannot be correct. Harry dismissed her previous conjecture. If Professor Dumbledore intended to eliminate her, he could have acted last semester. Making her vanish in the Forbidden Forest could easily have afforded him the pretext of trespassing, a self-inflicted demise that would be of little concern to him. Now, her sudden disappearance could provoke unpredictable public repercussions. Thus, her prior assumptions were unequivocally erroneous. With this thought, Harry's previously anxious heart eased slightly. Suddenly, she sat upright. Regardless, it was futile to evade her fate. She would take it one step at a time. Consequently, Harry swiftly penned a response to Professor Dumbledore, expressing her acceptance of his invitation. Watching Hedwig soar out the window, Harry approached her trunk and retrieved a parchment bag. Inside lay a solitary red gemstone. This gem was one of the treasures she had taken from her family's vault during her initial visit to Gringotts, and it was the last remaining piece. In the realm of mysticism, gemstones correspond to the concept of space. Thus, many of the spellcasting materials utilized by apprentices were gemstones. Harry had initially intended to experiment with the gem to craft some unique charms for her protection. However, as she was nearing the completion of her preparations, she recalled that this world seemed devoid of any entities to whom she could beseech. Nonetheless, these gemstones were proving to be of use. When Harry first sought to reinforce the ritual surrounding Dobby, she discovered a formidable array of magic enveloping his location. This magic encompassed various effects, such as defense and alertness, making it exceedingly challenging for Harry to enhance the ritual. Reluctantly, she opted to sacrifice her most precious resource, the gemstone, leveraging its mystical significance to circumvent the defensive spells from a spatial perspective. Each reinforcement of the ritual shattered one of the gemstones. Fortunately, the outcome of the ritual was exceedingly favorable. After completing this final enhancement, she would not need to reinforce it again for at least 2 months. Harry could hardly believe she would not have the opportunity to return to Gringotts within that time frame. If all else failed, she could enlist the aid of the goblins to withdraw funds. At worst, she would have to pay those greedy, avaricious creatures a service fee. After hastily completing the ritual, Harry watched the red gemstone disintegrate into a fine powder, vanishing into thin air, and a pained expression crossed her face. The sensation of monetary loss was excruciating for someone who had once been an extraordinary wildling. After a few moments of heartache, Harry began to assess her supplies, including various hydrosols, essential oils, metals, and woods, as well as those potion ingredients and finished potions. There were only a few items left, and it appeared that replenishment was necessary. Money. Harry let out a lament, rummaging through her pocket money. Tomorrow, she planned to visit the nearby herbal shop to acquire some common herbs to replenish her supplies. Every little galleon counted, and it was wiser to be frugal. 3 days passed in a blink. During this time, the Dursleys remained inexplicably restless. Uncle Vernon cast many glances at Harry, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately hesitated. That evening, when Harry informed the Dursleys that Professor Dumbledore would be visiting the following day, their faces displayed sheer terror. However, upon learning that the esteemed professor was to take Harry on an excursion, their fears swiftly transformed into delight, except for Dudley, who continued to eat, oblivious to the unfolding events. How splendid! Harry overheard Uncle Vernon whisper to Aunt Petunia. It seems that order may indeed be finalized. The Masons are such respectable people. I was fretting over how to entertain them. Now, the trouble is departing, taken away by another oddity. Cough, cough. Harry cleared her throat with vigor, playing with the dining knife in her hand, performing intricate maneuvers. Uncle Vernon was startled into silence, though he could not conceal the joy on his face. At the break of dawn the next day, Harry meticulously arranged her belongings. After completing her grooming, she spritzed on the perfume Hermione had gifted her at Christmas, donned a white off-shoulder gown, and adorned herself with white gloves, one of which was her sole combat seal, the fallen glove. In contrast, the Dursleys did not dress up like Harry. Instead, they retreated upstairs, unwilling to make an appearance. As the clock struck 9:30, the doorbell chimed punctually. Upstairs, the door to the Dursleys' room slammed shut with a bang. Harry faintly heard Dudley's commotion inside, seemingly attempting to eavesdrop on the mysterious conversations of wizards, only to be thwarted by Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, fearing he might be transformed into a mouse for overhearing forbidden words. Harry shook her head, with Dudley's physique. Even turning into a pig would require a slimming process first, let alone becoming a mouse. Yet, it was possible that the visitor, Dumbledore, possessed the capability for such transformations. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Harry approached and opened the door. She lifted her skirt slightly and curtsied. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." The elderly gentleman at the threshold smiled in return. "Good morning, Harry. The weather is quite pleasant today, is it not?" "Indeed it is," Harry replied, stepping aside to allow him passage. "Please, come in." Chapter 8, Forever 18 and a Few Thousand Months. After Professor Dumbledore took his seat, Harry returned with a cup of red tea, adding an extra spoonful of sugar for him. After Harry settled down, Dumbledore lifted his teacup and took a generous sip, subsequently smiling as he inquired about Harry's life. "Harry, how has your summer been?" "Thank you for your concern, Professor. My holiday has been delightful," Harry replied softly. "There's no need to be so formal when conversing with me." Dumbledore leaned back slightly on the sofa. "You may treat this as a chat with your own family." He continued, "By the way, I was very good friends with your grandfather, Flemmont Potter." Harry nodded obediently, her posture relaxing a bit as she expressed her support for Dumbledore's words. "As for age, I, the illustrious Harry Potter, shall forever remain an enchanting 18. Perhaps it's just a matter of a few hundred, or rather, a few thousand months." What a trivial detail. The conversation flowed between the elder and the younger, with the room occasionally resonating with the sound of Harry's melodious laughter. After some time, Professor Dumbledore steered the conversation towards a matter of importance. "I understand from Amelia that you recently encountered a peculiar incident. Your letters mysteriously vanished, only to reappear just as mysteriously." Dumbledore guided the discourse in the direction he desired. "You must know Mrs. Amelia Bones, correct? I recall your close friendship with Miss Susan Bones." "Of course," Harry nodded. "Susan has often mentioned her aunt." "Ah, splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble." Dumbledore chuckled. "I share a strong camaraderie with her brother. We are friends who can rely on each other. During our confrontation with Voldemort, we both stood at the forefront. Hence, I have been acquainted with Amelia for quite some time, and she recently informed me of this matter." Indeed, Harry's expression turned somber. The sudden disappearance of those letters, followed by their equally sudden return, caused me great concern. You understand, not receiving letters from friends is a distressing and terrifying ordeal. After retrieving the letters, I spent an entire day responding and explaining the situation. And poor Hedwig even pecked at me in her exhaustion. "How unfortunate," Dumbledore remarked softly. "Initially, the Ministry of Magic intended to dispatch a team to reverse the accidental magical events surrounding this unknown phenomenon. After all, this magical occurrence transpired within the Muggle community, posing significant risks and potentially impacting the secrecy laws. However, I volunteered to take on this matter, as I had heard differing accounts from Severus. Naturally, the Ministry was quite agreeable to my involvement. They must have faith in this old man's capabilities." With that, Dumbledore looked intently into Harry's eyes. "Harry, could you please elaborate on what transpired?" Harry did not hesitate. Anticipating Dumbledore's inquiry, she recounted the events as she had prepared. "There exists a house elf, or so I gather from the information at my disposal, that has intercepted all my correspondence. However, during the last instance of this interception, I managed to employ my innate magical abilities to injure it and reclaim my letters. Since then, that house elf has refrained from further such actions. Fearing that the Ministry of Magic might undertake unnecessary measures, I chose not to inform them, instead confiding in Professor Snape." Professor Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, opting not to probe further. "Given that you wounded it using your own innate magic, it is understandable. House elves are bound to wizarding families, and presently, only particularly affluent pureblood families are entitled to possess a personal house elf. It appears that some individuals with whom you are not on amicable terms have dispatched a house elf to play tricks on you. However, its behavior was excessive and has indeed transgressed the laws of the Ministry." Harry adjusted her posture slightly, inquiring, "Professor, how will this matter progress?" "I am uncertain," Dumbledore replied with a shrug, an action that starkly contrasted his otherwise venerable demeanor. "I shall merely inform the Ministry of my findings. Whether they choose to take action is beyond my jurisdiction. After all, I am but an old man, a headmaster devoid of any real authority. Harry refrained from further questioning. Having acquired a modicum of understanding regarding the social and political structures of the ministry over the course of the year. According to Dumbledore, those who possess such house elves belong to affluent pureblood families. From what Harry had gleaned at school, the wealthy pureblood families in the magical realm are akin to the grand nobility of the Kingdom of Rune. To expect the king or prime minister to intervene on their behalf, that would be a mere fantasy. Perhaps only beings of celestial caliber could effect such change, as even demigods would prove ineffective. Of course, while the magical community may not appear particularly formidable, Harry is certainly not a demigod at present. A brief silence ensued until Harry unexpectedly asked, "Professor, do you not have any inquiries regarding my innate magic?" On the contrary, Dumbledore replied with a smile. The emergence of innate magic is quite extraordinary. To date, there have been documented instances of dozens of such abilities. Thus, I am not overly curious about it. As for the nature of your innate magic, I have a general understanding, having established the prohibited zone myself. It is entirely normal for me to monitor it using magic. Harry said nothing, unsurprised by this revelation. In fact, she would have been astonished had Dumbledore not monitored the restricted area. "Harry, would you care to accompany me to explore the magical realm of France this weekend?" After such a lengthy conversation, the topic finally shifted to its second, more significant point. This was indeed Dumbledore's initial intention. "My old friend, Nicolome, is quite intrigued by your ability to defeat Voldemort and wishes to make your acquaintance. I, too, would like to seize this opportunity to broaden your horizons and deepen your understanding of this magical realm, allowing you to experience its splendor." Without much contemplation, Harry readily agreed. Over the past few days, she had ruminated on this matter and concluded that it presented a remarkable opportunity. Once she regained her strength, if Harry aspired to further advancement, remaining solely within the confines of Hogwarts would not suffice. Exploring the entirety of the magical world was evidently the optimal choice. Moreover, the fact that the renowned Professor Dumbledore was willing to personally guide her onto this stage was undeniably advantageous. Thus, Harry felt no hesitation and saw no reason to decline. "Very well," Dumbledore gently waved his wand, conjuring a list that outlined our tentative itinerary. "We shall depart tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and return before August 15th. You may take today to write a few letters to your friends, bidding them a temporary farewell." Chapter 9. The Journey Begins. After watching Professor Dumbledore depart from the Dursley residence and vanish beyond the threshold, Harry prepared to return to her room. As she descended the stairs, she unexpectedly collided with the Dursley family, who were bustling with excitement. Uncle Vernon turned to Aunt Petunia, exclaiming, "At last, we've sent that freak away. It seems I shall certainly secure this deal. Then we can purchase a villa on Majorca." When he turned around, he was met with the sight of a smile on Harry's face. Uncle Vernon's ample flesh quivered, yet he mustered his courage, stammering, Aren't you supposed to have left with your headmaster?" "Oh, dear Professor Dumbledore must have given me a little time to write to my friends," Harry replied nonchalantly. "So he will come to fetch me tomorrow at 9. Exciting, isn't it?" With that, Harry paid no further attention to Uncle Vernon, who stood frozen on the stairs. From behind her, a strand of spider's silk materialized, wrapping around Harry's waist and lifting her effortlessly into the air, gently depositing her before her room. This technique was one she had learned from Spider-Man. Before embracing her identity as a witch, she had furtively perused Dudley's comics and was captivated by Spider-Man's adventures. Inspired by him, Harry devised the notion of employing spider silk to traverse distances, akin to a master archer wielding a bowless weapon. Once in her room, Harry reclined on her bed, reflecting on the earlier conversation. Professor Dumbledore had not inquired about many details concerning house elves, nor had she volunteered any information. It seemed an unusual understanding had developed between them. After a moment of contemplation, Harry began to pen letters to her friends, informing them of her imminent journey. Hedwig glanced at her master, her eyes brimming with an expression of existential despair. Accustomed to a life devoid of letters in the first year, it now seems quite a challenge for our protagonist to take on the role of a diligent student. The following morning, after meticulously grooming herself, Harry descended the stairs with a suitcase that felt significantly lighter, as she would eventually return before the semester commenced. She had anticipated traveling directly to school with Professor Dumbledore. Yet the professor requested that she stay for a while longer. After relishing a hearty breakfast, Harry quietly settled in the living room, perusing her textbooks. At precisely 9 o'clock, Professor Dumbledore knocked on the door. Harry dragged her suitcase over and opened the door to find the professor standing outside, wand in hand. "Are you prepared to embark on our journey, Harry?" he inquired with a smile after their mutual greetings. "I am ready, Professor," she replied. "Very well." Dumbledore took Harry's hand, and together they would apparate to Nicholas's residence. Ordinarily, they would need to visit the Ministry of Magic in both the United Kingdom and France to arrange various documents. Otherwise, their entry would be deemed illegal. However, thanks to certain past events, I possess nearly all the necessary permits from magical ministries worldwide, allowing us to travel without prior notification and even to bring an additional companion. Harry nodded silently, recognizing the need for such regulations echoed those in the Muggle world. After all, any wizard with intent could unleash calamity upon the unsuspecting. At the very least, like Simone, uttering a few spells could effortlessly result in the destruction of a building. Thus, under the premise of the Statute of Secrecy, it is imperative to impose constraints and oversight upon wizards entering the country. Let us proceed. With Harry's hand in his, Dumbledore led her, and they vanished into thin air. In a suburban area of France, Dumbledore and Harry materialized, landing gracefully on the ground. Harry rubbed her head, summoning a frost to cool herself and alleviate her discomfort. Once Harry had composed herself, Professor Dumbledore chuckled and remarked, "Isn't it rather uncomfortable to apparate over such a vast distance?" Indeed, Harry grimaced, feeling slightly nauseous. After a few more experiences, it will become easier. Nicholas and the others must have been waiting for a while. Dumbledore, wand in hand, began walking toward a barren land. Harry promptly followed, her suitcase in tow, unfazed by the desolate destination ahead, as she sensed a subtle wave of magic emanating from that direction, likely indicating that their destination was concealed by some enchantment. Upon reaching the edge of the wasteland, Dumbledore gently tapped the air with his wand a few times, and a grand manor materialized before them. "Welcome to Nicholas's estate," Dumbledore said softly, and the two strode confidently inside. Within the manor, a house elf awaited their arrival. "Mr. Dumbledore, Miss Potter, the master instructed me to wait for you here." The house elf squeaked upon seeing them. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry replied. Dumbledore nodded towards the house elf, and then introduced Harry, saying, "This is Derby, the house elf of the Nickett family." The Nicketts have lived for over 6 centuries, belonging to the esteemed Lamé family, a traditional aristocracy within the French wizarding community. Consequently, they have numerous house elves, with Derby serving as both the leader and steward among them. "Professor, I have always wanted to ask a question," Harry inquired suddenly. "How do house elves come into existence? Why is it that only affluent pureblood families possess them?" Dumbledore shook his head gently. "I suggest you pose that question directly to Nico. He is most familiar with this segment of history. After all, his family possesses many original records related to it, and can even be considered first-hand witnesses to that era." Harry nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. Under Derby's guidance, they proceeded to the reception room. Nico and his wife, Perina, were seated on the sofa engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Dumbledore's arrival, they both rose to their feet. "Welcome, my dear old friend," they greeted warmly, embracing Dumbledore in turn. Nico then spoke. "And this must be Miss Harry Potter?" "Good morning, Mr. Nico Lamé, Mrs. Perina Lamé," Harry responded, curtsying slightly, clad in her wizarding robes. "What a polite child." Perina remarked kindly, "Dear, you may simply call us by our names. I trust you wouldn't mind us calling you Harry?" "Of course not, madam." As the host and guests settled down, the house elf timely brought forth beverages and pastries. Evidently, the Nicketts and Dumbledore were well acquainted, thus bypassing any pleasantries and heading straight to the crux of the matter. Leaning slightly back against the sofa, Nico sank into the plush leather. "Albus, your purpose in visiting this time is to introduce Miss Harry to some old friends?" "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed. "As an ancient saying from the East goes, the more one encounters, the more one understands." An insightful saying, Nico nodded. "So you wish for me to also introduce Harry to my old friends?" "That is somewhat regrettable," Nico continued. "Most of my old friends have long since departed this world, and those who remain have likely transformed into different beings." Dumbledore smiled. "Why not come to see you instead? You and Perina are living tomes of history, 2 legends that still breathe." "Thank you for your kind words. Although it is rather kitsch, it brings me joy," Perina replied with a smile. Nico adjusted his glasses, and Harry noted the magical aura swirling around them. "Albus, your words remind me of those bygone days," he began. Not to boast, but my life has been far more eventful than what you and that child have experienced. After all, my age speaks for itself. Let us reminisce about the 14th century. Nicholas had entered into the familiar, rambling state often associated with the elderly, while Perpetual occasionally supplemented the conversation with significant insights. Reminiscing about the challenging yet remarkably beautiful times they had shared, Harry listened intently, occasionally overwhelmed by astonishment. Like Harry, Nicholas was a person unable to endure solitude. Having lived for centuries, he had excavated countless relics and even delved into the history of the Second Era, possessing knowledge of the ancient sun god's existence. Not to mention the tragic betrayal of this forlorn deity by 6 of his 8 angelic kings, with only 2 of his offspring remaining loyal. Moreover, Nicholas held an abundance of captivating historical accounts pertaining to the magical realm, tales entirely absent from a history of magic and various other tomes. For instance, the records from Hogwarts state that the 4 founders parted ways due to disagreements over the admission of Muggle students, leading to Slytherin's departure. However, according to Nicholas, there were deeper reasons behind Slytherin's exit, and the subsequent departures of the other three founders corroborated this notion. The Gunter family had a few wayward children who sold a particularly precious portrait. Nicholas reclined in his armchair, squinting as he contemplated this segment of history. At that time, I happened to have a bit of spare change, though not much. It was sufficient to acquire the painting. From the lips of that portrait, I gleaned some astonishing yet profoundly unsettling information. For instance, Slytherin's departure was linked to the discovery of a truth from 5 millennia ago, which he sought to prevent. However, the specifics of that truth eluded me, as his destination was that door, and I dared not venture through to uncover its mysteries. Ah yes, 5,000 years ago during Slytherin's time, it has now been 6,000 years. Back then, the world was teeming with countless magical races, all engaged in brutal conflict. Humanity was exceedingly frail, yet through their remarkable reproductive capabilities and some rather unsavory tactics, they usurped the bloodlines of other races to attain magical abilities. Nicholas's discourse meandered, peppered with numerous terms that Harry found perplexing, such as that door. However, since Nicholas remained reticent, and neither Dumbledore nor Perpetual offered further clarification, Harry wisely chose not to press the matter. Moreover, Nicholas had already divulged quite a bit. The elder spoke in veiled terms, yet Harry could discern the bloody undertones within. Ultimately, humanity had ascended to its current status. After expounding upon such a lengthy narrative, Nicholas took a deep draught of water. As he set down his cup, it magically refilled. Indeed, despite having heard this tale countless times before, the darkness of that history still astonished me upon reflection. Dumbledore, nodding in agreement, then turned to Harry, saying, "Harry, did you not wish to inquire about the house elves?" "House elves?" Nico expressed his interest and repeated the statement. "Indeed." Harry nodded, then recounted the events she had recently experienced, albeit in a condensed manner. "I see." Nico snapped his fingers, and an imperceptible wave of magical energy enveloped the room, isolating all sounds within. He cast an apologetic glance at Harry and Dumbledore. "I wouldn't want those house elves to overhear this part of history. In a sense, this history shaped our family, the LeMay family." Nico sighed softly and spoke. "Do you recall what I mentioned about the oldest history of the magical world? At that time, countless races endowed with magic or unique abilities were engaged in fierce battles. House elves were not referred to as house elves back then. They were known as gnomes. Though diminutive and frail, gnomes possessed remarkable intelligence and a distinct magical system of their own. They were born craftsmen, capable of forging powerful magical artifacts. They even claimed to possess a true deity, to whom they offered worship. As history progressed, gnomes and wizards gradually emerged as the two dominant races. Other beings, such as mermaids, centaurs, and vampires, dwindled over time, leaving only a scant few members struggling to survive while losing much of their inherent abilities. And then? Harry inquired with keen interest. Then the gnomes sought to become the sole rulers of the magical realm. They harbored delusions of slaughtering all wizards, extracting their magical essence to create enchanted artifacts, and enslaving the remaining ordinary humans. According to my family's records, their so-called deity even intervened personally. However, among the wizards, there existed beings referred to as gods who thwarted the gnomes' deity. Of course, in my view, these gods were merely powerful wizards and gnomes. In any case, the wizards emerged victorious in this conflict and cast an eternal curse upon the gnomes. The gnomes transformed into house elves, becoming increasingly grotesque and losing their innate craftsmanship. As retribution for their ambitions to enslave humans and wizards, house elves were condemned to serve their masters eternally, obeying their every command. My family, during that period, appropriated a wealth of gnome-derived technology, which accounts for our current standing. My ability to create magical stones stems from the primitive accumulation established back then. Otherwise, I would struggle to gather even the necessary materials. Nico recounted this segment of history quietly, his words, though swift, imbued with a sense of bloodshed. This was a war between two races. Only the living beings possessed the right to document history. Chapter 11. Titans of Various Traits. In the early morning, Harry awoke in a grand bed within Nico's estate. Once fully awake, she gazed at the ceiling, remaining silent for a considerable time. During the remaining hours of yesterday, aside from indulging in a delightful French lunch and a sumptuous Italian dinner, Nicholas guided Harry through his collection. The elder seemed to have lost his fervor for storytelling, refraining from divulging further hidden histories, and merely completed the narrative from the morning regarding the history of house elves. This peculiar group of gnomes had once domesticated a grotesque species known as goblins, originally intended to serve as the most menial of servants, tasked with all manner of sordid labor. Ultimately, however, they betrayed their gnome masters, aligning themselves with humanity and delivering a treacherous blow to the gnomes from behind. In recognition of their allegiance, the contemporary wizards bestowed upon them a portion of the gnomes' power. To obscure their ignoble past, they adopted the title of fairies and transformed into a guild of artisans serving the wizards. In truth, Many wizards of that era were reluctant to accept the goblins, fearing that if they could betray their former masters once, they could easily do so again. Yet, the majority of wizards were overly confident, believing that if they had vanquished the gnomes, what threat could their servants possibly pose? The human race appeared insurmountably powerful, and these mere goblins seemed incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Ironically, for reasons shrouded in mystery, a cataclysmic war erupted among the wizards themselves. The mighty wizards, revered as deities, fell one by one or succumbed to an eternal slumber, never to re-emerge. As a result, the fairies seized the opportunity amidst the wizards' vulnerability, instigating a conflict under the pretense of claiming the right to wield wands, daring to turn the tables. Ultimately, the wizards paid a staggering price to suppress the uprising, but were unable to eradicate the fairy race. Moreover, the fairies had no intention of annihilating the wizards. They merely sought to reverse their roles. Thus, the wizards found themselves compelled to make certain concessions, permitting the fairies to maintain their current status. As Nicholas recounted the subsequent history, a smirk adorned his face, while Dumbledore and Perennial exchanged knowing shakes of their heads. Clearly, they too were perplexed by the reasons behind the civil strife among the wizards. Nevertheless, all present found the consequences of the wizarding civil war and the resulting fairy rebellion both absurd and tragic. Harry exhaled deeply, rubbing her face, pondering the relevance of such distant history. Yet, she couldn't help but notice numerous peculiarities within the tale Nicholas had shared, raising her suspicions about certain elements that warranted further investigation, though she could not pinpoint any specific doubts. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the thoughts. Time was of the essence. She needed to rise promptly. When Harry finished her morning routine and entered the dining area, Nicholas, his wife, and Dumbledore had already begun to partake in breakfast. Gazing upon the exquisite and lavish spread before her, Harry couldn't help but lament that without comparison, one cannot perceive the lack of flavor. British cuisine truly seemed rather bland. Each morning presented a monotonous array of toast, fried eggs, bacon, and smoked meats, devoid of any creativity. Why not take a cue from the French and offer a medley of delightful pastries? After breakfast, Harry turned to Dumbledore and inquired, "Professor, what are our plans for this morning?" "Of course, I shall introduce you to a few of my old friends," replied Dumbledore, adjusting his glasses and winking at Harry. "I have arranged meetings with several esteemed colleagues who are eager to showcase their true abilities." Over the course of the next week, Harry was astonished to find herself face-to-face with renowned wizards whose names she had only ever encountered in newspapers or books. A sense of confusion enveloped her as she struggled to discern Dumbledore's true intentions. At one point, she even speculated whether Dumbledore intended to collaborate with the master alchemist Nicholas to dissect her. Of course, she had her own means of escaping by forcibly invoking her mythical creature form. Yet, it appeared that Dumbledore was genuinely dedicated to introducing her to a variety of prominent figures. Could it be that he was captivated by her extraordinary beauty and exceptional talent, wishing to take her under his wing as a disciple? Harry entertained this notion, finding it quite plausible. Naturally, she regarded this as a most fortunate outcome, for the individuals she encountered were all of remarkable stature. Among them was Barnabas Cuff, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. During this period, he was personally overseeing the French branch, covering the witching beauty pageant. It could be said that he wielded considerable influence over the information circulating within the British wizarding community. Upon meeting Harry, he warmly invited her to participate in the competition 10 years hence, though he quickly clarified with Dumbledore's sunny smile that he was merely jesting. There was also Vordwell Poor, a master in the study of vampires, albeit not widely known. His expertise in the realms of dark magic and defenses against it, particularly in combating vampires, was unparalleled. "In truth, I do not consider myself a true master," Vordwell remarked during dinner at his home, turning to Harry and the others while grasping his vampire companion, Clotilde. "Hey, Clotilde, that lovely girl is not your meal." Clotilde, the vampire beside him, was discreetly shifting her seat closer to Harry. "I apologize," Vordwell said with an apologetic smile. Clotilde sometimes struggles to suppress her instincts. "Now, where was I? Ah, yes. I believe the true master might be Gilderoy Lockhart. I have yet to meet him in person, but I have read his books. Although they are entirely fictional, the methods he describes are remarkably practical, with many details I only gleaned after narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions." "Oh, really?" Dumbledore replied, adjusting his glasses with interest. "Speaking of Lockhart, he has applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year, as the sole applicant. And considering his impressive credentials, he is quite decorated. I have decided to grant him the position. It appears that this year, the students of Hogwarts will be graced by the presence of a true master." Various figures have emerged in newspapers. Even some who are on the brink of the grave have sought an audience with Dumbledore and Harry. They spoke freely, showing no reservation in discussing their areas of research with Harry. Some were even eager to correspond with her regarding academic inquiries, leaving behind their addresses. This reminded Harry of the time when the Steam Society held an exhibition on the legacy of Emperor Rosso. where young aristocrats had direct access to those artifacts and could even receive personal audiences with the archbishop of the church. At that time, Harry envied such treatment, never imagining that she would one day experience it herself. On the afternoon of July 31st, Harry celebrated her first birthday party at Nicholas' home. In the past, Aunt Petunia's household never acknowledged her birthday. When the time for the sequence pathways came, there were opportunities for celebration. Yet it seemed more prudent to immerse oneself in potion studies or attend a couple of trade fairs. Thus, this was Harry's inaugural celebration of her birthday with others. Dumbledore and the Nicholas couple gifted her books, as Harry had shown a keen interest in various magical tomes during this period. Halfway through lunch, Nicholas suddenly spoke up. "Harry, this afternoon, Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, will be visiting. She is accompanied by a talented child who is of your age, and I believe you will have much to discuss. I imagine you must feel rather bored spending your days with us old fellows." Chapter 12, Fleur. In the afternoon, the Nicholas couple donned their formal attire early. They were originally students of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and have since remained its most significant benefactors and distinguished alumni. Consequently, since the couple began their patronage over 500 years ago, the contemporary headmaster has visited with what they consider the most outstanding student at the end of July each summer. After all, in the realm of magic, the number 7 is deemed the most potent. Dumbledore and Harry had no further visits planned, as Madame Olympe Maxime, being the headmistress of Beauxbatons, was indeed on the list of visits prepared by Dumbledore. Time swiftly passed, and at 3 o'clock, the house elf Dobby dutifully escorted Madame Maxime into the reception room. Madame Maxime possessed a striking olive-toned visage, with large, glistening black eyes and a sharp nose. Her hair was elegantly styled at the back, and she wore a garment adorned with numerous gemstones, with opulent opals gleaming at her neck and on her robust fingers. However, Harry did not perceive these jewels and opals as mere embellishments. They emanated a significant aura of magical resonance. Should one belittle the existence of these precious gems and opals, one can only anticipate a most dreadful demise, buried in a manner devoid of dignity, if indeed there remains a body or ashes to enter. What leaves a lasting impression about Madame Maxime is her stature, comparable to that of Hagrid. Hagrid would undoubtedly lament not having encountered Madame Maxime. Beside her stands a young maiden clad in a silver robe, her exquisite visage captivating, with waist-length silver hair and luminescent blue eyes that leave a profound impact. Yet, to the discerning eyes of true masters of magic, the most remarkable attribute of the young girl is a peculiar charm, an intangible allure that rivals that of a 7th-tier witch, radiating unabashedly. However, this allure appears to hold sway only over the male gender. For at least Harry feels the magical waves brush past her without effect. Madame Maxime takes the initiative to greet the Nichols and Dumbledore, Mr. Nicholl, Mrs. Perrina, and Albus. "Good afternoon. It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been quite a while, though for us, it feels like merely the blink of an eye, Mr. Nicholl replies with a smile, snapping his fingers. A specially crafted sofa, accommodating Madame Maxime's considerable size, materializes. She settles into it with familiarity, while the silver-haired maiden stands by her side until receiving a nod from Madame Maxime, at which point she takes a seat on a chair that a house elf had discreetly moved over. "Is this Miss Harry Potter?" Madame Maxime inquires, directing her gaze at Harry. Harry rises, slightly bending her knee in a bow. "Hello, I am Harry Potter. You may call me Harry. Greetings, I am Olympe Maxime. You may refer to me as Olympe, though I generally prefer the title Madame Maxime," she replies softly, her voice resonating throughout the parlor. "Beside me is Fleur Delacour, the most outstanding student of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic." Madame Maxime's tone is infused with pride, as if eager to showcase her meticulously nurtured young witch. After Fleur greets the elders, she acknowledges Harry, though her demeanor appears somewhat haughty. Harry pays little mind to it, as it is not the crux of the matter. The crux is her inability to comprehend French. The Nicholls and Madame Maxime converse in English, rendering communication seamless for Harry. However, they are indeed French, employing English solely for her benefit. Fleur, merely 3 years Harry's senior, struggles with English, resorting to French, thus creating an awkward situation. Mr. Nicholl evidently notices this and, with a light slap to his forehead, remarks, "Oh dear, how forgetful I am. With age, my mind just doesn't function as it used to." Nico gently clapped his hands, and a gleam of magical light appeared, revealing 2 uniquely designed alchemical items resembling headphones. "This is inspired by my observations of Muggles," Nico declared proudly. "It contains most of the languages I have mastered. By infusing it with magic, this linking device can perform simultaneous translation. What do you think? Isn't it a remarkably ingenious concept?" Dumbledore and Madame Maxime naturally refrained from undermining his enthusiasm, expressing their admiration. Under the elders' encouragement, Harry and Fleur donned the devices. Once infused with magic, they could immediately comprehend any language spoken by the adults. After a while of conversation, Dumbledore noticed that Harry and Fleur were merely listening intently to the discussions of their elders and cheerfully suggested, "Let us retire to my study to discuss some matters. We shall leave this parlor for the two young ladies." Nico readily stood up as well. The parlor was left with only Harry and Fleur. They exchanged glances for a moment before Harry broke the silence. "Miss Delacour, may I call you Fleur?" With this initiation, their conversation gradually expanded. Harry was astonished. The silver-haired girl before her seemed to possess extensive knowledge of potions. Fleur, in turn, was surprised, for her expertise in potions stemmed from the Delacour family's long-standing tradition in potion-making. It was her grandfather's healing of her grandmother that had led to their marriage. By the time of Fleur's father, Mr. Delacour, he had gained international renown as a master of potions. Naturally, as his daughter, Fleur could not be inept in this art. However, according to Madame Maxime, the girl before her, Harry, had no such family legacy. In fact, prior to her first year, Miss Potter had been virtually unknown in the magical community, having had no exposure to magic. That she could achieve such proficiency in just 1 year was truly remarkable to Fleur. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded. While the esteemed figures in the study engaged in casual conversation, the two young ladies in the parlor discussed potions. When Dumbledore and the others eventually emerged, they found the sight peculiar. "Don't forget to write to me," Fleur said to Harry before departing. "You know my address." "You two seem to be enjoying your conversation?" Madame Maxime inquired curiously after escorting Fleur away. "Indeed, Fleur is incredibly knowledgeable in potion-making," Harry exclaimed, her expression betraying none of the innocence typical of a girl who had just turned 12. Chapter 13, 2 Letters. After spending over half a month in France, Harry finally returned to the Dursleys' home alongside Professor Dumbledore. "How did you find this trip to France?" Dumbledore asked with a smile as he escorted Harry to the doorstep of the Dursleys, inquiring if she had gained any insights. Harry mused, lowering her head in contemplation. "Is the cuisine of the French magical community truly superior to that of the British?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, then mischievously winked. "You feel the same, do you not? I have always wished for our chefs to learn from the French, but alas, the Board of Governors seems reluctant to invest in such an endeavor." Harry offered an awkward smile. That is rather unfortunate." Dumbledore interrupted her. "All right, Harry, I must report to the Ministry of Magic now. I hope you can take a moment to reflect on the entirety of your journey. While the culinary delights are indeed impressive, there are far more significant matters at hand. Are there not?" With that, Professor Dumbledore vanished from sight. Harry did not knock immediately. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a small pouch containing several strands of hair. Upon learning that Dumbledore intended to take her to France, she had sealed Hermione's hair, redirecting the contract back to herself. Now that Professor Dumbledore had departed, what purpose did the contract serve? Upon returning to the Dursleys, it was evident they were discontented with Harry's extended stay of another fortnight. Yet they had no choice but to endure it. Furthermore, the Dursleys had more pressing concerns, namely, assisting Dudley in his weight loss journey. On July 31st, as Uncle Vernon was preparing to finalize a significant business deal, Dudley, due to his excessive obesity, collapsed directly into the dessert. Consequently, Uncle Vernon's business venture undoubtedly failed, shattering his dreams of acquiring a new villa. Thus, Dudley was compelled to embark on a weight loss regimen, at least to ensure that his presence would not hinder future business dealings. Upon entering her room, Harry discovered 2 letters on the table, along with her birthday gift. Hedwig stood by the table, preening her feathers. Before departing, Harry had entrusted Hedwig to Hermione's care, as traveling with an owl proved quite inconvenient. It appeared that this intuitive snowy owl had sensed Harry's return, arriving early to await her in the room. Seated at the table, Harry perused the 2 letters. One was the school's textbook list, which, aside from standard spells, level 2, consisted entirely of works by Gilderoy Lockhart. TSK. Harry shook her head. The new professor was rather intriguing. One could only wonder whether his decision to teach stemmed from a genuine passion for education or merely a desire to boost his book sales. The second letter was from Hermione, wishing Harry a happy birthday and inquiring whether she would like to accompany her to Diagon Alley on August 15th to purchase books. Naturally, Harry agreed and promptly penned a reply. The table also bore several birthday gifts from friends, primarily sweets, with only Hermione gifting a book. On August 15th, Harry traveled alone by subway to the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione was already there, sipping pumpkin juice. Upon spotting Harry, she rushed over. "How was your holiday? Was the French magical community enjoyable?" Hermione inquired. "In truth, I have not engaged in any gameplay at all." Harry shrugged and made her way to the bar's backyard, where Professor Dumbledore had consistently taken her to visit renowned figures in the realm of magic. These encounters predominantly involved a cadre of elderly gentlemen, their average age surpassing 70. It may sound intriguing. Hermione tapped the corresponding brick, unveiling the entrance to Diagon Alley. Indeed, it was quite captivating. The breadth of research conducted by those masters was truly extensive. Harry nodded, inquiring whether her uncle and aunt had accompanied her. "No," Hermione replied, shaking her head. They had an appointment today, so I came alone. I need to visit Gringotts to exchange for galleons. Perfect, I too must withdraw some funds. Upon arriving at Gringotts, Hermione approached the counter specifically designed for young wizards of Muggle descent, while Harry followed a goblin to her own vault. Observing the diminutive stature of the goblin and reflecting on its past, Harry felt a profound sense of the impermanence of life. The goblin's cart sped along the tracks, eventually halting smoothly before Harry's vault. The sensation was indeed unsettling, almost nauseating. Everything within the vault appeared unchanged since Harry's last visit. She hastily stuffed several handfuls of gold coins into her pockets and selected a few gemstones. Turning to glance at the vault's entrance, she noted that the goblin, displaying commendable professionalism, had not ventured inside. Harry casually conjured a wall of enchantment and unleashed 2 minor curses for precaution. Subsequently, she proceeded to the innermost cabinet of the vault. This row of cabinets was securely locked, yet conspicuously devoid of keyholes. Recalling Professor Dumbledore's assertion that only the bloodline of the Potter family could unlock these cabinets, a slender thread of spider silk appeared, grazing against Harry's pale, elongated fingers. Crimson blood oozed forth, which she directly sprinkled upon the cabinet nearest to the vault's edge. Instantly, an invisible surge of magical energy emanated, and the cabinet door swung open. Inside lay a multitude of items imbued with potent magical vibrations, along with a scroll of parchment. Exercising caution, Harry refrained from touching the artifacts and instead extracted the parchment with the spider silk. At the top of the parchment was inscribed, "Treasures of the Potter Family." Below were the names of various magical items, along with their functions and prohibitions. After perusing the parchment, Harry carefully used the spider silk to retrieve the item with the weakest magical resonance from the cabinet, a delicate dagger. Upon confirming that the dagger's properties aligned perfectly with the description on the parchment, Harry chose not to examine the remaining magical artifacts, but rather opened the other cabinets. Within those cabinets were an array of books, long-lasting magical materials, and numerous precious magical items. Additionally, in the final cabinet, there lay 2 letters. The first letter was penned by an ancestor of unknown origin, descendant of the Potter family. Though I am unaware of your generation, I implore you to remember. Never place all your eggs in one basket. The signature of the second letter bears the names James Potter and Lily Potter. Dear child, if you are reading this letter alone, it signifies that we have perished in the battle against Voldemort. We regret not being able to offer you more affection and companionship. Please forgive your mother and father. Within the cabinet lies the cherished heirlooms of the Potter family. I hope you will utilize them wisely. Love you dearly. Staring at the letter, Harry remained silent for a long while. Chapter 14. I truly did not mean to. After leaving Gringotts, Hermione noticeably sensed Harry's mood had slightly waned. What's wrong? Hermione inquired with concern. It's nothing. I merely came across a letter from my parents in our vault, which made me a bit melancholic, Harry replied softly. Where shall we go next? Shall we buy books first? I have no objections. In fact, I would be quite pleased to do so. Upon the mention of purchasing books, Hermione seemed to brighten with enthusiasm. Today marked the date of Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing at Flourish and Blots, where he would be signing his autobiography. I have eagerly awaited this day for quite some time. According to the information in the newspapers, he is quite an illustrious figure. Oh, is that so? Harry narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the prospect. At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, a throng had gathered. Lockhart was seated behind a table, flanked by towering stacks of his books. Witches well past their 40s encircled the store's entrance, clutching copies of Lockhart's works. Numerous reporters were busily snapping photographs. Clearly aware that Gilderoy Lockhart was a hot commodity, an opportunity that no newspaper would overlook. Harry observed Lockhart from a distance. It must be said, he was indeed quite handsome. Coupled with the exploits published in the papers, it was no wonder that so many witches idolized him. Yet, Harry harbored a lingering suspicion that Lockhart may have fabricated his experiences. After all, his complexion appeared more pristine than that of many witches, and his hand, gripping the quill, did not resemble that of one accustomed to frequent battles. Moreover, his sun-kissed visage bore no semblance to that of someone who had long endured the wilderness and encountered dark creatures. Perhaps it was the power of magic that allowed him to maintain such a splendid appearance. Harry chose to reserve judgment for the moment. Let us hurry. With so many people, we'll be waiting for quite a while. Hermione exclaimed excitedly, pulling Harry toward the bookshop. The two deftly maneuvered through the crowd and soon squeezed into the store. Perhaps due to Lockhart's presence at the entrance, the interior of the bookshop was relatively uncrowded. With only a few young witches selecting their textbooks, prominently displayed in the store were the works authored by Lockhart, their covers adorned with his beaming visage, strikingly bright. Goodness! Professor Lockhart's textbooks are indeed quite expensive. Harry gazed at the price tags on the shelves, unable to suppress a gasp. Professor Lockhart? Oh, I forgot to mention. She suddenly recalled. While I was in France with Professor Dumbledore, I heard him mention that our defense against the dark arts instructor this semester would be Gilderoy Lockhart. My goodness, is that truly the case? Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I mean, we might finally have a competent professor. Professor Quirrell was inadequate, merely guiding us through the textbooks. Professor Quirrell inadequate? Harry thought of the deceased unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, refraining from commenting on Hermione's assessment. It's hard to fathom how Headmaster Dumbledore managed to secure such a master of defense against the dark arts as our professor. Hermione continued to rave about Lockhart's exploits. Clearly in awe. After settling the payment, Harry intended to leave promptly, but Hermione insisted on obtaining a signature from Professor Lockhart. Don't you think a book signed by the author has greater collectible value? Hermione enthused. Harry, unable to refuse her enthusiasm, nodded in agreement and accompanied her. The queue outside Flourish and Blots was lengthy, yet it seemed Harry was not required to wait. From a distance, Professor Lockhart spotted her and exclaimed with delight, "Is that not Harry Potter?" Harry couldn't help but furrow her brow. Such ostentatious behavior made it difficult to believe he was a true master. Professor Lockhart strode toward Harry, with everyone parting the way for him, murmuring excitedly. It appeared he intended to drape an arm around Harry's shoulder, but perhaps considering the nature of propriety, he ultimately extended his hand towards her instead. "Miss Harry Potter, let us shake hands and capture a photograph together. We could grace tomorrow's front page." Observing this flamboyant man, Harry felt an urge to decline. Yet, upon witnessing Hermione's envious gaze, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. She extended her hand to shake Professor Lockhart's, subtly employing her finesse while no longer suppressing her innate magical allure. "Hello, Professor Lockhart. It is a pleasure to meet you." At the moment Harry released her charm, Lockhart, standing closest to her, was rendered momentarily speechless. The crowd further back, however, remained untouched by her exquisite control over her power. The skillful application of force she had honed through her training as an assassin manifested at that instant. Unprepared and defenseless, Professor Lockhart stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, and even Harry found herself momentarily taken aback. Harry vowed she had not intended any harm. She merely sought to exert a slight pressure on Professor Lockhart to induce a moment of awkwardness. However, it was unexpected that Professor Lockhart could not even defend himself against such a trivial charm, remaining rooted to the spot. Upon feeling the pain of his fall, and once Harry had lifted the enchantment, Lockhart regained his senses. In that fleeting moment of realization as he lay on the ground, he envisioned the end of his illustrious writing career. Nevertheless, Lockhart, seasoned from numerous encounters, quickly devised a solution. He erupted into laughter, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes, feigning nonchalance. "Fear not, everyone. I assure you, it was merely a small jest." After a moment's contemplation, Lockhart resolved to announce a significant piece of news to divert the crowd's attention. "I am here to declare an important announcement. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, shall be the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September." Amidst the excitement and cheers of the surrounding crowd, Lockhart subtly maneuvered away from Harry. He was indeed flamboyant, but not foolish. He understood that his previous display was a result of Harry's sudden charm. Lockhart was acutely aware that such allure was not simply a trivial magic. Thus, in this public setting, for the sake of his future lucrative career, he must certainly distance himself from Harry. After all, once they arrived at school, he would have ample time to instruct Miss Harry of Gryffindor. Observing Lockhart's exaggerated performance, Harry sighed inwardly. It appeared that this year's defense against the dark arts class would yield little in terms of genuine learning. Chapter 15, Luna Lovegood. After departing from Flourish and Blots, Hermione wore a look of astonishment. "I never anticipated that Professor Lockhart would be so ostentatious, resorting to feigning a fall to attract attention." Harry chuckled softly. "Are you certain Professor Lockhart was merely pretending to fall?" "Isn't it so?" Hermione replied, her enthusiasm waning. "I find it utterly disheartening to discover that the professor is such a showman. I had thought he simply enjoyed promoting his various accolades, but I never imagined he would resort to such antics to capture the limelight. Even celebrities in the Muggle world do not engage in such behavior. If you say so, then it must be true." Harry chose not to argue further, as the desired effect had already been achieved. After purchasing their textbooks, the two proceeded to acquire additional parchment and quills. Harry also stocked up on several potion ingredients. During her time in France, Professor Dumbledore had taken her to visit several potion masters, including the former head of Slytherin and potion Professor Horace Slughorn, who delighted in fine cuisine and summer beaches. It was evident that Professor Slughorn remained cautious of Professor Dumbledore, yet he held a particular admiration for Harry. "Your mother, Lily, was always one of my most esteemed students. She was the most talented child I have ever encountered." Professor Slughorn, with a slight sob and a couple of nose blows, lamented, "What a gifted child you are. It appears you have inherited your mother's talents. I have learned through my correspondence with Severus that your potion grades are exceptional." He was quite eager to maintain a long-term correspondence with Harry and teach her some of his own specialties. Other potion masters, after engaging with Harry, were also astonished by her prowess in potion making. Especially in the rather tedious field of potion ingredients and their properties, few young individuals are willing to delve into such subjects. Thus, they were more than willing to mentor a promising successor, particularly one as beautiful and gifted as Harry. Consequently, Harry needed to gather more materials. Only through diligent practice could she truly master the art of potion making. Along the way, Harry and Hermione encountered the Indian sisters Parvati and Padma Patil, as well as the Weasley family. The exuberant twins rushed ahead towards Flourish and Blots, while the Weasley family, led by Mrs. Weasley, followed enthusiastically in their wake. Harry sighed silently. Was Gilderoy Lockhart truly that charming? She felt no such allure. After purchasing all their items, Harry invited Hermione to indulge in a creamy nut ice cream at Florian's. As they savored their ice creams outside the shop, they observed the diverse throng of people passing by. Harry also overheard excited chatter near Flourish and Blots, seemingly about a confrontation between Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mr. Lucius Malfoy. In a magical world where entertainment is scarce, such events evidently thrilled the bored wizards. However, Harry chose not to join the fray. Wasn't it delightful to enjoy ice cream and bask in the sun with her fellow witch? After finishing their ice creams, Harry bid farewell to Hermione and returned alone to number 4, Privet Drive. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was September 1st. Harry boarded the train early to avoid the throngs of wizards. It must be said that most wizards seem to delight in pushing the limits of time, arriving just before the train departs. This often results in a few young witches and wizards missing their train and having to send messages to the school via owl, requesting the professors to bring them along. Such behavior was unacceptable to the disciplined Harry. In a vacant compartment at the back of the train, she sifted through a thick stack of letters. Hedwig gazed at her mournfully, occasionally giving her a gentle peck on the head. She had been through quite an ordeal lately, frequently required to deliver letters across borders. After all, those potion masters were still indulging in exquisite cuisine in France. Potion masters are not impoverished. They have no need to subject themselves to hardship. Between French escargot, blue lobster, and Guillardeau oysters, and the British fare of stargazing, fish and chips, any reasonable person would know which to choose. Hannah gently brushed aside Hedwig's small head, expressing her intention to continue studying the letters. Hedwig cast a mournful glance at Hannah before retreating back into her cage. Just as the train was about to depart, Hermione finally appeared, lugging her luggage. You arrived quite late, Hannah remarked with a teasing smile as she went to assist Hermione. I couldn't help it, Hermione sighed. My parents had appointments today, so I had to take the subway alone. Once inside the compartment, taking advantage of Hannah's distraction, Hermione suddenly slipped her hand into Hannah's collar. Ah, Hannah exclaimed theatrically. Why is your hand so cold? Hee, I bought some chilled beverages from the convenience store, Hermione replied, withdrawing her hand. However, she was met with a playful counterattack from Hannah. Is it comfortable, Miss Granger? Hannah chuckled, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush as she reclined on Hannah's lap. The two engaged in playful antics until a knock on the compartment door interrupted them. Hannah quickly sat up from Hermione's embrace, straightened her clothes, and called out, Come in. The door swung open to reveal a small girl standing at the threshold. Her tousled golden hair framed a face that bore an expression of profound surprise. Her eyes slightly bulging. A wand was tucked behind her ear, and she wore a necklace made of some unknown material, with peculiar earrings dangling from her ears. Is there any space available here? The young witch inquired in an ethereal voice. Of course, there's space, Hermione said, brushing off Hannah's hand still resting on her head and shooting her a glare. Thank you. It seems all the other compartments are full, at least. That's what I was told, the little witch replied as she dragged her luggage into the compartment. Hannah assisted her in placing her belongings on the rack and casually asked, What is your name? Luna Lovegood, she answered in a sing-song tone. Hello, Luna. I am Harry Potter, and this is Hermione Granger. Luna's gaze immediately fixed on Hannah. I know you. My father says you defeated Voldemort using the magic of the Crumplehorn Snorkack. Crumplehorn Snorkack? Hannah stared at the young witch, momentarily struck dumb. Hermione, however, quickly inquired, What is a Crumplehorn Snorkack? It is a very shy, magical creature, Luna stated seriously, producing a magazine titled The Quibbler as evidence. Hannah glanced at the cover of the magazine, recalling that several girls had dismissed it as a joke. If this magazine was credible, then Luna was indeed an intriguing individual. Chapter 16, The Horse of Death. The train began to move. Given the presence of a stranger in the compartment, Hannah refrained from further playful interactions with Hermione, who, in turn, had lost interest in their antics. Her focus was entirely on the magazine in Luna's hands and the so-called Crumplehorn Snorkack. I have memorized the entire book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, yet it utterly fails to mention the Crumplehorn Snorkack. Hermione and Luna engaged in a spirited debate. In an effort to bolster her argument, Luna retrieved her textbook from her bag. No, the Crumplehorn Snorkack does exist, she asserted with a serious demeanor. It simply has yet to be discovered. This is due to the creature's inherently shy nature, which has prevented its discovery thus far. since this so-called crumplehorn snorkack remains undiscovered. On what grounds do you claim it exists? Hermione countered, presenting her case with logic and reason. Because it does exist. You cannot declare the crumplehorn snorkack non-existent simply because no one has found it. Despite Luna's earnest tone during the debate, her expressions conveyed an air of affectionate absurdity, as if she were defending an endearing fool. That statement could just as easily be reversed. Because it does not exist, no one can discover the crumplehorn snorkack. Hermione continued to attempt to persuade Luna with logic, yet Luna remained impervious to such reasoning. That is a prejudice, for the crumplehorn snorkack indeed exists. Meanwhile, Harry, reclining in her seat, observed the exchange with a smile, choosing not to partake in the argument. Their debate concluded only when a middle-aged witch selling snacks knocked on the compartment door, and neither had succeeded in convincing the other. Based on Harry's extensive life experience, she surmised that they would likely never persuade one another. The train continued its journey, enveloping the compartment in a serene silence. Harry leaned against Hermione, reading her letters, while Hermione perused her Transfiguration textbook, gently brushing Harry's silky black hair. Luna sat at the opposite end of the compartment, wearing an exceedingly peculiar pair of glasses, engrossed in a book titled The Singing Reversal. Although her book was upside down, she seemed thoroughly captivated, embodying a true nonconformist. Hedwig, having feasted and played to her heart's content, had vanished at some point. Only the occasional sound of chewing Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and the crunch of chocolate frogs' heads broke the tranquil atmosphere. The train arrived at its destination. Harry and Hermione had already donned their school uniforms and followed the throng off the platform. Luna wished to accompany them, but was instead guided by Harry, who grasped the nape of her neck, directing her toward Hagrid. You are a first-year student. You must join Hagrid for the traditional boat ride across the Black Lake. All right, Luna replied with dreamy eyes. Harry, you surely have received the blessing of the crumplehorn snorkack. Otherwise, how could you possibly possess such strength? Harry's expression twitched slightly, as she felt certain that both the crumplehorn snorkack and the chinchilla would not endorse that view. Harry intended to respond, but Luna had already vanished into the crowd. Come on, let go of that non-existent crumplehorn snorkack. Hermione tugged at Harry, and the two followed at the end of the throng, moving forward. They arrived at a rough, muddy path outside, where hundreds of carriages awaited the students. Pulling the carriages was a skeletal creature resembling a dragon with enormous bat-like wings, a black-winged horse. At that moment, it shook its head, its hollow white eyes fixed on the students. However, most appeared oblivious to this creature, climbing directly onto the carriages. Considering she had fallen to the back of the line, Harry took her time, observing the creatures before she could not resist reaching out to stroke one. The horse obligingly nudged its head against Harry's hand and extended its tongue to lick her fingers. How adorable, Harry mused, sensing an aura of death surrounding the creature. It struck her as peculiar, for witches and reapers were not typically aligned. Yet, Harry had always found herself encountering beings of the reaper's domain and held a certain fondness for those shrouded in death's essence. This affinity was also likely due to the various materials they dropped being easier to acquire at sea, as pirates favored the most aggressive and lethal of treasures. Harry, what are you doing? What do you mean, adorable? Hermione, already seated in the carriage, suddenly leaned out to inquire. These horses? Aren't they charming? Harry countered. What horses? Hermione asked, bewildered. Harry, you're not starting to imagine non-existent creatures like that girl Luna, are you? No. Harry shook her head, lifting the hand she had just used to stroke the horse's head. It just licked me. Can't you see them? See them? Harry, what are you talking about? Hermione stepped down from the carriage, her expression turning thoughtful. I believe I read in Hogwarts a history that the creatures pulling the carriages are called thestrals. Hermione seemed to recall something. So, it makes sense that I can't see them. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, only those who have witnessed and comprehended death to some extent can perceive thestrals. Harry, too, remembered the magical creatures documented in her textbooks and understood the origin of the deathly aura that enveloped them. Hermione continued, so, it's normal that I can't see the thestrals. But Harry, why can you? Hermione's voice trailed off, her face betraying a mix of fear and regret. She covered her mouth, scrutinizing Harry's expression, and cautiously said, Harry, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up. For a moment, Harry was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Hermione's words. After a brief reflection, she grasped Hermione's implication. It's all right, let us get on the carriage. Everyone else has already gone ahead. Without saying much more, Harry climbed onto the carriage first. Chapter 17, Unfazed by Death. The carriage set off toward the school. Harry ignored the faint musty and straw-like odor inside, focusing intently on the thestrals that drew them onward. Have you ever witnessed death firsthand and comprehended it to a certain extent? Harry recalled her experiences over the centuries. The first time she acted as an assassin, she, under the directives of the witch cult, personally dispatched a priest of the Sequence 9, a deity of craftsmanship. After her defection from the witch cult, she ingeniously turned the tables on two pursuing witches, using traps to eliminate them. As she roamed the earth, navigating between various factions, she bore witness to the assassination of a man whose brilliance rivaled that of Newton and Einstein at the hands of numerous nobles and unknown ecclesiastical experts. During her assaults on members of the witch cult, she observed the ordinary people succumbing to the pervasive smog of Beckland, their deaths merely hastening the desperate witches' consumption of potions. Harry considered herself akin to the ascetic faction within the Rose cult, one of the morally upright among witches. Yet, when did she become so indifferent to death? Some individuals and events truly cannot be revisited. A silent smile crossed Harry's lips as she chose not to dwell on this matter further. After all, she was a witch who commanded the realm of calamity. The carriage jolted along the road, traversing two magnificent wrought iron gates. Flanking the gates were stone pillars, each crowned with a winged boar. Harry and Hermione disembarked from the carriage, joining the throng as they entered the hall, finding a place to sit beside the Gryffindor table. The professors were already seated at the staff table, beside Professor Flitwick. Professor Lockhart donned a splendid purple robe, meticulously grooming his golden hair. He held his head high, smiling at the young witches and wizards, revealing his pearly white teeth. In contrast, Professor Flitwick sported a frown, seemingly displeased with the seating arrangement. Adjacent to Professor Lockhart sat Professor Snape, whose expression conveyed even greater discontent than Flitwick's. Snape's face bore the look of someone owed 800 galleons, only to soften into a smile when their gazes met. As Harry continued to survey the staff table, she suddenly felt a nudge at her waist. Turning her head, she discovered Hannah stealthily slipping past the Ravenclaw table to her side. "Harry, where were you on the train?" "I searched for you everywhere," Hannah inquired. "I was in the last compartment on the train," Harry replied. Instantly, a look of embarrassment crossed Hannah's face as she recalled encountering the witch selling snacks just as she was nearing the final compartments, which had diverted the Hufflepuff Badger's attention. Rationally shifting the topic, Hannah handed Harry a leather pouch. "Harry, your homework. I've checked it. Not a single piece is missing, and nothing is damaged. We have always utilized leather pouches for our deliveries, ensuring absolute waterproofing and protection against insects. Furthermore, we have meticulously verified the assignment details with one another, so you need not worry about that." Hannah wished to express more, yet Harry had already noticed a gaze directed towards the teacher's table. "All right," Harry took the assignment. "You should quickly return. Our headmaster is seated among the faculty, and being caught would not be amusing." Hannah nodded and discreetly slipped away once more. Harry placed the pouch on a nearby table and turned to meet Hermione's disapproving glare. "Harry," Hermione admonished in a small yet stern voice. "If I am not mistaken, that is a misunderstanding," Harry hastily interjected, covering Hermione's mouth to prevent this formidable witch, often likened to Professor McGonagall, from unleashing her authority. Just then, Professor McGonagall had stepped forward to guide the first-year students, granting Harry a more favorable excuse. "We can discuss this later. The sorting ceremony is about to commence," Harry whispered. Hermione shot Harry an irate look, but refrained from further comment. Soon, Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students inside, who appeared anxious as they followed the professor, seemingly bracing themselves to confront some terrifying beast. It was evident that concealing the sorting method from the newcomers was a tacit tradition among all the upperclassmen at Hogwarts. McGonagall swiftly read through the names on the list. Meanwhile, Harry, bored, rested his head on the table, watching as unfamiliar first-years were sorted into various houses one after another. Oh, it would be inaccurate to say they were entirely unknown. The blonde first-year, Luna, was placed in Ravenclaw, which left Harry somewhat disappointed. Such an intriguing little witch deserved to be in Gryffindor. As for the other newcomers, only one named Ginny Weasley rang a bell for Harry. After all, her brothers were quite renowned at Hogwarts. The eldest, Bill, excelled academically, while the second, Charlie, was an exceptional Quidditch player. Percy, the third, dutifully upheld his responsibilities as a prefect, while the Weasley twins were infamous for their pranks throughout the school. As for Ron, he too belonged to the Weasley clan. Hence his notoriety was unquestionable. Watching Ginny being sorted into Gryffindor, Harry could only reflect that this was indeed a family legacy. After the sorting concluded, the feast commenced. Harry gazed at the array of rudimentary meat dishes on the table and couldn't help but lament that French cuisine was far more refined. Speaking of which, it seemed the culinary offerings of the Indus and Rune aristocrats were also quite commendable, although, at that time, his life had not been so tranquil, and his focus had been entirely elsewhere, absorbed in acquiring useful information during various banquets. Of course, this is not to say that such straightforward fare as roasted beef and grilled lamb was lacking. From a practical standpoint, these were indeed optimal choices for replenishing energy. Yet, one could only consider such meals from a utilitarian perspective. After the banquet concluded, Dumbledore once again introduced the new professor, emphasizing the importance of school rules and discipline, much like he had done in the previous term. To Harry's surprise, the exceedingly flamboyant Professor Lockhart chose not to interrupt Dumbledore's speech or showcase himself during the opening feast. With her leather bag in hand, Harry and Hermione made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione had already procured the password from Percy, allowing them to bypass the crowd. Harry, although I am reluctant to dwell on it, I must express my disapproval of the practice of allowing others to copy homework. Hermione chattered on their way. Harry shrugged. All right. You know that even if I don't let them copy, they will still glean from each other during the process. It would be better to let them see the correct answers at least once. They might retain some accurate knowledge. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Harry's flawed reasoning. Chapter 18. The Dust-Covered Sprout and the Immaculate Lockhart. The first day of school fell on a Wednesday, a rather dismal day. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was a gloomy gray, and breakfast featured an excessively pickled herring, presumably at someone's suggestion. Harry could not ascertain who had prepared it, but felt certain that they shared a common affinity with those who relished tinned wolf fish. Of course, for most students. A graver concern was the full schedule for second-year Gryffindors. When they received their timetables from Professor McGonagall, many young witches and wizards could not suppress a lament. Harry, however, felt quite pleased, as the first class was herbology. After diligent study over the holiday, Harry had developed a profound understanding of various herbs and their properties. Now, what troubled her most was the matter of sourcing materials. While the ingredients needed for the potion to lift the fifth seal were relatively easy to procure from most apothecaries, those required to restore a being to demigod status were exceedingly rare and could only be found by luck. Thus, Harry maintained communication with potion masters for future purchases of rare materials, while also dedicating more energy to herbology in preparation for sourcing materials herself. After breakfast, Harry and Hermione headed towards the greenhouse. Along the way, Hermione was engrossed in Professor Lockhart's book, Voyages with Vampires. After all, during their late-night chat in the tent, Hermione had heard the opinions of the potion masters regarding Professor Lockhart. Despite his flamboyant demeanor and ostentatious antics to garner public attention, which included feigned mishaps, the details within his books were strikingly authentic. This led Hermione to slightly reassess her perception of Professor Lockhart. His earlier ostentation and attempts to attract attention had indeed elicited disdain from the earnest Hermione. More significantly, under the enduring influence of the remarkable charm associated with the path of Harry the Witch, Professor Lockhart's rather ordinary allure could not sway Hermione in the slightest. Moreover, if one were to approach the books authored by Professor Lockhart with a calm and unbiased mind, they might discern that they read like mere fiction. Thus, Hermione's perception of Professor Lockhart had always been rather lukewarm. However, after hearing Harry's appraisal, she began to earnestly peruse these texts. At the very least, the details within the books held a semblance of truth, and Professor Lockhart must possess some degree of competence, wouldn't you agree? The two engaged in a spirited discussion about the intricacies of the text, and soon they arrived at the greenhouse. The Hufflepuff Badgers were already awaiting them at the entrance, eager not to be tardy for the class of their beloved head. It appeared that Professor Sprout had yet to arrive, as the door to the greenhouse remained locked. Yet, as they approached, they realized that the professor was indeed present, for the door was slightly ajar. A familiar voice drifted from within. Ah, Pomona, I have encountered such wondrous plants in a far-off land known as Homebody. You can certainly treat them as I have suggested, should they indeed be injured. Trust me, I am a master in this regard. Is that Professor Lockhart inside? Hermione inquired uncertainly. A badger, eavesdropping at the door, nodded and continued to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the greenhouse. Is Professor Lockhart attempting to instruct Professor Sprout on how to treat the ailments of magical herbs? Harry paused to listen for a moment and remarked with a peculiar expression. Hermione agreed, nodding in affirmation. It certainly sounds that way. But for a defense against the dark arts professor to teach Professor Sprout about herbology, perhaps the professor possesses some knowledge in that area. After all, he is a genius. A Hufflepuff witch, whom Harry was not particularly familiar with, interjected. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Several witches nearby concurred with this sentiment. Even Hannah seemed to be convinced. The class bell rang, signaling the arrival of all students. Professor Sprout emerged from the first greenhouse, her attire caked in soil and her hat patched. In stark contrast, Professor Lockhart appeared immaculate from head to toe, adorned in an elegant, flowing green robe and a gold-trimmed top hat. Harry heard Hermione audibly click her tongue in disapproval. Oh, hello everyone. Before Professor Sprout could speak, Professor Lockhart seized the opportunity to address the students. I have just conferred with Professor Sprout regarding herbology and imparted to her several highly practical methods for treating herb ailments. However, I do not wish for you to assume that I am more proficient in herbology than she is. After all, during my extensive travels, I have encountered numerous such extraordinary plants. Before Professor Lockhart could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Professor Sprout. Today, we arrived at the third greenhouse. Professor Sprout appeared to be in a rather foul mood, her voice tinged with a hint of severity. The students promptly followed Professor Sprout toward the third greenhouse. Yet Gilderoy Lockhart trailed behind them. Harry could distinctly sense a flicker of impatience in Professor Sprout's gaze. However, as the renowned benevolent figure of Hogwarts. Professor Sprout refrained from commenting on Lockhart's behavior. As Harry and Hermione, the last in line, prepared to enter the greenhouse, Lockhart suddenly obstructed their path. "Oh, dear Pomona, I wish to have a word with our Miss Harry. I trust you wouldn't mind if she were to be a couple of minutes late?" It was evident that Professor Sprout was quite perturbed, yet before she could articulate her discontent, Lockhart had already shut the greenhouse door. The air was left with a singular phrase. "That's splendid. Thank you, dear Pomona." Hermione cast a glance at the closed door, her demeanor remarkably composed. After all, she had intended to voice something earlier, but Harry had shaken her head in protest. Outside the greenhouse, Harry regarded Professor Lockhart with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. "All right, Harry. It's just the two of us now. I believe we can have a private conversation." With that, Lockhart stepped closer, attempting to drape his arm over Harry's shoulder. However, with a deft sidestep, Harry evaded his advance. With her hands clasped behind her back and a playful smile in her eyes, she inquired, "Dear Professor Lockhart, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Seeing his attempt thwarted, Lockhart appeared unfazed. He smiled and replied, "It seems our Miss Harry is a tad shy. But that's of little consequence. Let us delve straight into the matter at hand. Miss Harry, you are quite the luminary in the wizarding world." What do you mean by that?" Harry tilted her head, blinking at Lockhart with an expression of eager anticipation. Chapter 19, What Are You Worth? Upon hearing Harry's words, Professor Lockhart shook his head. It appears our Miss Harry is somewhat oblivious to her political standing. Nevertheless, time is of the essence. And to avoid inciting further ire from Professor Sprout, I shall refrain from elaborating. If you truly wish to know more, consider visiting my office this evening. My door is always open to any young witch eager to learn. At this juncture, Lockhart paused, winking at Harry. Harry's expression remained unchanged, her smile unwavering. Lockhart continued, "In any case, my point is, shall we collaborate? Pardon? Indeed, let us join forces to make headlines. When it pertains to his own interests." Lockhart was remarkably thorough in his explanations. "You see, I am quite handsome, and you, Harry, are equally striking. We both possess considerable charm. I am an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League and a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, while you are the one who vanquished the Dark Lord, holding a notably high political status. Moreover, I have heard of your remarkable achievements, and I too am a genius. Thus, you see, we have so many overlapping areas, and our compatibility is strikingly harmonious. Therefore, we can undoubtedly collaborate for the long term and seize the headlines. With just a little maneuvering, we can create some sensational events. In a few years, we can even conjure up a few scandals with ease." Professor Lockhart suddenly found himself speechless as he realized he was rendered immobile. It was as though invisible ropes had ensnared him, trapping him in place. He could distinctly feel a subtle sting at his throat, as if a sharp needle were poised against his neck. Outside the third greenhouse, delicate, sharp, and incredibly resilient spider silk had mysteriously woven itself around the area. Behind Harry, a swing crafted from pure white silk appeared, and she gracefully leaped onto it, gazing at Professor Lockhart with a beaming smile. "Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, I seem to have difficulty comprehending your words," she said, crossing her legs and resting her fist against her cheek, while her other hand gestured vaguely in the air, as if manipulating a puppet. "The scandal you mentioned, I find it rather perplexing." Lockhart's complexion paled. "Well, if you don't understand, it's truly of no consequence." "Not important at all. Not important." Harry chuckled, continuing her whimsical gestures. Lockhart felt the sharpest needle at his throat tracing circles, as if probing for the precise spot to deliver a fatal blow. "It's truly not important." "No, it's very important." Lockhart, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered. "Honestly, Professor, let me speak plainly." Harry smiled, tightening her fist, and Lockhart immediately sensed the binding threads constricting around him. "Are you truly a genius? I merely imitated the eight-eyed giant spider to create a spell, yet you cannot resist it. I find myself questioning your abilities. This was merely an accident. I did not anticipate your sudden action," Lockhart stuttered. "Oh, is it then my fault?" Harry feigned distress. As she spoke, the threads tightened further, and Lockhart felt a constriction around his neck. He exerted all his strength and shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not your fault. It is mine. I was far too careless." "Humph, at least you are perceptive." Harry's smile vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. This sudden shift in her demeanor sent a chill through Lockhart, making him realize that Harry was certainly not to be underestimated, dispelling any thoughts of further educating her. "So what is your standing? Do you wish to join me on the cover of the Daily Prophet?" Harry beckoned with her finger, compelling the specially reinforced sharp thread to urge Professor Lockhart to gaze upward at her. Though Harry was not particularly tall, the silk had lifted her into the air. "Dare to tease me? It matters little. You are fortunate, after all." A note of disdain laced Harry's voice. "I trust Professor Lockhart will refrain from divulging today's events. Will he not? Otherwise, how could a distinguished holder of the third-class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, be reduced to making headlines in the Daily Prophet due to being ensnared by a second-year wizard? Lockhart nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I shall utter not a word. In truth, I merely sought out Professor Sprout to discuss herbology. Nothing else transpired. Very well, be gone. Do not disturb me again, Harry commanded, snapping her fingers. The threads that had previously bound Professor Lockhart instantly disintegrated into ash, while the remaining threads were transformed back into magical energy and absorbed within her. Lockhart hastily retreated towards the castle, as Harry nonchalantly made her way into the third greenhouse. Initially, she had no objection to collaborating with Lockhart, viewing it as an opportunity to enhance her reputation. After all, it was a splendid chance to bolster her standing. However, someone as ostentatious as Lockhart, despite possessing some genuine talent, was not someone Harry could trust. Moreover, upon personally assessing Professor Lockhart's abilities, she discerned his profound weakness. From conversations with her female classmates last semester, it was evident that such individuals were most prone to falling from grace in the Muggle world. It stood to reason that the same held true in the wizarding realm. One might cultivate a persona, yet if their abilities could not uphold that facade, a downfall was inevitable. In such a scenario, Harry's own reputation would undoubtedly suffer, thereby adversely affecting her standing. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the most alarming revelation. Professor Lockhart harbored intentions of initiating a scandal with her. Truly, he was a loathsome pervert, deserving of the deepest depths of hell. Within the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was lecturing on the subject of mandrakes. Hermione, seated at the back, occasionally glanced towards the greenhouse entrance. Upon spotting Harry, she immediately raised her arms slightly and waved. Harry discreetly slipped past, striving to maintain silence. What did Professor Lockhart want with you? Hermione inquired softly. The nearby girls, who appeared to be attentively listening to the lecture, perked up, evidently intrigued by the topic. Nothing much, Harry replied, shaking her head. I'll explain later when I have time. After class, several girls attempted to approach Harry to inquire about Lockhart's motives. However, Harry skillfully evaded them, using her upcoming Transfiguration class as an excuse to slip away. Many girls lingered behind, chattering animatedly or meandering forward, clearly having paid the price for their curiosity, nearly arriving late to Transfiguration. This provoked considerable ire from Professor McGonagall. The students of Gryffindor have arrived late, and the quality of their assignments remains mediocre. They were tasked with a simple endeavor of transforming a beetle into a button, yet they failed to complete it. What is particularly noteworthy is that they share their class with Ravenclaw, whose success rate is remarkably high. This prompted Professor McGonagall to impose severe penalties on them, requiring an extensive essay. Chapter 20. Someone arrived before me. The first day of the second year at Gryffindor proved to be exceedingly arduous. After attending morning classes in herbology and transfiguration, they faced an afternoon session in defense against the dark arts. Following lunch, the two hurried to the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Although there remained over an hour until the class commenced, it seemed prudent to arrive early for some reading. The skies outside were overcast, making the prospect of enjoying a sunbath in the courtyard impossible. Harry initially believed she could enjoy a prolonged, tranquil reading session alongside Hermione, anticipating that the classroom would be sparsely populated until later. However, she was mistaken. Others arrived even earlier than she and Hermione. Lavender and Parvati, the inseparable duo, had already finished their lunch and claimed seats in the front row. They were accompanied by two Hufflepuff girls whom Harry vaguely recognized, and together they firmly occupied the central positions of the front row. It appeared that their dear Professor Lockhart was quite the sensation. Harry whispered to Hermione, "Is it really him?" Hermione scoffed in response. She had already been informed by Harry of the events preceding their herbology class, and had undergone a complete reassessment of Professor Lockhart. After all, according to Harry, he had merely executed a very simple spell. Yet, Professor Lockhart had failed to even counter the basic enchantment cast by a timid second-year girl. Not to mention that he had not evaded the spell at all. Hermione, who held unwavering trust in Harry, did not doubt her words. Although she had witnessed Harry effortlessly vanquish a troll, Hermione found it hard to believe that Harry considered herself a delicate and diminutive maiden. Nevertheless, she had not initially deemed Professor Lockhart to be particularly inept. After all, according to Lockhart's own writings, he had effortlessly defeated a multitude of trolls on more than one occasion. The reality, however, was that the esteemed Professor Lockhart was bested by Harry, a mere second-year student at Hogwarts. How embarrassing. Hermione began contemplating whether, should Professor Lockhart's first class prove to be excessively humiliating, she might report him directly to the headmaster and request a change of professors. As time passed, the front rows of the classroom quickly filled. Harry, seated in the corner of the last row, observed the lively young witches in front of her, gaining a new understanding of Professor Lockhart's allure. Of course, Harry was confident that her own charm was far more potent than the effect created by Professor Lockhart. Though her confidence stemmed from the extraordinary abilities afforded to her by potions, whereas Lockhart relied solely on his appearance, persona, and eloquence. When the bell finally rang to signal the start of class, Professor Lockhart made his tardy entrance. His morning attire, a once vibrant cyan robe, had faded to a delicate sky blue. Clearly, the creases on the robe no longer met the standards of his initial appearance. The high collar obscured his neck, concealing the marks left by the tightening of the silk thread, a merciless act executed by Harry earlier that morning. Professor Lockhart set down the book he was holding and deliberately shook his head, allowing all the students to admire his meticulously arranged hairstyle. "Greetings, class," Professor Lockhart began, clearing his throat several times to capture the attention of his students, particularly the boys in the back row. "I believe most of you are familiar with me, but I shall introduce myself nonetheless." As he spoke, he picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Walking with Giants. Harry gazed at the radiant photograph of Professor Lockhart on the cover, skeptical if he had truly smiled so brightly after a harrowing adventure or if he had been too battered by the giant to muster a grin. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, professor of the 3rd class of the Order of Merlin," he proclaimed, oblivious to the murmurs of 2 boys in the rear. The girls in the front row leaned forward instinctively, eager to be closer to him, in stark contrast to the boys in the back. "I see you have all purchased my complete works. It appears you truly enjoy them, do you not?" Lockhart declared loudly, disregarding the whispers behind him. "Let us begin with a brief quiz. Fear not, it is merely to assess how well you have absorbed the material." He distributed the papers one by one before returning to the podium. "You have 30 minutes. Your time starts now." Harry stared at the paper in her hands, blinked, and unabashedly turned to peek at Hermione's version. From his elevated position, Lockhart noticed Harry's action. He cleared his throat again. But upon realizing Harry was not paying him any mind, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Once assured that the papers behind him were the same as his own, and not flawed, Harry slumped onto her desk. "Hermione, you will let me copy your answers, won't you?" With wide, pleading eyes, she gently blinked. Hermione, unable to resist, thumped Harry lightly on the head with her quill and rolled her eyes before swiftly diving into the quiz. A voracious reader, Hermione had already reviewed these texts during the holiday and had nearly memorized them. Meanwhile, Harry idly manipulated her spider silk, fashioning it into various shapes, from small daggers and dining knives to miniature spears and heavy maces capable of pulverizing a skull with a single blow. Professor Lockhart had completely turned his body, fixated intently on another corner of the classroom. Neville, unusually sensitive to scrutiny, felt on the verge of tears. Did Professor Lockhart, the instructor of defense against the dark arts, realize his own limitations, much like Professor Snape? Otherwise, what could explain his intense gaze fixed upon me? As the time to submit our papers approached, Harry hastily borrowed Hermione's exam paper, remembering to alter the name to her own. Rumor had it that a Hufflepuff student was reprimanded at noon for failing to submit his holiday assignment, while 2 of Harry's papers were turned in instead. The situation seemed rather dire for Lockhart, who, after mingling among the students to collect all the exam papers, began to peruse them on the spot. He shook his head repeatedly, identifying a plethora of issues. However, his tone suddenly shifted to one of excitement. It was utterly unexpected that 2 students managed to achieve perfect scores, Miss Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger. "Would you kindly raise your hands?" Harry lazily lifted one hand while Hermione sat upright, though her demeanor appeared more procedural. "Excellent. Both of you are from Gryffindor. 30 points to Gryffindor," Lockhart exclaimed loudly. Chapter 21, Neat and Tidy? Harry looked up in astonishment at Professor Lockhart, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Moreover, Lockhart seemed rather oblivious to the significance of the scores, displaying an unusual generosity. Yet, this was not unique to him. Other professors also appeared similarly lavish, never caring for mere points. It seemed the allure of the enchantress played a role. Well, that was of no consequence. Lockhart had transformed the perfect scores of 2 students into a spectacle, boasting about himself, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Had no student achieved a perfect score, it would have been quite embarrassing. Now, at least 2 students had succeeded. Even if one had borrowed answers, he was unconcerned. His mind raced through myriad thoughts. Yet Lockhart's hands did not falter. He bent down and retrieved a large cage draped in cloth from behind the podium, placing it on the desk. Harry sensed a living presence within, though no sound emerged. Perhaps the cage was enchanted with a silencing charm, or the cloth was. Nevertheless, that was of little importance. Returning to the matter at hand, "We shall commence our lesson," Lockhart cheerfully declared. "Now be cautious. I shall introduce you to the most dangerous, wicked, and terrifying creatures in the entire magical world and teach you how to defend yourselves against them." The threads before Harry transformed into the shape of a hand with an upright middle finger, mirroring its owner's languid disposition. What could possibly inhabit that cage? A puppet? A demon? Or perhaps a dark knight? If those were the cases, she would say nothing. If not, Harry merely hoped that next time Lockhart boasted, he might consider drafting his speech in advance. Lockhart dramatically pulled away the covering from the cage, revealing the creatures confined within, a swarm of Cornish pixies. A group of boys erupted in laughter, for those iron-gray little creatures resembled garden gnomes more than anything else. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, these creatures are not even classified as dark magical beings. Listen, I know what you were thinking. Professor Lockhart declared with an air of seriousness. These creatures appear utterly harmless. Do they not? But that is a grave misconception. According to the supplementary regulations of the Ministry of Magic's 14th edition of the Dangerous Creatures Guide published in 1897, the threat level of the Cornish pixies has escalated to a significant degree. They have been known to hoist several muggles into the air and cause their untimely demise. The preparatory lessons that Professor Lockhart had arranged proved to be quite beneficial. Instantly, many students ceased their laughter, although they often boasted. They surely could not guarantee their own safety should they leap from a flying broomstick. Being thrown down by Cornish pixies from midair would undoubtedly be far more excruciating. Come now, let me see what skills you possess, Professor Lockhart exclaimed, boldly opening the cage. Harry and Hermione moved in uncanny synchrony, stuffing all their books and supplies into their bags and shoving them under the table before Lockhart could open the cage. Hermione was the first to reach for her wand, while Harry discreetly wiggled his fingers, observing the destructive potential of the little pixies. The moment the Cornish pixies burst forth, they charged directly at Professor Lockhart. He raised his wand and uttered a spell, yet nothing transpired. The pixies swiftly overpowered him, leaving his wand discarded outside the door. Strangely, however, Professor Lockhart did not scream nor shout. Instead, the Cornish pixies redirected their onslaught towards the students in the classroom. All the young wizards frantically rushed toward the exit or attempted to swat the agile Cornish pixies with their books, completely forgetting that they were wizards who had learned numerous spells the previous term. With a sigh, Harry watched as several pixies darted towards him and Hermione, and with a flick of his fingers, the creatures plummeted from the air as if they had lost their wings. How pathetic. This creature can even be deemed dangerous? Harry scoffed, as translucent webs spread wildly throughout the classroom, ensnaring each pixie. Hermione, along with a few classmates who remembered their wizarding identity, began to retaliate with their wands, employing freezing charms and jinxes in conjunction with Harry to capture the pixies. Within 20 minutes, all the Cornish pixies had been successfully recaptured. Well done, everyone. Professor Lockhart mysteriously reappeared, beaming as he waved his wand. I never anticipated that you would manage to catch all the pixies. Your efforts from the previous academic year have clearly paid off. I can entrust you all with this task. Observing the skeptical gazes of his students, he pointed to his attire. Look, I was merely feigning panic earlier to test your capabilities. In reality, my attire remained immaculate, and my hat was perfectly in place. Was it not? The students gazed at Professor Lockhart, whose blue robe appeared as pristine as if newly donned, and suddenly enlightenment struck them. Indeed, the recent indiscriminate assault by the Cornish pixies must have been thwarted by the Professor's formidable prowess, leaving his robe unblemished and without a single crease. Upon this realization, many of the girls' fleeting doubts about the professor vanished, replaced by boundless admiration. Ahem, as for your assignments, simply read my book, Lockhart declared, glancing at his own text. I assure you, it is the finest method of learning. With that, he quickly exited the defense against the dark arts classroom, not forgetting to take the cage with him. Harry watched the professor's swiftly disappearing figure, narrowing her eyes slightly. That evening, after washing her hair, Harry lay in bed. Her dark tresses danced within the confines of the curtain, adorned with flickering flames that dried them rapidly while preserving their luster. Suddenly, Hermione parted the curtain, snuggling in with a pillow. Harry, could you dry my hair for me? Hermione adjusted the towel wrapped around her hair. Just drying your hair? Harry glanced at her, chuckling softly. Of course, Hermione replied, her cheeks flushing as she carelessly tossed the pillow into the corner of the curtain. Harry chose not to expose her, instead sitting up to help Hermione untie the towel from her head. A small wisp of black flame emerged from Harry's fingertips, gliding along Hermione's neck and drying her tousled locks. Harry, Hermione, eyes closed in bliss, suddenly inquired, if memory serves me right, Professor Lockhart should have been the first to be attacked by those Cornish pixies, correct? Indeed, Harry affirmed. Then how come there's not a speck of dust on his robe, nor any creases on his clothing or hat? Hermione continued to probe. Harry playfully flicked Hermione's nose. I've been by your side all day, how would I know? Chapter 22, The Art of Sarcasm. True, Hermione nodded earnestly. Professor Lockhart must have employed the cleaning and ironing charms mentioned by Professor Flitwick in a brief span of time, but that can't be right. His wand was thrown out the window, unless he can perform magic wandlessly. Hermione continued to ponder, and Harry gave her a firm pat on her behind. Your hair is dry. Hurry back to your bed. Were you not just here to dry your hair? Just a quick massage, and then I shall depart, Hermione insisted, jolted back to reality from her contemplative state. Huh, I knew it, Harry smirked, though her hands were quite diligent. The following morning commenced with potions class. Professor Snape entered with a scowl etched on his face. Even before the lesson began, his mood visibly soured, particularly in the presence of Professor Lockhart. who could not seem to keep his mouth shut during breakfast. Dear Professor Snape, you truly ought to try my homemade shampoo. Professor Lockhart, with his discerning eye, immediately discerned that Snape had only recently resumed the habit of washing his hair. The deeply embedded oils in your locks are quite challenging to eliminate. Perhaps you should give my superior aristocratic shampoo a chance. As he spoke, Professor Lockhart deliberately tossed his golden hair, showcasing its splendid quality and luxuriance. He also subtly revealed his pearly white teeth, seemingly eager to promote his homemade toothpaste next. The students seated below observed this spectacle. The Ravenclaw Eagles and Hufflepuff Badgers stifled their laughter, while the Gryffindor Lions raised their cups in celebration, unabashedly exchanging knowing glances towards the Slytherin house. However, the Slytherin snakes paid little heed to the provocations from the foolish lions, or perhaps they were simply too preoccupied, their murderous gazes fixed intently on Professor Lockhart. It was not until the potions class commenced that Professor Snape hurried in. Class is in session, he barked, his countenance radiating a clear warning. Do not disturb my foul mood. The Gryffindors and Slytherins complied obediently, not daring to stir. Submit your summer assignments. Professor Snape strode across the classroom, and then, we shall embark on a brief potion brewing exercise. I sincerely hope that your minds retain at least half, if not a third, of what I have taught you. I would feel fortunate if none of you were as dim-witted as a troll. Malfoy let out a derisive snort from the back, prompting a fleeting glance from Snape, who chose to disregard him. All students laid their summer assignments upon their desks, and with a gentle flick of his wand, Snape summoned the papers to form a neat stack. I have heard that a certain professor personally collects assignments. What a curious notion, considering he seems oblivious to the fact that he is a wizard. As Snape perused the submissions, feigning indifference, he brought up a particular matter. Lockhart is indeed not as formidable as you, Professor. Malfoy proclaimed loudly. You are undoubtedly the finest professor at Hogwarts. The Gryffindors glared at Malfoy with indignation. Yet he reveled in his own arrogance, seemingly unfazed by their disdain. Oh, that is hardly the case, Snape replied, a smirk gracing his lips. At least one elderly gentleman was once a more proficient professor than I. Now, observing his conduct this semester, I find that conclusion highly questionable. Enough of this nonsense. Let us review the material from last term's final exam, the Forgetfulness Potion. The students promptly set to work, igniting their cauldrons and executing their tasks with haste. Professor Snape, as was his custom, prowled the classroom, dispensing his wisdom. Mr. Longbottom, were I in your position, I would add water before igniting the flame, to avoid burning the unfortunate cauldron's bottom. This is a fact known even to muggles. Miss Brown, do not scour through this semester's textbooks in search of the potion's formula. The Forgetfulness Potion was covered last semester. Mr. Goyle, you ought to exercise greater caution with the cockroach liver. It must be mashed into a paste. Professor Snape's demeanor today is particularly volatile. Even the Slytherins have suffered considerable repercussions. It is evident that he has been provoked by Professor Lockhart. Only when passing by Miss Harry did Professor Snape noticeably slow his pace. His tone softened slightly, embodying the guidance that should be expected. Miss Harry, perhaps you could ponder why one must extinguish the flame before adding the cockroach liver. Furthermore, consider why the water should not be brought to a boil initially, but rather, the ingredients should be added directly after heating for 2 minutes. The Slytherins snickered in the background, while the Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances her way. After all, in everyone's eyes, Harry was the quintessential unfortunate student of potion-making. She had consistently been targeted by Professor Snape, facing scrutiny each lesson and frequently being subjected to detention. Harry's visits to Professor Snape for extra lessons were commonly referred to by others as detention, and the only one privy to the truth, Hermione, was notably discreet, never speaking out of turn. This led nearly everyone to firmly believe that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for Harry. Of course, the instances where Professor Snape awarded Harry points were largely disregarded by most. After all, given the severity of his targeting, how significant could a few points be? Even Professor McGonagall would not tolerate such treatment. After class, several Gryffindor girls gathered around Harry to offer their consolation, while Hermione silently rolled her eyes. This was not targeting, but rather favoritism. Unsurprisingly, that evening, Harry again found herself in detention with Professor Snape. The Gryffindor students who were aware felt even more pity for her. Just imagine being alone with Professor Snape in a confined basement at the witching hour, with darkness enveloping the outside world and no one around. The thought alone was terrifying. The first week of school finally concluded, and Harry was delighted at the prospect of a weekend lie-in. However, her hopes were dashed. Wake up, Harry. Early in the morning, she heard a voice ringing in her ears, accompanied by a hand gently shaking her. Angelina? Harry, with her shoulders partially bare, slowly rose, still nibbling on the strap of her nightgown, leaving Angelina momentarily speechless. Angelina, is there something you need? Harry, sitting up in bed in a rather disheveled manner and rubbing her eyes, queried in a soft, sleepy tone. Wood said we should go train, but you can keep sleeping. I'll handle him, Angelina declared with righteous conviction. Chapter 23, the training session of the underworld. Ultimately, Angelina was stopped by Harry and failed to successfully confront Wood. After a brief wash-up, Harry followed the three upperclassmen towards the Quidditch pitch. Her mind was preoccupied with the notion of position rotation. At the conclusion of the last semester, Harry and Wood had applied for a transfer of positions. Playing as a seeker did not suit her at all. After all, with her keen eagle vision, locating a golden snitch was rather effortless, devoid of any challenge. Thus, she thought it wiser to assume the role of a chaser. With her remarkable athleticism, Harry was entirely capable of scoring 20 goals in a single match. However, Wood was evidently unaware of her true abilities, necessitating an internal trial within the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The Gryffindor Quidditch team assembled on the pitch, but there was another presence, a first-year Gryffindor student, Colin Creevey. The boy, his forehead glistening with sweat beneath his gray hair, appeared flushed, as if he had just engaged in a vigorous sprint. A large camera hung around his neck, and he seemed even more animated than Harry. "Harry, I heard someone calling your name outside the dormitory, so I rushed out," he exclaimed breathlessly. "I've been wanting to find an opportunity to talk to you. May I take your photograph?" The boy spoke in a rapid-fire manner. Harry tilted her head, and, prompted by the nearby senior, Alia, who had attentively observed the sorting ceremony, she finally recognized the boy. Responding in a rather cold tone, she said, "Mr. Creevey, I believe we are not on familiar terms sufficient to address each other by our first names." Colin was momentarily taken aback, his voice faltering as he stammered, "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Potter. I'm Colin Creevey. You can call me Colin. May I call you Harry?" "Absolutely not." Harry promptly and decisively rejected. "As I mentioned, we are not that familiar. Furthermore, please refrain from taking my photograph, as I harbor doubts regarding your intentions." Harry's caution was not unwarranted. After all, one could not know the motives of a stranger approaching with a camera. Wood, observing the interaction from a distance, began to feel a sense of wariness. Although he was uncertain whether the camera was a Muggle invention, it was clear that the Wizarding World also possessed cameras, capable of capturing moving images. If someone were to photograph the training sessions of a Quidditch team, it could easily lead to the exposure of their strategies and training methods. Aspiring to become a professional Quidditch player, Wood had certainly encountered such cases before and thus regarded the matter with utmost vigilance. "Mr. Creevey," Wood approached with purposeful strides, "I kindly request that you refrain from using that Muggle camera during our training sessions. You are more than welcome to observe our practice and show your support for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, should you attempt to take photographs that might compromise our team's strategies and jeopardize Gryffindor Quidditch, I will have no choice but to escort you to the headmaster." The timid and helpless Colin was evidently intimidated by the words of Harry and Wood, nodding vigorously in place, assuring them he would not take any photographs. Holly paid little heed and swiftly departed with her broomstick. In the changing room, all the players had gathered. However, it appeared that only Wood was fully alert. Fred and George were huddled together, their eyes swollen, dozing off while grinding their teeth. Alia had only been momentarily awake to recognize those around her before slipping back into a stupor. Katie lay on Angelina's lap, who leaned against the wall, looking exceedingly weary. As for Holly, she had quietly secured her hair to the cabinet behind her, using it to prop herself up and prevent falling. "Well, everyone is here on time," Wood declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Before we head to the pitch, I would like to share a few words. Since we clinched the championship last semester, I have spent the entire holiday pondering how we can achieve sustained victories. How can we continue to claim the title this season? To that end, I have studied the strategies of professional teams and devised several tactics." Holly yawned, thinking Wood was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Was it truly so easy to execute the coordination scene in professional matches? Even after watching 100 videos of their plays, the school team would struggle to replicate them. Not to mention, the professional Quidditch teams had the 7 finest brooms on the market, the Nimbus 2001, while Gryffindor's best was Holly's Nimbus 2000. With brooms of such inferior quality, how could they emulate the finer details of professional players? It would be far more prudent to devise a simple strategy or rely on raw talent to dominate school-level competitions. After all, Holly, with her extraordinary physical prowess, could certainly manage that. As Wood droned on about the first tactical diagram, the others began to regain some semblance of alertness. "I have a question, Oliver," George interjected, raising his hand when Wood inquired if there were any questions. "Why didn't you share the tactics with us while we were all awake yesterday?" "Because I was up all night refining the strategies," Wood replied, quite self-righteously. "Well, if there are no further questions, I shall continue." Holly could no longer contain herself. She discreetly slipped to the back of the crowd, leaving only a mirror as a decoy, and retreated to her dormitory for some much-needed rest. She slept soundly until dawn, and upon sensing the mirror's enchantment had been stirred, she returned through the mirror's passage, dispelling the illusion it had created. "Since there are no questions, let us put our plans into practice." Wood's voice echoed just then, observing Fred and George's relieved expressions and the dazed looks of the 3 chasers. Holly inferred that they had certainly not been listening. This realization dissolved any lingering guilt within her, and she resolved to join forces with the other team members that afternoon to put a stop to Wood's absurd training schedule. At the very least, they could not allow him to impose such ghastly training hours again. The sun had risen high outside, and at that moment, Hermione was seated in the stands. There were several other boys who were equally enamored with Quidditch, such as Ron and Seamus, who came to watch upon hearing of the training session. "Aren't you finished yet?" Ron called out loudly to Fred and George, yet the twin brothers, too exhausted, chose to ignore him. Ron grumbled about his brother's indifference, receiving 2 raised middle fingers in response. The Gryffindor Quidditch team swiftly took to the skies, invigorated by the biting cold wind. Suddenly, Harry realized he seemed to have forgotten something, or rather, Wood had neglected an important matter. She had indeed requested a position change, which he had seemingly overlooked. Harry quickly maneuvered her broomstick to Wood's side, just as she was about to speak, only to see Wood descending angrily towards the edge of the pitch. The Slytherin Quidditch team's players appeared out of nowhere. Harry yawned, sensing a spectacle unfolding, perhaps even a scuffle. This was far more entertaining than Quidditch practice. Chapter 24, The Underdogs. All members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team landed on the ground, halting before the Slytherins. "Flint," Wood bellowed, "this is our training time. We rose early for this. Kindly leave." A quarrel ensued. Wood insisted that he had informed Madame Hooch in advance and had reserved the pitch, claiming that Slytherin had no right to intrude. However, Flint produced a note signed by Professor Snape, which stated that Slytherin was permitted to practice today, training a new seeker. Wood's attention was immediately diverted. "You have a new seeker? Where?" Draco Malfoy emerged with his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, from behind the 6 burly Slytherin players. Flint then boasted of his father Draco's generous gift, 7 Nimbus, 2001 brooms. At that moment, the other Gryffindor students gathered in the stands, aware that Slytherin represented a formidable opponent that warranted caution. In the event of a confrontation, Gryffindor had the numbers to hold their ground. However, Ron might have regretted being so close, for he gazed in awe at the 7 state-of-the-art brooms, utterly envious. Malfoy continued to loudly flaunt his father's generosity while deriding the quality of Gryffindor's brooms. Harry, bored, stifled a yawn, witnessing for the first time such foolishness. With the unspoken rules laid bare, the royal family sought to acquire slaves, but navigated through numerous obstacles, commissioning the Witching Guild to venture to the southern continent. In the end, to rectify matters, they allowed the Witching Guild to create the Beckland Smog. This group, claiming to represent the elite of all noble bloodlines in Slytherin, brazenly spoke of funneling donations into the team through backdoor dealings. Harry truly could not comprehend whether these individuals were indeed elite or merely oafs. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible that within the upper echelons of the Rune Kingdom, committing such foolishness would swiftly result in one being ensnared, leading their entire family to meet the deities they hold in reverence. Perhaps the prolonged tranquility within the magical realm has rendered them oblivious to such concerns, allowing for the proliferation of such imbeciles among the pure-blood aristocracy. While Harry remained captivated by the Slytherin team's lackluster performance, it was Hermione who first could no longer tolerate it. She exclaimed, "At least no member of the Gryffindor team had to spend money to join. They earned their place solely through merit." Hermione's words struck a nerve with Malfoy. Though he had pondered this matter himself, he presumed that within Slytherin, bloodline and hierarchy were paramount. As the Malfoy family stood as the most esteemed pure-blood aristocrats in Britain, none would dare broach the subject. Consequently, the very truth he sought to conceal was laid bare by an outsider. "No one asked you." Malfoy's previously smug visage turned crimson as he bellowed in a fit of rage, "You filthy little mudblood." Although no one had explicitly informed Harry of the derogatory nature of the term, the surrounding reactions were sufficient to convey its offensive weight. The Gryffindor contingent erupted in outrage. Flint had to position himself in front of Malfoy to prevent him from being overwhelmed and thoroughly pummeled by the furious Fred and George. Ilya screamed, "How dare you!" Wood, clutching his broom, was ready to charge forth, eager to demonstrate whether the Nimbus 2001 or the Clean Sweep 7 was superior in close combat. Ron drew his wand, but someone was swifter. Understanding the insult hurled at Hermione, Harry snapped her fingers. An icy current surged forth from beneath her feet, disregarding the terrain, and ensnared Malfoy in place. Frost crept up his legs, halting at his waist. "Help! Someone save me! Crabbe, Goyle! Hurry! My father is a governor!" Malfoy, in a sudden panic, began to shout. However, a smile curled at the corners of Harry's lips as she continued to manipulate the frost. This time, the frost did not ascend as swiftly as before, encasing Malfoy's upper body gradually. It twisted and coiled like a serpent, slowly diminishing his control over his own form. Malfoy felt his command over his body slipping away, the chill infiltrating his very core. Yet, the most tormenting aspect was the acute awareness of his immobilized limbs, experiencing a profound weakness and bone-chilling coldness. This sensation was far more agonizing than mere numbness. It imposed a greater psychological burden. In the art of torment, witches have consistently proven to be the most formidable practitioners, without exception. Let go of Draco. The heir of a wealthy patron was under a spell, and the entire Slytherin team could not remain passive, particularly Crabbe and Goyle. Their ancestors had always been subservient to the Malfoy family, and from a tender age, they had committed their father's admonitions to memory. Upon encountering Draco Malfoy, their sole thought was to follow his lead and heed his commands. Now, witnessing Draco in distress, they were the first to rush forward. They attempted to shatter the thick ice with their fists, only to be halted by Malfoy's protests. "Fools," Malfoy exclaimed. "What if you injure me? Go deal with Harry Potter and compel her to lift the spell." Harry did not conceal the source of the frost. Everyone present could discern the origin of the enchantment. Consequently, Crabbe and Goyle redirected their charge towards Harry. The Gryffindors swiftly drew their wands, while the Slytherins were equally resolute. However, Flint felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that Gryffindors outnumbered Slytherins. Yet, he soon recognized that his apprehensions were unfounded. The Gryffindors needed not many. One Harry could easily contend with 9. "Leave it to me. They are but a rabble," Harry murmured, her voice resonating in the ears of all Gryffindors. With a flourish of her wand, she conjured 2 barrier spells. Obstacles abound. 2 beams of light shot forth, halting Crabbe and Goyle several meters away, sending them crashing to the ground. Harry waved her wand with a symbolic gesture, while deftly manipulating webs with her other hand. It must be said, before mastering more spells, the abilities of a witch were indeed invaluable. The 6 towering Slytherin Quidditch players had not yet unleashed their spells when they felt a tightening grip, as if bound by some unseen force. "Webs," one chaser cried out in terror. "It must be a cursed legacy of the Potters." Flint struggled to cast a family heirloom dark magic, his most proficient offensive spell. Yet, Harry merely flicked her wand, channeling her magic with ease to deflect the unknown incantation. As Harry had previously stated, they were merely a motley crew. Chapter 25, "Professor, you must take our side." Aside from Flint, the other Slytherin brutes offered little resistance and were swiftly brought down. Conversely, Malfoy, frozen in place, forcibly seized the wand of a nearby chaser and unleashed a Tarantaligra spell. Unfortunately, the potency of his incantation paled in comparison to Flint's dark magic, and thus was effortlessly countered by Harry. "You are truly feeble." Harry's lips parted, her voice weaving through the ears of all Gryffindors, precisely infiltrating the minds of the Slytherins. She wished to maintain a commendable image before her Gryffindor peers. After all, even if her words were to escape to the Slytherins, they would merely be perceived as slander by the other houses. Harry had consistently upheld the persona of a model student. Even her triumph over the troll was for the sake of her classmates, earning her unanimous praise from both teachers and students alike. Do the words of Slytherins hold any credence? "You appear feeble, akin to ants, insignificant and helpless. With but a mere exertion, I could extinguish your existence." Harry's voice slithered into the ears of her audience like a serpent's caress. "Indeed, I find no intrigue in the notion of crushing you. Do you dare to claim the title of pureblood aristocrats?" As she spoke, Harry's slender fingers curled gracefully, manipulating the threads, causing all Slytherins, save for Malfoy, to collapse onto the ground. The threads tightened incessantly, binding them into a tight cluster. The frost enveloping Malfoy dissipated, transforming into tightly woven silk, for one must maintain a semblance of unity within a house. The task was accomplished with remarkable ease. This time, Harry chose not to temper her voice, playfully addressing the members of Gryffindor. Observing the fallen Slytherins sprawled across the grass, every onlooker, including Hermione, swallowed hard in disbelief. What on earth is happening? In the professor's common room, Professor McGonagall seethed with fury, forcefully striking the table, causing it to tremble violently. Can someone elucidate this situation? What was meant to be a simple Quidditch practice has spiraled into chaos. At that moment, the Quidditch players from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, along with the unwitting students Hermione and Ron, stood obediently in the office. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, seated at the far end of the room, wore expressions of amusement, for this widespread brawl was of no concern to them. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw relished in the unfolding drama. Professor Snape, with a brooding demeanor, wore a thin-lipped, sinister smile, his expression betraying a discontent that was palpable. The cause of his displeasure remained a mystery, though Harry suspected it was not solely due to her reprimand of the Slytherins. Moments prior, the commotion on the Quidditch pitch had caught the professor's attention, prompting Professor McGonagall to rush over. The sight of the chaotic scene left her breathless with indignation. She gathered all involved parties in the teacher's common room, ready to conduct a thorough interrogation. Initially, Professor Snape appeared jovial, but his countenance darkened upon seeing the Slytherin players. His expression twisted further as he laid eyes on Harry at the rear of the group. This led to the earlier scene, with Professor McGonagall inquiring about the incident with rising ire. Wood hastily provided an account, and as he mentioned Slytherin's display of their new brooms, Snape began to click his tongue. TSK, I can already envision what transpires next, merely because the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team had acquired new brooms. The Gryffindor Lions had succumbed to overwhelming jealousy. Thus, their subsequent assault on Slytherin was nothing short of barbaric. Oh dear, I am utterly disheartened. I believe that students exhibiting such violent tendencies ought to be expelled. Professor McGonagall cast a sidelong glance at Snape, remarking, "Your accusations seem rather sweeping. Not to mention, both the vice principal, who oversees the funding, and Headmaster Dumbledore belong to Gryffindor as well. Are you implying that these two esteemed individuals are also implicated in your sweeping generalization?" Professor McGonagall contemplated the notion of reducing Professor Snape's research funding, although her conscience would prevent her actions from materializing. It was a source of amusement to entertain such thoughts in her mind. "Professor Snape, I have yet to finish," Wood declared with righteous fervor, proceeding to recount how Malfoy had viciously insulted Muggleborns and the various misdeeds he had committed against Harry. Throughout Wood's discourse, Professor Snape's gaze remained fixed upon him, his expressions shifting rapidly. To his astonishment, it appeared that Gryffindor students not only harbored violent tendencies, but were also adept at deceit. When Wood concluded his remarks, Snape interjected once more, incredulous that a sixth-year Gryffindor student would claim that a second-year Gryffindor girl had bested 9 Slytherins, let alone someone of Harry's commendable character and academic prowess. Surely, if one were to fabricate a tale, one should select their subjects with care. I have ample reason to suspect that you and your associates were the ones who bullied the Slytherin team members, only to shift the blame onto Miss Potter. Professor McGonagall cast a skeptical glance at Wood, as she was not fully aware of Harry's capabilities, only knowing that she had once faced a troll single-handedly. "No, Professor," Flint exclaimed, cradling the sizable bump on his head. "It was Potter who single-handedly took on all 9 of us. She employed some unknown magic to bind us all. And, Professor, she even encased Malfoy in ice, rendering him immobile. You must punish her justly on our behalf." The other Slytherins nodded in agreement, voicing their support for Flint's claims. Initially swayed by Professor Snape's words, Professor McGonagall was taken aback by Flint's allegations, as she had been unaware of Harry's formidable abilities. Upon hearing Flint's testimony, she nearly burst into laughter. Having knowledge of Snape's past, Professor McGonagall resolved to leave the matter of punishment entirely in his hands, as saving points for Gryffindor would indeed be beneficial. Upon hearing Flint's words, Snape shot him a venomous glare. Flint, undeterred, continued to lament to the professor, detailing how Harry had mercilessly assaulted him and his companions. Malfoy, emboldened by his lineage, chimed in, fervently beseeching the professor for justice. Unable to remain silent, Harry decided to defend herself. "Professor Snape," she carefully chose her words, "I did not intend to harm them. You know I am not that kind of person. They provoked me first by insulting Hermione, using the term Muggle-born. Though I may not fully grasp its meaning, it is evidently a deeply derogatory term. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, I imparted upon them a minor lesson." As she spoke, Harry blinked her large, watery eyes, feigning a demeanor of fragility and helplessness. Chapter 26. How embarrassing to speak of it. Professor Snape's sallow complexion had transformed to a ghastly shade reminiscent of spoiled milk. He was indeed inclined to unleash his fury, yet the thought of such an embarrassment was disheartening. Not to mention, the combatants included Harry. It was impossible for him to express anger, nor could he muster it. Even if the Gryffindor side were not represented by Harry, could a group of 5th and 6th-year students bear the shame of being bested by a mere second-year Gryffindor wizard? Do you recall why the incident during the French Quidditch World Cup, where 20 fans from former Soviet Quidditch teams assaulted 200 fans of the English national Quidditch team, went unreported? It was simply too humiliating to disclose on an international scale. Professor Snape could never forget the astonished gaze of the former Soviet Minister of Magic, Hufsky, as he read in the papers, "I fail to comprehend how 200 British wizards were overwhelmed by 20 Soviet wizards. When did Soviet wizards become so formidable?" This headline was swiftly replaced, as even the Minister of Magic in Britain found it a matter of disgrace. Furthermore, this altercation involved Harry, and it stemmed from a matter he despised most. Professor Snape turned his gaze sharply towards Malfoy. "Draco, did you dare to insult Miss Granger as a mudblood?" Malfoy recoiled in fear, rendered speechless. The chill in Snape's eyes swallowed any retorts he had prepared, leaving him utterly speechless. Snape's voice remained low, yet resonated clearly throughout the staff common room. "Draco, perhaps you ought to consider administering some cognitive enhancement to your brain. No, that wouldn't suffice. You need to immerse your mind in a potion of clarity. Only then might your lamentable intellect improve to discern what should and should not be uttered." 20 points from Slytherin. "Malfoy, you are confined." Subsequently, Professor Snape turned to Harry. "Harry, you are in the right. You acted justly in defending your friend." Professor McGonagall stood agape, astonished by the scene. She had anticipated Snape's bias, yet she had not envisioned it to this extent. "Let us depart," Snape declared, sweeping his black robes as he tugged at Malfoy's sleeve, leading him out of the classroom. The other Slytherin team members trailed closely behind, heads downcast, bracing themselves to face the professor's wrath. Harry blinked in disbelief. Was that truly the end of it? The other Gryffindors were equally astonished. After such a significant incident, Snape had not deducted 50 points from Gryffindor. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Fred and George wore triumphant smiles, seemingly poised to break into applause at any moment. Ahem. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat forcefully, redirecting the attention of the young lions. Do not forget, I am your headmistress, she asserted. I have yet to impose any punishment upon you. The smiles on the faces of the Weasley twins faded noticeably. The others soon realized that Professor Snape, out of respect for Professor McGonagall's authority, had relinquished the power to penalize Gryffindor to her. In this situation, Professor McGonagall was, in some respects, even more formidable than Professor Snape. Ultimately, they did not face severe repercussions. Gryffindor was merely docked 20 points, and none were sentenced to detention. Clearly, Professor McGonagall did not perceive any wrongdoing on Gryffindor's part. That evening, Harry found herself in detention with Professor Snape. She clutched the 2 books he had requested she read over the holiday. This was her first detention of the semester, and true to Professor Snape's custom, he would undoubtedly review the holiday assignments. At the threshold of Snape's office, Harry encountered Malfoy and his 2 cronies, who had evidently also been assigned detention by Professor Snape. However, their task appeared to differ from hers, as they were to clean toilets in Filch's domain. Wait here in the office. I must take Draco and his companions to Filch, Professor Snape instructed Harry, nodding curtly, before leading Malfoy and the others into the enveloping darkness of the night. Harry adeptly found a place to sit in the office and casually picked up a book from the shelf, slowly flipping through its pages. It was a 5th-year potions textbook, and from the handwriting, it was clear that it had once belonged to Professor Snape himself. One could not deny that Professor Snape had been a genius in his time. The textbook contained numerous invaluable methods for potion improvements, and Harry could sense the wisdom within with just a brief perusal. She soon became engrossed in its contents. Before long, Professor Snape returned. Upon seeing the textbook in Harry's hands, a flicker of panic crossed his features, but he relaxed when he noticed she was still perusing the initial pages. Harry, too, was aware of the professor's arrival. She quickly rose, closing the book and returning it to its place. A faint smile appeared on Professor Snape's face. That was my old textbook. If you are interested in the potion improvements within, I can summarize them for you and provide you with a copy. However, I cannot part with my textbook. My notes are too chaotic, and it would take you considerable time to decipher them. Thank you, Professor. Harry gratefully accepted his kind offer. Do not mention it. Now, I shall assess your studies over the holiday, he replied. 2.5 hours swiftly passed, and before long, the clock struck 9:30. With a wave of his hand, Professor Snape concluded the session. Professor? Harry inquired, perplexed, for traditionally, they would continue until 10 o'clock. Return home and rest early. I have matters to attend to, he stated. Professor Snape spoke softly, pausing for 2 seconds before retrieving 2 vials of potion from a shelf behind him. These are the potions I prepared today. They are beneficial for the skin. Young ladies should refrain from staying up late and rising too early. I have heard from Flint about your unreasonable training hours. You ought to learn to protest to Professor McGonagall. Holly was taken aback as she accepted the potion, not expecting such thoughtfulness from Professor Snape. After receiving the vials, she was about to leave when Snape suddenly inquired, Holly, what is this about the house elf you mentioned in your letter during the holidays? At that moment, Holly recalled that she had seemingly forgotten about the matter. It seemed she only remembered it when fortifying the ritual for Dobby. She took some time to explain the situation to Professor Snape, though she selectively omitted certain remarks made by Dobby and her own actions. Upon hearing her account, Professor Snape nodded silently. The number of house elves is quite limited, generally. Only pureblood families in Slytherin have the capacity to summon them at will. This is likely the doing of some Slytherin. I will do my utmost to investigate this matter for you. However, without the name of the house elf, and given their similar appearances, do not harbor excessive hope. Holly offered a slight bow in gratitude before swiftly clutching her textbooks and exiting the office. Chapter 27. The Voice of the Serpent. Holly hurried towards the Gryffindor dormitory while cradling her books. Despite having a cordial relationship with Filch and having reported her detention with Professor Snape, she knew that being caught during curfew would still lead to complications. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she instinctively activated her invisibility ability. As she passed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office on the 3rd floor, she overheard Professor Lockhart's jubilant exclamations through the ajar door. 6 consecutive months atop the bestseller list. What an unprecedented record. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Following this were numerous voices echoing Lockhart's tone, likely his photos engaging in conversation with him. In a certain light, Professor Lockhart was indeed a peculiar character. Holly did not linger and continued on her way. Suddenly, she heard a voice, one strikingly distinct from Professor Lockhart's jubilant tones. This voice was chilling, laced with malice and frost, whispering, "Come here, let me tear you apart, let me kill you." As the voice resonated, She also discerned the subtle sound of scales brushing against stone. Holly's reflexes were instantaneous. Her wand and dagger slid into her hands as she pressed herself against the wall, distancing herself from the source of the sound to avoid being caught off guard. However, to her surprise, the voice did not resurface for a considerable time. Holly remained silent in her position for what felt like an eternity. She could ascertain that the previous voice was that of a serpent. Long before, Harry had discovered her gift for speaking Parseltongue, a talent she possessed even during her time as an assassin. This was quite unusual, for while witches also wielded the power of snake speech, it typically required one to reach at least demigod status, obtaining a mythological form related to serpentine creatures, to acquire such an ability. Of course, Harry had never confided this to anyone, merely believing herself to be exceptionally gifted along the witch's path. Later, after severing the fragment of Voldemort's soul, Harry noticed a sudden diminishment in her Parseltongue ability and realized that her abnormal talent during her mid-tier days stemmed from Voldemort himself. The voice she had just heard belonged to a snake, and a formidable one at that. Harry contemplated silently, recognizing that the voice alone exuded an aura of intimidation, capable of causing mental disarray to a certain degree, suggesting at least mid-tier strength. The words carried a murderous intent, which was to be expected, given that it was a cold-blooded creature. Yet, why was there such a snake within Hogwarts? Moreover, apart from its voice, she had sensed almost nothing. After a few moments of quiet reflection, Harry proceeded to her dormitory in silence. The remainder of her journey was uninterrupted, devoid of any obstacles. Only Peeves, the mischievous ghost, sang a tune while hovering near a suit of armor, seemingly indifferent to Harry's presence. Harry surmised that Professor Snape had likely instructed the bloodthirsty Barrow to issue a warning to Peeves to refrain from bothering her. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, she found it nearly deserted. Without lingering, she entered her own chamber. The curtains of Lavender's bed were tightly drawn, while those of Parvati's remained open. Occasional laughter emanated from Lavender's side, indicating that the two close friends were likely enjoying some handsome covers from magazines. Hermione's curtains were also undrawn, revealing her in pajamas, engrossed in a substantial book for leisure. The moment Harry pushed the door open, Hermione instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Harry, her eyes brightened. "Harry, you're back." "Indeed." Harry yawned, tossing her book onto the only vacant bed in the dormitory. "Let me freshen up first." After wrapping her head in a towel and emerging from the bathroom, she made her way directly to Hermione's bed. As expected, Hermione had left her curtains slightly ajar. Harry nimbly slipped inside and playfully leaped onto Hermione's back. Hermione, deeply absorbed in reading A History of Transfiguration, was startled by Harry's sudden action. Upon feeling the familiar soft form behind her, she quickly realized who it was. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, attempting to turn over so that Harry's head rested on her abdomen. With a hint of reproach in her voice, she remarked, "Could you not be so startling? I have a timid disposition." Giggling ensued. Hannah chuckled softly but offered no reply, instead turning over and lying down on the bed. The two lay side by side, and Hannah began to softly recount her insights from the lesson. In conclusion, she made sure to mention to Hermione the matter concerning the house elf she had encountered during the holiday. Moreover, Hannah provided a more detailed account than what she had shared with Professor Snape, omitting only the name Dobby and the warning about the dangers lurking at Hogwarts. As for Dobby's claim of peril at Hogwarts, Hannah felt it prudent to refrain from spreading such baseless assertions. After all, the Dark Lord did not invade every year. And with demigods safeguarding the castle, how could it possibly be that dangerous? Although she had heard the serpents whisper before, Hannah could ascertain that the creature was far from the caliber of a demigod, and she possessed the strength to confront it single-handedly. Thus, it hardly constituted a threat. Upon hearing Hannah's account, Hermione wore a look of disdain. How can these so-called house elves be so revolting? I initially felt sympathy for their status as slaves, but after hearing Dobby's antics, my compassion has waned considerably. Do you still feel sympathy for them? Hannah's face reflected a peculiar expression, and she proceeded to relay the historical insights that Nicholas had shared with her. Afterward, Hermione's aversion towards the house elves intensified. Hermione was compassionate, not foolish. While the house elves might appear pitiable now, one must consider that had the wizards been defeated in the past, it would be humanity that deserved sympathy today. "Let us not dwell on those wretched souls who faced defeat," Hannah remarked, stretching her arms. "When they resolved to annihilate all of humanity, we entered into an irreconcilable conflict with them. Our ancestors' willingness to allow them to persist in their servitude was already the greatest act of grace." Hermione nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chapter 28. Make him regret his presence on the field. After engaging in a few more intimate conversations with Hermione, she insisted that Hannah stay the night. Later that evening, while Hermione drifted into a deep slumber, Hannah found herself gazing at the top of the canopy. The sound she had not heard last semester had suddenly manifested this term. Did it have anything to do with the danger Dobby had mentioned? Hannah pondered incessantly. However, after a short while, She opted to abandon her thoughts due to the lack of information and focused on reclaiming her blanket from beneath Hermione. The following morning, Hannah awoke to find her reputation once again circulating throughout Hogwarts. The tale of her single-handedly vanquishing the Slytherin Quidditch team had spread like wildfire across the four houses, and wherever she went, she was met with looks of awe and reverence. She wondered how the Weasley twins had managed to accomplish this. In any case, she found it hard to believe that the Slytherins had actively propagated the story. After all, it was akin to seeking sympathy or a pity party, and they were merely mocking it. George and Fred, those delightful mischief makers, aspired to compose several songs in praise of Harry, only to be mercilessly quelled by her. Upon hearing this news, Professor Lockhart gasped in astonishment, relieved that he had not overstepped any boundaries with Harry. Moreover, he resolved that henceforth, he would focus diligently on his role as a professor, dedicating himself to the art of teaching reading. Following a disastrous first practical lesson in defense against the dark arts, he abandoned practical demonstrations altogether. Instead, he began to evolve in the direction of Professor Quirrell, opting to read from textbooks during each class. The sole distinction between Lockhart and Quirrell lay in Lockhart's animated recitation of his own novels, while Quirrell stumbled through the text. At pivotal moments in his readings, Lockhart would summon a few students to perform brief dramatic scenes, yet he never called upon Harry, nor even Hermione, who sat beside her. After all, Harry's earlier performance in herbology had left a lasting impression, and the reality of her prowess instilled in him a sense of good fortune. Initially, to demonstrate his own strength, the professor intended to select some robust students to portray Yetis or trolls. However, according to whispers, during the second class for Slytherin, he chose Crabbe and Goyle. Unfortunately, the two were in a foul mood due to Professor Snape's punishment of having them scrub the hospital wing toilets for a full 3 months. Moreover, Lockhart overestimated their intelligence while underestimating their strength, instructing them to give it their all. This resulted in the unfortunate professor receiving 2 hard punches in the stomach from the two oafs, leaving him sprawled on the floor, almost in need of the infirmary. He felt as though he had glimpsed the stars. From that point onwards, Neville, that seemingly innocent and pitiable child, became Lockhart's preferred choice for performances. After all, he appeared somewhat simple, less dangerous, and unlikely to cause any fatalities. Aside from the near-fatal encounter with those two oafs, Hogwarts experienced no further perilous incidents. Even the mysterious voice ceased to manifest, leading Harry to wonder if the walls of Hogwarts had been poorly constructed, resulting in gaps through which mice could infiltrate. Consequently, a few gluttonous snakes ventured out from the Forbidden Forest, sneaking into Hogwarts for a feast. Harry soon cast aside this matter, refocusing her attention on her studies with Professor Snape in potion-making. Recently, while corresponding with several masters of potion-making, she stumbled upon knowledge of some exceedingly rare ingredients. If her memory served her correctly, one of these, the Forbidden Air Flower, was an essential component in a certain legal pathway of a sequence. Initially unaware of its value, she had contemplated collecting a few blossoms for trade, hoping to exchange them for a useful enchanted object. However, she unexpectedly found herself under attack by a demigod from a legal pathway's fourth sequence, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. At last, with no significant artifacts in her possession, Harry found herself restricted by the vile abilities of that demigod, who prohibited her from utilizing various extraordinary powers. She could only rely on the concealed magic mirror, which had not yet been revealed, to navigate her escape in haste. Following that incident, Harry discerned that this rare material known as the Forbidden Bloom was likely an immensely significant substance within the realm of legal pathways, and it was highly probable that it possessed demigod-level attributes. Otherwise, the demigod would not have engaged her so ferociously, even resorting to employing an artifact with considerable side effects. The very artifact Harry had used to forcibly seal her fifth sequence strength was precisely one that corresponded to the Punishing Knight. In other words, utilizing a Forbidden Bloom, which is a tier above the Punishing Knight, as one of the primary components could potentially unravel this seal, although it seemed somewhat extravagant. In the absence of materials necessary to strip away the extraordinary characteristics of the Punishing Knight for an extended period, Harry would not mind indulging occasionally. Time swiftly advanced to October, as the weather turned abruptly cold, with a damp chill permeating the Quidditch pitch and seeping into the very walls of Hogwarts Castle. A sudden outbreak of cold swept through the faculty and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a state of frantic disarray. Her concocted invigorating elixir had an immediate effect, although those who consumed it would experience smoke emanating from their ears for several hours, coupled with a drowsiness as a side effect. Nevertheless, the cold would soon recede, leaving individuals revitalized. However, Madame Pomfrey could not brew such a vast quantity of potions alone, prompting Harry to learn a new potion from Professor Snape. Hermione also caught the cold, and thus Harry administered 2 generous cups of her meticulously brewed potion, which had been personally endorsed by Professor Snape. Subsequently, Harry began to tease Hermione about the steam rising from her ears, which infuriated Hermione to the point of wanting to pin Harry down. In the midst of this tempestuous weather, Wood initially intended to insist that everyone continue their training. However, when he first proposed this suggestion, he was met with a decisive and united resistance from the team, leading them to sign a contract. Training was permitted no more than twice a week, with a firm refusal to train in inclement weather. No to overexertion. You cannot do this. We aim to win the championship. Wood wore an expression of despair, struggling fiercely even at the final moment of signing the contract. Give it up, Oliver, Fred remarked mercilessly. We didn't intensify our training that much last year and still won the championship, did we? That's different. Wood argued vehemently. This year, Slytherin has replaced their Seeker, and Puddlemere and Ravenclaw have undergone complete reorganization. They are entirely different from last year. Come on, Oliver, George whistled. That little brat from the Malfoy family only got into the team through galleons and backdoor dealings. In the first 3 minutes, I can make him regret ever stepping onto the pitch. Chapter 29, The Ancient Phantom. George's triumphant demeanor inspired everyone. Angelina also expressed her support. Ravenclaw's Seeker is merely a complete novice in their 3rd year, utterly incomparable to Katie. Furthermore, they all require time to develop synergy. While we are a team that has undergone considerable refinement over time, although there have been slight positional rotations, our familiarity remains intact. Indeed, especially with the addition of our exceptional new Seeker. Katie also voiced her support and gave Hallie a hearty pat on the shoulder. Recently, she had exchanged positions with Hallie. Subsequently, Hallie showcased her agility and formidable offensive prowess to everyone. She attacked from various angles, even attempting a long-distance shot from midfield. Aside from those attempts that were too far and afforded Wood excessive reaction time, he has yet to save more than 10 shots from within the scoring zone. Hallie consistently dazzles Wood with her rapid speed and nimble movements. At her current scoring rate, achieving a golden snitch score in a single match is undoubtedly within reach, allowing Katie to comfortably transition to seeking. Coincidentally, Katie had long desired to switch positions. I am confident in suppressing Ravenclaw's Autumn Zhang and Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory. Although Cedric is quite handsome, I assure you I shall show no mercy, Katie declared emphatically. Angelina and Aaliyah suddenly burst into laughter. Amidst their laughter, Angelina playfully nudged Katie. In the presence of that tall, handsome fellow, with a robust physique and few words, can you truly guarantee no mercy? Katie chuckled as well. The 3 senior girls embracing in camaraderie, leaving the boys exchanging puzzled glances, seemingly unable to comprehend the source of their amusement. Hallie, clutching her broom, stood to the side, sighing. Ah, youth. This bustling and fulfilling life continued right up to a few days before Halloween. That evening, nearly headless Nick, Gryffindor's resident ghost, soared into the common room. He directly approached Hallie, who was busy with her homework alongside Hermione and several other girls. Ahem, Nick cleared his throat, seemingly wishing to convey something, yet waiting for Hallie to inquire. Hallie obligingly looked up. Good evening, dear Sir Nicholas. How may I assist you? A smile broke across Nick's face. Oh, my dear child. I hope to impose upon you for a small favor. Sir Nicholas, please proceed. If it lies within my capabilities, I would be more than willing to lend a hand. Hallie replied with a smile. Ahem, you see, Nick rubbed his hands together. This Halloween Eve marks my 500th anniversary. I intend to host a gathering in a spacious underground classroom, inviting ghostly friends from across the nation. It would be an immense honor if you could attend. Furthermore, if you are willing to invite other living guests, that would be even more splendid. So can you join us? With that, Nick looked at Hallie with eager anticipation. Why did you come to find me first? Harry inquired softly, gazing intently at Nick amidst the throngs of people surrounding them. Nick circled in the air a few times, coughing and rubbing his hands nervously, before he finally whispered, You see, my dear child, I am nicknamed Nearly Headless Nick because my head was not completely severed. This very reason compelled me to apply for membership in the Headless Hunt, yet I have met with continual rejection. They assert that my neck is not cleanly severed, that my head and body remain too closely connected, thus denying my admission. And you, Harry Potter, are a renowned figure in the wizarding world, possessing immense notoriety. If you would consent to attend my 500th birthday soiree and declare to the other ghosts how truly terrifying I am, it would significantly enhance my reputation. Perhaps then I might finally gain entry into the Headless Hunt. Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore would surely take note of this. As he spoke, Nick gazed at Harry with a pitiful expression. Harry, my dear child, this is the aspiration of my life. Harry toyed with the quill in her hand, not immediately making a decision. After some contemplation, she deemed it prudent to gather more information. Sir Nicholas, is this a soiree exclusively for ghosts? Oh, indeed. Nick fervently nodded. In fact, we have various ghostly activities planned, including performances by the Headless Hunt featuring headless horsemen and polo on horseback. A few nearby girls exhibited expressions of intrigue, though none voiced their thoughts. Only Lavender gently poked Harry in the side, a gesture swiftly thwarted by Hermione. who swatted her hand away. "And what of the food at the banquet?" Harry continued, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Oh, I have, of course, prepared a splendid array of dishes." Nick replied proudly, adjusting his collar. "I have arranged for an abundance of pungent delicacies to ensure that the ghosts can savor their flavors. For instance, cheese fermented for 2 months, large chunks of putrid meat, and meat pies infested with maggots." Nick's voice trailed off as he seemed to realize that these offerings were rather unsuitable for the living. The expressions of anticipation on the faces of the girls instantly morphed into a blend of disgust and horror. However, Harry displayed a glimmer of curiosity. "Why do you choose to prepare such food? I mean, wouldn't it be preferable to serve dishes that are truly delectable? After all, ghosts were once human. I doubt your tastes were ever this peculiar." "Alas, my dear child," Nick sighed, shaking his head. "You must understand that we are merely a group of cowards too frightened to move on. Thus, there exists a distinct boundary between us and the living. We are unable to partake in the exquisite delights that the living enjoy. Only these profoundly rotten and intensely pungent foods may we sample, albeit in limited quantities." Nick's gaze gradually dimmed, and he came to realize that the likelihood of his invitation being successful was rather slim. The only thing that kept him lingering here was that Harley had yet to express a definitive refusal. "Actually, I wouldn't be averse to going," Harley mused. Her dark brows furrowed in contemplation. "However, dear Sir Nicholas, you must provide me with a compelling reason to entice me." In an instant, Nick's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He paced back and forth for a moment before finally conjuring a rationale. "I recall your profound love for learning. This gathering will feature several exceptionally ancient ghosts who possess fascinating knowledge. If memory serves me right, some of these spirits have existed even longer than Professor Binns. Should you choose to attend, I believe they would be delighted to engage in conversation with you." Harley's eyes lit up. "Agreed. I shall see you on Halloween Eve." Sir Nicholas. Chapter 30. The Death Day Party. With Harley's affirmative response, Nick departed with a sense of satisfaction. Although only Hermione from the group of girls surrounding Harley was willing to accompany her, Nick felt fortunate to have secured Harley's presence. After all, she was the main attraction, while the others were merely supplementary. Feeling optimistic about his luck that evening, Nick resolved to extend his invitations to a few more young wizards. After all, having the living attend a Death Day party was quite the honor. Once Nick had left, Lavender immediately inquired, "Harley, why did you agree to the invitation from that headless Nick? You heard how revolting that Death Day party is." She shuddered at the thought. Parvati nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It sounds utterly filthy." Harley shot Parvati a sidelong glance, but refrained from responding. How could she even say that? Harley had extracted numerous unknown substances from the bottle of Ganges water she had gifted her. Now, that was truly unclean. Hermione also exhibited curiosity. "So, Harley, why did you accept Nick's invitation?" "Because there will be many ancient ghosts present," Harley exclaimed. "We might uncover an abundance of extremely secret knowledge, which would be a splendid opportunity." The other girls could only gaze at her in silent awe. Quite fitting for Harley. Of course, there was another reason Harley kept to herself. She was genuinely eager to explore the connection between ghosts and spirits, to investigate whether a spirit realm truly existed. Due to her current limitations, Harley had not yet attempted to conduct a ritual to enter the spirit world. Moreover, until she regained her demigod status, she was unlikely to make such attempts. Nevertheless, her interest in the subject remained unabated, and she was keen to gather information in advance. After all, the spirit realm had always been a treasure trove. On the eve of Halloween, Harley and Hermione made their way to the Halloween feast early, collecting a generous supply of food intended for the living. At this moment, the hall had been splendidly adorned, surrounded by bat and skull decorations, with enormous pumpkin lanterns cascading from the ceiling. Hermione gazed at the expansive, empty space in the hall. Recalling the whispers circulating among the girls, Professor Dumbledore had booked a renowned skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone with their performance. The young witch swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier decision. "What? Are you no longer interested in attending the Death Day party?" Harry inquired, as she stuffed 2 bottles of pumpkin juice into her bag without lifting her gaze. She was all too familiar with such scenarios. Last-minute changes of heart were not uncommon. However, Hermione swallowed again, forcing herself to divert her gaze from the hall. "A promise made is a debt unpaid. I have already committed to nearly headless Nick, and I cannot go back on my word." Thus, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Harry and Hermione passed through a doorway leading directly to the hall. The hall was aglow with lights, candles flickering, and tables adorned with plates of fragrant pumpkin pastries. Model bats, filled with candy, flitted around the hall, and fortunate students could knock them down to claim the delicious treats within. Yet, Harry and Hermione resolutely proceeded towards the underground classroom, undeterred. Harry felt a flicker of anticipation for the ancient ghosts they were about to encounter. The corridor leading to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party was already illuminated with candles. However, these decorative candles seemed more suited to the tastes of the deceased, as they appeared like ghostly flames floating in the air from a distance. Harry observed those dark, slender candles and the bluish flames flickering atop them, prompting her to draw her wand and examine them closely. Phosphorescent flames? There are traces of magic in these candles. It seems Professor Dumbledore places great importance on these ghosts. Harry pointed her wand at the candles, meticulously investigating the markings. Hermione, intrigued, leaned in to study them as well. But her skills were insufficient to discern anything noteworthy. Once Harry had put away her wand, Hermione eagerly inquired, "Harry, do these candles possess any special qualities?" "Nothing much. Just a bit of simple magic." Harry waved her hand dismissively. "They probably sell something similar in the joke shops of Diagon Alley. The school likely values these ghosts. Hence the procurement of a special batch." Perhaps it was psychological, but with each step Hermione took, she felt the temperature dropping. She instinctively wrapped her arms tighter around herself. "Is it very cold?" Harry turned and whispered. "Indeed. I regret not wearing an extra coat," Hermione said, rubbing her hands together in an attempt to generate warmth. After pondering for a moment, Harry removed her outer school robe and draped it over Hermione's shoulders. "Put this on. I am naturally adept at the magic of black flames and frost. This chill is nothing to me." As she spoke, Harry extended her two bare, alabaster arms. One arm flickered with black flames, while the other was encrusted with frost. Hermione initially intended to decline, but, upon witnessing Harry's display, found herself nodding in agreement. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from behind. Harry and Hermione halted, turning to see who approached. They had not ventured far, so it wasn't long before the figures caught up to them. It was Ron, Neville, and Ginny. Nick had randomly invited a fortunate little wizard from Gryffindor, and Neville felt too shy to refuse. As for Ginny, it seemed she had caught yet another cold. Madame Pomfrey, noticing the young girl's susceptibility to illness, had administered a couple of invigorating potions. After all, this potion was an essence of herbs, and consuming more could only be beneficial. Consequently, Ginny was in a somewhat dazed state that evening and had casually accepted Nick's invitation. None of the other young wizards had agreed to the invitation apart from the two. Ron, although he had not intended to come, felt uneasy about his sister's illness and her invitation to the ghost's anniversary party. Thus, he had decided to accompany Ginny. Upon spotting Harry and Hermione, the three expressed surprise. Although Ron was unsure why, he suddenly felt that not going to the Great Hall didn't seem so bad after all. "Harry, Hermione, why aren't you heading to the Great Hall?" Ron inquired softly. "Nick invited us to the anniversary party, and both Hermione and I agreed," Harry replied, casting a glance at the trio. "What about you?" "Not me. Those two are," Ron indicated Neville and Ginny. "I'm here because I was worried about Ginny, so I came to check on her. We can't rely on Fred and George. They've long since vanished." Harry regarded Ron with admiration. She had thought he was well-mannered when they first met on the train. Now, it was evident that her initial impression was accurate. Chapter 31. The Four Titans? Mere weaklings like me. From the snippets of conversation between Harry and the Weasley twins during their training breaks, Harry learned that Ron was the youngest boy in his family. His eldest brother, Bill, boasted 12 certificates, had served as the president of the male student council, and upon graduation, began working as a curse breaker at Gringotts. His second brother, Charlie, captained the Gryffindor Quidditch team and was so skilled that he could have joined the national team as a starter. However, he decisively declined the invitation to play for England and is currently studying dragons in Romania. Ron's third brother, Percy, like Bill, held 12 certificates and is now a prefect, with a strong likelihood of becoming the next male student council president. During the summer, several departments within the Ministry of Magic expressed interest in offering Percy an internship. After all, individuals with 12 certificates were quite rare, and as long as he maintained his diligence, he would surely excel in his examinations. The Weasley twins, despite their aversion to academics and penchant for mischief, possess a remarkable popularity among their male peers. Their prowess in transfiguration, charms, potions, and various other subjects is unparalleled within their year. However, Fred and George have always been disinterested in disciplines that fail to capture their attention. On the other hand, Ron's sister Ginny, being the sole girl and the youngest in the family, has garnered abundant affection from her relatives. In this dynamic, Ron finds himself to be the most overlooked member of the household. Every action of his is measured against that of his brothers, and he is perpetually reliant on their hand-me-downs, which has fostered a profound sense of inadequacy within him. Nevertheless, Ron has never harbored ill feelings towards his family. He remains the most concerned when Ginny falls ill. Harry is struck by the realization that there exists such a character among the boys. Were she still her former self, they would undoubtedly have become fast friends. Alas, she has embarked on the path of a witch. For the sake of her mental well-being and to avoid losing control, Harry feels compelled to maintain a distance from the boys. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the underground classroom, where Nick awaited them, draped in a black velvet cloak. The door behind him stood ajar, emanating music that resembled the jarring sound of 1,000 fingernails scraping across a vast chalkboard. "Oh, my dear friends," Nick exclaimed with delight upon seeing Harry and the others, "I am utterly thrilled that you have brought along an additional guest." Welcome, Mr. Weasley. He removed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting Harry and her companions inside. The underground classroom was crowded with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, floating gracefully in the air, dancing to the earlier cacophony. The chandelier overhead, adorned with black candles, cast a dim, midnight blue glow. The chill in the classroom was palpable, as Harry's breath formed clouds of mist in the frigid air. Nick. Harry suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire. You still haven't told me where those ancient ghosts are. Furthermore, if there are any who were masters of charms or potions in life, please do enlighten me. I would be most eager to converse with them. Oh, Harry, my dear child, Nick replied with a melancholic shake of his head. I fear I may disappoint you. Harry raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if Nick had deceived her in Gryffindor Tower. There are no masters of charms or potions here. If there were, they would surely choose to conceal their identities. Nick's voice was tinged with sorrow as he continued. We are merely a group of cowards, too afraid to move forward after death, opting instead to return to the places of our former lives, lingering where we once left our mark. As for those who can be deemed masters in their fields, I believe they would not lack the courage to venture forth. Even those ancient specters, in their mortal lives, were merely ordinary individuals, which is precisely why they chose to return as ghosts. At this juncture, he cast a glance at Harry, his voice tinged with urgency. Indeed. My dear child Harry, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. They are, without a doubt, specters of considerable antiquity, possessing a wealth of particularly ancient knowledge. Harry nodded, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. So, Nick, where are they? Over there. Nick gestured towards a direction, indicating that the elderly figure in the corner was an entity that had existed for over a millennium, albeit one who remained remarkably silent. Thank you, Nick. Harry refrained from further disturbing him and greeted Hermione and the others before stealthily making her way towards the corner, taking care not to collide with any other spirits. Hermione also exchanged pleasantries with the others before vanishing into the throng of ghosts. Neville, Ginny, and Ron exchanged glances, and eventually Ron proposed. Shall we seek out some delectable treats? Ginny and Neville nodded in agreement as the trio strolled towards the far end of the underground classroom, where a long table awaited. Harry swiftly made her way to the corner, where an old man fixed his gaze intently upon the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Ahem, Harry gently cleared her throat. Good day, sir. The elderly gentleman glanced at Harry but said nothing, quickly immersing himself back into his reverie. However, Harry was not one to relinquish her pursuit so easily. With her hands clasped behind her back and standing on tiptoe, she cheerfully declared, Sir, I have been sent by Sir Nicholas, who mentioned that I might glean some history from you that predates even the four founders. The old man finally broke free from his contemplation. The four founders? Which four might those be? There were so many deities among wizards. Did any hold the title of four founders? Harry sensed she had stumbled upon a remarkable piece of history and immediately adopted an innocent demeanor. Certainly not. I refer to the four great beings who established Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Those four dare to be called founders? The old man scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. They are merely weaklings of my ilk. How could they possibly bear such a title? It is clear that the wizarding world has indeed fallen into decline. 5,000 years ago, such a designation could only belong to those who led the wizarding lineage. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Harry's heart, grateful to Nick for seemingly encountering a truly extraordinary ghost. Yet, she maintained her composure, keeping her heartbeat in check. So, it seems you possess a remarkably fascinating past. Might I have the honor of hearing about your life? The specter finally turned to face her, revealing a visage rich with stories. Little one, the old man chuckled. Do not attempt to impress me with such trivial tactics. Although I am now left with nothing but this ephemeral ghostly form, I can still discern that you are attempting to regulate your heartbeat and conceal your emotions. Harry's pupils contracted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The old gentleman observed keenly. Harry inclined her head slightly, apologizing for my trivial methods that may have amused you. It has indeed been millennia since I encountered such an intriguing little wizard. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the ghost's eyes, having come across someone of interest. I shall engage you in conversation. Chapter 32, The Divine Protector and the Sinner. With a casual wave of her hand, Harry summoned a chair using 2 strands of spider silk and discreetly erected a barrier of magical essence to muffle the surrounding sounds. At that moment, Hermione hurried over. Although unaware of the unfolding events, she found no issue in sitting down to observe. The specifics could certainly be inquired from Harry later. The old man coughed twice, regarding Hermione with curiosity. Who are you? Sir, she is my friend and has a keen interest in your past, Harry explained. Well then, it is rare to find someone intrigued by my history, the old man murmured, reflecting that indeed, my illustrious past ought not to be forgotten. Subsequently, under Harry's gentle coaxing, a fantastical tapestry from 5,000 years ago began to unfurl. Perhaps due to the less familiar nature between them or the fading memories of the ghostly elder, he spoke of many significant historical events in a rather superficial manner. Lacking depth and detail, his discourse primarily revolved around the battles waged by the original wizards against various extraordinary races. The conflicts with house elves, who were among the most formidable races of that time, were mentioned repeatedly, suggesting their prominence in the historical narrative. Moreover, Harry discovered an intriguing detail. The elder spoke of a marvelous creature known as the Horned Snorebeast. After encountering Luna on the train, Harry had taken the liberty to peruse various tomes, but had found no mention of such an extraordinary being. Coupled with the dismissive opinions of the young wizards at school regarding the singing reversal, deeming it merely an entertainment read devoid of intellectual merit, Harry had considered this creature to be a figment of imagination. As for Luna, she was akin to those muggle children who believe in the veracity of tales like Snow White and Cinderella. It seemed merely a whimsical fantasy of a young witch. Yet now, Harry was hearing about this remarkable animal from the elder. Though scarce and not particularly active, it was said to possess formidable strength. In the elder's words, the most powerful of this race could even overshadow him. If ghosts did not succumb to dementia from prolonged existence, the Horned Snorebeast would indeed be a fascinating subject. Harry resolved to nurture her bond with Luna in due time, or perhaps pay a visit to the editor of the Singing Reversal. Perhaps they unearthed a few historical relics or stumbled upon 2 ancient texts from which this term was derived. The elderly gentleman rambled on for nearly 2 hours, as if it had been ages since anyone had lent an ear to his musings. Harry quietly posed a question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. "Dear sir, if you are so formidable, how did you meet your demise?" This inquiry seemed to strike a chord, rendering the old man momentarily speechless. His eyes suddenly brimmed with an inexplicable emotion, and a luminous aura began to ripple through his pale form. The atmosphere grew unexpectedly chilly. Hermione rubbed her hands together, instinctively leaning closer to Harry. Indeed, Harry too sensed the temperature plummeting in this corner, and the source of it all was the specter before them. It appeared as though a magical energy was emanating from him, influencing the tangible world. This marked the first time, aside from Peeves, that Harry encountered a spirit capable of interacting with reality. Fortunately, they were in a secluded corner, and the gathering was devoid of any living souls, allowing the events unfolding here to go unnoticed. Moreover, the attention of the attendees was fixated on the Headless Horseman's performance, which erupted in waves of applause. Observing Hermione's slightly pallid complexion, Harry clasped her hand, channeling warmth through a ritual while simultaneously deploying his extraordinary ability to disrupt the mental sphere. "Dear sir, please compose yourself. This is Sir Nicholas' 500th Death Day celebration, not an ancient battlefield from 5 millennia ago." Based on the old man's previous remarks, Harry boldly speculated that the elder was likely one of those who had sacrificed for the wizarding community, hence his profound fixation. As Harry intensified his spiritual output, the old man finally regained his composure, and the surrounding magical energy settled back to normal. However, the earlier phenomenon had not left the old man entirely unscathed. Harry could discern that the hue of the elder's translucent form had faded. "Forgive me, I was momentarily reminded of my death, which stirred my emotions." The old man spoke softly, though his tone bore no hint of contrition. "Yet, dear child, you have misjudged one aspect. I did not perish on an ancient battlefield." "Then how did you meet your end?" Hermione could not help but inquire. "Me? Huh." The old man scoffed disdainfully, yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. "I was among the elite in the realms of spirit and soul, yet there were those even more powerful than I. Alas, is this not one of the very reasons for their civil strife? Out of selfish desires, they condemned the future of the entire wizarding lineage. Indeed, the divines serve as guardians of a race, but when too many deities exist, they become the very bane of that race." With that, the elder chose to conclude the discourse abruptly. "Enough now, children, I am weary. Please grant this aged soul a moment of respite." As the old man spoke, he abruptly plunged into the wall, vanishing without a trace. Harry and Hermione remained rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Was this old man merely toying with their curiosity, only to leave them in suspense? After a few moments, Harry finally regained his composure and dismantled the spiritual wall. They returned their chairs to their original positions. Yet Harry continued to ponder the old man's final remarks. Regarding his last statement, Harry refrained from offering any commentary. Given her status and abilities, she felt far removed from divinity and deemed herself unqualified to comment. After all, Harry had witnessed the blasphemous cards crafted by the great Emperor Rossell. Understanding that a deity occupies the exalted position of Sequence 0 within the hierarchy of paths, as a mere Sequence 3, an unremarkable witch, she certainly would not indulge in futile musings. However, the old man's assertion that he had once stood among the pinnacle of the spiritual and soulful realm, only to find others surpassing him in that domain, intrigued Harry deeply. Could it be that, in essence, every world is similar, with the apex positions being scarce? and that the old man obstructed the paths of others? Was that the reason he met his demise at the hands of a wizard? Just as the war among the races was concluding, Harry felt a sudden realization that the ancient history of this world ran much deeper than she had anticipated. Observing the contemplative expression on Harry's face, Hermione felt a surge of curiosity. Just as she was about to inquire, a voice suddenly resonated in their ears. "Harry, Hermione, are you here?"